Unemployed youth Liu Yu returned to his hometown to inherit a nearly bankrupt Longmian reservoir. I initially planned to live a leisurely life by raising fish, but unexpectedly activated the god-level fishing system. Ding! Newbie mission. Catch this special fish species in the reservoir. Liu Yu cast his first rod and caught a tunterlong golden koi, its dragon-like whiskers flowing elegantly and its scales shimmering brilliantly. The whole internet is shocked. It's definitely P. After the establishment of the country, no one is allowed to become a spirit. Liu Yu cast the second rod and hooked a giant turtle weighing 100 tons, carrying a stone tablet on its back. The turtle shell was engraved with ancient oracle bone script. The expert exclaimed in madness, "Impossible! This is living history, a moving museum. Quick, secure it." Liu Yu swings down the third rod. Chapter 1. The urban overlord better off returning to the countryside to raise fish. At 3 in the morning, the pulse of the city continues to beat weakly yet stubbornly. Bright lights begin to shine at the limited company planning department. Xiao Lu, a greasy voice echoed in the quiet office area, like pouring a spoonful of cold oil onto a scorching hot iron plate. Liu Yu's eyelids felt as heavy as if they were weighed down by 2 blocks of lead. He suddenly jolted awake and lifted his head from behind a mountain of documents. The grid lines of the PPT template still lingered on his retina. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes and looked towards the source of the voice, the department director, Wang Hai. Wang Hai, with his signature beer belly, held a thermos cup filled with goji berries in his hand, wearing a friendly, capitalist-style smile on his face. I feel that the proposal in this PPT is still not graspable. It lacks a closed loop and has not formed an effective ecological feedback. You need to understand that what we are facing is not just customers, but the mindset of users. Liu Yu listened expressionlessly. He understood all these words, he recognized each of them individually, but when put together, it felt like a foreign language. To put it simply, it meant he had to revise it again. The 5th version. Liu Yu, 24 years old, graduated from a 985 university and has been working at this so-called internet giant for a year and a half. He has transformed from a vibrant young man into the king of competition among the kings of competition. His workstation is the feng shui treasure of the entire company. On his left side is the coffee machine. On his right side is the printer, behind him is the microwave, and directly in front of him is the bathroom door. Within a 5-meter radius, all physiological and work needs are met. Colleagues say that Liu Yu is not just working, he has practically grown up in the company. Do you understand, Xiao Lu? I want to see a brand new, market-exploding plan at the meeting tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Wang Hai gently patted his shoulder, his tone filled with an undeniable sense of encouragement. Youth, endure some hardships, this is all a blessing. Blessing. Liu Yu's mouth twitched slightly. He glanced at the time in the bottom right corner of the computer screen. 3:15. He glanced at the empty cans of energy drinks on the table, half a dozen already consumed. He ran his hand over his thinning hair. Damn luck. Do you even want this kind of fortune? Just then, his phone buzzed, breaking the suffocating atmosphere. Caller ID. Wang Fatty. Liu Yu felt a warmth in his heart. This was one of the few moments when he could still sense a hint of the human touch in the world. He took his phone and walked to the empty stairwell. Hey, Fatso. His voice was hoarse, like it had been rubbed with sandpaper. Wow. Yuzi, why does your voice sound like you've been castrated? Have you been up all night again? A loud voice came from the other end of the phone, filled with a strong regional accent and unmistakable concern. Wang Pongzi, whose real name is Wang Defa, grew up with Liu Yu, wearing split-crotch pants together. Don't mention it. I'm currently enjoying my blessings, Liu Yu said with a self-deprecating smile. What a load of nonsense about blessings. Just take a look at your moments where you posting. Gratitude at 1 in the morning, reflections at 3, realizations at 5. You're just on the brink of a heart attack. Wang Pongzi scolded over the phone. If you keep doing this, the next time I see you, will it be on the back mountain of our village? Liu Yu leaned against the cold wall, listening to his childhood friend's voice, and the scenery of his hometown with green mountains and clear waters appeared in his mind. There are no PPTs, no KPIs, no endless grand visions or boundless rewards. There's only the sound of the wind rustling through the rice fields and the countless stars in the summer night sky. All right, I'm still alive, aren't I? Liu Yu chuckled. Alive? What you have is called living. To me, you look like a human battery. Listen to me, Yuzi, quit your job. Come back. Why are you back? Are you going to stir the pot at your family's farm stay? What's wrong with stirring the pot? At least the food is delicious and I can sleep well. Besides, our village is beautiful now with clear mountains and waters. Isn't it better to come back to raise some fish, grow some crops, than to work like a dog in that awful place? Fish farming. These two words struck like a lightning bolt, splitting open Lu Yu's chaotic mind. He thought of his grandfather. He remembered the place his grandfather often took him to when he was alive, Lomian Reservoir. That was the largest body of water in the village, with vast blue waves and mist swirling around. Grandpa used to be the keeper of the reservoir, and a significant part of Lu Yu's childhood was spent by that clear water. Fatty, how's Lomian Reservoir now? Hey, don't mention it. Ever since your grandfather passed away, the village contracted it to a few people, and they messed it up completely, losing a fortune. Now it's just a complete mess. The contract has expired, and the village is worried because no one wants to take it over. No one has taken over the mess? Lu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. That wasn't a mess. That was the most beautiful place in his memories, the safe haven for his soul. All right, Fatty, I won't talk to you anymore. My boss is calling me. Lu Yu hung up the phone, even though he hadn't actually heard anyone calling him. He walked back to the office area, and Wang Hai was already gone, probably back to catch up on some sleep. His colleagues were all slumped over their desks, sleeping in various awkward positions, with colorful lights still glowing on their keyboards. The entire space was filled with a sense of shattered dreams. Lee took a deep breath. He walked to his workstation, but didn't sit down. He looked at the PPT on the screen, which had been revised countless times yet still lacked actionable insights, and then glanced out the window at the sky, which had been dyed purple by the neon lights. He suddenly felt that everything was dull and meaningless. What was the point of working hard until the end? Was it for the next car of the boss, Mr. Wang? Or for a nice number on the company's financial report? Neither. He just wanted to live life to the fullest, without any regrets. So, he made a decision that shook the entire department the next day. He didn't touch the mouse again. Instead, he opened the company's internal communication software and found a large group of 500 people named Strivers at dusk. Then he typed a line, Planning Department Lu Yu. All members, Manager Wang, and colleagues, I really don't have the fortune to enjoy this blessing, so I'll take a step back. We won't meet again in the future. The resignation letter will be delivered tomorrow. Please take care of yourselves. Click send. In one go. The entire world instantly became quiet. After a few seconds of silence, the group chat exploded. Countless messages popped up, some expressing shock, some filled with envy, and others advising him to calm down. But Lu Yu can no longer see it. He turned off the computer, picked up his coat and phone, and walked out of the office building that had consumed all his energy without looking back. The moment he stepped out of the door, the cool breeze of early morning brushed against his face. Lu Yu had never felt so awake, so free. He bought the earliest high-speed train ticket back home. 6 hours later, as the high-speed train slowly arrived at Qingzhou Station, the air that greeted me was no longer the cold glass curtain walls and car exhaust, but rather the fragrant scent of soil and fresh grass. A hefty man with a solid build was waving his hand vigorously at the exit, his eyes squinting into slits with a big smile. You, over here. Wang the fatty gave Lu Yu a bear hug, nearly choking him. Damn, did you really quit? You got some guts. If I didn't have guts, could I call you my brother? Lu Yu laughed and gave him a punch on the shoulder. Sitting in Wang Pengzi's slightly old pickup truck, we drove away from the hustle and bustle of the city, and the scenery on both sides of the road became increasingly green. I heard my dad say that the village committee is worried about the reservoir issue. The contract fee has been lowered again, and no one dares to take it, Wang Pengzi said while driving. Lu Yu looked at the receding scenery outside the window, his gaze calm and resolute. That place is really strange. The person who used to lease it had half of his fish die for no apparent reason, and the nets would inexplicably tear. People say there are unclean things lurking at the bottom. Wang Pengzi was still chattering on about the situation, trying to dissuade his impulsive brother. However, Lu Yu interrupted him. He turned his head, looked at Wang Pengzi, and said clearly, word by word, Pengzi, I want that reservoir. The pickup truck suddenly slammed to a stop in the middle of the country road. Wang Pengzi widened his eyes, staring at Lu Yu as if he were an alien. No way, man, are you serious? That haunted place. Are you crazy? Chapter 2, The Last Possessions, Contracting Longyan Reservoir. Wang Pengzi's voice echoed in the narrow pickup truck cabin, accompanied by the sharp noise of tires grinding against the ground, making it particularly jarring. Are you crazy? His round face was filled with an expression that seemed to say, have you been drained of your brains by the fairies of the big city? Lu Yu simply looked at him calmly, his eyes clear and unwavering. I'm not crazy. I just don't want to live a life where I trade my life for money, only to end up with neither the money nor my life. His voice was soft, yet it was like a stone thrown into the heart of Wang Pengzi, creating ripples that spread outwards. Wang Pengzi was stunned. He had known Lu Yu for more than 20 years. He had seen Lu Yu, who ranked first in the entire school, and Lu Yu, who commanded the university club with authority, as well as Lu Yu, who shared good news over the phone while keeping worries to himself. But he had never seen Lu Yu like this before, so calm, yet so resolute. It was as if he had shed a heavy burden, revealing his truest self. But that Lomian reservoir. Wang Pengzi wanted to persuade him again. He felt it was his duty as a brother to pull this guy who was about to jump into the fire pit back. That place is cursed. 2 years ago, Lier Lengzi contracted it and released 100,000 fish fry. But overnight, they all turned belly up. Not even a single fish bone was salvaged. Last year, Zhang Dada took on the project and said he wanted to build a water park, but the pump broke down every day. When the divers went down to check, they came up with high fevers, babbling nonsense, muttering about a palace of the Dragon King beneath the water. With that little money of yours, you won't even hear sound if you throw it in. Wang Pengzi's tone was urgent, and he was almost spitting in Lu Yu's face. Lu Yu just smiled and restarted the pickup truck. Fatty, it's precisely because it's so eerie that it fell to me, right? The vehicle started again and headed towards the village committee. Wang Fatty looked at Lu Yu's profile, opened his mouth, and ultimately swallowed all his words of advice. He sighed, took out a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes from the storage compartment, lit one for himself, and handed another to Lu Yu. Damn it, if you lose all your money, you'll have to take care of the pigs at my farm in the future. Lu Yu took the cigarette, put it in his mouth, and grinned. Deal. The village committee of Longmian Village is a 2-story red brick building. The walls still bear the faded slogan, if you want to get rich, have fewer children, and raise more pigs. When Lu Yu and Wang Pengzi walked in, the village chief, Zhao Weigua, was frowning at a document while wearing his reading glasses. Zhao Weigua, 55 years old, is a typical old village chief. He is shrewd, pragmatic, loud, but not bad-hearted. When he saw Lu Yu, he was taken aback for a moment, then adjusted his glasses. Oh, isn't this the college student from the Lu family? He said. What brings you back? Did the company in the city give you time off? His tone carried a hint of familiarity from an elder to a younger person, along with a subtle hint of inquiry. After all, young people returning from big cities are either coming back in glory or struggling to make ends meet. Uncle Zhao, I've quit my job and I'm not going back. Lu Yu got straight to the point. Zhao Weigua paused his action of drinking tea from the enamel cup. The office suddenly fell silent. A middle-aged woman next to him, Aunt Wang, the village chief's wife, who was cracking sunflower seeds, also stopped her movement. Her ears perked up like a rabbit's. Resigned. Resigned? Zhao Weigua frowned and said, why would you give up a stable job like that? How can you just say you don't want it anymore? You child. Uncle Zhao, I came today to ask about the Longmian reservoir in the village, Lu Yu stated directly, not picking up on his previous remark. Longmian reservoir? Zhao Weigua and Aunt Wang exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of surprise and caution in each other's eyes. Why are you asking that? I want to take it over. Zhao Weigua spat out a mouthful of hot tea. Luckily, he turned his head in time, otherwise, the documents in front of him would have been in trouble. Cough, cough, cough. What did you say? You want to take on that ghostly troublemaker? Aunt Wang dropped the sunflower seeds in her hand all over the ground, and she hurried to the door in 3 quick steps, shouting loudly outside. Come take a look. Lu Chongfeng's grandson said he wants to take over the Longmian reservoir. This kid must have gone stupid from studying in the city. This shout was like pressing a switch. In less than 30 seconds, 7 or 8 idle villagers gathered at the entrance of the village committee. There was Grandpa Li holding his grandson, Zhao Ergu, who had just returned from the fields, and a few women gossiping about various things. For a moment, the buzz of discussion filled the air. What? Lu Yu wants to contract the reservoir? Where's he getting that much money? Doesn't that place cost several tens of thousands a year? TSK. Today's young people really don't know their limits. His grandfather guarded the reservoir for a lifetime, and he never got rich from it. Lu Yu ignored the discussions outside the door, his gaze fixed solely on Zhao Weigua. Zhao Weigua felt a bit uneasy under his intense stare, so he put down his teacup and adopted a serious expression. Xiao Yu, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. That place is not something you can get involved with. If you invest your money there, it will be like throwing a meat bun to a dog there's no return. I know there are risks, Li nodded, but I also know that the village is eager to outsource the reservoir now, right? In one sentence, it hit Zhao Weigua's sore spot. The Longmian reservoir is now a hot potato in the hands of the village committee. If it is left there, they have to spend money every year to maintain the dam, which is a bottomless pit. If they contract it out, they worry about unexpected problems arising, and if the contractor loses money, they might come to the village committee to cause trouble. He looked at Lu Yu. The young man in front of him had bright eyes and clear logic, completely unlike someone acting on impulse. How long do you want a contract for? How much capital do you have? Zhao Weigua asked tentatively. The longest contract is 30 years, Liu Yu said, unlocking his phone and opening the banking app, directly showing the screen to Zhao Weigua. This is all my savings from the past few years of work, 200,000. I plan to use 150,000 to pay the 30-year contract fee in one lump sum. The remaining 50,000 will be used to buy fish fry and repair the small house left by my grandfather. He openly laid out his entire assets and background. At this moment, not only was Zhao Weigua stunned, but even the chubby Wang beside him gasped in surprise. He knew that Liu Yu was going to take on the contract, but he didn't expect it to be this kind of Allen approach. This is not about contracting a reservoir. It is clearly about betting one's entire later life on that lifeless water that no one dares to touch. Zhao Weigua stared at the string of zeros on his phone screen, silent. The annual contract fee is 5,000, which is the minimum price set by the village. Paying it all at once for 30 years amounts to 150,000. This condition is like a pie falling from the sky for the village committee. It not only solved a big problem, but also brought a significant income to the village. He looked at Liu Yu's young yet resolute face, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. Have you thought it through? Once this contract is signed, in black and white, there will be no turning back. Got it. Liu Yu nodded. Uncle Zhao, you just say whether the village will sign this contract or not. Zhao Weigua suddenly slapped his thigh. Sign. Accountant Wang, he shouted towards the inner room. Take out the contract for the Lomian Reservoir. Use the latest version. What others dare not take, my people from Lomian village will take. How can there be a reason to refuse? Damn it, I don't believe it. Our Lomian village is such a vast treasure of feng shui. How could it really be occupied by some dragon king? Soon, a somewhat yellowed contract was taken out. Liu Yu didn't even glance much at it, and directly flipped to the last page, signing his name in a flamboyant manner. Then, in front of the astonished eyes of everyone at the village committee and all the villagers outside, he used his mobile banking app to transfer a total of 150,000 yuan to the public account of the village committee on the spot. Ding dong. The notification sound of the arrival was as crisp as a thunderclap in the quiet office. Zhao Weigua looked at the incoming payment information on his phone, his hands trembling slightly. He trembled as he fumbled out a large bunch of rusty keys from a drawer and handed them to Liu Yu. This is the Reservoir Management House, which is your grandfather's old house, and there are a few keys to the storage rooms. Xiao Yu. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. Liu Yu took the key, feeling its heavy weight. It represented all of his possessions and his hopes for the future. He bowed solemnly to Zhao Weigua. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. After saying that, he turned and left without a trace of hesitation. Wang Pengzi followed him blankly, feeling as if he were in a dream. So, it really happened? My childhood friend actually invested all his savings into that bottomless pit that everyone in the village avoids? He looked at Liu Yu, who was walking ahead, as the setting sun cast a long shadow behind him. That figure, though appearing somewhat slender, exudes a sense of unwavering determination to move forward. Yuzi, Wang Pengzi's voice was a bit hoarse. You kid, you're really a madman. Liu Yu stopped in his tracks, turned around to look at him, and a radiant smile appeared on his face, the brightest one he had since returning home. Crazy? Just wait and see, Fatty. Wang Fatty swallowed and looked into Liu Yu's eyes, instinctively asking, Look at what? Chapter 3. The Heirloom of Grandfather. An ancient bamboo pole. What are you staring at? A subtle smile graced Liu Yu's lips, forming an enigmatic curve. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, his gaze transcended the broad shoulders of Wang Pengzi, reaching towards the distant waters that shimmered like scattered jewels in the twilight. Observe how I transformed this bottomless pit, feared by many, into a veritable treasure trove. His voice, though not loud, resonated with a confidence that sent shivers down Wang Pengzi's spine. Rendered speechless, Wang Pengzi gazed at Liu Yu, feeling as though this childhood friend had become an utterly unfamiliar figure. Was this truly the same Liu Yu who once nervously sought answers from him before exams? The presence he exuded now was reminiscent of the village fortune teller, Wang Banzian. Enough dawdling. Take me to the reservoir. Liu Yu patted the hood of the pickup truck. Now, it's nearly dark. You haven't even grabbed your bedding. Wang Pengzi exclaimed anxiously. Just stay at my place tonight. My mother has already prepared your room. Liu Yu shook his head. No, I wish to first visit my own territory. He emphasized the word my with conviction. Unable to oppose him, Wang Pengzi reluctantly started the engine, bumping along the rugged path towards Lomian Reservoir, a road long neglected, filled with potholes. The pickup swayed like a tipsy drinker. The further they ventured, the sparser the population became, the air thick with the scent of dampness and decaying vegetation. When the vehicle finally halted before a dilapidated brick cottage, twilight had given way to darkness. Before them lay Lomian Reservoir. The vast water surface, under the moonlight, appeared a deep shade of blue, akin to a colossal, silent gemstone. The distant mountains loomed like dark shadows, their outlines obscured, occasionally pierced by the eerie calls of unknown birds, adding an uncanny aura to the stillness. Wang Pengzi shivered, feeling a chill creep down his spine. I can't believe it. Yuzi, this place is even more unsettling than I imagined. Are you certain you wish to stay here tonight? What is the difference between this and a haunted house? Yet Lu Yu seemed oblivious to his concerns. His attention was wholly captivated by the scene before him, reminiscent of the paradise of his childhood. He retrieved a heavy bunch of keys, searching for the one that matched, and inserted it into the lock of the cottage. With a sharp click, the long-sealed wooden door creaked open, releasing a wave of musty air and dust that sent Wang Pengzi into a series of sneezes. The interior was sparsely furnished. A wooden plank bed, a table missing a leg, and several rickety chairs comprised the meager furnishings. Cobwebs adorned the corners, and a thick layer of dust blanketed the floor. This was the place where his grandfather, Lu Chongfeng, had devoted his life to the reservoir. It would also be his home for the next 30 years. Well, it seems rest will elude us tonight. Wang Pengzi sighed, rolling up his sleeves. Enough dawdling. Let us get to work and clear the bed. Lu Yu nodded, using a flashlight on his phone to begin the cleaning process. After nearly an hour of diligent effort, the two finally cleared a space in the bedroom where one could stand. Wang, exhausted, plopped down onto the bed, panting heavily. I can't take it anymore. This extra weight seems utterly useless. Meanwhile, Lu Yu remained undeterred. His gaze roamed the room, as if searching for something. His grandfather was rather sentimental, reluctant to part with many possessions. He recalled that as a child, his grandfather would often hide items he deemed significant in obscure locations. Lu Yu approached the wooden bed, squatting down to knock on the wall adjacent to the headboard. Hud, hud, hud. It was solid. He knocked on the opposite side. Hud, hud, holo. The sound was incorrect. Lu Yu's eyes brightened as he began to probe the wall meticulously. Soon, his fingertips brushed against a small protrusion. Pressing firmly, he heard a grating sound as the wall unexpectedly recessed, revealing a pitch-black hidden compartment. Wang sprang up from the bed, his eyes wide as saucers. What is this? A mechanism? Is your grandfather a martial arts master, engaging in secret chambers? Lu Yu paid no heed to his astonishment and reached into the hidden compartment. Inside lay neither gold nor treasure, nor any martial arts manuals, but rather a long object tightly wrapped in oilcloth and a thick diary with a leather cover. Lu Yu first retrieved the diary. The cover bore his grandfather's vigorous handwriting, Dragon Sleep, Reservoir Work Log. He flipped to the first page, dating back to the year of his birth. The handwriting was somewhat blurred. June 3rd, sunny. The reservoir's water level is normal. Today, I named my grandson Lu Yu, hoping he will live freely and transparently like the tea sage. Lu Yu's heart fluttered. He continued to leaf through the pages. August 15th, overcast. A thick fog enveloped the reservoir, visibility less than 5 meters. At night, I heard strange sound from the water, resembling a whale singing. December 1st, snow. While inspecting the dam, I found a scale larger than a basin, golden and beautiful. I hid it from others. The content of the diary grew increasingly peculiar, resembling not the mundane records of a reservoir supervisor, but rather the draft of a fantastical tale. Wang leaned in to read, his expression one of bewilderment. Whales singing, golden scales? Does your grandfather perhaps possess an overly vivid imagination? Lu Yu did not respond. He closed the diary and carefully placed it into his pocket. Then, he turned his attention to the long object wrapped in oilcloth. His breath quickened inexplicably. He had a strong premonition that this item was his grandfather's most cherished legacy. Layer by layer, he unveiled the oilcloth. What emerged was not the treasured sword he had envisioned, nor an antique painting, but rather a fishing rod. An ostensibly unremarkable bamboo fishing rod lay before him. Its surface, imbued with a deep purple hue, appeared as if it had been caressed countless times by the hands of time and humanity, its patina thick and warm, reminiscent of jade. The rod stood straight, devoid of any embellishments, not even a brand logo. It resembled something one might find in the countryside, crafted by an old man from locally sourced bamboo. When Wong Fatty leaned in for a closer look, disappointment washed over him. Hey, I thought it was something valuable. Turns out, it's just a worn-out fishing rod. He scoffed. Your grandfather is something else, hiding a mere fishing rod so meticulously, one might mistake it for a dog-beating stick. His lips curled in disdain, feeling foolish for his earlier excitement. Lu Yu, however, remained silent. His fingers gently caressed the cool, smooth surface of the rod, and an indescribable sense of familiarity surged from his fingertips, spreading throughout his entire being. It felt as if this fishing rod was inherently destined to belong to him. He grasped the handle and lifted it slightly. It felt astonishingly light, as though it possessed no weight at all. Yet, when he attempted to swing it, the tip sliced through the air, emitting a faint, melodious hum. Imbued with remarkable resilience. The moment he fully gripped the rod, a soft, resonant buzz, seemingly emanating from the depths of his soul, echoed in his mind. Then a cold, emotionless mechanical voice materialized within his consciousness. Detecting host compatibility. Binding in progress. 10, 50, 99. God-level fishing system. Binding successful. Host. Lu Yu. Welcome to this system. A novice gift pack has been distributed. Would you like to activate it? Lu Yu stood frozen, clutching the ancient bamboo rod, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Was this an illusion? Had he been overwhelmed to the point of auditory hallucination? Observing his stillness, Wong Fatty waved a hand in front of his face. Hey, Yuzi, are you in a daze? You don't actually believe the nonsense in your grandfather's diary, that this old rod can catch the Dragon King, do you? He jested, reaching for the rod. Don't touch it. Lu Yu instinctively shouted, startling Wong Fatty. What the hell? Why the panic? Wong Fatty grumbled, it's just a battered bamboo rod. Not a national treasure. Lu Yu paid him no heed. His entire focus was absorbed by the chilling voice reverberating in his mind and the translucent blue screen that had materialized before him, visible only to him. It clearly displayed God-level fishing system, with two flickering options beneath. Yes and no. Lu Yu's heart began to race uncontrollably. Had he traversed realms? Was he reborn? Or was this the very solution he had long sought to break free from the shackles of his life? He pinched his thigh hard. Ouch. This wasn't a dream. Wong Fatty watched in astonishment as Lu Yu vacillated between dazed contemplation and self-pinching, his expression akin to someone who had encountered a specter. Yuzi, are you all right? Please do not frighten me. Perhaps we should return to my home. This place is too eerie. Lu Yu slowly lifted his head, directing his gaze towards Wong Fatty. In his eyes, there flickered a radiance that Wong Fatty had never encountered before. It was a blend of astonishment, ecstasy, ambition, and the profound shock of beholding the gateway to a new world. Wong Fatty felt an unsettling chill as Lu Yu regarded him, prompting him to retreat step by step. Why? Why are you looking at me like that? Chapter 4. Activation. The Divine Fishing System. Why do you gaze at me so? Wong Pongzi's voice trembled slightly, feeling as though he were a mere lamb under the watchful eye of a prehistoric behemoth. Lu Yu remained silent, merely parting his lips into a smile, a radiant expression that sent chills down Wong Pongzi's spine. Fatty, Lu Yu's voice brimmed with an irrepressible excitement. I believe I'm about to unleash something extraordinary. Unleash? Are you burning up? Wong Pongzi inquired cautiously, extending a hand to check Lu Yu's forehead. Lu Yu seized his wrist with such force that Wong Pongzi winced in pain. Goodness. Yuzi, have you taken some sort of stimulant? Why is your grip so powerful? Lu Yu himself was momentarily taken aback. He released his hold and glanced at his palm, which appeared unremarkable, the same hands that had typed away for years, with fingers slightly thickened at the joints. Yet he could sense a subtle yet palpable warmth coursing through the bamboo fishing rod, gradually flowing into his being. This warmth seemed to sweep away the fatigue and soreness that had plagued him for days. It is the system. Surely, it is the transformation brought forth by the system. His focus sharpened on the translucent blue screen that flickered in his mind. Welcome to this system. The beginner's gift pack has been distributed. Would you like to activate it? Yes. No. Without further hesitation, Lu Yu silently affirmed within himself. Yes. Almost instantaneously upon his thought, the text on the screen shifted dramatically, akin to a torrent of vibrant data streams racing past. Beginner's gift pack successfully activated. Congratulations, host has received 1. Physical enhancement. Beginner, a comprehensive improvement of the host's physical condition, bidding farewell to sub-health. 2. Energetic bait, beginner edition. X3. Possesses lethal allure to special underwater creatures. 3. Skill. Insightful eye. Passive, the host can vaguely sense the aura of treasures. A cascade of information flooded Lu Yu's mind. Simultaneously, he felt the warmth within him surge, akin to a flood breaching its dam, instantaneously sweeping through his limbs and every cell in his body. It was an indescribably refreshing sensation, as though a severely nearsighted individual had suddenly donned high-definition glasses, or a hearing-impaired elder had suddenly perceived the symphony of the world. His senses at that moment were magnified infinitely. He could distinctly hear the sound of waves lapping against the shore outside the reservoir. He could smell the intricate blend of moisture and earth in the air. He could even see the fine beads of sweat forming on Wang Pengzi's forehead, a testament to his anxiety. The world had never been so vividly clear. Is this physical enhancement? This is astonishing. Wang Pengzi observed the ever-shifting expressions on Lu Yu's face, fluctuating between shock and euphoria, akin to someone who had just won a lottery of 5 million. He was utterly flustered. This is it, he has truly gone mad. He fumbled for his phone, his movements frantic as he attempted to dial emergency services. Yuzi, hold on. I'm calling an ambulance right now. We're not going to a mental hospital. We're heading to the finest neurology clinic. Lu Yu regained his composure and firmly pressed down on his phone. I'm perfectly fine. Fatti, Trudy. Are you really fine? You're starting to ramble. Lu Yu took a deep breath, fully aware that explaining the system to Wang Fatti would be akin to playing a lute to a cow. He needed evidence, an irrefutable proof that would silence everyone. His gaze fell upon the diary and the fishing rod. With discerning insight, he immediately concentrated on the ancient bamboo rod. In the next moment, a series of new information materialized before his eyes. Item: Primal Treasure Heavenward Fishing Rod Fragment. Grade: severely damaged, 99. 99 of its spirit lost. Description: a mysterious bamboo rod of unknown origin, suspected to be a fragment of a treasure used in a higher dimensional realm for fishing celestial bodies. Activated by the energy of a divine fishing system, it has partially regained its spirit. Note: this is your singular opportunity to defy fate. Grasp it tightly and do not let anyone take it from you. Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat. Fishing celestial bodies? He then glanced back at the leather-bound diary. Item: Watcher's Diary. Common item. Grade: ordinary. Description: the humble yet magnificent records of a watcher, chronicling trivial information throughout a lifetime. Note: it conceals intriguing secrets that may offer you a small hint at a critical moment. Indeed, his grandfather's diary and this fishing rod were the keys to unraveling the mysteries of the Longmian Reservoir. He stifled his inner elation and forced himself to remain calm. Observing Wang Fatti's worried expression, he decided to administer a strong dose of shock. Fatti, don't you think I've lost my mind? Wang Fatti hesitated. I ask you, do you believe I can catch a fish right now with this broken fishing rod? Lu Yu raised the bamboo rod in his hand. Wang Fatti was momentarily taken aback, then looked at him as if he were a fool. Brother, it's nighttime. You don't even have a fishing line or a hook. You don't have bait. Most importantly, there are no fish in this reservoir. What are you going to catch? A rock? He vented his frustrations in a single breath, feeling as though he was being driven mad by his whimsical brother. Lu Yu chuckled, relishing the reaction he had provoked. As for the fishing line and hook, that was easily resolved. He gently stroked the tip of the fishing rod, and a miracle occurred. A translucent, almost ethereal line sprouted from the rod's tip. The end of the line automatically coalesced into a small, hook-like object that shimmered faintly with light. Wang Fatti's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and leaned in for a closer look. The fishing line, as fine as a spider's silk, yet remarkably resilient, glimmered peculiarly in the dim light. What kind of magic is this? His voice trembled with disbelief. As for the bait, Lu Yu opened his palm, and with a mere thought, he summoned it forth. A spherical object, the size of a pigeon's egg, emanating a soft white glow and exuding an unusual fragrance, materialized inexplicably in his palm. This was the system's reward, psychoactive bait. Wang, the rotund fellow, was utterly dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the luminous orb in Lu Yu's hand, and then glanced at the fishing rod he held, his worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. What is this? A fish food of the night pearl brand? Regardless of its nature, Lu Yu affixed the psychoactive bait to the hook, grasped the fishing rod, and strode out of the small cabin towards the reservoir's edge. Watch closely. Am I speaking nonsense? Wang, like a marionette, stiffly followed in his wake, feeling as though his mind had crashed entirely. The events unfolding before him had transcended the materialistic beliefs he had cultivated over more than 20 years. Under the moonlight, the Longmian reservoir lay tranquil, resembling a dark mirror. The water surface was devoid of any ripples. Silence enveloped the area. This was the consensus shared by all regarding this body of water. Lu Yu stood at the water's edge, took a deep breath, and emulating his grandfather's manner, he vigorously cast the bamboo rod. Whoosh! The seemingly unremarkable fishing line, with the glowing bait, traced a graceful arc and silently descended into the reservoir's depths. Upon entering the water, the orb did not stir the slightest ripple. It merely sank slowly, its gentle radiance strikingly vivid against the deep blue water, akin to a fallen star. Practicing some sorcery, Wang muttered under his breath. Though he had been mesmerized by the earlier spectacle, he still could not believe that anything could be caught in this lifeless water, which was incapable of even sustaining fry. Yet in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. As the orb descended to a certain depth, the previously still waters began to churn violently. It was as if countless kettles were boiling beneath the surface. Enormous, shadowy figures surged from all directions, racing toward the glowing orb. The speed and momentum resembled not that of fish, but rather a swarm of sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Glug, glug, glug. A series of massive bubbles erupted on the water's surface. Immediately after, the fishing rod in Lu Yu's grasp plunged sharply. An overwhelming force surged from beneath the water, nearly wrenching the rod from his hands. What the hell? Lu Yu felt not a fish, but rather a speeding truck was hooked. His feet carved deep grooves into the ground as he was pulled forward. Wang, pale with fright, screamed, "Let go!" There's a monster beneath the water. Lu Yu gritted his teeth, the strength from his enhanced physique surging forth at that moment. His arm muscles bulged, veins protruding as he clutched the fishing rod with all his might. He sensed that the seemingly fragile bamboo rod was now exhibiting astonishing resilience, bending into an exaggerated crescent moon shape, yet showing no signs of breaking. Heave! With a thunderous roar, Lu Yu channeled all his strength into his arms and pulled back with a sudden force. A tremendous splash erupted, sending water soaring into the night sky, shimmering under the moonlight like a myriad of shattered jade. A colossal, resplendent object was forcibly dragged from the depths, hurtling towards the shore with an overwhelming momentum. Wang Fatty, terrified, collapsed onto the ground, his gaze fixated in astonishment upon the enormous creature suspended in midair. What was that? Was it a fish? It was a giant koi, its entire body adorned with golden scales, nearly 2 meters in length, with 2 ethereal whiskers reminiscent of dragon tendrils gracefully flowing from its head. Thud! The golden koi landed heavily on the grassy bank, producing a dull thump. It continued to thrash violently, each flick of its tail creating shallow craters on the ground. Its strength astonishing. In that fleeting moment, the world seemed to freeze. Only the heavy breaths of Wang Fatty and the futile struggles of the golden koi filled the air. Lu Yu discarded his fishing rod, gazing at the glittering prize before him, momentarily dazed. Was this truly the special creature the system had mentioned? This was exceedingly extraordinary. Wang Fatty crawled closer, using all fours, trembling as he reached out, yearning to touch the golden scales, yet hesitating in fear. He lifted his gaze, looking at Lu Yu with the eyes of one beholding a celestial being. Yuzi's voice quivered uncontrollably. You call this fishing? Chapter 5. The Novice's Starter Pack and the Madness Value System. Is this what you call fishing? Wang Pengzi's voice was high-pitched and incredulous, as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat. Lu Yu, panting heavily, gazed at the colossal creature wriggling on the ground, his heart tumultuous. Yet, he feigned an air of nonchalance. One must maintain their composure. It is a matter of prestige. He dusted off his hands and cast a sidelong glance at Wang Pengzi. What else could it be? Fishing is fishing, and what we VE caught is indeed a fish. Is there a problem? Wang Pengzi exclaimed, a problem? Oh, a monumental one. Look at that golden koi longer than I am. His finger trembled uncontrollably as he pointed at the fish. Is this even a fish? Does your fish have whiskers like a dragon? Are its scales gleaming like golden armor? Can your fish smash the ground with a flick of its tail? If this is a fish, then I, Wang Defa, must be the Jade Emperor. As he spoke, he gathered his courage and approached the koi. Under the moonlight, the golden scales shimmered with an ethereal glow, each scale appearing as if it were a finely crafted masterpiece. The long whiskers swayed gracefully, imbued with an almost spiritual essence. What astonished him the most were the fish's eyes. They were not the dull, vacant eyes typical of fish. Instead, they sparkled with a glimmer of wisdom, reminiscent of obsidian, and exuded a hint of human-like indignation. Wang Pengzi felt as though his worldview had been shattered in mere minutes by Lu Yu wielding nothing but a fishing rod. In his 20-plus years of life, he had never encountered such an absurd spectacle. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing your first fishing attempt and successfully catching the primordial variant. Golden Dragon Koi, Juvenile. Task completion level, Ordinary. The madness value system is now activated. A novel interface unfolded before Lu Yu's eyes. At the top of the glowing screen, a continuously fluctuating number appeared, accompanied by the phrase madness value. Madness value, earned through the host's actions that provoke intense emotional fluctuations in external beings, including but not limited to humans, such as shock, fear, ecstasy, reverence, madness, etc. Corresponding madness value will be awarded. Madness value is the core currency of this system, redeemable for all things in the system's marketplace. Current target, Wang Defa. Shock level, 95. Fear level, 70. Worldview collapse level, 99. Comprehensive assessment yields, 188 points of madness value. Current total madness value, 188 points. Lu Yu stared at the flickering number, his eyes wide with astonishment. To elicit shock and madness in others in exchange for points? This system feels rather unconventional. However, I find it delightful. He cast another glance at Wang Pengzi, who was still grappling with his existential crisis on the ground, and a grin spread across his face. This was no mere childhood friend. This was a walking, talking, inexhaustible machine for extracting madness value. Ahem. Lu Yu cleared his throat, resolved to persist, and decided to invigorate his personal cash machine. Fatty, don't be so surprised. This Lomian reservoir is far from an ordinary place. My grandfather's diary mentioned that there is more than one beneath these waters. As he spoke, he playfully nudged the golden dragon carp, which had started to resign itself and ceased its fierce struggles. Wang Fatty abruptly lifted his head, his eyes filled with terror. Not just one, of course. Lu Yu replied with an air of mystery. For a creature of this caliber, it is likely merely a guardian of the depths. Wang Fatty was left speechless, his mouth agape. A guardian? Such a colossal being, akin to a divine beast, is merely a sentinel. What then resides within the Dragon King's palace? From Wang Defa's ongoing astonishment, madness level 10. 15. The incessant notifications echoing in his mind nearly elicited a moan of pleasure from Lu Yu. Marvelous. This sensation was 1,000 times more exhilarating than laboring over PowerPoint presentations until dawn at the office. Observing Wang Fatty's near-fainting demeanor, he decided to spare him further shock. Enough of the contemplation. Lend a hand and let's get this fellow into the water tank, Lu Yu instructed. Water tank? Wang Fatty exclaimed, as if he had heard the most absurd tale. Brother, our largest water tank couldn't even accommodate its tail. Indeed, that presents a dilemma, Lu Yu mused, glancing at the golden dragon carp, which was gazing back with human-like eyes, filled with pleading. It seemed to implore, Great One, could you perhaps secure a larger suite for me? After a moment of thought, Lu Yu approached a long-abandoned small reservoir by the edge of the larger one. This reservoir had once been used for temporarily nurturing fish fry, measuring about 10 square meters, built of stone, drawing fresh water from the reservoir. Although somewhat dilapidated, it would suffice for housing this fish, at least for the time being. This will do, Lu Yu declared, wrapping his arms around the golden dragon carp's body. The touch was icy and slick, and its weight was astonishing. He estimated the fish weighed at least 200 pounds. Without the enhanced physique granted by the system, he could not have hoped to move it alone. Fatty, come help me lift the tail. Oh. Wang Fatty, as if awakening from a dream, hurried over and cautiously grasped the fish's tail, which was thicker than his thigh. Together, they exerted tremendous effort, and with a splash, they managed to toss the golden dragon carp into the reservoir. Once submerged, the golden dragon carp instantly revived, joyfully swimming in circles in the small pool, creating massive splashes. Occasionally rubbing its head against the walls of the pool, as if to express gratitude to Lu Yu for granting it such a spacious abode. Watching the magnificent creature frolic within the confines of the pool, Wang Fatty gradually began to accept this surreal reality. Wiping the water from his face, he approached Lu Yu and offered him a cigarette. "Yuzi, speak honestly with me." His tone was unusually grave. "Are you perhaps a celestial being descended to experience life?" Lu Yu inquired as he accepted the cigarette, igniting it and inhaling deeply. Enveloped in swirling smoke, his expression appeared enigmatic and inscrutable. "No, I am not a celestial being. I am merely an unremarkable fisherman," he replied. Wang Fatty interjected, "I cannot believe you. Which fisherman could possibly catch such a creature with a mere bamboo rod?" He gazed at Lu Yu, then shifted his attention to the golden dragon carp in the pool, feeling as though his mind had turned to mush. Everything that transpired this evening felt like an absurd dream. After a moment of silence, he suddenly thumped his thigh. "This won't do. I must share this on social media. I need to show my friends what a true king of fish looks like." As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and began taking a flurry of photos of the golden dragon carp in the reservoir. The flash illuminated its golden scales, making them shimmer brilliantly. Lu Yu did not intervene. He understood that Wang Fatty was merely the beginning. To garner more excitement, it was essential to let a greater audience witness this extraordinary scene. Once Wang Fatty had finished taking pictures, he promptly began crafting a post for his social media. Typing away, he muttered, "The title shall be, 'My friend has gone mad. He spent all his savings to lease a ghostly pool and caught this. A few high-definition images would be perfect.'" With a click, he sent the post. Satisfied with his efforts, he tucked his phone away. "Yuzi, come on, mate. I'm in a celebratory mood. Let me treat you to a drink. We have your housewarming to celebrate, along with your capture of a divine beast." Lu Yu chuckled, shaking his head. "I'll pass on the drink. I still have to tidy up my place. You head back first. Come over tomorrow." "That simply won't do. I can't leave you alone in this eerie place. It makes me uneasy," Wang Fatty insisted, displaying a sense of loyalty. Lu Yu gestured toward the golden dragon carp in the reservoir. "With it guarding the premises, do you think anything would dare to approach?" Wang Fatty glanced at the formidable fish, which was even more intimidating than a guard dog, and instinctively swallowed hard. "Well, there might be some merit to that. Then how about I bring you breakfast tomorrow morning?" "All right." After sending off the reluctant Wang Fatty, who kept glancing back, Lu Yu finally exhaled in relief. He returned to his small dwelling, his mind racing with the 188 points of madness he had accumulated, igniting a fervor within him. Eagerly, he accessed the system shop. The shop was replete with an array of goods, yet most were grayed out, indicating insufficient permissions or madness points. Currently, only a scant few items were available for redemption. Item 1, Psychic Bait Beginner Edition. Description: a boon for novices, exceptionally effective. Price: 100 madness points each. Item 2, Stamina Recovery Potion, small. Description: instantly restores 50 stamina, essential for any fisherman. Price: 50 madness points per bottle. Item 3, Fishing Skills Beginner. Description: equips you with the fundamental techniques of casting and reeling, allowing you to appear more seasoned. As Lu Yu gazed at the items before him, he fell into deep contemplation. The fishing bait was a consumable, yet its effects were immediate. The stamina potion was essential for survival. Should he encounter a formidable catch, it would prove invaluable. As for the fishing technique, it seemed somewhat superfluous, yet it bore a hint of utility. After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved that only a child would make such choices. He desired them all, albeit in part. He currently possessed a total of 188 madness points. He spent 100 points to redeem a new psychic bait for unforeseen circumstances. Then, he used 50 points to exchange for a stamina recovery potion. The remaining 38 points he decided to keep for the time being. Having completed these transactions, he felt a profound sense of reassurance. With provisions in hand, his heart was untroubled. He reclined on the wooden bed he had just assembled. Though the surroundings were rudimentary, he experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and tranquility. No longer did he need to heed the boss's relentless calls, nor ponder the nonsensical whims of user psychology. From this day forth, his life would be filled with the vastness of stars and seas, and the myriad colossal creatures within the reservoir. Just as he was about to close his eyes and drift off to sleep, The system's voice echoed once more in his mind. Ding! A new source of madness points detected, integrating. Huh? Liu was taken aback. Hadn't Fat Wong already returned? Where could this new madness point be coming from? Could it be? He suddenly sat up, recalling the social media post Fat Wong had made just before leaving. He hurriedly opened the light screen. To his astonishment, the number in the madness points section was skyrocketing at an unfathomable rate. 1, 2, 1, 5. From the village beauty's astonishment, madness points 2. From the disdain of those who do not spread rumors, madness points 1. From the scorn of a professional debunker with 30 years of experience, madness points 3. A flurry of alerts flooded the screen. In a mere few seconds, his total madness points surged from 38 to an astonishing 250. Moreover, this figure continued to escalate. Liu watched in awe, nearly leaping from his bed in excitement. So this was possible. It turned out that madness points could also be sourced in mass through the internet. Fat Wong's social media post was like a virus, rapidly disseminating throughout his social circle. At that very moment, in Longmian Village and countless corners of Qingzhou City, innumerable individuals scrolling through their phones were captivated by the visually striking images Fat Wong had shared, along with his audacious caption. A WeChat user named Li Jian, known as the Fishing King of Qingzhou, left the first comment brimming with bravado beneath Fat Wong's post. He simply replied with 2 words, FING. Chapter 6, Special Mission. Hooking the big one from the reservoir, the mere mention of the letter P ignited a firestorm in Wong Fatty's social media comment section, akin to a spark igniting oil. The commentator, Li Jin, is none other than the esteemed elder of the village, who fancies himself the king of fishing. At 70 years of age, Grandpa Li is a titan in the fishing community of Longmian Village. His word is law. His declaration instantly attracted a throng of supporters. If Grandpa Li says it's P, then it must unequivocally be so. I knew it. How could anyone possibly catch such a massive fish with such a ludicrous hue? Nowadays, the youth will go to any lengths to attract attention. Wong Fatty, you've gone astray, aiding your friend in deceit. As Wong Fatty drove home in his pickup truck, his phone vibrated incessantly, akin to a massage device. Glancing at the comments, he nearly floored the accelerator in anger. Am I fabricating this? You all could take a hike. He promptly engaged in a heated exchange in the comments section. Wang Defa replied to Qingzhou Fishing King Li Jian. Grandpa Li, one can indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak recklessly. I stake my integrity on the authenticity of this fish. Qingzhou Fishing King Li Jian replied to Wang Defa, what is your integrity worth? I have fished in this reservoir my entire life, and I have never seen a fish with such golden scales. Wang Defa replied to Qingzhou Fishing King Li Jian, that merely reflects your lack of skill. My brother hooked it effortlessly. Professional fraud exposer for 30 years replied to Wang Defa, little fatty, stop being so stubborn. Your photo is blatantly altered. The edges of the scales on the left side are serrated. You ought to learn a bit more about Photoshop. Wang Fatty, infuriated, shouted in frustration. But he was outnumbered, unable to compete with the chorus of voices. In the end, all he could do was furiously post, Wang Defa, fine, if you all doubt me. Tune in tomorrow morning at 8 for a live stream. You shall see for yourselves whether this fish is indeed altered. Meanwhile, Liu was blissfully unaware of these developments. He reveled in the escalating value of his frenzy points. Overnight, he transformed from a penniless burden to a system tycoon, clutching several hundred points. The sensation was simply exhilarating. As the night wore on, the growth rate of his frenzy points gradually slowed, ultimately settling at 425 points. A single social media post had netted him over 300 points. This pace of earning far surpassed the grueling labor he had endured in the bustling metropolis. Clearly, he must encourage Fatty to post more frequently. Rubbing his chin, Liu displayed a smile reminiscent of a capitalist. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, a cold, mechanical voice echoed, ding. The system has detected that the host has completed the novice guide and is now officially issuing the first special mission. Here it comes. Liu perked up, sitting upright with anticipation. Before him, a new task unfolded on the luminous screen. Special mission. Underwater giant shadow. Mission description. At the bottom of the Longmian Reservoir lies a true behemoth. Its existence is crucial for maintaining the FA of tranquility in this water body. However, it seems to have recently become restless. The host must promptly reel it in and soothe its emotions to prevent unforeseen consequences. Mission objective: catch the slumbering giant. Mission reward: 1,000 madness points. Medium physique enhancement. Random skill, chest X1. Mission failure penalty: reservoir creatures will go berserk, and the host is highly likely to become fish food. Lu Yu gazed at the mission description and inhaled sharply. 1,000 madness points, a medium physique enhancement, and a random skill chest. The rewards were so lavish, they were almost envy-inducing. However, the penalty for failure was utterly terrifying. Becoming fish food? He had no doubt that, given the ferocity of the creatures in this reservoir, being torn apart into pieces would be a mere moment's work. System: what exactly is this behemoth? Lu Yu inquired tentatively. Insufficient privileges to disclose information. Then, how large and heavy could it be? Insufficient privileges to disclose information. Fine. Lu Yu sighed in exasperation. Surely, there must be some hints? How else could I catch it? After a brief silence, the system responded. Hint: ordinary bait is ineffective against it. You will require something more special. On the screen, a small synthesis formula appeared beneath the task list. Special bait: aroma of awakening. Recipe: 3 scales of golden dragon carp, 100-year-old tree root, 1 liter of rootless water. Lu Yu scrutinized the formula, his brows furrowing. The scales of the golden dragon carp were manageable. There was a living one in the outer pool. As for the rootless water, he surmised it must be rainwater or dew. But this 100-year-old tree root? In the dead of night, where could he possibly find a century-old tree? Even if he located one, he certainly could not just uproot it. Just as he was a loss, he suddenly recalled the passive skill awarded by the system. Discerning eye. It allows for a faint perception of treasures. He immediately focused his mind, amplifying his perception to its maximum, radiating outward from his small dwelling. Initially, he sensed nothing at all. However, gradually, vague points of light began to materialize in his mind. The golden dragon carp in the reservoir appeared as a bright golden point. The diary in his pocket was a faint white point. Meanwhile, the bamboo pole in his hand manifested as a profound, opaque purple point. Aside from that, the surroundings were cloaked in darkness. Wait, just as he was about to give up, an exceedingly faint, nearly extinguished earthy yellow point suddenly emerged at the edge of his perception. That direction was behind the small dwelling. A spark ignited in Lu Yu's heart. He promptly grabbed his phone, turned on the flashlight, and stepped out of his abode. He circled around to the back of the house. Behind the house lay a desolate expanse, overrun with weeds that reached half a person's height. The faint yellow glimmer emanated from the densest part of the thicket. Lu Yu pushed aside the foliage and advanced towards it. In the corner, he discovered an abandoned stove, long neglected. Beneath it, a pile of firewood lay stacked, some pieces chopped, but already beginning to rot. The delicate light flickered from one of these pieces, seemingly the most unremarkable. A tree root? It was a gnarled, darkened remnant of an ancient tree, repurposed as firewood, adorned with a few mushrooms. Lu Yu brought his flashlight closer and activated keen insight. Item: century-old thunderstruck wood, remnant. Grade: mundane, contains a hint of spirituality. Description: of a relic from an old locust tree over a century old, struck by lightning during a storm. Its root has fortuitously preserved a trace of pure yang energy. Note: excellent firewood, burns vigorously. Of course, if utilized for other purposes, it may yield extraordinary effects. This is it. Lu Yu's heart soared with joy. Truly, he had walked through a sea of iron shoes without finding anything. Yet this discovery came effortlessly. Without hesitation, he cradled the century-old thunderstruck root in his arms. Now, he had gathered 2 of the 3 necessary materials. Only the elusive water without roots remained. Lu Yu looked up at the sky. The night sky was clear, unmarred by clouds. It seemed that rain was a distant hope, with not even a wisp of dark cloud in sight. It appeared he would have to wait for the morning dew. Resolute, he carried the root back inside and wearily returned to his bed. The events of the day had been overwhelmingly exhilarating, pushing both his spirit and body to their limits. Almost as soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Lu Yu awoke to the thunderous roar of a car engine. As he opened his eyes, dawn was just breaking. He stepped out of the small abode to find Wang Pengzi's pickup truck parked at the entrance. Wang, sporting 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes, jumped down from the vehicle, clutching steaming buns and soy milk. Good grief! How can you seem so unfazed? Wang exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Lu Yu. I was so excited last night that I couldn't sleep. arguing with people on social media until 3 in the morning. Meanwhile, you sleep like a log. Lu Yu accepted a bun and took a bite. What can I say? I'm just laid back. Quickly eat up, Wang urged. Finish so we can prepare. I suspect there will be a crowd gathering soon. I made a bold statement online about going live. Lu Yu nodded, recognizing the opportunity before him. While munching on the bun, he collected the glistening dew from the banana leaves under the eaves. Soon enough, he had filled a large cup. All materials were now gathered. In front of Wang, he cautiously pried 3 scales from the body of the golden dragon carp in the reservoir. The carp writhed in pain, rolling in the water, casting a sorrowful glance at him, as if to say, "Scoundrel." Then, Lu Yu produced a dark, gnarled root, scraping some powder from it with his knife. Finally, he poured both the scales and the powdered root into a cup filled with dew. What are you doing? Alchemy? Wang Pengzi gazed in astonishment. Lu Yu did not respond. He simply swirled the cup gently. A miraculous scene unfolded. As soon as the scales in which shavings touched the dew, they instantly dissolved. The entire cup transformed into a strange, translucent amber liquid. An indescribable, crisp, and distant fragrance wafted from the cup. Just a whiff made Wang Pengzi feel invigorated, as though all his fatigue had been washed away. I can't believe it. Yuzi, what is this divine elixir? He could not resist the urge to reach out. Don't touch, Lu Yu admonished, gently pushing his hand away. This is bait, not for you to drink. As he spoke, he carefully hung the fragrant concoction on the hook of a bamboo pole. The liquid did not spill. Instead, it enveloped the hook like amber. After completing all the preparations, he glanced in the direction of the reservoir. In the distance, several figures were approaching. Leading them was the notorious fishing king of Qingzhou, Master Li, who boasted the loudest in their social circle. Behind him trailed a few idlers from the village, each crossing their arms, wearing expressions of anticipation. Ah, they've arrived, Wang Pengzi noticed, immediately growing tense as he rubbed his hands together. Yuzi, are we going to be okay? If we can't catch anything, we'll become the laughingstock of the entire village. Lu Yu turned to him, offering a reassuring smile. His confident gaze put Wang Pengzi at ease. Fatty, do you think today we should aim for a big catch, or an even bigger one? Chapter 7. Cast out the first line to change the world. Is it better to catch a big one, or an even bigger one? Wang Pengzi was momentarily taken aback by Lu Yu's nonchalant question. How could this be likened to selecting cabbage at a market? A bigger one? An even bigger one? My friend, if we manage to catch anything at all, we have already triumphed, haven't we? Just as he was about to voice his frustration, Li Yi and his entourage approached. Leading the group, Li Jin stood with his hands behind his back, chest puffed out, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned official. His murky yet shrewd eyes first scanned Lu Yu, then directly settled on the water reservoir. Upon discerning the leisurely swimming golden dragon carp, its scales shimmering in the morning light, he visibly stiffened. The muscles in his face involuntarily twitched. The idle men trailing him erupted in astonishment. I can't believe it. It's real. Alive. This color. This size. It's identical to the one in the photograph. My heavens, did this truly come from this reservoir? Wang Pengzi was not exaggerating. In an instant, gasps and exclamations filled the air. Their earlier expressions of skepticism transformed into shock and disbelief. Li Jin's astonishment, madness value 50. Zhao Erga's horror, madness value 25. Sun San's incredulity, madness value 22. Lu Yu's mind was flooded with madness values. Delightful. Li Di's face fluctuated between red and white, utterly entertaining. He felt as though he had been publicly slapped, having confidently proclaimed to his friend's circle last night that it was a photoshopped image, only to find the genuine article before him today. What a resounding slap to the face. Yet, being the village's master angler and a seasoned veteran, he could not afford to lose face. He cleared his throat, attempting to salvage his dignity. Ahem, this fish is indeed sizable. However, it is merely a stroke of luck. Such mutated fish are rare. I dare say, you will certainly not catch a second one today, he firmly stated, seeking a way to retreat. Exactly. It must be luck. Pure coincidencia. His supporters immediately echoed him. Wang Pengzi was not having it. Just as he was about to roll up his sleeves to argue with Li Yi, he was halted by Lu Yu. With a smile, Lu Yu gazed at Li Yi, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Li Yi, Isit, since you are so certain, how about we dare to play a bigger game? Li Yi raised an eyebrow. How so? Let us wager on whether I can catch a fish today. Lu Yu paused, his voice soft yet distinctly resonating in every ear present. If I do catch one, and it is larger than this one, then henceforth when you see me, you shall refrain from calling yourself the Fishing King. What do you say? The moment those words were spoken, the entire gathering fell silent in astonishment. How audacious! Before the assembled crowd, the esteemed old fishing champion was publicly humiliated. Grandpa Lee's face instantly turned the color of liver, for he has always cherished his reputation above all else. The title of Fishing King is a treasure he has proudly held throughout his life. Now, a mere youth dares to openly challenge his authority? How audacious! Grandpa Lee's beard bristled with indignation. It's settled then. If you can catch a fish larger than this one, I, Li Jin, shall avoid you in the future, he retorted, his gaze harboring a hint of malice. Lu Yu shrugged nonchalantly. If I fail to catch a bigger one, I shall release this golden koi on the spot and bow in apology, admitting my ignorance. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, Grandpa Lee replied without a moment's hesitation. To him, this was a guaranteed victory. Catching that golden fish was akin to striking gold. Dreaming of capturing an even larger one? Preposterous. Wong Fatty, standing nearby, was beside himself with anxiety. He subtly tugged at Lu Yu's sleeve, lowering his voice. Are you out of your mind? Are you really going to wager this? That fish is priceless. Lu Yu offered him a reassuring glance. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he grasped the seemingly ordinary bamboo rod. Wong Fatty, realizing the situation, quickly pulled out his phone, opened a live streaming app, and pointed the camera at Lu Yu. He already had a catchy title in mind. Witness the bet against the village's old fishing king. The wager? The legendary golden koi. As soon as the live stream began, dozens of viewers flooded in, most drawn by the excitement they had heard about the previous night. Peanuts and mineral water for sale in the front row. Is the streamer serious? Are we really about to witness a fishing contest? Look, that old man must be Grandpa Lee. He looks quite formidable. The wager is that golden fish? Wow, the streamer is really going all in. Lu Yu paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd or the barrage of comments in the live stream. His focus was solely on the fishing pole in his hands and the expanse of water before him. Approaching the reservoir's edge, he took a deep breath. With determination, he cast the hook, adorned with the alluring scent of the bait, into the water with great force. The hook, accompanied by the amber-colored bait, arced through the air, glimmering like gold, and landed precisely at the center of the reservoir. All held their breath in anticipation. Grandpa Lee crossed his arms, a smirk of disdain lingering at the corner of his mouth. He could not fathom that this young man could conjure yet another miracle. However, contrary to the events of the previous night, after the bait submerged, the water remained eerily still. 1 minute elapsed. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes dragged on. The surface of the water remained as tranquil as a mirror, devoid of even the slightest ripple. The surrounding spectators began to murmur amongst themselves. I told you, such luck is improbable. It seems he is about to be proven wrong. What a pity for that beautiful golden fish. The barrage of comments in the live stream began to flood the screen. What a disaster. What a disaster. The host had boasted too much. I told you, scientific fishing is the true path. What use are all these flashy tricks? The cold smile on old Lee's face transformed into a triumphant grin. He cleared his throat, ready to mock and declare his victory. But just then, a thunderous sound, deep and resonant, suddenly resonated from the depths of the reservoir. The ground trembled violently beneath them. Everyone staggered, nearly losing their balance. What? What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Look at the water. Someone shouted. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the center of the reservoir. The once tranquil surface of the water was now churning violently, resembling boiling water. A colossal whirlpool was forming at an astonishingly visible speed. The diameter of this whirlpool was at least several dozen meters wide, dark and unfathomable. It seemed capable of devouring everything. A chilling, ancient, and overwhelming aura of terror emanated from the center of the whirlpool, spreading throughout the area. Oh my God, there's a monster beneath the water. The villagers, drawn by the spectacle, were terrified, scrambling backward in panic, wishing they had more legs to escape. Old Lee's face turned pale, his legs shaking like leaves in the wind. He had fished for a lifetime, witnessing the largest commotion from fish weighing only a dozen pounds. But this scene before him, this was no mere fish disturbance. This was clearly the Dragon King rising from the depths. In the live stream, chaos erupted. The comments were immediately inundated with exclamations of disbelief. What the hell? What is this special effect? It's too realistic. Host, did you install an aircraft carrier engine under your reservoir? My mom asked while I'm watching the live stream on my knees. Is this really fishing? Not filming a Hollywood blockbuster? Only Lu Yu stood firmly on the shore. He could sense a force, a terrifying power, 100-fold stronger than the golden dragon carp from the previous night, firmly gripping his fishing hook, the bamboo rod in his hands bent to an alarming arc, perilously close to its limit. His entire body was being dragged toward the reservoir by an immense force. Fatty, Lu Yu bellowed, the one live streaming. What are you still doing? Do you want to be pulled into the water as bait? Wong Fatty, jolted from his stupor, stared at Lu Yu, who was being dragged across the ground, fear gripping his heart. Yet instinctively, he raised his phone, aiming it at the center of the reservoir. He knew he was witnessing a miracle, one that could overturn everyone's understanding. Lu Yu's eyes burned red, and all his strength surged forth. His enhanced physique, muscles taut and veins bulging, resembled a poised cheetah ready to pounce. Cut out! With all his might, he yanked back fiercely. Boom! The heart of the reservoir erupted. An unfathomably colossal shadow was forcibly pulled from the vortex's center, emerging from the depths of the water. What could that be? A tortoise shell? No, it was a small mountain, a massive carapace composed of bronze and rock, resembling an island, atop which rested a shattered, towering stone stele, soaring several dozen meters high. What on earth is this monstrous entity? Oldly gazed upon the overwhelming shadow that blotted out the sun. His eyes rolled back in terror, and he fainted, frothing at the mouth. Chapter 8. This is not fishing. This is the recovery of a mountain. Old Manly rolled his eyes back and collapsed, unable to withstand the overwhelming scene that shattered his lifelong perceptions. Yet at that moment, no one had the presence of mind to attend to him. Even the villagers, who moments ago were paralyzed with terror, stood frozen in place, mouths agape, resembling statues ensnared by a spell. Their eyes were fixated on the colossal, despair-inducing shadow that gradually ascended from the heart of the reservoir. What on earth is that? A villager's voice trembled like leaves in an autumn breeze, forgetting even the instinct to flee. Fear, when it surpasses a certain threshold, leaves behind only a blank numbness. Fat Wong experienced a similar sensation. He felt as if his heart had ceased to beat, his blood congealed. Instinctively, he raised his phone with his trembling hand, paralyzed by fear, directing the camera toward the indescribable marvel. He even forgot to breathe. In the live stream, the barrage of OMG that had flooded the screen came to an eerie halt. Everyone was rendered speechless by the cataclysmic sight before them. What were they witnessing? As a colossal being was gradually extracted from the water by Lu Yu, its full form slowly revealed itself to all. What they beheld was not a mere shell. It was a floating island. Its back, a deep and ancient bronze hue, was adorned with intricate, crisscrossing patterns resembling deep ravines. These lines seemed to chronicle centuries of history. The edges of this shell were overgrown with aquatic plants and unknown barnacles, even hosting a few crooked little trees that defiantly thrived upon it. Most astonishing of all was the massive, fragmented stone tablet upon its back, towering several meters high, despite a missing corner. It radiated an overwhelming aura that seemed to suppress the very heavens. The surface was etched with a multitude of incomprehensible ancient symbols, each brimming with an enigmatic power that made one dizzy upon mere observation. At last, with Lu Yu's final, exhausted shout, the head of this behemoth emerged from the water. It was a grotesque and ancient visage, the size of a heavy truck. Its skin resembled cracked stone, and its eyes, larger than lanterns, flashed with the intensity of thunder. It opened its mouth, unleashing a deep, resonant bellow akin to an ancient horn. The sound waves transformed into visible ripples, sweeping outward. The water surface of the reservoir was forcefully depressed by half a meter. Trees along the bank swayed violently, leaves cascading down like rain. Fat Wong nearly lost his grip on his phone as the sonic wave threatened to send it flying. In a live streaming room, the audience was abruptly jolted by a thunderous roar that reverberated through their headphones, followed by an agonizing crackle of static. The audio equipment of the stream had been utterly incapacitated by that deafening shout. Warning! Warning! The host's streaming equipment is damaged. Audio has been lost. Visual signal is extremely unstable. A vivid red system alert flashed furiously across the screens of countless viewers. Yet, this was of little consequence. All eyes were fixated on the silent, yet profoundly impactful scene that unfolded before them. They beheld a diminutive human, seeming like an ant before a colossal beast. They observed the pitifully slender bamboo pole in his grasp. They gazed upon the nearly invisible fishing line that connected man to the divine. Then they witnessed the astonishing act. The man, against all odds, was truly pulling that mountain-like creature inch by inch toward the shore with that bamboo pole. Time lost its meaning in that moment. Space became infinitely distorted. Only one thought remained in everyone's mind. Is this real? Am I not dreaming? At last, with a resounding crash, the beast's forepaw landed upon the bank. The earth trembled beneath its weight. Slowly, it emerged from the water. When its entire form was finally exposed to the sunlight, the spectators comprehended the magnitude of its size. It resembled a moving fortress, a living mountain, with each step it took on a dry land. The ground emitted a groan of unbearable strain. The soil along the shore was trampled into 4 deep pits, each half a meter deep, by its immense claws. Ultimately, it halted less than 20 meters away from Lu Yu. Lowering its colossal head, it regarded Lu Yu with eyes larger than millstones, observing him quietly. There was no malice, no anger in its gaze, only a gentle, sagacious warmth akin to that of an elder observing a younger kin. Lu Yu, utterly exhausted, relinquished the fishing rod and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. All his strength had been drained from him. Ding! In his mind, the system's cold voice now resonated like celestial music. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the special task. Underwater giant shadow. Task completion rate, perfect. Calculating rewards. Gain madness points, 2,000 points. Additional reward of 1,000 points for perfect evaluation. Acquired. Physical enhancement. Intermediate. Acquired. Random skill treasure, chest, X1. Warning. Due to the emergence of the target creature, a violent emotional fluctuation has triggered an exponential increase in madness points. Madness from Wang Defa, 500. Madness from Zhao Ergu, 300. Madness from the live stream audience S worldview shattering, team leader, 88. In an instant, Lu Yu's madness points skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, ascending at a velocity beyond his comprehension. The numbers flickered, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. The rapid pulse was so swift that it left behind an afterimage. A surge of warmth, 10 times more powerful than before, flooded his body in an instant. Physique enhancement, intermediate, has been activated automatically. The body that had been aching and nearly exhausted moments ago was rejuvenated to its peak condition by this torrent of warmth. Indeed, he felt even stronger than before. He sensed his bones, muscles, and meridians undergoing a transformative metamorphosis. Power, an unprecedented strength surged through every inch of his being. He felt as though he could fell a bull with a single punch. He leapt from the ground, brimming with boundless energy. He cast a glance at his attribute panel. Total frenzy value, 15,825 points. Incredible. This time was truly astounding. He stifled the urge to howl at the sky and turned his gaze towards the colossal beast before him. Insightful vision activated automatically. A line of golden text appeared before his eyes. Species, ancient variant Basha, bloodline of Xuanwu juvenile stage. Status, awakening, affectionate. Description, one of the 9 sons of the dragon. Also known as Bishi, fond of bearing burdens, possessing immense strength. Legend has it that it once carried the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. This Basha has been sleeping at the bottom of the Longmian reservoir for at least 3 millennia, awakened by the tides of spiritual energy, now restless. Note, it is fond of the angler's aura surrounding you, treating you as kin. Furthermore, the steel on its back seems to be of great value. Basha, the legendary offspring of a dragon? Lu Yu's heart raced uncontrollably once more. He had caught a creature from myth. At that moment, Wang Fatty finally regained a semblance of sanity from his petrified state. He discarded his phone and scrambled to Lu Yu's side, clinging to his leg. You, brother you, immortal you. His voice quivered with emotion. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I should not have doubted you. I should not have thought you were mad. You are not mad. You are a deity. I implore you. Take me as your disciple. I wish to learn fishing. No, I wish to learn the art of cultivation. Lu Yu was taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief. He kicked the shameless Fatty away. Get lost. I told you, I am merely an ordinary fisherman. Just then, a siren blared from a distance. The piercing wail, growing louder, shattered the silence of the area. Clearly, such a commotion had alarmed the police station at the foot of the mountain. Lu Yu furrowed his brow. He glanced at the mountain-like Basha. This creature would be difficult to explain. He shot the Basha a look and communicated telepathically. "Big guy, could you return to the water for now?" The Basha seemed to understand, nodding gently. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, it slowly turned around and, step by step, made its way back into the reservoir. With a thunderous roar, it descended into the depths of the water, leaving behind a colossal whirlpool and a group of bewildered mortals. Lu Yuxing exhaled in relief. He picked up the phone from the ground and glanced at the live streaming room. It remained eerily silent, devoid of any comments. It was as if all the viewers, much like Old Man Li, had collectively succumbed to shock. Clearing his throat, Lu Yu flashed a warm smile at the camera. "Dear family, did you see that? Today's catch is quite impressive, isn't it?" No sooner had he spoken than a striking golden super comment slowly drifted across the screen. It bore a single word: Father. Chapter 9, a 2-meter-long, ethereal golden koi. Father. That resplendent, glittering super barrage drifted desolately across the lifeless screen. Lu Yu's lips twitched in exasperation. The current youth have truly lost all sense of propriety. He had no desire to be an unwitting father. Resolutely, he shut off the live stream. Continuing any further could attract all manner of troublesome entities. At this moment, the most pressing concern was the ominously approaching sound of police sirens. "Fatty, wake up those still dazed, including the one on the ground." Lu Yu shouted at Wang Fatty, who was still clinging to his leg. "Huh? Oh. Wang Fatty, as if jolted from a dream, scrambled over. He pinched the cheeks of the bewildered villagers and slapped the unconscious old Li, finally managing to rouse them from their stupor. Upon waking, the villagers gazed at Lu Yu with eyes filled with awe and trepidation, as if beholding a living deity rendered speechless. Particularly old Li, trembling as he stood, glanced between the placid water surface and Lu Yu, opened his mouth, and then, with a thud, knelt before him. I failed to recognize a true master. I'm not the fishing king, you are." Lu Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had no intention of inciting a cult of personality. "All right, enough of this. The police will be here shortly. Everyone return to your homes. What you witnessed today, consider a dream, do you understand?" His words unintentionally carried a hint of the recently acquired authority. The villagers, not daring to disobey, nodded fervently and scattered like startled birds, fleeing faster than rabbits. Soon, only Lu Yu and Wang Fatty remained by the shore. "Why, young master, what shall we do now?" Wang Fatty inquired cautiously. We are the parties involved. There is no escape," Lu Yu replied with an air of calm assurance. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a police vehicle emblazoned with official markings screeched to a halt outside the small dwelling, executing a flawless drift. The doors swung open, revealing 2 uniformed officers. One, an older man appearing to be in his 50s, bore a square face with sharp eyes. He was the town's police chief, Zhang Aigua. The other was a young officer, in his early 20s, named Zhou Hao, whose face still bore traces of youth and nervousness. "Who called the police? What has transpired here?" Chief Zhang Aigua inquired in a grave tone as he surveyed the surroundings. On the ground lay several enormous craters, as if struck by meteorites, and the air was suffused with an unusual, fishy odor. Everything felt uncanny. "Chief Zhang, it was I." Lu Yu stepped forward willingly. Zhang Aigua recognized Lu Yu and was aware of his contract with the reservoir. "Xiao Yu? What happened? Someone reported that it felt like an earthquake in your village, and there are claims of a water monster in the reservoir. Is it true?" Despite his inquiry, his expression clearly conveyed skepticism, as if to say, "Don't waste my time with nonsense." As a seasoned police officer with 3 decades of experience, he had encountered countless bizarre cases. Yet the notion of a water monster was one he regarded with utmost skepticism. Lu Yu chuckled softly. He certainly could not admit to having just fished up a turtle the size of a mountain, only to return it to the water. Such a claim would likely lead him straight to the city's mental health facility. "Director Zhang, Officer Zhou, there are no water monsters," he declared innocently, shrugging his shoulders. "The commotion earlier was perhaps due to my lack of skill, causing my fishing rod to whip through the air with an explosive sound." Zhang Aigua and Zhou Hao exchanged incredulous glances, as if Lu Yu were a fool. An explosive sound from a fishing rod? Why not claim you punctured the sky with it? Zhang Aigua's expression darkened. Lu Yu, I warn you, confess honestly. What is the meaning of this pit on the ground? What caused such a ruckus? Do not jest with me. His gaze turned stern as he pointed at the massive depressions left by the creature. The size of these pits was utterly terrifying, far beyond the capabilities of human effort. Lu Yu understood that without presenting some tangible evidence, he would not be able to evade their scrutiny. Sighing in feigned resignation, he said, "All right then, since you do not believe me, I shall show you the true culprit. However, I must caution you. Prepare yourselves. What I have caught may not resemble the fish you are accustomed to." Zhang Ai was scoffed. "I am eager to see what fish could produce such a disturbance." Without uttering another word, Lu Yu led them to the water reservoir. "Behold, this is the creature." He gestured toward the pool. Zhang Aigua and Zhou Hao leaned in skeptically, convinced it would merely be a hefty catfish or carp, perhaps weighing a few dozen pounds. However, the moment their eyes fell upon the entity within the pool, time seemed to stand still. Inside the 10-square-meter reservoir lay a colossal being. It was a fish, the most extraordinary and astonishing fish they had ever encountered in their lives. Its length was estimated to be at least 2 meters, nearly filling the entire pool. Its body was adorned with scales the size of a palm, shimmering like pure gold, reflecting a mesmerizing golden light in the morning sun. A slight bulge atop its head suggested the emergence of small horns. Most remarkably, 2 golden whiskers, each over half a meter long and resembling the tendrils of a dragon, gracefully undulated in the water, exuding an indescribable aura of majesty and spirit. What they beheld was no ordinary fish. It was, without a doubt, a mystical entity from legends, on the verge of transformation into a dragon. Director Zhang Aigua's mouth gaped open, and his walkie-talkie fell to the ground with a dull thud, yet he remained oblivious to it. The young Zhou Hao was left utterly dumbfounded. He stood there, dumbfounded, his body rigid, eyes wide with disbelief, mumbling incoherently to himself. "Fish, fish, fish." After a prolonged struggle, he was unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. His worldview, much like that of the Rotun Wong from the previous night, lay shattered, fragments scattered without a trace. From Zhang Aigua's profound shock, madness level 180. From Zhou Hao's crumbling worldview, madness level 220. Lu Yu gazed at the 2 petrified officers, his heart brimming with delight. Truly, civil servants provided an exceptional quality of madness. He cleared his throat, shattering the oppressive silence. "Director Zhang, did you see? It was this creature with immense strength that I struggled with for ages before managing to bring it here. The pit on the ground is the result of its thrashing about." With unwavering composure, he deftly shifted the blame onto the golden dragon carp, knowing it could not speak in its defense. Zhang Aigua swallowed hard, bending down to retrieve his walkie-talkie, fingers trembling as he pressed the talk button. "Hello, hello. Command center. This is Zhang Aigua." His voice was dry, akin to rusted metal scraping against itself. "I am at the Longmian Reservoir. I've discovered. After a long pause, he found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe this creature that transcended the realms of reality. How could he report this? Should he say that a 2-meter-long golden dragonfish had been found? He feared being deemed insane and forced into retirement. Ultimately, he took a deep breath, summoning all his strength, and shouted into the walkie-talkie. "Immediately, right now, contact the city's Biological Research Institute. No, contact the provincial one. The Academy of Sciences will do. Tell them that at Longmian Reservoir, a suspected new species has been discovered. 2 meters long, golden, long whiskers, highly aggressive." After this outburst, he felt utterly drained. Leaning despondently against the edge of the pool, the young Zhou Hao finally regained his voice. Trembling, he pointed at the majestic golden dragon carp in the pool, glanced at the composed Lu Yu, and in a tone tinged with disbelief, asked Lu Yu, no. "Brother Lu, what species of fish is this dazzling creature?" Chapter 10. An unexpected encounter with outdoor streamer Crazy Horse. What is this shimmering golden creature? The voice of the young officer, Zhou Hao, trembled as if it had been set to vibrate. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu thoughtfully stroked his chin, pondering how to respond. He certainly could not say it was a rare species known as the golden dragon carp. Instead, he contemplated for a moment and earnestly fabricated a story. Well, this should be a type of koi. Perhaps it has suffered from some form of albinism. Oh no, I mean xantherism, resulting in a genetic mutation. Yes, that's it. Zhou Hao. Director Zhang Aigua. Do you take me for 3-year-old? A genetic mutation could not result in something like this. This is clearly evolving towards a dragon-esque form. Zhang Aigua took a deep breath, realizing that he would extract no truth from this slippery young man. Yet, it mattered little. He had already reported the incident. Soon, the most proficient biologists and experts would arrive to unravel this enigma. His immediate task was to secure the scene and safeguard this living national treasure. Zhou Hao. Zhang Aigua commanded sternly. Yes, Director. Zhou Hao responded with a start. Standing at attention, immediately set up a perimeter around the reservoir. Establish checkpoints at the entrance. From this moment forth, Longmian Reservoir is designated a Level 1 restricted area. No one is permitted to enter or exit except for authorized personnel. Yes, sir. Additionally, I will promptly request backup from the Bureau. I need more manpower. Understood. Zhou Hao acknowledged, rushing off to fulfill the orders. Zhang Aigua finally exhaled in slight relief. He turned to Lu Yu, his gaze laden with complexity. Little Yu, from now on, you cannot go anywhere. You and this fish must remain here to await the arrival of higher authorities. Do you understand my meaning? His tone brooked no dissent. Lu Yu shrugged, indifferent. After all, he had claimed this place for 30 years. It was his home. Moreover, he was quite eager to witness the expressions of modern science when confronted with such an extraordinary organism. It would undoubtedly yield an abundance of entertainment value. As personnel from the police station busily began to secure the area, several kilometers away on a mountain road, a dark-skinned, robust man clad in outdoor camouflage was wielding a selfie stick, animatedly live-streaming to his audience. His name was Ma Jiqiang, known online as Crazy Horse. A somewhat lackluster outdoor streamer, his content revolved around authenticity, survival in the wild, exploration of ruins, whatever perilous adventure he could capture. However, due to his unremarkable appearance and lack of any particular talent, after 2 years of streaming, his follower count lingered in the 5-digit range, barely sustained by the occasional gifts from top supporter. Today, he had heard rumors of an abandoned mine deep within Longmian Mountain, said to be haunted, and he hoped to strike luck and generate a sensational story. Dear friends, my loyal viewers, are you seeing this? Brother Ma, I have now ventured deep into the heart of Longmian Mountain, he exclaimed breathlessly to the camera while walking. According to legend, this place is inhabited by great serpents. Do you see this environment? It evokes a certain ambience, doesn't it? The comments in the live stream were sparse. Is Brother Ma risking his life again? Boring. Watching you crawl through the mountains every day, not even a snake hair in sight. Is the top supporter not here today? The audience is so low. Ma Jiqiang glanced at the lackluster comments, feeling a wave of irritation wash over him. He knew that if this continued, he wouldn't even be able to pay his utility bills this month. He had to come up with something daring. As he pondered whether to feign a snake bite for some thrilling content, he suddenly spotted a police car not far ahead at an intersection, with several officers setting up a cordon. Hey folks, there's something happening up ahead. Ma Jiqiang's eyes lit up, and he instantly perked up. The presence of police indicated a case. A case meant there would be excitement to behold. And excitement meant traffic, like a shark sensing blood. He quickened his pace toward the intersection. Stay close to my lens, everyone. We have encountered wild police officers. Let's see what staggering event has unfolded. As he ran, he created suspense for the audience. Indeed, the viewership began to rise slightly. Soon, he reached the intersection, where a young officer, Zhou Hao, promptly stopped him. Halt! What are you doing? Zhou Hao's expression was stern. Officer, no need to be tense. I'm one of the good guys. Ma Jiqiang grinned as he approached. I'm an outdoor streamer here for an adventure. What's happening? Is the road closed? He subtly angled his camera toward the cordon. Zhou Hao frowned, harboring no fondness for these streamers who wandered about with their phones. This is an active investigation. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Please leave immediately, he stated coldly. Come on, officer. Ma Jiqiang persisted. I just want to take a quick look. I promise not to run around or cause any trouble. The more he insisted, the more Zhou Hao found him suspicious, especially considering the shocking discovery at the reservoir. I will say this once more. Leave now. Otherwise, I will take you into custody for obstructing official duties. Zhou Hao's tone turned severe, realizing that a forceful entry was out of the question. Ma Jiqiang's mind raced for a new scheme. He feigned a dejected demeanor and turned to leave. All right, if I can't go in, I can't go in. No need to be so fierce. The audience in the live stream expressed their disappointment. What a letdown. Thought we'd see something juicy. Brother Ma, you're failing. Can't even get past a cordon. Let us disperse. I'm off to watch dancing girls. However, as soon as Ma Jiqiang stepped out of Zhou Hao's line of sight, he promptly slipped into a nearby thicket. He faced the camera, revealing a rather sordid grin. Family, did you see that? This is what we call professionalism. If the front door is barred, can we not scale the walls? The more the police attempt to restrict access, the greater the treasure hidden within. Today, Brother Ma will take you on a journey to witness what true discoveries in dire situations entail. Relying on his years spent navigating the wilderness, he deftly maneuvered, evading the watchful eyes of the police, and circled around to the side of the Longmian reservoir. As he peeked out from the thicket, the sight before him rendered him utterly speechless. What did he behold? Beside the dilapidated shack at the reservoir's edge, several police vehicles were stationed. A dozen officers, armed to the teeth, stood on high alert. Among them was an elder officer, seemingly in charge, who brandished a loudspeaker, incessantly shouting commands. At the center of their encirclement lay water storage tank. Ma Jiqiang adjusted the focus of his phone, extending the lens to its maximum range. In the next heartbeat, he saw it. He beheld the creature, coiled within the tank, resplendent in golden hues, adorned with dragon whiskers. A divine being. I. Oh my God! A heart-rending, soul-piercing scream erupted from Ma Jiqiang's throat. His voice startled two patrolling officers nearby, but he could hardly register their presence. His mind had completely short-circuited at that moment. His adrenaline surged uncontrollably. All he knew was that he was on the brink of something monumental. With every ounce of strength, he roared into the microphone of his phone. Family, do you see this? A dragon. It's a golden dragon. Damn it. I'm at Longmia Mountain. I've discovered a true dragon. As he shouted, he gesticulated wildly, embodying sheer madness. The barrage of comments in his livestream, after a mere moment of silence, erupted in an unprecedented, explosive manner. What the hell? What the hell? What am I witnessing? No way. This must be a hoax. The special effects are more impressive than Hollywood. It's not fake. Look at the police's reactions. They are genuinely on high alert. Oh my heavens. Brother Ma, pinch me. Tell me this isn't real. Rocket X1. Plane X10. Super Battleship X1. Buddha jumping over the wall X5. In an instant, the various gift animations nearly overwhelmed the entire screen. Ma Jiqiang's viewership skyrocketed at a pace reminiscent of a rocket launch. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, and still climbing. Visitors from all platforms flocked to the live stream titled Astonishing Discovery. I captured a true dragon at Longmian Mountain. Meanwhile, the instigator, Ma Jiqiang, had completely lost his composure. He was so overwhelmed with excitement that he spoke incoherently, tears and snot streaming down his face. Thank you, dear friends, for your generous gifts. I, Ma Jiqiang, am determined to capture the clearest image for you, even if it costs me my life. He shouted passionately and charged down the slope, sprinting wildly towards the reservoir. Hey, you there! Stop! The patrolling officer spotted him and immediately shouted for him to halt. Yet, Ma Jiqiang was caught up in his fervor and ignored the command. Just as he was about to breach the perimeter, a figure appeared before him like a wraith, obstructing his path. It was Lu Yu, observing the seemingly frenzied man before him, clutching a phone that was flashing with chaotic messages. Lu Yu furrowed his brow in deep concern. He realized the gravity of the situation. Upon seeing Lu Yu suddenly materialize, Ma Jiqiang was momentarily taken aback, but his face quickly lit up with joy. Grabbing Lu Yu's arm, he enthusiastically inquired, Brother, comrade, big brother, are you the master of this dragon? Chapter 11. The internet erupts. This special effect is astoundingly real. Are you the master of this dragon? The eccentric Ma Jiqiang clutched Lu Yu's arm tightly. His face flushed with excitement, saliva spraying all over Lu Yu's face. Lu Yu, feeling disdain, wiped his face, yet had not the chance to utter a word. Arriving on the scene, the old director Zhang Aigua and Zhou Hao swiftly subdued Ma Jiqiang, one on each side, like hawks capturing a chick. Who are you? How did you break in? Zhang Aigua barked sternly. Let go of me. Let go of me. I am a journalist. I am a member of the media. I have the right to report the truth. You cannot obstruct the public's right to know the reality of the divine dragon, he shouted, desperately trying to angle his phone camera towards the reservoir. The noise was excruciating for Zhang Aigua. He glanced at Lu Yu, then back at the frenzied broadcaster, feeling his blood pressure soar. What a day this has been. First, a colossal turtle was reeled in, then an outrageous golden dragon fish appeared, and now, a madman has emerged from who knows where. In his 30 years of police work, he had never encountered a day as bizarre as this. Take his phone, bring it back to the station. Zhang Aigua commanded with a wave of his hand, unwilling to engage in further discourse. Yes. Zhou Hao swiftly snatched Ma Jiqiang's phone and pressed the power button. The live stream came to an abrupt halt. No, my live stream. My divine dragon. My million followers. Ma Jiqiang howled like a wounded animal as the two officers forcibly dragged him away and shoved him into the police car. At last, the world was quiet. Lu Yu watched the police car fade into the distance, slightly raising an eyebrow. He understood that, although the live broadcast had been cut off, Pandora's box had already been opened. At that very moment, every corner of the Chinese internet erupted due to that brief, yet chaotic and shocking live stream that lasted less than 5 minutes. Although the screen in Ma Jiqiang's live stream had gone black, the audience of over 1 million was like a powder keg, their emotions exploding. Where's the host? Where's the broadcaster? I just topped up my account to send gifts. What the heck? It went black at the critical moment. I had my pants down and you show me this? Conspiracy. This is definitely a cover-up. The host has been taken away. The truth is being concealed. I recorded it. Brothers, I captured the last 30 seconds in the clearest quality. It's already uploaded to major video platforms. The title is Prehistoric Behemoth Emerges at Longmian Mountain. Host livestream cut off mid-broadcast. This comment sounded like the trumpet of war. Countless viewers, still craving more from the live stream, immediately flocked to various short video platforms, forums, and social media. Clips began to spread like wildfire. At first, people merely regarded it as entertainment. This host is quite the actor, a bit crazy. The special effects are impressive. They must have spent a fortune. That fish looks incredibly lifelike. Longmian Mountain? I have never heard of it. It is likely a promotional event staged by some film studio. The initial reaction from most netizens is one of disbelief. After all, in an era where anything can be edited and everyone possesses the skills of a special effects master, such videos are easily dismissed as mere hype. However, as the video gained traction, some astute observers, akin to modern-day Leeuwenhoeks, began to discern the nuances. Wait a moment. Friends, take a closer look. At the 17-second mark, isn't that the old police officer, Director Zhang Aigua from the Pingyang Town Police Station in Qingzhou? He helped me recover my wallet last year. Are you serious? The person above must be an accomplice. Not an accomplice. I recognize him too. That young officer is Zhou Hao, the cousin of my high school classmate. He just started last week. Hold on. I've enlarged and paused the frame. Look at the police badge on that officer's shoulder. 075882. I'm going to check this out. The power of the internet is boundless. Soon, a resourceful netizen, utilizing various channels, confirmed the identity of the police officers featured in the video. Undeniably authentic. This revelation transformed the entire nature of the incident instantaneously. If the officers are real, does that mean the gigantic koi, shimmering with golden light and sporting dragon whiskers, is also genuine? The mere thought detonated like a mental atomic bomb in the minds of all netizens, igniting a frenzy online. The trending topics on Weibo were instantly dominated by Longmian Mountain Divine Dragon. Longmian Mountain Divine Dragon. Explosive streamer catches real dragon live. Feverish, most realistic special effects ever. Trending, Pingyang Town Police Station new. Every related term surged to the forefront with an unstoppable momentum. Clicking on the entries revealed a torrent of discussions akin to a landslide or tsunami. I am losing my mind. I have watched the recording 30 times, scrutinizing every detail. This cannot be special effects. Just look at how it swims, the ripples, the reflections. Such realism cannot be achieved through CGI. I believe it's real too. Look at the officer's expressions of imminent danger. That is not an act. It's genuine shock and vigilance. So, does this world truly harbor dragons? Has the prohibition against mythical beings since the founding of the nation ceased to hold? Stop the nonsense above. What dragon? That is clearly a mutated giant koi. But if this koi is indeed real, what would it be worth? A building? A whole neighborhood? I have but one question. Who is that handsome fellow who appeared at the end and turned off the live stream? How did he manage to catch such a creature? He must be the true divine being. Countless speculations, astonishment, skepticism, and fervor coalesced into an unprecedented torrent of public opinion online. Technical wizards from major video platforms sprang into action, conducting frame-by-frame analyses of the recording from various angles, including light, pixels, water splash modeling, and physical feedback. Ultimately, the conclusions drawn were astonishingly unanimous. No traces of post-processing could be found. If this were indeed a special effect, the company responsible for producing this video would have to possess technology at least 50 years ahead of the global standard. Personally, I lean towards the belief that it is genuine. Following the release of these professional analysis videos, public opinion across the internet decisively shifted towards those who choose to believe. Countless individuals had their worldviews irrevocably shattered by a fish from a remote mountain. People began to frantically investigate Longmian Mountain, the eccentric Ma-Ge, and everyone featured in the video. The phone lines at the Ping'an police station were overwhelmed. Numerous journalists, drawn by the unfolding drama, flocked from across the nation to this obscure little town. A colossal storm, poised to engulf the country and potentially astonish the world, was brewing. At the center of this tempest lay the Longmian Reservoir. Liu Yu lounged leisurely in a deck chair at the entrance of his cottage, observing the meteoric rise of his madness value on his system panel as if it had taken flight like a rocket. From a user, a cat-loving fish's shock. Madness value 1. From a user, I'm truly a good person skepticism. Madness value 1. From a user hitting the tiger tonight's fervor. Madness value 2. Though the madness values contributed by individual users were modest, the sheer volume of participants was overwhelming. Within a brief hour, his total madness value surged from 15,000 to over 50,000. Moreover, it continued to escalate at a terrifying pace. This efficiency far surpassed the rate at which the plump fellow could post on social media. Savoring a sip of the ice-cold soda provided by Wang Pengzi, Liu Yu gazed into the distance, where director Zhang Aigua, drenched in sweat and frantically managing the chaos while fielding calls, elicited a sympathetic smile from him. He understood that the old director's troubles had only just begun. At that moment, Wang Pengzi rushed in, breathless with urgency. "You, brother Yu, it's bad. Outside. There are swarms of reporters." Liu Yu raised an eyebrow. "Reporters? Surely they cannot enter. Can they? They cannot enter." Wang Pengzi gasped, but they brought drones. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of buzzing engines filled the air. 7 or 8 drones, varying in size, circled like vultures, breaching the police's makeshift perimeter and racing toward the reservoir from all directions. Witnessing this scene, director Zhang Aigua erupted in a fit of rage. "Damn it, these reporters! Is there no rule of law left?" He drew his service weapon, intending to fire a warning shot into the sky, but reconsidered and lowered it. He knew that discharging a firearm now would only complicate matters further. Just as everyone found themselves at a loss, the once quiet golden dragon carp in the reservoir suddenly stirred. It seemed to have been provoked by the buzzing pests overhead. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide. With a resounding splat, a robust column of water erupted from its maw. Akin to a high-pressure water gun, with remarkable precision, it struck the nearest drone. A crack resounded as the expensive, professional-grade drone was instantly obliterated in mid-air, emitting plumes of black smoke as it plummeted to the ground. Immediately after, more jets of water shot skyward. The drones circling above fell like dumplings, each one being expertly taken down in succession. Everyone stood in stunned silence. This fish, can it even engage in air defense? Liu Yu gazed at the scene, equally astonished. He had not anticipated that this golden dragon carp, which appeared merely ornamental, possessed such capabilities. Wang Pengzi was even more exhilarated, slapping his thigh in disbelief. "Wow, incredible. Brother Yu, does your fish have fire control radar installed?" Chapter 12. Wang Fatty, the childhood friend, was already in high spirits. "Ye, is that fish equipped with a fire control radar?" His voice resonated with unabashed admiration. Liu Yu cast a sidelong glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "Basic operation, nothing extraordinary." The conventional display of prowess often yields the most exquisite pleasure. Hardly had he finished speaking when a notification chimed at his mind. From Wang Defa's fervent admiration. Frenzy value 188. "Good buddy, that's the spirit." Meanwhile, the journalists whose drones had been shot down were on the verge of madness. "My aircraft. I spent 30,000 on that DJI. How did it manage that? At such a height, could a water gun reach it? This fish must have become sentient, absolutely sentient. Tomorrow's headlines are secured, though they lamented their equipment. Each of their eyes gleamed with envy. This news is absolutely explosive. A fish that can shoot down planes. Once this report is published, won't the rewards be overwhelming? Director Zhang Aigua observed the scene with a mix of relief and exasperation. He felt vindicated that these bothersome reporters had finally been quelled, yet troubled by the capabilities exhibited by the fish, which had far surpassed the realm of a new species. This matter was escalating beyond his control. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he approached Lu Yu, adopting a tone of negotiation. Little Yu, you see, could you perhaps let your treasure take a break? If this continues, I fear there may be repercussions. Lu Yu chuckled softly, snapping his fingers towards the golden dragon carp in the reservoir. Remarkably, the once imposing golden dragon carp, akin to an anti-aircraft artillery, instantly calmed down. It wagged its tail and sank to the bottom, pretending to be just an ordinary, albeit larger, ornamental fish. This spectacle caused Zhang Aigua and the surrounding officers to experience a sudden, intense flutter in their eyelids. It was remarkably sentient. No, it transcended mere sentience. It was even more obedient than a police dog. Liu paid no mind to their complex gazes. Instead, he turned to Wang Fatty, who was currently engrossed in his phone, excitedly scrolling through various news, apps, and short videos. Wow, ye, you're famous. We're famous. Wang Fatty thrust his phone screen in front of Lu Yu. On the screen, nearly every platform was dominated by headlines about the dragon sleeping mountain's divine dragon. Particularly, a streamer named Crazy Horse Brother, although arrested, had garnered millions of views on his recording. The comments below were filled with requests for follow-ups and demands for the truth. Wang Fatty's own live streaming account had skyrocketed from 0 to over 100,000 followers due to the brief broadcast from yesterday. His inbox was overflowing with messages from various media outlets and influencer incubation companies, all eager to pay a handsome sum for exclusive access to his first-hand information. Look at this. A company called Influencer Factory is offering $500,000 to buy out your exclusive interview rights. Wang Pengzi pointed at a private message, his excitement palpable. $500,000. For young men from their small town, this amount was astronomical. However, Liu merely cast a casual glance. 500,000? Was he trying to dismiss a beggar? The fish in my pond is worth far more than that paltry sum. His tone was as nonchalant as if he were discussing cabbage prices. Wang Pengzi was taken aback. He looked at Lu Yu, then back at the illustrious golden koi hidden within the depths of the pond, suddenly realizing. Lu Yu made an excellent point. Indeed, this was a dragon capable of flying on its own. To think they could acquire it for a mere 500,000 was an affront to the dragon itself. Wang Pengzi's thoughts were instantly elevated to a new realm of understanding. Yes, Brother Yu was right. These fools underestimated us. With righteous indignation, Wang Pengzi exclaimed, So, Brother Yu, what shall we do? With so many media outlets and companies knocking on our door, we can't just ignore them, can we? He had subconsciously begun to view Lu Yu as his pillar of support. Lu Yu smiled at him. Who says we're ignoring them? When opportunities present themselves, it would be foolish to turn them away. However, the spokesperson cannot be anyone else. It must be one of our own. Wang Pengzi was momentarily stunned, pointing at himself. Me? Who else? Lu Yu retorted. Didn't you want to go live? Didn't you aspire to be an internet celebrity? Now, the opportunity has presented itself before you. Wang Pengzi's breath quickened. He had always dreamed of fame. Yet, he never imagined that the chance would descend upon him in such an unexpected manner. Can I really do it? He felt a surge of doubt. He was merely a farmstay owner, lacking eloquence and any particular talent. If you can't, who can? Lu Yu looked at him with encouragement in his eyes. You don't need to know everything. Just remember a few key points. First, from this moment onward, I, Lu Yu, am a master of Longmian Reservoir, the sole individual capable of catching divine beings. You, Wang Defa, are my exclusively designated childhood friend and spokesperson. Second, you may speak about everything concerning the reservoir, but your words must be vague and a bit mystical. For instance, if asked about the fish, you should say, it is born of heaven and earth, blessed by nature. If asked about me, say, I am a gifted talent, inheritor of profound knowledge. Essentially, the more enigmatic you can be, the more astonished they will be, the better. Your task is not to explain, but to create an air of mystery and enhance the atmosphere. In simpler terms, you are to be our atmosphere coordinator. Do you understand? Wang Pengzi was left in a daze. Though some of the terms eluded him, he grasped Lu Yu's intent. Wasn't it simply boasting? This was something he excelled at. From a young age, he had followed Uncle Li in the village, honing his talent for boasting to an exquisite level. Enlightened, Wang Defa thumped his chest, feeling invigorated. Rest assured, brother Yu, from this day forth, I, Wang Defa, shall be your dedicated trumpeter and chief of the atmosphere group. I guarantee to elevate your prestige to the stratosphere. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction. A teachable child. From Wang Defa's gratitude and fervor, madness value reaches 250. Beep. Important supporting character, Wang Defa's character arc established. Unlocking bond relationship. Bond relationship. Chief of the atmosphere group. Effect. Through Wang Defa's actions, including but not limited to live streaming, boasting, engaging in confrontations, etc. The ensuing frenzy will grant the host a 10 commission of madness value. Wow, such a delightful turn of events. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled at the system prompt. This is no mere childhood friend. He is distinctly my personal printing press. His gaze towards Wang Defa transformed instantly into one of immense affection. Excellent. Lu Yu retrieved his phone from his pocket and promptly transferred 10,000 yuan to him. Take this, head to town, and purchase some quality equipment. Smartphones, sound cards, drones. Get the best of everything. From today onward, you are the officially authorized Dragon Sleeping Reservoir's official streamer. Our future success hinges on your performance as the chief of the atmosphere group. Wang Defa stared at the 10,000 yuan transfer on his phone, his hands trembling. He understood that this was not merely 10,000 yuan. It was the trust of his brother, the fuel for his life's ascent. Brother Yu, Wang Defa's eyes reddened. Rest assured, if I fail in this endeavor, I shall gift you the plumpest pig from my farm as a pet. With that, he strode off, resolute in acquiring the necessary gear to embark on his dazzling journey as an internet celebrity. Watching Wang Defa's retreating figure, Lu Yu smiled. A perfect plan was taking shape in his mind. He would remain behind the scenes, responsible for orchestrating miracles, while Wang Defa would take center stage, promoting and harvesting madness value. Perfect. At that moment, director Zhang Aiguo approached, followed by Zhou Hao. The old director wore a look of weariness and relief. Xiao Yu, I just received word from the city. We need to stabilize the situation and prevent it from escalating. The provincial authorities have dispatched an expert team, expected to arrive by this afternoon at the earliest. He cast a furtive glance at Lu Yu's expression, curious to see if this young man would appear anxious upon hearing that experts were coming. However, Lu Yu's face retained its calm demeanor, even hinting at a trace of anticipation. Experts? Lu Yu chuckled. Very well. I look forward to seeing how these experts intend to explain my fish. Zhang Aiguo gazed at the audacious demeanor of the individual before him, and suddenly, an absurd thought struck him. Could it be that his true trump card was not this golden dragon fish capable of aerial maneuvers, but rather, he dared not pursue the thought any further, feeling as though his mental capacity was nearing its limit. Just as he was about to utter another word, his walkie-talkie crackled to life. It was the officer stationed at the intersection. Director, a vehicle has arrived at the crossroads, claiming to be delivering supplies from Wang Defa's father in the village to the reservoir. What should we do? Should we allow passage? Chapter 13. A fish worth 1,000 gold? No, it's an invaluable treasure. Director Zhang Aiguo paused for a moment. Wang Fugue, the owner of the local farmhouse and a straightforward businessman, was an ordinary villager. What would he possibly want? Nevertheless, as he was a resident of the village and had brought something for Lu Yu, it would be inappropriate to stop him. Let him come over. Zhang Aiguo instructed through the intercom. Before long, a somewhat worn Wuling Hongguang wheezed its way to the door of the small house. The vehicle door swung open, and a middle-aged man, resembling Wang Fatty by about 70%, hopped out from the driver's seat. He was indeed Wang Fugue, Wang Fatty's father. In his hands, he carried a large foam box, his face adorned with a blend of flattery and slight awkwardness. Director Zhang, you must be tired. He greeted Zhang Aiguo before making his way directly to Lu Yu. Little Yu, your brother Fatty has told me all about you. Wang Fugue gazed at Lu Yu with eyes brimming with reverence and a hint of envy. Who would have imagined that this ordinary neighbor boy, whom he had watched grow up, was in fact a concealed divine being? He extended the enormous foam box towards Lu Yu. This is the freshest grass carp and silver carp from my family's fish pond, brought just for you. You're Your big treasure in the pond must need some food as well, right? He dared not utter the words divine dragon, opting instead for big treasure. Lu Yu chuckled softly. The Wong family was truly genuine. He had been troubled by the lack of food for his golden dragon carp. Thank you, Uncle Wong, he said, accepting the offering without hesitation. Seeing Lu Yu accept the gift, Wang Fugui's face blossomed into a radiant smile. He rubbed his hands together, a bit bashful, and said, Little Yu, may I bask in the aura of your big treasure? No, that's not what I meant. He quickly clarified upon noticing Lu Yu's raised eyebrow. Well, I mean, could I take a photo with it? Business has been a bit slow on my farmhouse lately, and I thought if I could hang a picture of your big treasure in my shop as a good luck charm, it might attract some fortune. After expressing his request, he looked at Lu Yu with eager anticipation. Lu Yu nearly burst into laughter at the thought of using the golden dragon carp as a lucky cat. Uncle Wang's line of thinking was indeed unique. However, it was not a significant matter. Sure, Lu Yu readily agreed. Wonderful. Thank you, little Yu, Wang Fugui exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. He cautiously approached the water tank, took out his old mobile phone, and began to snap pictures of the golden dragon carp in the tank. The golden dragon carp seemed to recognize its kindred spirit and graciously turned in the water, showcasing its shimmering scales perfectly for the camera. After capturing the photos, Wang Fugui left, filled with gratitude and satisfaction. He intended to visit the photo development shop to print his pictures in the largest size available, framed in the finest golden border, and hang them in the most conspicuous spot of the agritourism establishment. Just as he departed, another vehicle approached the intersection, a sleek black Audi A6 bearing an auspicious license plate number, 888. The car was halted by the police, and, as the window rolled down, the face of a young man, haughty yet slightly impatient, emerged. It was Zhang Heng, the wealthy heir who had previously attempted to forcibly acquire the reservoir. What is going on? Am I not allowed to return to my own village? Zhang Heng arrogantly inquired of the obstructing officer. It's a routine procedure. There's a checkpoint ahead. Please cooperate, Zhou Hao replied with a stern expression. Zhang Heng was about to unleash his ire when he noticed Lu Yu in the distance. Alongside the reservoir, although he was far away, he could faintly discern an unusual golden hue within the pool. His eyes narrowed, and an ominous premonition crept into his mind. He swiftly took out his phone and scrolled through the local social media feed. Instantly, a deluge of news regarding the dragon of Longmian Mountain flooded his screen. Upon viewing the viral video showcasing the 2-meter-long golden giant carp, his complexion shifted dramatically. While others might dismiss it as a fabrication or mere hype, he knew with absolute certainty that it was genuine. For that fish resided in the reservoir he had once deemed his own, and the one who caught it was none other than Lu Yu, the impoverished youth he had always looked down upon. A tumultuous mix of jealousy, greed, and regret surged through him. He had missed such a monumental opportunity. No, he could not let this slide. That fish was rightfully his. Immediately, he donned a facade of cordiality, exited the vehicle, and held 2 fine cigarettes in his hand. Officer Zhou, Brother Zhou, it's all a misunderstanding, he said, extending a cigarette. I'm a friend of Lu Yu, the gentleman inside. I heard he caught a big fish and came to congratulate him. Zhou Hao scrutinized him, then glanced at Lu Yu in the distance, hesitating for a moment. At that instant, the voice of Director Zhang Igua crackled through the walkie-talkie. Let him in. Director Zhang recognized Zhang Heng, aware he was the son of the local developer. Zhang Wanshan. Such individuals were best left undisturbed whenever possible. With him keeping watch, no disturbances would arise. Upon receiving permission, Zhang Heng strutted proudly to his car, parking it at the small cabin S entrance. He alighted, disregarding the police, and made his way directly to the reservoir. When he beheld the golden dragon carp with his own eyes, his breath caught in his throat. It was even more breathtaking than the video had depicted, stunning and invaluable. Greed instantly filled his gaze. Suppressing his astonishment, he turned to Lu Yu, forcing a disingenuous smile. Well done, Lu Yu. It seems that in just a few days, you've truly made quite a name for yourself. The fish, indeed, is quite splendid. His tone resembled that of a leader inspecting the endeavors of his subordinates. Lu Yu reclined in his chair, barely lifting his eyelids. Is there something you need? Zhang Heng, unfazed, lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Let us speak plainly. I purchased this fish. Name your price. He exuded an air of affluence and confidence. To him, Lu Yu, the impoverished youth, had gone through all this trouble merely for money. And he, Zhang Heng, was never short of it. Finally, Liu Yu opened his eyes, gazing at Zhang Heng as one might at a fool. You wish to buy? Can you afford it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng erupted into laughter, his disdain evident in the sound. Afford it? Liu Yu, have you lost your wits in the mountains? Do you know who I am? There is nothing in the entire Qingzhou city that I, Zhang Heng, cannot purchase. He extended a hand. 500,000. I will offer 500,000 for your fish. Surely that is enough for a pauper like you to toil for a lifetime? The young officer beside him, Zhou Hao, gasped at the figure. 500,000 for a fish? This rich second generation is extraordinarily wealthy. However, Liu Yu's expression remained unchanged. He merely rose from his chair, approached Zhang Heng, and patted his face. 500,000? Are you insulting me or the fish? Leave. A single word, delivered with clarity and decisiveness. Zhang Heng's smile froze instantly. He could not believe his ears. This destitute lad dared to refuse him? To tell him to leave? What did you just say? His expression darkened. I said get out. Do you not comprehend human language? Liu Yu's voice turned icy. Zhang Heng trembled with rage. Fine. You have some nerve. 500,000 is insufficient, is it? He gritted his teeth, as if making a significant sacrifice. 1 million. I will give you 1 million. Cash. Right now. This time. He believed there was no one in the world who could resist the allure of 1 million in cash. Even the old director, Zhang Aigua, felt a pang of shock at the figure. 1 million. Could this fish truly be made of gold? Yet, Liu Yu's response once again left everyone astounded. He merely looked coldly at Zhang Heng and stated, word by word, I will say this one last time. Take your money and get off my property. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to have my guard fish wash your dilapidated Audi. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the water tank. The golden koi within seemed to sense its master's emotions, slowly rising to the surface, its golden eyes coldly fixed upon Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze and instinctively took a step back. He recalled the moment when the drone had been shot down moments earlier. He harbored no doubt that if he continued to entangle himself further, that column of water might very well be directed not at his vehicle, but rather at his visage. You, just wait for me, he declared with a facade of bravado, before retreating hastily into his Audi, flooring the accelerator and fleeing in a rather undignified manner. Observing the receding silhouette of the Audi, Zhou Hao, who had remained silent until now, could no longer restrain his curiosity. He approached Liu Yu, his face alight with intrigue, and inquired, Brother Liu, 1 million? You simply turn it down? That is indeed 1 million. Chapter 14. System rewards, physical enhancement, and psychic bait, that's 1 million. The young officer Zhou Hao's voice was filled with heartfelt despair, as if the rejection was aimed at him personally. Liu Yu gazed at his expression of frustration, chuckling softly. Is 1 million a lot? He retorted. Zhou Hao was momentarily taken aback. Isn't a lot? 1 million would take me 20 to 30 years of relentless work without eating or drinking. Is that not a lot? Liu Yu shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood that he and Zhou Hao belonged to entirely different worlds. With divergent perspectives, their views on matters naturally varied. To him, 1 million was insignificant. Even 100 million could not purchase a single scale from the fish in his pond. That fish represented the very essence of his existence, the source of his madness value, and the ticket to broader horizons. To measure value in monetary terms? Too superficial. He dismissed Zhou Hao, who still stood nearby, filled with concern for him, and returned to his small room. The outside world was too noisy. With director Zhang Aigua managing the situation, he relished the peace. Shutting the door, he isolated himself from the clamor. Liu Yu reclined comfortably on the bed, and with a thought, he activated the system interface visible only to him. Observing the lengthy string of madness values steadily increasing, a profound sense of satisfaction surged within him. Total madness value, 68,888 points. Indeed, a fortuitous number. After a morning of accumulation, his madness value was nearing the 70,000 mark. The pace of earning was astonishing, faster than a printing press. However, he remained grounded, knowing that such madness value could vanish just as swiftly as it had appeared. The expensive gray items marked with in the system shop served as a constant reminder of this fact. He was still merely a novice, just having exited the beginner village. What he needed to do was swiftly convert these virtual numbers into tangible combat power, His gaze landed on the reward obtained during task completion. Random skill, chest X1. In his excitement, he had almost forgotten about it. Open, he silently commanded. Clink. Random skill chest has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill. Beast Affinity, passive. Skill, Beast Affinity, passive. Level, basic. Effect, the host emits an aura that makes spiritual beings feel comfortable and drawn to them. This significantly reduces hostility from spiritual creatures and has a small chance of attracting them to approach voluntarily. Note, you are now a walking catnip. Beware of being swarmed by overly enthusiastic creatures. Excellent. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled. This skill was tailor-made for him. With it, he would no longer fear the strange creatures he might catch. They would not instinctively attack him. Moreover, it could attract spiritual beasts to approach him willingly. Is it not akin to treasures presenting themselves at one's doorstep? Truly a marvel. Lu Yu, feeling quite pleased, closed the skill introduction. He glanced once more at his personal attributes. Host, Lu Yu. Physique, mortal, intermediate enhancement. Skills, keen eye for gems, passive. Beast Affinity, passive. Equipment, fragment of the sky-reaching rod. Madness value, 68888. Still, it felt rather meager. His physique was merely that of a mortal. The skills at his disposal were all auxiliary passive abilities, devoid of any offensive capabilities. This simply would not suffice. He harbored no doubt that as the secrets of the Dragon Meon reservoir gradually unveiled themselves, he would inevitably confront foes far beyond the likes of Zhang Hong, an inconsequential second-generation wealthy heir. It was highly likely that more formidable, avaricious, and unscrupulous adversaries would emerge. He must hasten his ascension to strength. He accessed the system's marketplace. After his previous considerable expenditure, referring to the 150 points spent, the product list appeared to have been refreshed slightly. In addition to the bait, potions, and introductory techniques previously available, several new items had emerged. Item 4. Physique Enhancement, Beginner. Description: a comprehensive enhancement of physical attributes, allowing one to evolve from a fragile college student into a paragon of a special forces warrior. Note, effects are cumulative but diminish with each application. Price, 10,000 madness value. Item 5. Psychic Bait, Standard Edition. Description: a more potent allure than the novice version, capable of attracting more powerful creatures from greater depths. Price, 5,000 madness value each. Item 6. Storage Expansion. Description: a portable cubic space of 1 cubic meter, capable of storing non-living entities. No longer will my mother worry about where I shall place my fish. Price, 20,000 madness value. Gazing upon these enticing new offerings, Lu Yu felt his breath quicken. Each item appeared to be of great value. Particularly, the physique enhancement and storage expansion were like a timely boon. What he lacked most at present was the ability to protect himself and a means to conceal his spoils. Surely, he cannot display every treasure he caught so brazenly. Purchase. Lu Yu, now flush with wealth, spent his madness value without a second thought. He first expended 10,000 points to redeem the Physique Enhancement Beginner. Ding. Would you like to use it immediately? Yes. A wave of warmth, slightly less potent than the previous intermediate enhancement, but still formidable, enveloped him completely. He felt his strength, speed, and reflexes comprehensively amplified once more. If he had once likened himself to Captain America, now he felt at least akin to a youthful version of the Hulk, brimming with explosive power. Subsequently, he spent 20,000 points to acquire the storage expansion. Ding! Storage expansion has been activated. Lu Yu perceived a new, grayish cubic space of 1 cubic meter materializing within his consciousness. With a mere thought, he stored a cup from the table within it. The cup vanished in an instant. Then, with a flicker of thought, the water cup reappeared in his hand, utterly unscathed. How miraculous! This truly is an indispensable tool for home, travel, and even for nefarious deeds. He reveled in the experience, collecting everything he could lift within the room, stowing it away and retrieving it again, much like a child who has discovered a new toy. Eventually, his gaze fell upon the standard version of the psychic bait, priced at 5,000 points. It was exorbitantly expensive, infuriatingly so. It was 50 times the cost of the novice version. Yet, Lu Yu understood that one gets what one pays for. The novice bait could only attract small fry, such as the golden dragon carp. In contrast, the awakening fragrance, though it had summoned a formidable creature, was a rare find and a consumable item. If he wished to delve deeper into the reservoir's secrets and undertake higher-level tasks, he would require superior bait. He resolved to exchange for one and test the waters. Gritting his teeth, he spent another 5,000 points. Ding! Standard version of Psychic Bait X1 has been stored in the inventory. In the blink of an eye, 35,000 points of his madness value had evaporated. Lu Yu gazed at his drastically reduced balance, a pang of regret coursing through him. Earning money is akin to a mountain collapsing, while spending it flows like water. However, this expenditure was worthwhile. He now possessed strength, space, and bait. Everything was in place, save for a tranquil fishing environment free from disturbances. He glanced out the window. Director Zhang Aigua and his few unfortunate subordinates were still engaged in a battle of wits with the villagers and reporters who had come in response to the news. It seemed that peace was not to be found anytime soon. Clearly, today was not suitable for fishing. Lu Yu sighed, deciding it would be best to rest and rejuvenate. He believed that when the provincial expert team arrived, the scene would undoubtedly become even more exhilarating. That would bring forth a veritable wave of madness value. As he contemplated this, his phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu answered. "Hello." A melodious yet somewhat cool and formal female voice echoed from the other end. "Good day. May I speak with Mr. Lu Yu, the current contractor of Longmian Reservoir?" "That's me," Lu Yu replied, raising an eyebrow. "And you are?" "I am Xiao Wanqing from the Provincial Center for Biodiversity Research." The voice continued, measured and steady. "We have received a situation report from Qingzhou, and our expert team is en route. Before their arrival, I hope you can assist us in safeguarding the site, particularly ensuring the vitality of that organism. Furthermore, I am personally very interested in you and your fishing process. Mr. Lu, would you mind discussing this with me?" Chapter 15. The bravery of Uncle Li from the village, shall we converse? Upon hearing the voice of a woman named Xiao Wanqing on the other end of the line, Lu Yu felt a playful smile tug at the corner of his lips. He could discern that although her tone was courteous, it was imbued with an air of condescension, characteristic of the elite's inquisitiveness and desire for control over the unknown. "What shall we discuss?" Lu Yu inquired languidly. "Perhaps your fishing rod, your bait. Or why is it you can catch such peculiar specimens?" Xiao Wanqing replied, her voice remaining calm. "I beg your pardon, Miss Xia. That is a commercial secret, and I am unable to divulge it," Lu Yu responded, cutting off any chance for further dialogue and promptly disconnecting the call. "Trying to extract information from me? Not a chance. When your expert team arrives, you shall witness your astonishment. At that moment, an abundance of frenzied curiosities shall present themselves willingly. Meanwhile, on the highway leading to Longmian village, within a business vehicle adorned with a special license plate, a poised woman clad in a white research uniform and donning gold-rimmed glasses was intently gazing at her mobile phone, her brows slightly furrowed. She was Xiao Wanqing. "He hung up on me," she remarked to the elderly gentleman seated in the vehicle. One among them, appearing to hold the highest status with thick glasses, scoffed at her words. "Today's youth certainly love to be enigmatic. I am eager to discover what he has caught, whether it is a genetically mutated freak or a species unknown to us." Now, Lao Chun, do not be so agitated," another expert cautioned. "Regardless of what it is, this represents an unprecedented, significant discovery. It holds immeasurable value for our research." Xiao Wanqing refrained from engaging in their discourse. Instead, she gazed out at the rapidly retreating scenery, her mind replaying the languid yet somewhat teasing voice of the young man from their earlier conversation. Lu Yu silently repeated his name. Her intuition suggested that this young man, along with his mysterious reservoir, was far more complex than he appeared. At the edge of Longmian Reservoir, after terminating the call, Lu Yu stretched and stepped out of the small cottage. The scene outside was even more bustling than he had anticipated. Director Zhang Aigua and his team had cordoned off 2 lines of caution tape at the entrance. Yet, beyond the barriers, a throng of villagers from nearby locales had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle, along with some relentless journalists armed with cameras. Though they were unable to enter, they all craned their necks and stood on tiptoe, yearning for a glimpse of the legendary creature. The atmosphere rivaled that of a festive market during the new year. Lu Yu's appearance instantly stirred a ripple of excitement. "Look, it's that young fellow, the one who caught it. Indeed, he seems rather unassuming." The villagers whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with curiosity and reverence. Lu Yu had long since developed immunity to such gazes. He approached the water reservoir, casting a glance at the golden dragon carp feigning death in the pool. Then, from his pocket, he produced a particular item, the leather-bound log of work at Lomian Reservoir. His grandfather's diary. He had always felt that many answers to his queries might be concealed within its pages. As he opened the diary, basking in the sunlight, he began to read with great interest. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade into insignificance, as if it were irrelevant to him. His calm and inscrutable demeanor elevated his aura in the eyes of those around him, enhancing his prestige. At that moment, a trembling figure emerged from the crowd. It was Old Lee. This former fishing champion no longer bore the arrogance and disdain that had characterized him earlier. He approached the police cordon and, bowing respectfully to Officer Zhou, implored, "Officer Zhou, please allow me a moment to speak with Master Liu." He no longer dared to call him Xiao Yu, now addressing him as Master. Officer Zhou glanced at him, then at Liu Yu, who was engrossed in his reading. After some contemplation, he permitted Old Lee to enter. Old Lee, stooped and shuffling, made his way to Liu Yu's side. He stood there for several minutes, observing Liu Yu engrossed in his book, hesitant to interrupt. Finally, as Liu Yu turned a page, he mustered the courage to speak softly. "Master Liu." Liu Yu lifted his gaze and regarded him briefly. "Is there something you need?" Suddenly, Old Lee knelt down without a second thought. Liu Yu was taken aback and quickly stepped aside. "What are you doing? Are you trying to pull a fast one?" No. Old Lee, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, "Master, I was wrong. I failed to recognize greatness. I am insignificant. My meager fishing skills are unworthy before you. You are the true fishing champion. No, you are a fishing deity." As he spoke, he attempted to bow his head in reverence. Liu Yu was rendered speechless. This old man certainly had a remarkable capacity for humility. He hurriedly helped him up. Enough. You're of advanced age. Spare me this display. If you truly feel remorse, refrain from boasting about being the fishing king in the future. I won't. I promise. Old Lee fervently shook his head like a rattle. Standing up, he rubbed his hands together, gazing at Liu Yu with a look of eager anticipation. Master, I merely wish to inquire. Your extraordinary fishing skills. Did you learn them from someone? Perhaps from your grandfather, Liu Changfeng?" As he posed this question, a glimmer of hope and curiosity sparkled in his eyes. Liu Yu's heart stirred. He waved the diary in his hand. "I suppose you could say that," he replied ambiguously. Upon hearing this, Old Lee suddenly slapped his thigh, his expression transforming from one of obsequiousness to one of epiphany. I knew it. I always said, Brother Changfeng is no ordinary man. You young ones, you never believed me. Now do you?" He suddenly became animated, as if he had found the evidence to prove that his boasting was not mere bravado. Ignoring whether Liu Yu was listening or not, he opened his mouth and began recounting tales of his youthful bravado. "Back in the day, when I was just a sprightly lad, I followed in your grandfather's footsteps. At that time, this reservoir was far more mysterious than it is now. I witnessed it with my own eyes." He extended 3 fingers, speaking with unwavering conviction. "On a stormy night, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck the center of the reservoir with a resounding crack. The entire surface of the water boiled, as if it were in a cauldron. I thought it was the Dragon King undergoing tribulation beneath. And guess what happened next? The following day, your grandfather, as if nothing had happened, pulled up a charred, several-meter-long log from the reservoir. He even told me that it was the dragon bone exchanged by the Dragon King, a treasure." He spoke with such fervor, his words flying from his mouth. Liu Yu, however, felt a tumultuous wave rising within him. Just moments ago, he had read a related entry in his grandfather's diary. Year of Gungzi, July 15th, thunderstorm. A bolt of lightning struck the reservoir at night. The water boiled like soup. The next day, a lightning-struck log was found at the bottom, 3 zhang long, containing pure yang energy, an excellent material for refining magical tools. Regrettably, my cultivation is inadequate to refine it, so I have hidden it beneath the stove in the back of the house, disguised as firewood. The diary's account and Uncle Lee's grandiose tales align perfectly, aside from Uncle Lee mistakenly referring to the lightning-struck wood as a dragon bone. Liu Yu remained composed, continuing to listen. Seeing that Liu Yu was engrossed, Uncle Lee became even more animated. And there was another occasion. It was also at night. I was drinking by the reservoir with your grandfather when, amidst our revelry, we saw something floating in the water. A luminous object resembling a large jade plate. The light was gentle, warming the skin, utterly delightful. Your grandfather exclaimed that the moon had fallen, and he was going to retrieve it. He then set out in a small, rickety boat. When he returned, he had acquired a glowing stone. Lu Yu's pupils dilated sharply. He flipped through several more pages of a diary. Year of Shinsho, August 15th, full moon. At the bottom of the water, the moonlight stone emitted light for miles. Fortunately, no outsiders witnessed it. This stone is the essence of the moon. It is of no benefit to my cultivation. Thus, I left it in its original place to nourish the water vein. Another perfect match. This Uncle Lee was not bragging. Everything he said was true. He merely described those supernatural phenomena through the lens of a mortal perspective, unable to comprehend their essence. In that moment, Lu Yu's gaze towards Uncle Lee underwent a profound transformation. This was no mere blustering storyteller. This was clearly a living, walking volume of the Chronicles of the Dragon's Rest Reservoir, the sole witness to his grandfather's path of cultivation. Uncle Lee. Lu Yu put away his diary and looked at him earnestly. Is it more what you said? Mr. Lee, seeing that Lu Yu finally believed him, instantly perked up. Oh, indeed, there's so much more. He cleared his throat, preparing to recount another tale of the mighty Basha carrying the stone tablet. Just then, a police officer hurriedly approached. Mr. Liu, Director Zhang requests your presence. The expert team from the province has arrived. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu stood up and patted Mr. Lee on the shoulder. What you have shared is of great significance. Another day, I shall prepare fine wine and delicacies for you to elaborate further. With that, he made his way toward the door of the small room. Mr. Lee watched Lu Yu's departing figure, his face flushed with excitement. He knew that the valorous deeds he had once been ridiculed for by the entire village were finally to be vindicated. He straightened his back and, addressing the onlookers among the villagers, proclaimed with vigor, "Did you all hear? Master Lu has affirmed that what I spoke of is indeed of great importance." Chapter 16. The second fishing expedition. Aiming straight at the reservoir's heart, Master Lu proclaimed, "What I have articulated holds great significance." Mr. Lee's voice resonated throughout the crowd, brimming with a pride that was hard-earned over many years. It felt as though the burdens he had shouldered had finally received official validation, and his posture immediately straightened with newfound confidence. Meanwhile, Lu Yu had arrived at the small cabin. Beside 3 business vehicles adorned with special licenses stood a group of individuals whose demeanor starkly contrasted with the quaintness of the village. Leading them was academician Chen Guisher, with Xiao Wanqing by his side, surveying Lu Yu with an inquisitive gaze that showed no signs of restraint. "Are you Lu Yu?" Academician Chen inquired directly, his tone infused with a mix of scholarly arrogance and urgency. Lu Yu nodded calmly. "Indeed, that is I. Where's the fish?" Academician Chen clearly had little interest in pleasantries. Lu Yu gestured towards the reservoir. As the team of experts gathered at the water's edge and beheld the golden dragon carp gliding gracefully beneath the surface, even their seasoned eyes widened in astonishment. "My goodness!" gasped a young researcher, only to be swiftly silenced by a stern glance from Academician Chen. Xiao Wanqing adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her eyes shimmering with a blend of shock and fervor. "Immediately construct a temporary testing platform." Academician Chen's voice trembled with excitement. "Collect water samples, conduct spectroanalysis, prepare for a non-invasive biological scan. Hurry, hurry!" The team sprang into action, assembling sophisticated instruments that Lu Yu had never encountered before. They resembled Columbus discovering a new world, while Lu Yu, the rightful owner of this land, was left to the sidelines. Unperturbed, Lu Yu relished the leisurely moment. He returned to his recliner, observing the experts fervently engaged in their work, debating the water quality data as if it were a captivating performance. From Chen Guisher's profound astonishment, madness level, 350. From Xiao Wanqing's deep confusion, madness level, 280. From researcher A's fervor, madness level, 150. Yet another wave of bountiful returns. Indeed, experts are truly high-quality resources. Time drifted by in this raucous, yet peculiarly tranquil atmosphere. By noon, Wang Fatty returned, driving his newly acquired pickup truck. The vehicle was packed with an array of brand-new live-streaming equipment, from high-definition cameras to professional sound cards. Everything one could desire. "Brother Yu, I'm back." Wang Fatty, now Lu Yu's most ardent admirer, displayed an exceedingly respectful demeanor. "How'd it go? Is everything settled?" Lu Yu inquired. "Absolutely. Wang Fatty thumped his chest. I even registered a company called Dragon Dream, Divine Fishing Cultural Media Company, Limited from now on. We shall operate as a legitimate entity. Lu Yu nearly choked on his own saliva at the audacity of this plump fellow. Impressive initiative, he acknowledged. All right, prepare yourself. We shall embark on a grand venture this afternoon. Huh? Another one? Wang Fatty stammered. Certainly. Lu Yu cast a glance at the expert panel, engaged in fervent discussion not far away, pondering the need to prepare some parting gifts for the guests who had traveled from afar. His words, though softly spoken, reached Xiao Wanqing's ears with clarity. She turned her head, her icy gaze once again fixating upon him. Parting gifts? What would he possibly mean? Could it be he intends to catch another? This absurd notion flickered briefly in her mind before she extinguished it herself. It was impossible. The chance of capturing such a rare creature was already a miracle of 1 in a billion. How could there be a second? He must be indulging in theatricality. Lu Yu paid no heed to her gaze as he stepped into the small room, retrieving the cup containing the aromatic awakening from the storage compartment. He then grasped the ancient bamboo fishing rod. Upon emerging from the small room and approaching the reservoir, all eyes instinctively gravitated towards him, including that of academician Shun, who was deep in discussion. What could he be planning? An inquisitive researcher could not help but ask. Lu Yu, unhurried and composed, carefully suspended the amber liquid from a hook. He weighed the fishing rod in his hands, flexing his wrist. The fluidity of his movements exuded an ineffable rhythm. Was he truly going to fish again? Xiao Wanqing's breath inexplicably quickened. Academician Chun furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting confusion and a hint of anticipation he was reluctant to acknowledge. At that moment, Wang Fatty had transformed into the most professional field reporter. He swiftly set up his new equipment, directing the high-definition camera towards Lu Yu's silhouette and the enigmatic water surface. Ladies and gentlemen, my esteemed viewers, your ace host, Brother Fatty, has returned, he announced, his voice booming. Can you guess what surprises this divine figure, Lu Yu, will unveil for us today? As the live stream commenced, yesterday's audience of over 1 million surged in like cats catching the scent of fish. The barrage of comments erupted instantly. Wow, is that the celestial young man from yesterday? The missing person has returned. Where did you get caught yesterday? Host? Fishing again? Splendid. I was just about to ask, how much does that golden arowana weigh? Wang Fatty, witnessing the rapid influx of viewers and gifts, felt his face flush with excitement. Clearing his throat, he began his performance, as instructed by Lu Yu. Dear friends, quiet down. Today, the divine Lu Yu is not aiming for the little fellas in the pond. His target lies in the depths of this reservoir. It is that which has slumbered for a millennium, a presence whose name cannot be easily spoken. His theatrics imbued the atmosphere with an air of mystery and solemnity. This surely proved effective. The curiosity of the audience in the live stream was piqued to its fullest. What does that mean? The small one in the pond? Do not keep us in suspense, host. What exactly are you fishing for? Why do I feel a chill running down my spine? Under the gaze of the entire internet, Lu Yu made his move. He did not casually flick his wrist as he had the day before. Instead, he slightly spread his feet and lowered his body, assuming an extraordinarily stable stance. His gaze transformed, becoming more focused than ever. It was as if what lay before him was not merely a reservoir, but a vast wilderness awaiting his conquest. Now was the moment. He uttered a low command, his wrist exerting sudden force. Whoosh! The fishing line, infused with the amber fragrance of awakening, shot forth like a meteor streaking across the sky, cleaving the air. Its target was unmistakable, the center of the reservoir, where the currents flowed most fiercely, the color darkest, and rumored to be hundreds of meters deep. Everyone held their breath. Xiao Wanqing instinctively clenched her fists, her palms slick with sweat. Academician Chun halted his discourse, adjusting his glasses, his eyes fixed intently on the line that had plunged into the water. He yearned to witness whether this young man was merely seeking attention or if he could indeed create another miracle. Wang Pengzi's camera remained steadfastly focused on the water surface, his voice tinged with a quiver. My friends, what do you think? Will Lu Shun reel in this time? Chapter 17. Shadows beneath the water, darkening the sky. This time, what could the god of the land possibly reel in? Wang Fatsy's words echoed throughout the internet via the live broadcast. Within the streaming room, millions of viewers fixated their gaze upon the tranquil surface of the water, devoid of any ripples. Time ticked away, second by second. The water remained eerily still. mirroring the scene from the last occasion when the golden dragon carp was caught. Could it be? No movement at all? Host, you aren't deceiving us with yesterday's footage, are you? Disperse, disperse. I told you, such good fortune cannot occur every day. Doubts began to surface in the comments. Even the experts by the shore, who had harbored great expectations, began to exhibit skepticism. I said this was a low-probability event. It cannot be replicated, murmured a young researcher. Although academician Chen remained silent, the furrow of his brow indicated his inner turmoil. Could it be that this young man is merely fortunate? Xiao Wanqing felt a tinge of disappointment. Deep down, she yearned to witness a miracle unfold once more. She longed for her scientific worldview to be utterly shattered by a grander, more mysterious force. Yet, it seemed her hopes were unfounded. Only Lu Yu maintained his casting posture, unwavering as a rock. Not a hint of impatience crossed his countenance, for he alone could perceive the transformation occurring when the bait, enveloped in the fragrance of awakening, descended to 100 meters beneath the surface. A terrifying upheaval swept through the depths of the water. This was not the mere agitation of ordinary fish. Rather, it was a collective tremor, stemming from the very depths of their bloodlines. It was as if a slumbering emperor was on the verge of awakening, and all his subjects within the realm quaked in fear and reverence at his impending revival. Aquatic life, within a radius of several kilometers, regardless of size, fled in a frenzy from the central region of the reservoir. They were afraid. They were terrified. They were fighting for their lives. It has begun. A faint smile graced Lu Yu's lips. No sooner had he spoken than the unexpected transpired. A deep, resonant roar, reminiscent of a sound emanating from the abyss of the earth, reverberated from the center of the reservoir. Immediately, the once placid, mirror-like surface of the water began to boil violently without any warning. Countless bubbles, each the size of a basin, surged forth from the depths, only to explode with a resounding pop. The water level in the reservoir plummeted at a visible rate, as if a colossal chasm leading to an unfathomable abyss had suddenly opened at the bottom. "Quick, look!" Wang Fatsi screamed like a slaughtered pig, his camera shaking violently in his grasp. The water is receding. Everyone was left in stunned amazement by this bizarre spectacle. What was the principle behind this? Thermal expansion and contraction? A researcher instinctively attempted to rationalize it scientifically, but as the words left his mouth, he felt the absurdity of it. No, that is not right. As the hues of dusk enveloped the sky, Xiao Wanqing's complexion turned an ashen pallor. It was not merely the diminishing water. With trembling fingers, she pointed towards the center of the reservoir. Her voice, tinged with terror, became piercingly sharp. Beneath the water, something was rising. Its size was colossal, so immense that it seemed to displace the very water itself. Her words struck those present like a thunderbolt, igniting instinctive glances towards the heart of the reservoir. Beneath the tumultuous surface, a shadow of unfathomable proportions, dark as pitch, was slowly, inexorably ascending. The area of that shadow was staggering. Upon its emergence, it obscured every ray of sunlight beneath the water, transforming the expanse into a realm of harrowing, pure darkness. It continued its ascent. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. As it rose, the water level of Longmian Reservoir plummeted. The banks of the shore lay bare, vast stretches of mud exposed. The golden dragon carp, nurtured within the confines of the reservoir, sensed a primal fear rising from the depths of its lineage. It swirled frantically in its diminutive pool, colliding against the walls in a frenzy, radiating an anxiety that screamed for escape. My heavens! The detection device in academician Chen's hand clattered to the ground, shattering into fragments. Yet, this meticulous scientist, who had devoted his life to his craft, remained oblivious. He was entranced, staring at the monstrous shadow that was about to breach the surface. He felt as though his heart was gripped by an invisible hand, nearly suffocating him. A lifetime spent in biological research, he had dissected blue whales and studied prehistoric fossils. He believed he possessed profound knowledge of the life forms inhabiting this planet. Yet today, he confronted a stark realization. He was grievously mistaken. Before the impending emergence of this creature, humanity seemed pathetically insignificant. The vastness of human knowledge appeared laughable. Quickly, retreat. Director Zhang Aigua finally snapped from his stupor, his voice a hoarse roar directed at his colleagues. All non-combat personnel, withdraw immediately. Move to a safe distance. As he shouted, he drew his sidearm. Yet the imposing firearm appeared but a trivial toy in the face of that immense shadow. Members of the expert team stumbled backward in terror. A few, overwhelmed with fear, collapsed to the ground, dragged away by their colleagues. Yet, Xiao Wanqing remained obstinately rooted in place. She did not retreat. On her visage, there was no trace of fear, only an almost pathological fervor for knowledge. She yearned to see. She longed to witness with her own eyes the miracle concealed beneath the water, one that could upend the very foundations of biology. Meanwhile, the live-streaming chat had descended into chaos. What the hell is that? A submarine? An aircraft carrier? There's absolutely an aircraft carrier hidden beneath the reservoir. I feel as though I am on the brink of suffocation. The sense of oppression is overwhelming. I retract my words from yesterday. That golden arowana pales in comparison to this looming shadow. Broadcaster, are you still alive? Run. If you don't flee now, you should be devoured. Wang Pengzi's complexion had turned as pale as a sheet of paper. His legs trembled so violently that he could barely stand. Yet, he resolutely held onto his phone, fulfilling his duty as the leader of the atmosphere group. He felt as though he was not merely broadcasting. He was chronicling a myth with his very life. At this moment, at the heart of the myth, Lu Yu remained steadfast by the shore. His expression had taken on an unprecedented seriousness. He could sense the power emanating from the fishing rod, a force so immense it defied comprehension. He felt as though he was not fishing but rather grappling with a celestial body. He gripped the rod tightly, his feet sinking deeply into the earth. Every muscle in his body cried out under the strain of its limits. He gazed upon the colossal shadow at the center of the reservoir, poised to breach the surface. He understood that the forthcoming scene would alter him, transform Longmian Reservoir, and perhaps reshape the very course of history itself. Taking a deep breath, he shouted at the still trembling Wang Pengzi, proclaiming a thunderous declaration. Pengzi, steady that wretched phone of yours. Today, let the entire online community witness how I, Lu Yu, shall extract a mountain from these waters. Wang Pengzi was invigorated by Lu Yu's audacious shout, his blood surging as he momentarily cast aside his fear. Summoning every ounce of strength, he steadied the camera and unleashed a heart-wrenching roar towards the live stream. Friends, did you all hear that? Chapter 18. The fishing rod curved into a perfect crescent. This power is unprecedented. Family, did you all hear that? Wang Fatty roared hysterically at the camera, saliva flying from his lips. His emotions were ignited by Lu Yu's audacious claim of catching a mountain. The barrage of comments in the live stream went wild with him. Catch a mountain? No way. Lu Shun is incredible. His bravado surpasses even my foot odor. Majestic. This is what a real man looks like. Don't hesitate, just act. I've already called the police. There's someone showing off here, and the scene is spiraling out of control. Rocket X-10. Lu Shun, if you truly manage to pull a mountain, I'll do a handstand and eat excrement live. In that electrifying moment, the internet erupted. Buzz, a shrill, piercing hum suddenly reverberated, causing discomfort to the eardrums. It was the fishing line. That nearly invisible thread was stretched to its utmost limit, akin to a violin string on the verge of snapping, emitting a mournful wail under the strain. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force, seemingly capable of shifting entire tectonic plates, erupted from the shadowy depths below the water's surface. This tremendous power surged through the fishing line, instantaneously transmitting to the rod held by Lu Yu. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. It was not the sound of the rod breaking, but rather the ground beneath Lu Yu's feet, unable to withstand the immense force. Fracturing into a web of cracks, his feet sank deeply into the earth, until the mud enveloped his ankles. Meanwhile, the seemingly unremarkable bamboo fishing rod in his grasp bent into an alarming, exaggerated arc. It was not merely a bow. It was a nearly perfect crescent, with the tip almost touching the handle. Everyone was left dumbfounded. They had never witnessed a fishing rod bend in such a manner. This surpassed the realms of physics. Any ordinary fishing rod, even the most advanced carbon fiber ones, would have shattered into a multitude of fragments under such force. Yet, this bamboo rod remained intact. It merely quivered, steadfastly enduring the terrifying pull from the abyss. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness. Wang Fatty was at a loss for words, only able to exclaim in disbelief. He felt as though his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Family, did you see that? Divine rod. This curvature. This resilience. Even Newton-esque coffins cannot contain it. The viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered by this extraordinary spectacle that defied common sense. Is this scientific? I've studied physics for 20 years. Now I just want to tear my books apart. What material is this rod made of? The golden staff? Forget about the rod. Look at Lu Shun's feet. He has cracking the ground. On the shore, the expressions of the experts were utterly captivating. Academician Chun's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an egg. His thick glasses nearly slipped off his nose. He devoted his entire life to the study of materials science and biomechanics. He confidently asserted that there simply could not exist a bamboo capable of withstanding such tensile force without fracturing. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiao Wanqing's expression grew unusually grave. She fixated intently on the fish rod, bent to its utmost limit, as a flurry of physical formulas raced through her mind, only to be relentlessly dismantled. She realized that all the knowledge she prided herself on appeared utterly feeble in the presence of this scene. From Chun Guosher's collapse of the physical worldview, madness value 500. From Xiao Wanqing's cognitive shock, madness value 380. From the collective astonishment of the live stream audience, madness value 8,888. In Lu Yu's mind, the madness values surged uncontrollably. Yet, he had no time to dwell on it. He could sense that this force was unsettling. It was immense, so vast that it far exceeded the limits of his body, even after 2 rounds of physical enhancement. This was not the strength of a fish or a turtle. It was a weighty force, as formidable as a mountain and as unyielding as an abyss. He felt as though he were not wrestling with a living creature, but rather engaging in a tug-of-war with the entire Longyan reservoir. No, with the very earth itself. Arg! Lu Yu let out a primal roar. Every muscle in his body bulged, veins protruding beneath his skin like coiling dragons. Sweat instantly soaked his garments. His arms trembled violently. His jaw clenched, grinding audibly. Yet he gripped the fishing rod with unwavering determination. He would not let go. However, that force continued to escalate. A painful screech of friction reverberated. Lu Yu's feet were dragged by that overwhelming power, carving deep, lengthy furrows into the ground. He was gradually being pulled towards the reservoir. "Brother Yu," Wang Pengzi exclaimed, utterly terrified. He dropped his phone and rushed forward to assist. But just 2 steps in, an invisible wave knocked him to the ground. That was the terrifying force field generated by Lu Yu's struggle with the underwater behemoth. It was utterly beyond the reach of an ordinary person. He was being dragged down. Xiao Wanqing cried out in alarm. Academician Chun was anxiously stomping his feet, yet he felt powerless. The livestream audience's hearts were in their throats. "Hurry, let go. Your life is at stake. The rod is going to break. He'll be lost. It's over. The host will be devoured by the water monster." At the moment when Lu Yu's body was less than a meter from the edge of the reservoir, on the brink of being dragged into the water, a glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes. System. Use stamina recovery potion. Small. He screamed in his mind. Ding. Stamina recovery potion has been used. A surge of cool and formidable energy suddenly rose from his abdomen, coursing through his limbs and bones. The nearly exhausted stamina he had moments ago was instantaneously rejuvenated by 50%. Although modest, this revival was akin to a life-saving deluge for Lu Yu at this crucial moment. "Stop, now!" Lu Yu bellowed with a thunderous roar. Gritting his teeth, he channeled all his regained strength into his legs. His feet seemed to take root, firmly anchoring him to the ground. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. His dragged body came to a sudden halt. The struggle between him and the colossal creature beneath the water had, at that instant, reached an exceedingly precarious yet fragile equilibrium. The fishing rod remained bent into a perfect crescent moon. The fishing line was taut as a steel wire. Lu Yu stood resolute and unmoving. The shadow below the surface also ceased its ascent, hovering less than 10 meters from the water surface. A solitary man and a beast engaged in a silent yet heart-pounding duel of strength across the shimmering water. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. All held their breath, aware that this balance could not endure. Either Lu Yu would exhaust his strength and be dragged into the depths, becoming mere prey, or the fishing rod would snap, allowing the creature to escape, rendering all efforts futile. Or perhaps the third possibility they dared not even contemplate. He could truly reel in that mountain. Xiao Wanqing fixed her gaze on the bamboo rod, enduring inhuman force without breaking. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. She could not fathom how an ordinary piece of bamboo could possess such terrifying resilience and strength. It defied all known physical laws. Unable to contain herself, she turned to the esteemed Chun academician beside her and voiced a question that echoed the curiosity of all present. Professor, what material is that fishing rod made of? Chapter 18. Emergence. What is that thing? Teacher, what material is that fishing rod made of? Xiao Wanqing's voice brimmed with uncontainable perplexity. Academician Chen stared blankly at the bamboo rod bent into a crescent shape, his lips quivering. Yet he could utter not a single word. Material? He had no idea. Despite exhausting all his knowledge, he could not decipher the nature of this bamboo, which seemed to transcend earthly realms. This was beyond the realm of science. It was theology. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, positioned at the heart of the struggle, had reached his limit. The energy bestowed by the stamina recovery potion was depleting rapidly. He could sense the force beneath the water was not only unyielding, but was incrementally intensifying. It was probing. It was gathering strength. It was preparing to deliver a fatal blow. No, I cannot wait any longer. If this stalemate continues, I will surely be the first to falter. I must take the initiative and shatter this deadlock. A flicker of madness ignited in Lu Yu's eyes. He made a decision that left all present convinced of his insanity. He chose not to defend, but to attack. Aya! Lu Yu let out a beast-like roar towards the heavens. He poured all his strength, all the stamina he had just regained, and every ounce of potential a human could muster into his arms at that moment, without reservation. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward. Just this one step. Boom! It was as if thunder had struck the ground. The earth beneath his feet caved in with a resounding crash. A web-like fissure, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, rapidly spread outward from his center, and that bamboo rod, stretched into a crescent, began to rise slowly yet resolutely, empowered by this newfound vigor. Inch by inch, the incredible, near-breaking arc was being forcefully reclaimed by an even more astonishing will, stemming from humanity. Underwater, the colossal creature that had slumbered for a millennium seemed to sense the provocation from the surface. It was enraged. A force more ferocious and furious than before erupted from the depths. This is bad. Lu Yu's expression changed. He felt an overwhelming might surge forth once more. The advantage he had just regained vanished in an instant. He was once again inexorably dragged toward the water's edge. 1 step, 2 steps. This time, he had no opportunity to dig his heels into the ground. He was nearly airborne, forcefully drawn towards the massive whirlpool at the reservoir's center. It's over. This was the singular thought echoing in the minds of everyone present. Xiao Wanqing's heart leaped in her throat. Wang Pengzi, terrified, shut his eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending, gruesome scene. In the live broadcast room, millions of viewers emitted desperate cries. No, Lu God! At that critical moment, when Lu Yu was on the verge of being dragged into the water, his face displayed not fear, but rather a hint of triumphant delight. This was the moment he had been fervently awaiting. He had anticipated the instant when his opponent would unleash their full force, concentrating all their energy on this very act. He had awaited this unparalleled, relentless, immense inertia. Lift me up. Lu Yu, summoning his last ounce of strength, unleashed a roar that reverberated throughout the valley. He no longer resisted that overwhelming force. Instead, he embraced the tremendous pull, executing a sudden turn, a twist of the waist, and a remarkably graceful shoulder throw. He transformed the terrifying, mountain-moving force from beneath the water through his body and that extraordinary fishing rod, skillfully converting it into an upward, unstoppable, all-encompassing, lifting power. Return unto them their own. This was the profound essence of Tai Chi he had gleaned from countless experiences of being thrown by his boss. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, as if the very heavens and earth were being torn asunder. The center of Longmian Reservoir exploded. It truly exploded. A towering wall of water, soaring 100 meters into the sky, rose up. This water wall obscured the sun, casting a vast shadow across the sky. Countless tons of reservoir water were thrust into the air by this force, and then fell back down like a torrential downpour. It's raining. It's raining. Run. The crowd on the shore plunged into chaos. Wong Fatty was drenched like a drowned rat, yet he steadfastly held up his phone, because he saw it. Everyone saw it. Amidst that soaring water wall, within the torrential rain, a colossal entity beyond description, resembling a mountain, an island, or a mythic resurgence, emerged. It was forcefully ejected from the bottom of the reservoir, awakened from a millennium of slumber by Lu Yu's astonishing shoulder throw. It has surfaced. Xiao Wanqing's voice, overwhelmed by shock, turned piercingly sharp. She stared blankly at the massive shadow, suspended in midair, her mind a blank slate. Academician Chen's glasses had long since vanished, and in his murky old eyes, only the pure, unadulterated reflection of that monstrous figure in the sky remained. Fear. In a live broadcast room, millions of viewers fell collectively silent. The bullet screen froze. GIFs vanished. At that moment, the entire internet seemed to be pressed on pause. In everyone's eyes, there remained only that thing, slowly revealing its true form from the curtain of water. What on earth was that? It was too immense. So immense that one cannot grasp its entirety at a mere glance. Its back resembles a colossal shell, akin to a small mountain, enshrouded in dark green rocks and ancient vines. Its limbs stand like four towering pillars, robust enough to evoke a sense of trepidation. It possesses a head, as large as a hill, cloaked in skin reminiscent of stone. Its eyes remain tightly shut, as if still ensconced in slumber. Yet the most awe-inspiring aspect is that towering monolith upon its back, piercing the very clouds. What is that? Wong Fatty gazed at this creature, seemingly emerged from the Shanhai Jing, a being that exists solely within the realms of myth and legend, feeling as though his very soul was on the verge of departing from his body. His lips trembled as he posed a question to the livestream, one that echoed in the minds of millions across the internet. What is this thing? Chapter 19. The colossal turtle bearing the mysterious steel. What is this? The voice of Wang Pengzi resonated through the live stream, permeating the network that had fallen into a profound silence, stunned by overwhelming shock. No one could provide an answer, for every mind had succumbed to the surreal spectacle before them, one that transcended the limits of imagination. What was it? It hovered in the air for merely a second, before plummeting with an unparalleled, terrifying force akin to a meteorite's descent. Boom! The earth let out a mournful cry. The entire Longmian mountain seemed to tremble violently in response. The sensation was more terrifying than a magnitude 12 earthquake. Its landing site was not a reservoir, but rather an open space by the shore. The clouds of dust it stirred up resembled a miniature sandstorm, instantly engulfing the entire reservoir area. Cough, cough, cough. The crowd on the shore was choked, tears streaming down their faces. Yet no one fled. All eyes were fixed intently on the epicenter of the dust. They yearned to discern whether this descending entity was a deity or a demon. The wind dispersed the dust, and the full figure of the creature was finally unveiled before everyone in all its unreserved glory. It was a turtle so immense that it defied all conventional measures. Its body resembled a small hill sprawling upon the earth. Its shell exhibited an ancient, weathered bluish-black hue. The deep, gully-like patterns on the shell shimmered with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. These were no ordinary markings. They were mysterious runes, older and more intricate than oracle bone script. Its limbs were as stout as towering stone columns, deeply embedded in the hard ground, as if they were one with the earth. Its head was as large as a small mountain, with skin resembling cracked stone, riddled with creases. Yet, the most striking feature was the enormous steel perched upon its back, reaching towards the heavens. Crafted from an unknown material, the steel was entirely pitch black, emanating an aura of ancient desolation and weightiness. It was inscribed with countless incomprehensible characters, resembling tadpoles of an archaic script. These characters seemed to possess life. A mere glance at them induced dizziness, as if one's very soul were being drawn into their depths. The colossal turtle bearing the steel was a sight of tremendous impact. It resembled a living totem, emerging from the most ancient mythological epics. Basya, from within the crowd. An unknown voice trembled to utter these two words in a dreamlike tone. According to legend, one of the 9 sons of the dragon, resembling a turtle, was known for its strength, often bearing the weight of mountains. Could it be that the legends were true? Everyone felt a tingling sensation upon their scalps. Just then, the colossal turtle, which had kept its eyes tightly shut, stirred slightly. Slowly, oh so slowly. It opened its eyes. What remarkable eyes they were! Larger than grinding stones, their pupils were not round, but resembled molten lava, flowing slowly in dark golden vertical slits. In their gaze, there was no anger, no ferocity, only an endless depth of vicissitude and solitude, as if they had witnessed countless eons. They merely cast a tranquil glance over all present. Just that one glance. All who met its gaze, whether experts on the shore or spectators before the screen, felt their hearts gripped as if by an invisible hand. A primordial sense of awe and insignificance arose from the very core of their being, from the deepest layers of their genes. Before it, humanity appeared as mere dust upon the earth, utterly insignificant. Thud, thud. On the shore, those who had previously stood, villagers, police officers, even researchers, each felt their legs give way, kneeling involuntarily. It was not an act of will. Their bodies, their instincts compelled them to submit their knees to this magnificent entity that transcended the dimensionality of life. This was the most instinctive form of reverence life could offer to the divine. Only a few remained standing. Lu Yu, Xiao Wanqing, and Chen Guoshi. Lu Yu stood firm, protected by his system, for he was the master of this colossal turtle. Xiao Wanqing and Chen Guoshi remained upright solely through the stubborn, nearly obsessive will of their materialistic convictions as top-tier scientists, which sustained them resolutely. Xiao Wanqing's complexion was as pale as parchment. Her body swayed perilously, yet her eyes shone with an alarming intensity. They were filled with fervor. A miracle. This was the true miracle. Academician Chen's body trembled violently. He fixed his gaze upon the immense stone tablet, and for the first time, tears of excitement streamed from his murky, old eyes. Not from fear, but because he had seen it. He had discerned the outlines of characters on the tablet, though he could not comprehend them. History. It was indeed history. Like a madman, he began to dance and shout. All that we know of history is wrong. It is all false. This is the truth. This is the true origin of our civilization. This is a living, moving, prehistoric museum. His voice, strained and hoarse from overwhelming excitement, resonated clearly through Wang Fatty's still unmuted phone, broadcasting across the internet. In a live stream, the audience, already rendered speechless by sheer shock, finally found an outlet for their emotions upon hearing academician Chen's frenzied roar. A living museum? Goodness, I understand. Does the stone tablet on this giant turtle bear the inscriptions of our lost ancient history? My heavens! This is no longer the mere discovery of a new species. It is a revolution that will rewrite textbooks. I feel as though I am witnessing history. The dawn of a new era. The Earth God has not merely caught a turtle. He has unearthed the very roots of our civilization. Donations. Donations. No. This meager sum cannot possibly convey my profound reverence at this moment. I must establish a shrine in honor of the Earth God. The entire internet has descended into madness. If the previous Golden Dragon cart merely evoked a sense of novelty and astonishment, then this colossal turtle, bearing a mysterious stone tablet and seemingly carrying the weight of an entire civilization, has imparted to all a profound, soul-stirring, epic sense of awe and emotion. In Lu Yu's mind, the frenzy value surged into a dizzying array, transforming into a sequence so rapid that it was entirely indecipherable. Phantoms. 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, 1 million, and it continues to rise. Ding. The frenzy value has surpassed 1 million. The system shop has been upgraded, unlocking greater privileges. Ding. The host has achieved an epic accomplishment in the fishing of civilization, rewarding the host with a special title, the Salvager of Civilization. A cascade of system notifications left Lu Yu's mind in a state of bewilderment. He gazed upon the colossal beast that had awakened from millennium of slumber due to his presence. He looked around at the throngs of people, some kneeling, others rendered speechless in excitement. A smile slowly graced his lips. He understood that from this day forth, the world would be transformed by his actions. Approaching the giant turtle, he extended his hand, gently placing it upon its rough, rock-like skin. The turtle did not resist. Instead, it regarded Lu Yu with its ancient, dark golden vertical pupils, offering a gentle glance. Then, it gradually lowered its massive head, resembling a small mountain. This was a gesture of submission, a silent proclamation to the world, announcing the identity of this young man before them. Wang Fatty, witnessing this surreal spectacle, finally regained his voice. Trembling, he addressed the millions of viewers in the livestream, who had succumbed to madness, and posed the final question. My friends, is there anyone left who still believes my brother is just an ordinary fisherman? Chapter 20. The collapse of the live broadcast room. The chronicles of human frenzy commence. At this moment, is there still anyone who perceives my brother as merely an ordinary fisherman? Wang Fatty, summoning his last ounce of strength, posed this question. Then, the screen of his live broadcast room went black. It was not a deliberate shutdown on his part, nor was it an external interruption. The server of the broadcasting platform simply could not withstand the terrifying influx of traffic, akin to a flood of monstrous proportions and a tsunami-like surge of tipping data. It burned out. In the fleeting second before the blackout, the number of online viewers had surpassed a staggering figure that left every broadcasting platform trembling. An unprecedented, possibly unrepeatable total of 80 million pairs of eyes, through a rudimentary mobile lens, simultaneously bore witness to an event that was destined to be etched in history. A miracle. In a first-tier city of Huaxia, at the headquarters of the Douyu live streaming platform, the director of the technical department, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline resembling that of a Qing dynasty official, was shrieking like a groundhog in front of rows of servers blaring red alerts. We can't hold on. It's truly unbearable. Insanity. What on earth is this live stream titled Brother Fatty takes you to witness the miracle? Its data flow exceeds that of all our platform streamers combined by tenfold. If this continues, our entire platform servers will collapse under its weight. The technicians beside him, faces ashen, were furiously tapping away at their keyboards, sparking like flint. Director, it's no use. The D-Zone server has crashed. Director, the C-Zone has also gone down. Director, our firewall has been instantly breached by unidentified traffic. A technician, pointing at the screen with a quivering voice, exclaimed, Director, look, our backend data shows that in addition to our Huaxia IPs, there are millions of IPs flooding in from North America, Europe, Japan, South Korea, Southeast Asia. The director, gazing at the waterfall-like stream of data, felt his eyes roll back, nearly succumbing to a faint. It's over. All is lost. Quick, call the boss. Tell him we might be on the verge of witnessing history. At the very moment he uttered these words, a light thud resounded. In the control room, every screen simultaneously transformed into a pitch-black void. Though the live broadcast was interrupted, the collective madness it incited across the globe was only just beginning. If the earlier Golden Dragon Carp had merely dropped a deep-water bomb within the Chinese internet, then this colossal tortoise, burdened with a mysterious stone tablet, detonated a nuclear bomb in the minds of people worldwide. Countless recordings, screenshots, and animated images spread like wildfire, faster than light, traversing every corner of the earth through platforms such as Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Initially, international netizens observed with an amused detachment, akin to spectators at a spectacle. Oh my God, is this a promotional trailer for a movie? The special effects are astounding. It's Chinese martial arts. I recognize it. That man ultimately employs Chinese kung fu. This turtle looks magnificent. I wish to set it as my computer wallpaper. However, their laughter soon faded, as an increasing number of evidences from the East, attesting to the authenticity of the event, were translated into various languages and disseminated. The local police's involvement, the astonishment of biological experts, and the frenzied outcry of the esteemed sinologist and historian, academician Chen Guoshi, regarding the origins of civilization, coalesced into a profound silence across the globe. This silence was soon succeeded by an eruption of collective frenzy. American netizens erupted. FK. I knew it. Area 51 harbors not only extraterrestrials, but also such prehistoric behemoths. The government has been deceiving us all along. This is undoubtedly a secret biological weapon of China. They intend to use this turtle to disrupt the balance of the world. We must take preemptive action. Dispatch the Navy SEALs immediately to bring back that turtle and the man who can fish. It is imperative. This must be a divine revelation. Creatures from Noah's Ark. The apocalypse is upon us. European netizens, in contrast, exhibited their abundant artistic imagination. Oh my heavens! Is it carrying the lost continent of Atlantis upon its back? No. It must be the treasure map of the Holy Grail. A secret left by the Knights Templar. You are all mistaken. This is a relative of Jormungandr, the world serpent from Norse mythology, an entity capable of annihilating the world. Meanwhile, the nearest netizens from Japan and South Korea displayed the most direct envy and resentment. How infuriating! Why would such a divine beast appear in China? Baka, this is clearly our legendary Xuanwu. It is our deity. The Chinese have stolen our god. Semida, do you see the inscriptions on that stele? They resemble our magnificent Hangul. This divine turtle must belong to Korea. I demand its immediate return to its homeland. In an instant, the entire global internet transformed into a boiling cauldron. Countless conspiracy theorists, historians, military experts, and religious zealots fervently interpreted this Eastern marvel through their own lenses. Numerous media outlets emblazoned the event with the most eye-catching headlines. Shock! Mythical creature discovered in the mountains of China may rewrite human history, proclaimed the New York Times. Longmian Reservoir, a Pandora's box of the new era or the dawn of civilization, queried the Times. Fishing rod and deity. Who is that Eastern man? Asked Agence France-Presse. Thus, the name Lu Yu ascended to the global historical stage for the first time, adorned with a plethora of titles. The divine angler, the ocean king of the East, the salvager of civilizations, the most enigmatic man on earth. The entire world is fervently searching for him, discussing him, studying him. An invisible war has quietly commenced around the Longmian Reservoir. At this moment, at the very heart of the conflict, by the reservoir's edge, Lu Yu crouches on the ground, observing his childhood friend, who is sobbing profusely. Brother, you might count. It's gone. Wang Pengzi clutches his phone, which had shut down due to overheating, weeping like a 300-pound child. I had 80 million viewers in my live stream. Just like that. It's gone. I feel as though I've missed out on a fortune. Lu Yu finds a hint of amusement in his friend's despair. He pats Wang Pengzi on the shoulder. Why are you crying? You can always create a new account. As long as our exclusive content remains, do you believe that if you restart your broadcast tonight, your popularity could soar to over 100 million? Wang Pengzi stares in surprise, his eyes lighting up. That's right. As long as Lu Shan is here. As long as the divine beast in this reservoir remains. I, Wang Pengzi, will forever be the most dazzling figure on the internet. Understanding dawns upon him. Brother Yu. He wipes away his tears, regaining his fighting spirit. At that moment, Xiao Wanjing, who had been petrified, finally moved. With somewhat stiff steps, she approached Lu Yu. She gazed at him, then at the colossal turtle resembling a mountain. Adjusting her glasses, she spoke in a tone that bordered on pleading, tinged with a tremor. As she posed the question she most yearned to know yet dared not believe. Mr. Lu, please tell me the truth. Is there, still, something beneath this reservoir? Chapter 21. Experts rush to refute, only to be left with bruised faces. Is there still something beneath the reservoir? Summer Wanqing's voice trembled, a quiver she was unaware of. As she posed this question, her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. She feared the affirmation, yet craved it fervently. Lu Yu gazed at her expression, a blend of anticipation and dread akin to one awaiting a verdict, and found it somewhat amusing. He refrained from providing a direct answer. Instead, he turned to glance at the seemingly bottomless reservoir, which appeared to conceal myriad secrets. With an air of nonchalance, yet imbued with boundless imagination, he slowly remarked, "Who knows? Perhaps there is, perhaps there isn't. After all, the water runs deep." With that, he paid no further heed to the pensive Summer Wanqing and retreated to the small cabin, leaving behind a silhouette that invited boundless speculation. The incident at Longmian Reservoir escalated more swiftly than anyone could have anticipated. That very evening, the highest-rated television news program in Huaxia, Focus Tracking, unprecedentedly dedicated a full 15 minutes to report on the matter. Naturally, the official tone was meticulous and restrained. The host articulated with precision, "Today, a video circulating online regarding the Dragon Mountain divine beast has garnered widespread attention from various sectors of society. Upon verification, the video was filmed at Longmian Reservoir in Qingzhou, China. Relevant authorities have promptly intervened, organizing a team of experts led by the Provincial Biological Research Institute to conduct a scientific investigation on site. We urge the public to remain rational, refrain from believing or spreading rumors, and patiently await the official scientific findings. This news undoubtedly poured another ladle of hot oil onto an already boiling public discourse. The government had intervened. This signified that the matter held some truth. However, the program quickly shifted gears. The host connected with a renowned domestic biologist, known for his stance against misinformation, Professor Fong. Professor Fong appeared on screen, exuding righteous indignation and dismay. This is sheer nonsense. Absurd. Ridiculous. He launched into a tirade, stating, "Having viewed that video, I can assert with complete certainty that it is an orchestrated spectacle of the most clumsy commercial hype. What golden dragon carp? What massive turtle bearing a stone tablet? These are mere fabrications." Adjusting his glasses, he adopted a tone of enlightenment among the oblivious masses, initiating his scientific analysis. Firstly, let us discuss the so-called golden dragon fish. Observe its enormous size and vibrant color. Clearly, this is a result of strong light and surface reflections creating a visual illusion. In reality, it is likely just a large common carp, artificially coated with a layer of golden paint. As for the water-spraying drone, that is truly absurd. I suspect that someone has clandestinely installed a high-pressure water pump underwater, operating it remotely to create the illusion that fish are capable of such feats. His argument was compelling, with a clear and coherent logic. Before the television screen, many initially skeptical viewers began to be swayed by his assertions. So that's how it is. I thought as much. After the founding of the nation, it was prohibited for beings to attain spiritual enlightenment. These hosts would do anything for fame. Professor Fong, upon observing the barrage of comments streaming across the screen, wore an even more smug expression. He cleared his throat and continued. As for that most sensationalized so-called 100-ton giant turtle, that is even simpler to debunk. It is not a living creature at all. It is merely a model, a meticulously crafted, life-size prop from a film. Consider this. What special effects can't modern Hollywood produce? Not just a turtle. Even a Godzilla could be rendered with astonishing realism. I assert that this is undoubtedly a scheme concocted by some film company or tourist attraction to promote their new project through a despicable, shameless viral marketing tactic. I vehemently condemn such behavior. It is an affront to science and an insult to public intelligence. I call upon the relevant authorities to conduct an immediate investigation into this matter and bring these attention-seeking frauds to justice. Professor Fong's refutation was powerful and resounding. In a moment, the tide of opinion online seemed to genuinely begin to shift. Many users, who had previously been unwavering in their belief, started to waver. After all, the explanation of a hoax is far more palatable to those living in modern society than the notion of mythic creatures descending upon us. I maintain that such a thing could not possibly exist. Alas, how pointless it was to be stirred up for so long. The individual known as Lu Yu, along with that portly host, should be apprehended promptly. However, just as the army of debunkers was poised to seize the high ground of public opinion, an unexpected piece of solid evidence fell from the sky. A new video abruptly appeared online. The individual posting the video was none other than the eccentric Ma Ge, who had been taken back to the police station. He had been released, and he brought with him an object, a shard of stone that he had secretly picked up from the ground where the giant turtle had fallen. In the video, Ma Jiqiang appeared battered and bruised, as if he had been reprimanded. Yet his face was alight with fervor and excitement. "Brothers, I'm going back. I know many people online are calling me a fraud, accusing me of sensationalism. I do not wish to elaborate further. I simply want you to see something," he proclaimed, directing the camera toward a small, black fragment of stone in his hand, no larger than a fingernail. "This is from a spot where that divine turtle fell. You all claimed it was a model, didn't you? Well, now, allow me to unveil the fragments of this model for your scrutiny," he proclaimed, as he produced an object universally recognized, a pristine Swiss Army knife. Observe closely. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned all his strength and struck with the knife's sharpest blade against that diminutive shard of black stone. A piercing sound erupted, a grating noise that sent shivers through the teeth. In the next moment, the eyes of all those watching the video nearly bulged from their sockets. What did they witness? They beheld the renowned Swiss Army multifunctional knife, famed for its ability to cut through iron as if it were mere clay, shatter upon contact with that tiny black stone fragment. Yes, it broke. The blade splintered like a fragile biscuit, and upon that black stone, not a single white scratch remained. The entire video fell into an abyss of silence. Only the heavy, labored breaths of Ma Jiqiang, stirred by overwhelming excitement, could be heard. Now, he bellowed into the camera, each word dripping with fervor. Who dares to claim that is merely a model? This video struck like the loudest, most merciless, and humiliating slap. It landed squarely on the face of Professor Fong, who had just been spouting off on television. It also struck the faces of all those netizens who had chosen to believe the refutation. The internet, after a brief silence of 0.3 of a second, erupted with a fervor tenfold, 100-fold greater than before. I can't believe it. The knife. The knife broke? The Swiss Army knife shattered? Where is that Professor Fong? Come out. Is your model made of vibranium? How's your face? Does it hurt? Is it swollen? Ha ha. You made my day. The best face-slapping moment of the year. I propose it be preserved for posterity. I declare, from this day forth, I am an ardent fan of Lu Shun. Whoever dares to call him a fraud, I shall fight to the death. Professor Fong's social media accounts were swiftly inundated by furious netizens. The comments section overflowed with mockery, insults, and demands for him to livestream swallowing knife blades. It is said that upon witnessing that video, Professor Fong smashed his television and locked himself away in his study, not emerging for an entire day. His reputation lay in tatters. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's stature, far from being shaken by this debacle, grew even more solid, more deeply ingrained in the hearts of the public. At this moment, at Longmian Reservoir, Lu Yu scrolled through his phone, reveling in the splendid spectacle of this face-slapping drama, unable to contain his laughter. From Professor Fong's furious embarrassment, madness level 5,000. From the collective defection of netizens, madness level 100,000. What a thrill! This exhilarating sensation of watching others extend their faces for you to slap, even from behind a screen, is simply unparalleled. He felt a tinge of gratitude towards Professor Fong. Were it not for his unexpected assist, his level of madness would not have escalated so swiftly. Just as he reveled in the soaring rise of his madness level, Xiao Wanqing approached once more. In her hands, she held a tablet, displaying an array of intricate data models. Her expression was even more grave and fervent than before. She gazed at Lu Yu in silence for a considerable moment. Then, she pointed to the distance, where a massive turtle lay quietly, resembling a mountain, and posed a question that momentarily stunned Lu Yu. Mr. Lu, she inquired, if we were to employ the most advanced drill to penetrate its shell, do you believe the drill would break first, or would its shell shatter? Chapter 22. The inscription on the steel is the lost oracle bone script. What do you think? Did the drill break first, or did its shell shatter first? Xiao Wanqing's inquiry brimmed with irrational madness. Lu Yu gazed at her beautiful face, adorned with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, and could not help but chuckle. Sometimes these scientists appeared more deranged than he, who possessed extraordinary abilities. He pointed towards the ground in the distance, where a brand-new Swiss Army knife lay, broken in two. What is your opinion? He countered. Xiao Wanqing followed his gesture and fell silent. Indeed, even the finest alloy steel in the world could not withstand a fragment that fell from it. To even contemplate drilling into its very core, it was nothing short of a fool's dream. She inhaled deeply, suppressing the impractical thoughts that lingered in her mind. She understood that, with humanity's current technological capabilities, obtaining even the slightest physical sample from this colossal beast was utterly impossible. Unless her gaze inadvertently drifted back to Lu Yu. Unless she could secure the permission of this man before her. Or rather, gain the approval of the master of this giant creature. This revelation instigated a subtle shift within Xiao Wanqing's heart. Her eyes, once filled with scrutiny and curiosity towards Lu Yu, now harbored an additional sentiment, an unrecognized yearning for reliance and support. Just then, a scream more piercing and frenzied than that of the deranged Ma Gu erupted suddenly from beside the giant tortoise. The source of a shriek was none other than the esteemed Chen Guoshi, academician Chen. The venerable sage, now in his 70s, was akin to a madman as he lay prostrate beneath the immense obsidian steel. His aged face was nearly pressed against the stone surface. Clutching a high-powered magnifying glass, he trembled violently, mumbling incoherently, akin to a delirious dreamer. It is it. It truly is unmistakable. This brushstroke, this essence. It cannot be mistaken. Tears and mucus streamed uncontrollably down his face, rendering him a picture of madness. Teacher, what has happened to you? Xiao Wanqing gasped in shock. Rushing towards him, she feared that academician Chun had been somehow traumatized, leading to a mental breakdown. Teacher, please do not frighten me. Yet, academician Chun pushed her away forcefully. He trembled as he pointed at the mysterious characters on the steel, his voice, altered by fervent excitement, surged with an ecstatic roar directed at Xiao Wanqing and all those present. Characters. They are characters. Do you see? Inscribed upon this stone are characters. They are the most ancient, primordial, and enigmatic. Script of our Huaxia? Xiao Wanqing stood momentarily stunned by his fervent exclamation. Instinctively, she too turned her gaze towards the steel, recognizing the symbols etched upon it. Yet those symbols, rather than being mere characters, resemble cryptic glyphs. They take on various forms, some resembling soaring birds, others like swimming fish, and still others akin to the sun, moon, and stars, imbued with a primal and mysterious beauty. But can these truly be deemed a script? Teacher, are you perhaps overly excited? Xiao Wanjing cautiously remarked. These might just be meaningless totems or rock paintings from prehistoric humans. Totems? Rock paintings? Upon hearing these terms, academician Chen reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, erupting in indignation. What do you understand? He pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Wanjing, unleashing a torrent of invective. You, a biologist, know nothing about ancient scripts. I tell you, I stake my lifetime's reputation and my very life on this. This is indeed script. Moreover, it predates the earliest oracle bone inscriptions we've discovered by at least a millennium. No, even more ancient. Lost texts. His declaration sent shockwaves through the room. Scripts older than oracle bones? How could this be possible? It is well known that oracle bone inscriptions are recognized as the very foundation of Huaxia civilization. If a more ancient and sophisticated system of writing were to emerge, would it not imply that the entire history of Huaxia civilization would need to be utterly overturned and rewritten? The implications of this conclusion were terrifying, so much so that every listener felt a thunderous roar in their minds. Xiao Wanjing stood dumbfounded. She understood that her teacher, despite his fiery temperament, was renowned for his academic rigor. He would never speak carelessly on such a monumental issue. Could it be? Could what he said be true? From Xiao Wanjing's historical perspective, upheaval. Madness value 450. From the collective shock of all the police officers and researchers present. Madness value 3,500. Liu Yu watched the madness value in his mind swell once more, his heart brimming with elation. Academician Chun was truly a remarkable ally. He was like my perpetual motion machine of madness. His self-directed frenzy far surpassed that of Wang Fatty's atmosphere group leader. Academician Chun paid no heed to whether others believed him. He was now completely immersed in his own world. Like a devout believer, he caressed the cold inscriptions on the stone tablet, tears streaming down his face. I have devoted my life to the study of ancient scripts, deciphering countless inscriptions on bronze vessels from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. I have always believed that oracle bone inscriptions should not be the starting point of our writing. There must have existed a more mature, more systematic form of writing before it. Yet we have never found the evidence. I have been ridiculed by those so-called scholars abroad my entire life. They claim our Huaxia civilization is only 3,000 years old. They assert that our Shang dynasty was merely a semi-mythical era. Nonsense. This usually gentle and cultured old scholar, at this moment, erupted with expletives. He pointed at the massive stone tablet, his voice filled with boundless pride and joy. Now, the evidence is right before our eyes. This is the evidence. I wish to showcase to the world that our Huaxia civilization spans not merely 3,000 years, but 5,000, 7,000, or even 10,000 years. We are the most ancient, the most magnificent, and the most unbroken civilization on this planet. His voice resonated through the lenses of journalists, whose cameras remained unscathed, and through those hidden in the shadows, clandestinely broadcasting the moment. It spread across the internet, reaching every corner of the globe. If the earlier revelation of the giant turtle had merely stunned the world, then academician Chen's resounding declaration, capable of rewriting the annals of human civilization, dropped a hydrogen bomb of greater magnitude and potency into the hearts of all who were attentively observing this matter. All scholars and experts in history, archaeology, and anthropology collectively found themselves sleepless upon hearing these words. They frantically scrambled to book the earliest flights to Huaxia, eager to witness for themselves the monumental Eastern Divine Tablet that could overturn everything. Meanwhile, at the Longmian Reservoir, academician Shun, having tempered his initial excitement, understood that mere exhilaration was futile. The crux of the matter now lay in deciphering these ancient, long-lost mystical characters. He promptly assembled his team, setting up the highest precision 3D scanners to commence a comprehensive, all-encompassing scanning and modeling of every character inscribed on the stone tablet. This was an immensely vast and monumental undertaking. Xiao Wanqing also joined the effort. Although she was not an expert in ancient script, she sought to utilize her biological knowledge to interpret the characters from a different perspective. She noticed that many of the forms bore striking resemblances to prehistoric creatures found solely in ancient fossil records. This sparked a bold hypothesis within her. Could it be that these characters were not merely letters? Were they chronicling a grand, prehistoric biological compendium? As all the experts immersed themselves in the fervor of deciphering the tablet, Lu Yu, the nominal owner, found himself entirely forgotten. Relishing his leisure, he positioned a reclining chair beside the giant turtle's head, basking in the sun while glancing at his phone. Watching his excitement soar to an astronomical figure of 1,500,000, the giant turtle remained motionless, resembling a true mountain, seemingly relishing Lu Yu's presence beside it. The harmony between the man, the turtle, and the reclining chair appeared strikingly serene yet uncanny amid the bustling swarm of experts, akin to industrious ants. At that moment, Xiao Wanqing approached, holding a tablet computer in her hand. Her face bore traces of fatigue and a profound, perplexing confusion. She stepped in front of Lu Yu, extending the tablet computer toward him. On the screen is the first character recently scanned from the stone tablet, magnified several dozen times. The character is peculiar in form, with intricate strokes, resembling a serpent with wings, breathing fire. Mr. Lu, Xiao Wanqing gazed at Lu Yu, asking softly in a tone almost reminiscent of seeking guidance. We have scoured all available resources, yet remain unable to decipher this character. Are you familiar with it? Chapter 23. A tremor across the network. Is history about to be rewritten? Do you recognize this character? A hint of tension, unbeknownst to her, lay Xiao Wanqing's voice. She could not fathom why she had placed her hopes upon this seemingly indolent young man, who resembled a vagrant. Perhaps it was intuition. After all, it seemed reasonable that someone capable of summoning a deity would be familiar with the characters of the divine. Lu Yu sat up from the recliner. He accepted the tablet and glanced at the screen, where an extraordinary symbol was magnified several dozen times. This character, with a nonchalant air, he remarked, "It reads dragon." Dragon? Xiao Wanqing was taken aback, instinctively repeating, "Which dragon? The dragon from Dragon and Phoenix?" "Yes," Lu Yu nodded, adding, "The dragon of Yinglong." He returned the tablet to Xiao Wanqing and reclined once more, resuming his casual scrolling through his phone. It was as if he had not just revealed a staggering secret capable of overturning the entire field of ancient philology, but had merely uttered a commonplace character as simple as 1, 2, 3. Xiao Wanqing stood there dazed. In her mind, it felt as though a deep water bomb had been detonated, creating tumultuous waves. A dragon? This symbol was indeed a dragon. How could this be possible? It must be noted that within the existing Oracle Bone script system, while there are various forms of the character for dragon, they bear no resemblance to the symbol before her. If what he said were true, behind her, academician Shun had also heard Lu Yu's words. Like a gust of wind, he rushed forward and snatched the tablet from Xiao Wanqing's hands. His eyes were fixed on the symbol on the screen, and he muttered, almost in a trance, "Dragon, dragon, the dragon of Yinglong." He repeated it a dozen times. Suddenly, it was as if a revelation struck him, his entire being convulsed, as if electrified. A look of even greater excitement, madness, and disbelief spread across his face. I understand everything." He pointed at the symbol, addressing Xiao Wanqing and the surrounding bewildered researchers, nearly shouting, Look closely. The lower half of this symbol resembles the body of a serpent, does it not? And the upper half, What are those two outspread sections? Wings. A winged serpent. In our mythology, what is it? It is Yinglong. The Shanhai Jing records it. In the northeast corner of the great wilderness, there is a mountain called the Mountain of the Evil Plow. Yinglong resides in the South Pole, slaying Qiyu and Quafu, unable to ascend again, hence descending into drought. In legend, Yinglong is a winged dragon, a great benefactor who aided the Yellow Emperor in defeating Qiyu. We have always thought it to be mere myth, a legend, but now, the evidence lies before us. This character is far from being merely an abstract symbol. It is a vivid illustration, a most primal, realistic, and direct sketch of the ancient divine beast, Yinglong. Academician Chen's proclamation resonated like thunder from the heavens, striking each individual's heart with profound intensity. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the symbol, and as they assimilated Chen's explanation, the resemblance became increasingly undeniable, sending shivers down their spines. If the first character signifies dragon, what are the subsequent characters? Might they also correspond to the extraordinary and mythical creatures chronicled in the classic of mountains and seas? The moment this thought emerged, all experts and scholars felt their breaths hitch in disbelief. They rushed back to their instruments, feverishly working through the night, employing this newfound perspective to decipher the remaining inscriptions on the stone tablet. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanqing remained rooted to the spot, transfixed. She did not move. Rather, she scrutinized the young man languidly reclining in a chair, engrossed in short videos, with an expression of bewildered fascination akin to observing a monster, a deity, or an extraterrestrial being. Who is he? How could he, with a mere glance, discern that the character reads as dragon? Could it be that he is not only capable of unearthing such wonders, but is also acquainted with the long-lost era of mythology? This notion was utterly insane, so insane that it felt as though her mind might ignite from the sheer intensity of her thoughts. From Xiao Wanqing's profound fear and ultimate reverence, madness value 1,000. Lu Yu observed the extraordinarily high madness value with a satisfied smile. Indeed, it was worth my mentioning. Student Xia has immense potential. The two characters, Yinglong, seem to manifest as invisible hands, tearing open the gateway to a new world. When academician Chun's team promptly reported this astonishing decipherment through internal channels to the highest scientific institution in the capital, the entire academic realm of Huaxiao was engulfed in tremors. Countless retired or convalescing national treasures of historians, linguists, and archaeologists were summoned from their homes to convene an emergency video conference of the utmost urgency. The sole agenda of the meeting was to validate the possibility of the character dragon. As the real-time scanned images and Lu Yu's utterance of dragon appeared before the esteemed scholars, a profound silence enveloped the video conference room for a staggering 10 minutes. Then, a collective eruption of astonishment ensued among the national treasures. Unbelievable. This is simply unfathomable. Heaven bless Huaxia. Heaven bless our Huaxia. Quickly, at any cost, safeguard that stone tablet. Protect that. Young man, this transcends mere archaeological discovery. It is the restoration of civilization, the resurgence of a nation, a series of directives embodying the paramount will of the Huaxia civilization, cascaded like snowflakes from the capital to this remote mountain village. This news swiftly traversed the globe through various channels, spreading like wildfire. So, the Huaxia authorities claim to have deciphered the first character of the divine steel, dragon. This headline instantly ignited the global online community. If the previous revelation of the colossal tortoise merely astonished people regarding the existence of mythical creatures, the emergence of the character dragon elevated the entire incident to the realms of civilization and mythology. The dragon, the most ancient, core, and supreme totem of Huaxia civilization. Now, they assert that they have unearthed the most primordial textual evidence of dragons in reality. At this moment, internet users worldwide were unable to contain their excitement. Oh my God, have they truly found the dragon? The magnificent creature that breathes fire and possesses wings? I knew the Huaxia people were not deceiving us. Their myths are indeed real. So, that man named Lu Yu, is he merely an adept fisherman? Can he also slay dragons? The most elated were the descendants of Huaxia scattered across the globe. Their national pride surged to unprecedented heights. Incredible. Dragon. We are the descendants of the dragon. I wept, a grown man, sobbing foolishly on the streets of a foreign land. From this day forth, should anyone dare to claim that our Huaxiao lacks mythology, I shall thrust this steel into their face. The entire internet trembled. Everyone recognized that an extraordinary and magnificent era may truly be upon us. History will be irrevocably rewritten from this day forward. At this moment, at Lomian Reservoir, Lu Yu, regarded by all as the pivotal figure, gazed at his manic value surpassing 3 million, contemplating a rather serious dilemma. Tonight, should he indulge in braised beef noodles or sour fish noodles? He was torn. Suddenly, Wang Fatty rushed over in a flurry, having fully assumed the role of Lu Yu's dedicated messenger. "Why you go?" he gasped, his countenance displaying an exceedingly peculiar expression. "Outside, there has arrived a most unusual vehicle. Director Zhang and the others cannot stop it." Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what vehicle possesses such prowess?" Wang Fatty swallowed hard, gesturing towards the direction of the entrance with a hint of reverence in his voice. "The vehicle, it bears a black sign with only one character. A character embroidered in gold thread, soaring and dancing. The character Dragon. Chapter 24. 3 million madness points. The ultimate redemption of the system's maul. A dragon, intricately embroidered with golden threads, was the centerpiece. A singular character, Dragon. As Wang Fatty uttered the final syllable, his voice trembled with intensity. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. The license plate, adorned with gold characters on a black background, displayed only the word Dragon. The grandeur of this was vastly superior to that of the previous wealthy heir, Zhang Hong. "Let's take a look," Lu Yu declared, rising and making his way toward the entrance. He was eager to discover the origins of this remarkable presence. Upon reaching the entrance, he was met with an exceedingly bizarre sight. A black vehicle, rugged in design and exuding a metallic aura, resembling a modified military armored car, stood silently. The vehicle bore no insignia, save for the ominous license plate with its gold lettering, radiating an intimidating authority. Previously bustling with activity, Director Zhang Aigua and his police officers now stood at attention, their bodies rigid and expressions gravely serious. It was as though they were not facing a mere vehicle, but rather a visiting superior conducting an inspection. Even Academician Shun and Xiao Wanqing paused their work, standing nearby with solemn expressions, evidently aware of the vehicle's significance. The doors swung open, revealing 2 individuals, one male and one female. The man, approximately 35 or 36 years of age, stood tall and proud, with a crew cut, bronze skin, and a faint scar adorning his face. His eyes were sharp, akin to an eagle's. Merely his presence exuded an aura forged in the crucible of bloodshed and conflict, chilling the air around him. The woman appeared to be in her late 20s, clad in a black, form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her stunning physique. Her short hair was neatly styled, and while her beauty was striking, her gaze was as frigid as ice. She carried a sleek, silver briefcase brimming with technological sophistication. As they disembarked, Director Zhang Aigua stepped forward, executing a salute so precise it could be inscribed in a textbook. "Peaceful Town Police Station, Zhang Aigua, reporting to the superior." The eagle-eyed man merely nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping past the others to land squarely on Lu Yu. His scrutinizing eyes conveyed a mix of assessment and a deeply concealed wariness. "You are Lu Yu?" he inquired, his voice deep and magnetic, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of authority. Lu Yu met his gaze in silence, activating insight. "Character, Qin Feng, identity, Huaxia Dragon Shield Bureau, action team leader, mystic level, strength assessment, extremely dangerous. Host's physical capabilities are significantly inferior to the opponent. Proceed with caution. Character, Lin Wei, identity, Huaxia Dragon Shield Bureau, psychological profiling expert, yellow level. Strength assessment, dangerous. The host is likely to see through your innermost thoughts. Please remain vigilant." A series of crimson, foreboding messages flashed wildly across Lu Yu's retina. "The Dragon Shield Bureau? What sort of department is this? It sounds formidable, akin to a shield of the divine, exuding an aura of unexplainable might. Moreover, the strength assessment is deemed extremely dangerous." Lu Yu's heart sank instantly. He realized his prior suspicions were indeed correct. The true heavyweights have finally arrived. "I am inquiring," Qin Feng said, noticing Lu Yu's silence. His brows furrowed, and his imposing aura intensified further. An invisible pressure bore down upon Lu Yu, crushing him beneath its weight. Had he been an ordinary individual, he would have undoubtedly faltered, trembling in fear and drenched in cold sweat. Yet Lu Yu merely felt a slight heaviness in his chest. His enhanced physique, though not a match for his opponent, was sufficient to withstand this oppressive presence. "It is I," Lu Yu replied calmly. "What do you require?" A flicker of astonishment passed through Qin Feng's eyes. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man could maintain his composure in the face of his aura. "Intriguing. We are the National Special Affairs Processing Bureau. Codename Dragon Shield." Qin Feng revealed his credentials. "From this moment forth, the Longmian Reservoir and all that transpires here will be under our complete jurisdiction. Your 2 pets will also need to be temporarily entrusted to us for custody and research. We hope for your cooperation." His words were polite, yet his tone conveyed an unyielding command. "You intend to take my fish and turtle?" Lu Yu's eyes narrowed. "That is unacceptable. They are my cherished treasures, the fruits of my labor. If you take them away, where shall I earn my frenzy points? What if I refuse?" Lu Yu's voice turned icy. In that instant, the atmosphere seemed to solidify. Director Zhang Aigua and Zhou Hao turned pale with fear. Heavens! Has this young man lost his mind? Does he realize with whom he is speaking? This is the Dragon Shield Bureau, the legendary, most mysterious, and powerful enforcement agency dealing with all things unscientific. To oppose them is akin to an old man hanging himself, seeking to prolong his life. Qin Feng's gaze turned dangerously sharp. He had not expected that, even after revealing his identity, this young man would dare utter a refusal. "You may attempt it," he said slowly, raising his right hand. A terrifying, suffocating pressure erupted from him. Lu Yu felt as if an invisible mountain had pinned him down. Breathing became a struggle. His bones creaked in protest. He had no doubt that a mere increase in force from his opponent could bring him to his knees or even break his bones. Is this the true power of the national apparatus? It is overwhelmingly formidable. The overwhelming pressure left him feeling a flicker of helplessness. "No, I cannot yield like this. Should I falter now, I shall irrevocably lose my initiative. I would become a mere pawn to be manipulated." Lu Yu clenched his teeth, desperately resisting the oppressive force bearing down on him. Veins stood out on his forehead, and sweat streamed down like a flowing brook. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, a thunderous boom erupted from behind him. It was the colossal turtle, Basha, which had remained motionless until now. It sensed its master's peril. Slowly, it rose from the ground, its dark golden vertical eyes coldly locking onto Qin Feng. A similarly desolate and heavy aura, reminiscent of ancient primordial terror, exploded forth from it. 2 powerful forces collided violently in the air, with a resounding thud centered around the 3 of them. A tempestuous wave of energy surged outward, causing those nearby to stagger and falter. For the first time, Qin Feng's expression changed. He felt his pressure on Lu Yu abruptly resisted by the giant turtle. He stumbled back 3 steps before barely regaining his footing. Meanwhile, the weight pressing down on Lu Yu vanished in an instant. He gasped for breath, looking at the imposing figure shielding him, a warm current surging within him. "Good turtle, your suffering has not been in vain." Qin Feng gazed at the giant turtle, now fully poised for battle, his expression growing grave. He realized that it would be impossible to resolve this peacefully today. Just as he intended to command Lin Wei to prepare their secret weapon, Lu Yu suddenly spoke. "All right." He uttered a single word. Qin Feng was taken aback. "What?" "I said, all right." Lu Yu smiled at him. "If you wish to take control, you may. If you wish to study, that is acceptable as well. However, I have one condition." Qin Feng furrowed his brow. "What condition?" Lu Yu pointed at the giant turtle and then at himself. "Research is permitted, but it must be conducted here. They will not leave. Furthermore, as the owner of this reservoir, I must retain the authority to terminate your research at any time. And I require the right to be the first to know of all your findings. Agree, and we shall pursue a win-win collaboration. Refuse, and we shall. See whose resolve is tougher, your stubbornness or my turtle shell." His words were delivered with a calm assertiveness, grounded in reason. Qin Feng fell silent, contemplating Lu Yu and the watchful giant turtle before him. He understood that Lu Yu's proposition was the most prudent solution. To forcibly seize control would be fraught with peril. If this colossal beast truly went berserk, it was unlikely that anyone present, aside from him, would survive. The weight of such responsibility was beyond his capacity. "I need to consult with my superiors," he finally said, his tone grave. "Very well." Lu Yu nodded and granted them 10 minutes. After speaking, he disregarded Qin Feng and walked straight back to his small room. He understood that he had triumphed. He had secured for himself the most precious of commodities, time, and, more importantly, the initiative. Upon closing the door, Lu Yu leaned against it, only to realize that his back was drenched in cold sweat. The brief confrontation had been far more perilous than when he had caught the massive turtle. His strength was still insufficient. Clenching his fists, a fervent desire for power burned in his gaze. Without hesitation, he opened the system shop. Before him lay a staggering sum of over 3 million frenzy points. A glint of madness flickered in his eyes. It was time to spend. Today, he would embark on an ultimate exchange. He intended to arm himself to the teeth with this fortune. First, he directed his attention to physical enhancement. Physical enhancement, beginner 10,000 points. Physical enhancement, intermediate 100,000 points. Physical enhancement, advanced 1,000,000 points. Advanced. Exchange. He acted without a moment's hesitation. Ding. Will you spend 1,000,000 frenzy points to exchange for advanced physical enhancement? Yes. Boom. A torrent of terrifying heat, more powerful than all previous enhancements combined, erupted within him like molten lava. Lu Yu couldn't help but emit a pained groan. He felt as though every bone in his body was being shattered and then reassembled. His muscles were tearing apart, only to regenerate anew. His blood was boiling, igniting with fervor. This was no mere enhancement. It was a complete metamorphosis, a transcendence of life itself. This transformation lasted a full 5 minutes. As everything settled, Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes. Within their depths, it seemed as if stars were twinkling. He gently clenched his fist. Crackle. The air was actually crushed under his grip. He felt as though he could punch through an entire building. Host. Lu Yu. Physique. Extraordinary body, beginner. His physique had evolved from that of a mere mortal to extraordinary. The sensation was exhilarating. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His gaze shifted to the shop, where lay a coveted ultimate item he had longed for but never dared to hope for. Item 9. Primal Angler Bloodline. Beginner. Description: activate the ancient angler bloodline within you that has slumbered for eons, originating from a higher dimensional realm. Gain the true qualification to master the primal and fish the stars. Price: 2,000,000 frenzy points. 2 million. An exorbitant price that would deter anyone. However, Lu Yu, glancing at his remaining balance of over 200,000, simply smiled. He made the purchase. He turned to Qin Feng and posed a question that momentarily stunned the other man. Team Leader Qin, may I ask, if I were to seek to catch something else in this reservoir right now, could your Dragon Shield Bureau prevent me? Chapter 25. The Envious Heart of the Wealthy Heir Zhang Heng. Supplementary plot. The scene reverts to the moment when Zhang Heng, publicly reprimanded by Lu Yu, sulkily drives away from Longmian Reservoir in his Audi A6. Inside the car, he slams his fist onto the steering wheel, producing a dull thud. Damn it! His handsome visage flushes with humiliation and rage. Being chased away like a dog by a so-called poor boy in front of so many witnesses is an unparalleled disgrace he has never encountered in his life. What's so special about that stinky fish? Just wait. Just you wait. I have plenty of money. I have countless ways. I will undoubtedly seize that wretched fish. As he mutters curses, he dials a phone number. On the other end, a composed, middle-aged man's voice resonates. Hello, Xiao Heng. How is everything progressing? It is his father, Zhang Wanshan, the largest real estate magnate in the region. Dad. Zhang Heng's tone brims with grievance and defiance. That brat Lu Yu refused my offer of 1 million and told me to get lost. 1 million? Zhang Wanshan falls silent for a moment. Don't worry, Dad. I won't let this slide. I'll find someone to teach him a lesson. I refuse to believe that there is anything in Qingzhou that the Zhang family cannot accomplish. Zhang Heng declares fiercely. Nonsense. Zhang Wanshan suddenly interrupts him with a stern voice. I warn you, Zhang Heng, you must not act rashly. You absolutely cannot provoke that Lu Yu. Why not? Zhang Heng protests. Dad, he is already riding on our heads. We can't you understand nothing. Zhang Wanshan's voice grows unusually grave. Do you think this is merely a matter between you and him? I have just received news that the provincial expert group, along with a mysterious department from the capital that you and I could never fathom, has fully taken control of Longmian Reservoir. That place is now a restricted zone. Not even the city's top officials can enter without approval from above. What? Zhang Heng feels as if he has been struck by lightning, his mind in turmoil. Though he is arrogant, he is not foolish. He comprehends the gravity of the words, a mysterious department from the capital. This signifies that the matter concerning Longmian Reservoir has escalated to a national level, one that he and his father cannot touch. Then what should we do? His voice instinctively weakens. Are we to watch that poor boy ascend to greatness with a golden bowl? He is unwilling. He truly refuses to accept it. On the other end, Zhang Wanshan remains silent for an extended period. Then in an extremely cold tone, he slowly responds, what is the rush? Objects are inanimate, yet people are alive. Can Lu Yu hold his ground for a day, a month? Can he possibly maintain it for a lifetime? The nation now places great importance on this matter, as it has just emerged and holds significant research value. Once the initial fervor subsides and the research reaches its conclusion, do you believe the state will continue to regard a remote reservoir with the same level of reverence? Unlikely. At that point, opportunities will abound. What you must focus on now is not to stir up trouble, but to keep a vigilant watch. Keep a close eye on Lu Yu. Monitor that reservoir. The moment anything stirs, report back to me immediately. Remember, a small forbearance can prevent great chaos. That fish, that turtle, in due time, it will be ours. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Heng leaned back in his chair, gasping for breath. His father's words quelled the fevered jealousy that had consumed his heart. Yes, his father was right. There is no need for haste. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. He glanced at the rearview mirror, watching the increasingly distant Longmian mountain, his eyes glimmering with the venomous light of covetousness and resentment. Lu Yu, we shall see. At that moment, Lu Yu was blissfully unaware that he had become the target of a lurking serpent. He was presently engulfed in the immense joy brought about by his surging strength. The power granted by the extraordinary physique made him feel as if he had been reborn. Furthermore, the restored, heavenly fishing rod had imbued him with newfound vigor. He observed the group of experts nearby, still grappling to decipher the next character, and then glanced at the members of the Long Shield Bureau, who were setting up various advanced technological devices around the reservoir. He realized that today, quietly fishing was no longer an option. Perhaps it was for the best. He could utilize this time to thoughtfully plan his future. He opened the system store. After his recent bout of fervent spending, his previously substantial madness value of over 380,000 had dwindled to below 80,000. How regretful it is when funds are scarce at the moment of need, Lu Yu mused. Yet he felt no sorrow, for he had transformed all his madness value into the most tangible asset that ensured his survival. Strength. His personal panel had become remarkably luxurious. Host, Lu Yu. Constitution, extraordinary physique, beginner. Bloodline, primal angler, beginner. Skills, keen eye for gems, passive. Beast affinity, passive. Psychic probe, active. Equipment, heavenly fishing rod, slightly damaged. Madness value, 788,888. Very good, very good. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction. At last, he possessed a modicum of capital to establish himself in this world that was on the brink of becoming unscientific. Just as he was about to close the store and explore the newly unlocked psychic probe feature, something caught his eye, a newly emerging, softly glowing icon in the corner of the store. It was an icon resembling a lottery wheel, accompanied by a line of small text. The Frenzy Value Grand Wheel. Limited time opening, take a chance. Transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. If you lose, you can continue riding your bicycle tomorrow. Each lottery draw costs 100,000 frenzy value. Lottery? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. Was this system dabbling in gambling? He clicked to open the details of the wheel. Before him appeared a colossal, multicolored wheel divided into numerous segments. Each segment bore a different prize. There was thank you for your patronage, Stamina Restoration Potion X1, Psycho Energy Bait, Standard Edition, X1, and some extraordinary grand prizes that left him gaping in astonishment. For instance, prize, Divine Art, Calling the Wind and Rain, Experience Card, Description. Upon use, you can summon wind and rain within a 10-kilometer radius for 10 minutes. Experience the feeling of being the Dragon King. Prize, Ancient Formation Map, 2 instruments of dust, fragment, Description: a fragment of the top-tier protective formation from ancient celestial realms. Once set, it can envelop the entire Longmian reservoir, impervious to celestial beings. Prize: description: a mysterious surprise from a higher dimensional world. Lu Yu gazed at these prizes, nearly drooling, especially the two instruments of dust. Was this not precisely what he needed at this moment? With this protective formation, who would dare to wreak havoc at his Longmian reservoir in the future? It would be as secure as an impregnable fortress. However, 100,000 for a single draw. This price was exorbitant. Moreover, considering the considerable area occupied by the thank you for your patronage segment, should he be unfortunate, spending over 700,000 might yield no reward at all. Should he take the plunge? A battle raged within Lu Yu's heart. Rationality urged him to conserve the over 700,000 frenzy value to exchange for something more tangible. Yet, emotion fervently urged him on. Take a chance. What if he won? What if he drew that protective formation? That would be a meteoric rise. Just as he was in turmoil, Qin Feng, who had been engaged in a video call with the capital, abruptly ended the call. He strode over to Lu Yu, his expression somewhat peculiar. Lu Yu, they have agreed to your terms. However, they have also presented a new demand. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. What demand? Qin Feng glanced at him, then at the massive turtle nearby and the golden dragon fish in the pond, took a deep breath, and slowly replied, they want you to fish once more. Chapter 26. The cold smirk of Lu Yu regarding the reservoir time rewinds to the morning following Lu Yu's remarkable catch of a 2-meter-long golden dragon carp. The tempest brewing online had only begun to stir within a confined circle. Most observers remained in a state of eager anticipation, awaiting the inevitable clarifications. Longmian Reservoir had yet to be secured by the subsequent expert teams and the Dragon Shield Bureau. Aside from a few curious anglers from neighboring villages and some villagers who thrived on chaos, the atmosphere remained relatively tranquil. Lu Yu sat at the entrance of his modest abode, relishing the rare tranquility. While scrolling through his phone, he monitored the gradual rise of his frenzy value. Spurred by a social media post from Wang Fatty, while contemplating his next move, Ding detected host inciting localized public opinion, earning 10 frenzy points. Ding received scorn from a professional debunker with 30 years of experience, earning 3 frenzy points. Though the accumulation was slow, little by little, it added up. He had become somewhat addicted to the sensation of profiting from the spectacle. Just then, a raucous roar of an engine shattered the serenity of the mountain village. A flamboyant red convertible Ferrari, in stark contrast to the rustic dirt road, barreled through with reckless abandon. The dust kicked up by the tires prompted nearby onlookers to cover their noses and retreat, grumbling discontentedly. Who on earth is this? Such a lack of decorum. A wealthy urbanite, perhaps? A show-off. With a screech, the sports car came to a halt before Lu Yu's dwelling. The door swung open, revealing a young man clad in trendy attire, adorned with a gaudy gold chain, his hair slicked back to a glossy sheen. He was none other than Zhang Heng, the sole heir of the region's largest real estate mogul, Zhang Wanshan. Upon disembarking, Zhang Heng cast a disdainful glance at his surroundings, his brow furrowed as if to crush a fly. He had seen a photograph posted by Wang Fatty on social media the previous day. Initially, he suspected it was digitally manipulated. However, this morning his assistant, sent to gather intelligence, had confirmed the fish's authenticity. Moreover, it resided within Longmian Reservoir. This revelation ignited his interest instantly. Renowned in Qingzhou as an aficionado of extravagant novelties, Zhang Heng possessed an insatiable desire to acquire anything that represented opulence. Whether it be Tibetan mastiffs, luxury watches, or rare automobiles, he had grown weary of them all. Now, the prospect of a 2-meter-long, pure golden, possibly dragon bloodline koi? If he could keep such a marvel in his home, within a fish tank larger than a swimming pool, how impressive would that be when boasting among his peers? Thus, he had come personally today, intent on purchasing the fish. No, he sought to acquire both the fish and the reservoir. He envisioned establishing the most luxurious private fishing club in all of Qingzhou, nay, the entire province, exclusively for himself and his companions. He approached Lu Yu, surveying the seemingly ordinary young man dressed in what appeared to be bargain bin attire from a lofty vantage point. In his gaze lingered an unreserved expression of disdain and arrogance. "You are Lu Yu?" he inquired, his tone reminiscent of an interrogator questioning a criminal. Lu Yu merely raised his eyelids, remaining silent. Zhang Heng, undeterred, perceived conversing with such a pauper as a condescension. He extracted a checkbook from his pocket along with a Mont-Blanc pen. I've heard you've contracted this dilapidated reservoir and, by sheer luck, have caught a rather decent fish. As he spoke, he scrawled a series of figures on the check with rapid strokes. He then tore off the check, pinching it between his fingers, and extended it towards Lu Yu, his gesture akin to bestowing alms upon a beggar. Here, 200,000. 100,000 for your fish, and another 100,000 for your contract on this wretched reservoir. Take the money and leave at once. From now on, this place belongs to the Zhang family. His words dripped with brazen arrogance, as if he were issuing an irrevocable decree rather than engaging in negotiation. The villagers, drawn by the spectacle, gasped at the mention of 200,000. Good heavens, 200,000. For a mere fish and a ramshackle reservoir? This young man is about to strike it rich. If I were him, I would already be on my knees, calling him father. They all expected Lu Yu to gleefully accept the check. For 200,000 was a sum that most ordinary villagers could never hope to amass in a lifetime. Even Fat Wong felt a twinge of temptation, subtly tugging at Lu Yu's sleeve and whispering, "Brother Yu, why don't we just sell it? 200,000. Enough for a down payment on a house in the city." However, Lu Yu's reaction left everyone astounded. He didn't even cast a glance at the check. Instead, he reclined on his chair, gazing at the imperious scion before him, slowly revealing a cold, mocking smile, one filled with derision. It was as if the check he was offered was not worth 200,000, but rather a piece of used toilet paper. Zhang Heng's brow furrowed. He disliked that smile. "What are you laughing at?" he questioned icily. "Is it insufficient?" At last, Lu Yu straightened his posture, looking at Zhang Heng as one might regard a buffoon. "I laugh at your naivete and your ignorance. Do you truly believe that with your paltry wealth, you could buy everything in this world?" His voice was low, yet it pierced Zhang Heng's heart like a finely honed blade. Instantly, Zhang Heng's complexion shifted. "What the hell did you just say?" he barked. "You, a destitute wretch, have no right to lecture me. I offer you 200,000 out of respect. Don't push your luck." Lu Yu shook his head and smiled. 200,000? You must know that a single scale from the fish in my pond is worth more than your dilapidated Ferrari. Do you comprehend that the value contained in this reservoir beneath my feet surpasses your meager inheritance by a factor of 10,000? You do not know, for your vision and perspective are regrettably limited. Thus, you perceive 200,000 as a substantial sum. Hence, you believe you can acquire this place. How pitiable. He gazed at Zhang Heng and uttered two words softly. Zhang Heng was utterly enraged. In his lifetime, he had never endured such humiliation. All right, all right, all right, he exclaimed, his anger causing him to repeat the word thrice. Do you not find the money insufficient? Today, I shall bury you with cash. He pulled out his checkbook once more, fervently scribbling. 500,000. I offer 500,000. 1 million. I bid 1 million. He slammed the check for 1 million at Lu Yu's feet. Now, is this enough? Take the money, carry your pitiful pride, and get out. He pointed at Lu Yu, roaring in frenzy. He aimed to crush this poor lad's dignity completely underfoot. The villagers surrounding them were utterly dumbfounded. 1 million. They had never witnessed such wealth in their lives. All eyes were fixed on Lu Yu, eager to see how this young man would respond to the exorbitant sum. Lu Yu slowly bent down and picked up the check from the ground. A cruel, victorious smile spread across Zhang Heng's face. He was confident that no one could withstand the allure of money. However, in the next moment, Lu Yu's actions rendered Zhang Heng's smile frozen in disbelief. Lu Yu held the check for 1 million before the crowd and gently, deliberately, tore it in half. Then, he ripped it into quarters, then eighths. Finally, he tossed the fragments into the air, which fluttered down like snowflakes. Some even landed in Zhang Heng's meticulously styled, gel-coated hair. At that instant, the world seemed to come to a standstill. The only sound were the rustling of the torn paper as it fell and the heavy, disbelieving breaths of the onlookers. Once he completed this act, Lu Yu turned back to Zhang Heng, his face still adorned with a calm, mocking smile. He raised a single finger, and with a voice only the two of them could hear, softly yet unmistakably declared, "Now, can you leave?" Chapter 27. Attention from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, supplementing the plot. "Now, can you leave?" Lu Yu's voice was soft, yet to Zhang Heng's ears, it was more jarring than the loudest slap. He gazed at the tattered remnants of a 1 million yuan check that had fallen upon him, feeling as though his dignity, intelligence, in very essence were being ruthlessly ground into the dirt beneath Lu Yu's heel. You. He pointed at Lu Yu, his lips trembling as he attempted to utter a few harsh words. Yet, in the end, he found himself utterly speechless. For in Lu Yu's calm, even slightly amused gaze, he perceived something he had never encountered before. It was neither anger nor provocation, but rather a pure, complete indifference, like a colossal dragon that pays no heed to an ant scurrying beneath its feet. This indifference struck deeper than any humiliation, instilling within him a profound fear. Ultimately, he said nothing. Instead, he paled and awkwardly retreated into his Ferrari. Then, with a roar of the engine, he fled in a panic, as if pursued by demons. As the crimson sports car vanished around the bend, the surrounding villagers finally emerged from their stupor of shock. They turned their gaze toward Lu Yu, their expressions devoid of the sympathy and curiosity they had previously exhibited. In its place blossomed an authentic reverence. 1,000,000 yuan, torn without a second thought. What audacity! What majesty! In that moment, the villagers' perception of Lu Yu transcended the image of a mere fortunate young man, elevating him to the status of a reclusive sage who regards wealth as mere refuse. From villager A's awe, madness value 10. From villager B's admiration, madness value 12. From Wang Ponzi's complete submission, madness value 288. Lu Yu listened to the intermittent yet incessant notifications of madness value in his mind, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, this performance was commendable, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, driving away the flies while reaping a harvest of admiration. Perfect. He reclined back into his chair, concealing his accomplishments and fame. His demeanor of indifference towards fame and fortune further inspired the villagers to spin elaborate tales of a sage retreating into the mountains. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the capital city, at the Huaxia Academy of Sciences, within the brightly lit office of the Biophysical Research Institute, an elderly man, adorned with reading glasses and silver hair, yet brimming with vigor, gazed intently at the computer screen, his brow furrowed. His desk was cluttered with intricate papers regarding fish genetic mapping. This was Chen Guoshi, a towering figure in the realms of paleontology and biophysics in China. At that moment, he was viewing a video recently forwarded to him by one of his students from a local forum. The title of the video was quite sensational, shocking. A 2-meter golden dragon emerges in Qingzhou Longmian Reservoir. The youth of today are becoming increasingly ostentatious. Chen Guoshi scoffed disdainfully. He loathed such exaggerated headlines that sought to attract attention without a shred of scientific rigor. He initially intended to turn it off, yet inexplicably, he pressed the play button. The video commenced, its visuals shaky, clearly filmed with a poor quality phone. In the footage, a seemingly deranged man was shouting at the camera, "Family, do you see it? A dragon. A golden dragon." Chen Guoshi's brow furrowed even deeper. Crude. Boring. He critiqued it mentally as he watched. However, when the camera panned to the so-called reservoir, his movements abruptly halted. His eyes widened in astonishment. What did he see? In that humble pool, coiled a creature unlike any he had ever encountered in his life. Its golden scales, its ethereal whiskers, an immense form exceeding 2 meters. This. Chen Guoshi instinctively leaned closer, nearly pressing his face against the screen. This color, this luster, he murmured. As a leading biologist, he recognized immediately that this was not an effect that could be fabricated with paint or coating. It was a hue radiating from within, pulsating with the essence of life. Pure gold. No, it can't be. His breathing quickened. Such a color could not possibly exist in a cyprinid species. How was its pigment gene arranged? And its size? Typical koi reach 0.5 meter, which is already a considerable feat. How could it possibly grow to 2 meters? How many times the normal secretion of growth hormones does it possess? How could its bone density support such a massive body? A myriad of questions, enough to drive any biologist to madness, flooded his mind instantaneously. He resembled Columbus discovering a new world, his eyes bursting forth with an unprecedented brilliance. He immediately picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a number. "Hello, is that Shaoli? It's me. You must mobilize all resources immediately to investigate a location. Qingzhou Longmian Reservoir. I want to know what is happening there right now. Also, contact the local Biological Research Institute in Qingzhou. Have them send personnel to the scene at once." "No, They must secure the area. Until our expert team arrives, no one is to approach that fish. Yes, the one in the video. He spoke into the phone, his voice brimming with excitement, completely devoid of the usual calmness that characterized him, akin to a child eager to snatch a toy. After hanging up, he immediately dialed another number. On the other end, a cool, melodious young woman's voice greeted him. "Teacher, are you looking for me?" "Wanqing." The voice of academician Chun trembled slightly with excitement. "You must drop all your current projects at once. Come to my office immediately. I have something to show you. A treasure, a living treasure that could alter the course of biological history." Longmian Reservoir. Lu Yu was still unaware that both he and his fish had caught the attention of the nation's highest scientific institution. At that moment, he was fixated on the surge in his madness value, which had escalated dramatically after he had torn the check, feeling quite pleased with himself. Total madness value, 8888. Ah, splendid, another auspicious number. He contemplated whether to continue his endeavors to accumulate more madness points. Just then his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number from the capital. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and answered. "Hello." A crisp, pleasant voice on the other end, tinged with a hint of coldness and formality, spoke. "Hello, may I speak to Mr. Lu Yu, who discovered a suspected giant golden carp species at Longmian Reservoir?" Lu Yu chuckled, realizing that the main party had finally arrived. "That's me. However, I must correct you." He paused, adopting an exceedingly calm tone, as if merely stating a fact. "That is not a carp species. That is a dragon." A profound silence enveloped the other end of the line. After several seconds, the woman's voice returned, now imbued with a trace of confusion and curiosity unbeknownst to her. "Mr. Liu, are you joking with me?" Chapter 28, The Intellectual Beauty. Researcher Xiao Wanqing makes her entrance, supplementing the plot. "Are you jesting with me?" On the other end of the line, Xiao Wanqing's voice carried a hint of indignation, a sense of offense she herself had not fully recognized. Dragons? In this era, before a prodigy who had attained dual doctoral degrees in biology and physics by the age of 25, discussing dragons? Such a notion was nothing short of an affront to her, and, indeed, to the entire scientific community. Lu Yu discerned her displeasure, but merely chuckled. "Do I appear to be jesting, Miss Xia, or perhaps Dr. Xia? The very existence of certain phenomena serves as the greatest jest to your so-called science." With that, he severed the connection, leaving no room for rebuttal, swiftly blocking and deleting her contact. He had no interest in debating philosophical matters of materialism and idealism with a young lady who had yet to experience the world. He would rather devote his time to accumulating more of his cherished eccentricity. In the capital, at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Xiao Wanqing stood in stunned silence as she listened to the busy tone emanating from her phone. He actually hung up on me again and blocked me? In her life thus far, she had never encountered such an audacious, rude, and utterly unreasonable man. How outrageous! Her finely sculpted features flushed with indignation. Beside her, academician Cheng Guosher could not help but inquire, "What is the matter, Wanqing? Unable to reach him?" "No, I reached him." Xiao Wanqing inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself. "However, he told me it was not a fish. He said it was a dragon." Upon hearing this, academician Chan was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. "A dragon? Ha ha ha. How delightful. This young man is even more intriguing than I had anticipated." His laughter was devoid of anger and instead brimmed with admiration. "Let us go." He suddenly slammed his palm on the table and rose to his feet. "Prepare the car. To the airport. I can hardly wait to see what he claims to be a dragon. I must inquire about that fishing rod of his that can supposedly catch dragons." 2 days later, Longmian Reservoir. For Lu Yu, the past 2 days had been remarkably pleasant. Ever since the tale of him tearing a 1,000,000 yuan check had spread among the villagers, his image as a reclusive sage had been firmly established. No longer did any intrepid reporters or opportunistic broadcasters dare to disturb him. Only a few devout, elder villagers would respectfully stand at a distance beyond the warning line, burning incense and bowing toward the reservoir, praying for the dragon god's blessings and favorable weather. Every time of worship brings a steady stream of frenzy points to Lu Yu, albeit in modest amounts. This can be considered a delightful surprise. Meanwhile, Fat Wang has completely transformed into Lu Yu's logistical overseer. Each day, he drives his little pickup truck, punctually delivering Lu Yu's 3 meals and various daily necessities. The meticulousness of his service and the reverence in his demeanor lead Lu Yu to occasionally ponder whether he has indeed become some ethereal being, detached from worldly affairs. On this particular afternoon, Fat Wong once again brought lunch, an array of 4 dishes and a soup, a delightful balance of meat and vegetables. Brother Yu, eat while it's hot. Fat Wong arranged the lunch boxes neatly. Today my mother specially made you some old hen soup, saying it would nourish your body. Lu Yu looked at him, amused. I lie around doing nothing all day. What do I need to nourish? That one tea do. Fat Wong replied with utmost seriousness. This is about cultivating energy for future endeavors. It's vital for grand undertakings. Fishing is quite the physical endeavor, especially when it comes to catching immortals. It demands great effort. You must replenish. He has now become Lu Yu's official interpreter. Regardless of what Lu Yu does, he can offer an explanation from an exceedingly intricate and metaphysical perspective that sounds remarkably impressive. Lu Yu, however, finds no inclination to correct him. As he savored his meal, Fat Wong suddenly slapped his thigh. By the way, Brother Yu, news has just arrived in town. There is somewhat was an expert group from the capital heading our way. They're making quite the spectacle with several vehicles. The town mayor and Director Zhang went personally to greet them at the highway entrance. They should arrive this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu paused momentarily in his meal. They arrived sooner than he expected. He nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining his usual, unperturbed expression. Fat Wong, observing Lu Yu's calm demeanor, felt an even deeper admiration. Truly, he is the god of Lu, unfazed even when faced with the collapse of Mount Tai. What do experts from the capital amount to? At 3 o'clock that afternoon, several business vehicles bearing special licenses gradually came to a halt before Lu Yu's humble abode. The doors swung open, and academician Chung Guisher, flanked by a throng of researchers and security personnel, alighted with vigor. His gaze was immediately drawn to the immense water reservoir. Upon spotting the golden-scaled, majestic dragon carp gliding gracefully through the water, the seasoned academic could not suppress a gasp of awe. A treasure, truly a living treasure, he murmured as he hastened forward. However, Xiao Wanqing, trailing behind him, did not immediately turn her attention to the fish. Instead, her gaze traversed the crowd and settled upon the young man, leisurely seated on a recliner, casually picking his teeth. It was him, the arrogant fellow who had infuriated her with just a few words over the phone. She noticed that the young man had also taken notice of her. He lifted his head and cast a glance in her direction. His gaze bore no surprise, no curiosity. Rather, it held a hint of amusement, as if to say, "Ah, you have arrived." Xiao Wanqing's brows instinctively furrowed. She disdained such a look. Adjusting her white lab coat, she approached Lu Yu with an elegant and confident stride. She intended to convey that the rigor and authority of science should not be challenged. "Are you Lu Yu?" she inquired, her voice cool, yet imbued with an intellectual allure. This was her first occasion speaking face-to-face with Lu Yu. He regarded her, noting her beauty, an embodiment of intellectual elegance, the archetype of a poised academic. Tall and fair-skinned. Behind her gold-rimmed glasses were eyes that seemed capable of penetrating the depths of reason. What a pity, Lu Yu mused silently, for such a striking young woman was on the brink of having her worldview shattered. He nodded. "Yes, that's me. I am Xiao Wanqing." She introduced herself, adjusting her glasses. "I am a distinguished researcher at the Institute of Biophysics, Chinese Academy of Sciences, primarily focused on genetic mutations in extreme environments." She laid out her credentials to exert a modicum of pressure on this charlatan before her. However, Lu Yu's reaction once again defied her expectations. He simply responded with a casual "oh" before surveying her with an exceedingly peculiar gaze, assessing her from head to toe. Finally, he uttered a remark that nearly shattered Xiao Wanqing's composure. "Researcher Xia, are all of you in academia so approachable?" Xiao Wanqing's pupils dilated in shock. Instinctively, she glanced down at her chest. Suddenly, her face flushed a bright crimson, akin to a ripe apple. You rogue," she stammered, both embarrassed and furious, pointing an accusing finger at Lu Yu, her voice trembling. She had never been so brazenly teased in her life. From Xiao Wanqing's mix of shame and rage, her madness value soared to 300. Lu Yu reveled in her flustered demeanor, his heart soaring with delight. Ah, truly, she is the protagonist. The quality of madness points is simply unparalleled. Just as he prepared to further tease the aloof beauty, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the reservoir. as if it emanated from the very core of the earth. In an instant, the ground trembled violently. Everyone was startled by this unexpected turn of events. What was happening? An earthquake? Look at the water's surface. A voice cried out in alarm, prompting all, including academician Shun, who was studying the golden dragon carp, to fix their gaze upon the center of the reservoir. Before her lay a once tranquil expanse of water, now tumultuously roiling as if it were boiling. A colossal whirlpool was rapidly taking shape, its formation visible to the naked eye. An air of desolation, ancient and formidable, permeated from the very core of the vortex, instilling a profound sense of dread. At that moment, Xiao Wanqing found herself devoid of anger, her mind a blank slate as she stared at the apocalyptic scene unfolding before her. She turned her gaze, wide-eyed, towards Lu Yu, as if she had encountered specter. Lu Yu slowly rose from his reclining chair, his countenance betraying no hint of astonishment. Instead, a wry smile graced his lips, as if to convey, "See, I was not deceiving you." He regarded Xiao Wanqing and, in a measured tone that resonated clearly in the ears of all present, began to speak. His words struck Xiao Wanqing like a hammer upon her steadfast belief in science. "Researcher Xia, look, it appears to have emerged on its own." Xiao Wanqing glanced between Lu Yu and the water surface, where an otherworldly presence seemed poised to descend, feeling her world shatter piece by piece. She parted her lips, her voice barely above a whisper, as if caught in a reverie, instinctively asking, What exactly is it?" Chapter 29. The Third Rod Under the Gaze of the Public. I, Lu Yishou, swear by my title of Fishing King. Today, I shall expose this deception before the eyes of fishing enthusiasts across the nation. Lu Yishou's voice resonated through the live broadcast, reaching audiences far and wide. His demeanor, exuding righteousness and self-assuredness, instantly captivated countless followers. The popularity of his live stream soared, quickly surpassing the 1,000,000 mark. The Fishing King is incredible. Support the Fishing King in exposing the fraud. Finally, a professional has stepped up, eagerly awaiting the moment when that fraudster, Lu Yu, gets confronted. Look, the Fishing King has arrived at Longmian Reservoir. Under the watchful eyes of countless netizens, Lu Yishou and his disciples, aboard a modified off-road camper, arrived at the periphery of the Longmian Reservoir's restricted zone. However, they were met without mercy by Director Zhang Aigua, who blocked their path. "What do you want?" Director Zhang's exasperation was palpable upon seeing these camera-bearing individuals. "Officer, please don't misunderstand," Lu Yishou replied, descending from a vehicle with a self-assured smile that he believed to be amicable. "We are renowned fishing enthusiasts from across the country. We heard that a divine fish has been caught here, and we specifically came to observe and learn. Additionally, we wish to engage in a friendly competition with this young brother, Lu Yu, who caught the divine fish." His words were grandiose, but Director Zhang, seasoned and perceptive, saw through the ulterior motives behind Lu Yishou's facade. Wasn't he merely seeking to ride the wave of popularity and elevate himself by stepping on others? This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entry. Zhang Aigua coldly refused. Lu Yishou, undeterred, had anticipated such a response. He turned directly to the livestream camera and proclaimed loudly, "Young brother Lu Yu, I know you are inside. I, Fishing King Lu Yishou, hereby challenge you. You claim to have caught the divine fish. Very well. Today, in front of fishing enthusiasts across the nation, let us compete. Let us see who truly deserves the title of Fishing King. Do you dare to accept?" His voice was resounding, laden with provocative intent. This was his strategy to draw Lu Yu out. He could not believe that, under the scrutiny of the entire internet, this rising star who thrived on publicity would dare to hide like a timid turtle. Before a small cabin, Lu Yu reclined in a lounge chair, observing Summer Wanqing and academician Shun as they meticulously scanned the colossal turtle nearby. He could hear the boisterous clamoring of Lu Yishou outside. Before he could react, his companion, Fat Wong, had already leapt up in indignation. Who the hell is this guy? So arrogant? Calling himself the Fishing King. Does he even deserve it? Brother Yu, we can't let this slide. Let's go out and confront him. Fat Wong had become a fervent admirer of Lu Yu, refusing to allow anyone to disrespect his idol. Lu Yu, watching his friend's outraged demeanor, merely chuckled. He had no interest in engaging with such a buffoon. However, now that the opportunity has presented itself, one must not hesitate to take action, lest it be perceived as discourteous. Moreover, He noticed the esteemed scholars nearby, engrossed in their research yet clearly attentive, as well as Qin Feng, who was occupied on a serious phone call not far away. He understood that a mere fish and a turtle would not suffice to completely impress these prominent figures, who still harbored doubts and reservations about him. To earn their unwavering trust and deep respect, he needed to deliver an even more astonishing revelation, allowing them to witness firsthand the miraculous feats he was capable of achieving. With this thought in mind, Lu Yu slowly rose from his reclining chair, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. Xiao Wanqing paused her data recording. Academician Chen set aside his magnifying glass, and Qin Feng ended his call. All eyes converged upon him, a shared anticipation palpable in the air. This man was about to commence his performance. Disregarding the gazes fixed upon him, Lu Yu strode purposefully into his small room. Before the gathered crowd, he produced an object that made the expert's pupils dilate with astonishment. It was an ancient-looking ceramic wine jar, the very one he had previously exchanged for Through the System, 10,000-year monkey wine. He unsealed the jar, and with a soft pop, an indescribably rich and fragrant aroma wafted forth, instantly permeating the space around them. The scent seemed to possess a life of its own. With just a single inhalation, everyone felt invigorated, as if all their fatigue and worries had been swept away by this intoxicating fragrance. Even the colossal turtle, which had been lying motionless in the distance, slowly opened its dark golden eyes and glanced toward the wine jar, a hint of longing flickering within its gaze. What sort of wine is this? Academician Chun inhaled deeply, his weathered face betraying a look of rapture. He had tasted the most expensive Mao Dai and the finest Wuliangye in his lifetime. Yet in comparison to the aroma emanating from this jar, they seemed akin to industrial alcohol. Xiao Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly, though she was not a connoisseur of wine. She found herself irresistibly drawn to sample the contents of the jar. From Chen Guosher's greed, madness value 200. From Xiao Wanqing's curiosity, madness value 150. Observing the rising madness values with satisfaction, Lu Yu nodded approvingly. Then, in a move that left everyone utterly astonished, he did not partake of the exquisite brew that would send any wine lover into a frenzy. Instead, he slowly poured the unparalleled elixir onto the ground. No, to be precise, he collapsed onto a small heap of ordinary flour used for bait. What? What is he doing? Upon witnessing this scene, Academician Chun felt a pang of sorrow that nearly led to a heart attack. Such a needless waste. This is truly an egregious waste. However, Lu Yu was indifferent to his anguish. He methodically kneaded the dough, infused with a hint of wine fragrance, into a ball. Then, he hung it upon his ancient bamboo fishing rod. Thus a uniquely ethereal, divine bait was born. After completing this task, he grasped his fishing rod and slowly made his way towards the edge of the reservoir. Every gaze in the vicinity followed his every step. They were acutely aware that the much-anticipated third cast was imminent. Arriving at the reservoir's edge, Lu Yu glanced beyond the caution tape at the provocatively smirking Lu Yishou, who was brandishing his phone. He then surveyed the esteemed figures around him, who were holding their breath in a mix of expectation and skepticism. A mysterious smile crept across his lips. Then, under the watchful eyes of all, and in the presence of millions of online spectators, he raised his fishing rod high. With a vigorous flick of his wrist, whoosh, the fishing line, carrying the bait that emanated an unusual wine aroma, traced a perfect golden arc. It landed precisely in the depths of the reservoir's center. In that instant, the entire world seemed to fall silent. The only sounds that remained were the rhythmic beating of hearts and the subtle splash as the bait plunged into the water. At that moment, Wang Pongzi had already set up all his equipment, directing his high-definition camera unwaveringly at Lu Yu's unyielding figure. As steadfast as a mountain, his voice resonated through the live stream, reaching audiences across the internet, imbued with an exhilarating pride and fervor. Ladies and gentlemen, pay close attention. What follows is the miraculous third cast. Outside the caution line, Lu Yishou observed this spectacle with a scornful smirk. What a charade. He couldn't believe that this young man could catch anything extraordinary. Addressing his live stream, he confidently declared, "My friends, did you see that? This is the trickery of a fraud. I wager that after this cast, he won't even catch a tiny fry." Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly, boom! A sound erupted from the depths of the reservoir, more thunderous, more terrifying, and more despairing than the previous emergence of the giant turtle. Immediately following that, an unprecedented upheaval occurred. In that fleeting moment, the entire surface of the Longmian Reservoir inexplicably transformed into a vast expanse of blood red. It was as if something had detonated at the very bottom of the reservoir, staining the entire body of water into a realm reminiscent of hell. A surge of violent, ferocious energy, imbued with the essence of annihilation, erupted from beneath the crimson waters, engulfing all present in a palpable sense of dread. The very souls of those gathered trembled in response. What is this? Lu Yishou, witnessing this terrifying spectacle akin to the apocalypse, found his cold smirk frozen in an instant. His mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate a fist. His eyes bulged like those of a dead fish. His voice trembled, rife with an unrecognized yet profound terror and trepidation. This power. Something is amiss. Chapter 30. The whirlpool on the water's surface amidst a thunderstorm. This power. Something is amiss. The voice of the fishing master, Lu Yishou, transformed into a piercing scream, laced with sheer terror. The disciples behind him had long since collapsed in fear, trembling and nearly losing control of themselves. They had spent their entire lives fishing. Never had they encountered, nor even dreamt of, such a horrifying spectacle. Blood. The entire reservoir had morphed into a blinding crimson hue. It was as if the depths of the reservoir were connected to the blood-soaked abyss of the underworld. A chilling, violent, and ferocious aura, seemingly intent on annihilating everything, surged forth madly from beneath the blood-red water. The very presence of it made the blood of all those present feel as though it were about to congeal. Even a massive turtle, resting steadfast on the shore like a mountain, abruptly lifted its colossal head, its dark golden vertical pupils fixed intently on the center of the reservoir. For the first time, its gaze betrayed a hint of gravity, indeed a glimmer of trepidation. Clearly, the entity lurking below posed a threat even to it. Quick, everyone, retreat. Move back 500 meters. The expression on Qin Feng's face grew unprecedentedly grim. He hoarsely roared at the Dragon Shield Bureau members beside him while retrieving a sci-fi-styled silver pistol from the silver briefcase held by Lin Wei. The weapon's body was adorned with ethereal blue, mysterious energy patterns. It was evident that this was a secret weapon crafted by the Dragon Shield Bureau, specifically to combat aberrant beings. Yet, at this moment, as he grasped this energy pistol capable of instantly obliterating a tank, his palms were slick with cold sweat. An ominous premonition gnawed at him. He sensed that this formidable weapon in his hands might be no more effective than a mere water gun in the face of whatever lay beneath the surface. Meanwhile, the experts' group had descended into utter chaos. They abandoned all their sophisticated instruments and, escorted by security personnel, scrambled away in frantic haste towards the distance. Only Xiao Wanqing remained rooted in place. She did not flee. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, yet her eyes remained fixated on that blood-red water surface. Her gaze was filled with a complex radiance, a blend of fear, curiosity, and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. She yearned to witness. She longed to see with her own eyes what kind of monstrosity this man would fish out from this otherworldly reservoir. At that moment, the live stream across the internet had spiraled into madness. What the hell? What am I witnessing? The entire reservoir has turned red? What is happening? Is the reservoir on its period? This special effect is astounding. A river of blood. The budget is on fire. No, this is not a special effect. Look at the sky. Someone, unknown, sent a message in the chat. Instinctively, everyone's gaze shifted from the water's surface to the sky. Suddenly, the previously clear and azure sky transformed within mere seconds into a tumultuous expanse of dark clouds. Vast, inky masses, resembling thick ink, gathered fervently from all directions, completely enveloping the skies above the Longmian Reservoir. Daylight instantaneously gave way to darkness. Crack! A bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel and fierce in its hue of purple, tore through the obsidian heavens like the wrathful whip of a celestial deity, illuminating the faces below, each one etched with horror and trepidation. A deafening roar followed, a thunderous clap that felt as though it could shatter the very fabric of existence itself. Rain began to pour down, Huge droplets descended without warning, swiftly escalating into a torrential downpour. Thunder clashed with lightning. The sky darkened ominously. In that singular moment, the entire Lomian reservoir appeared transformed into a true apocalyptic spectacle. Oh heavens! Lu Yisho gazed at the terrifying scene before him, reminiscent of a mythical epic where a dark lord descends upon the world. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted, following in the footsteps of the earlier panic-stricken Mr. Lee. In his live-streaming room, the barrage of comments had utterly vanished. It was not due to server failure. Rather, millions of viewers, witnessing the cataclysmic sight, were rendered collectively speechless. Their minds could not fathom the overwhelming reality that surpassed their lifelong understanding. They could only stare blankly, transfixed by the blood-red vortex swirling chaotically in the tempest, and by the diminutive figure standing firm amidst the thunder and lightning. Liu remained there, steadfast. The fierce winds whipped his garments, making them flutter audibly. The torrential rain soaked his hair, yet he remained unfazed. His gaze was fixed intently on the center of the crimson whirlpool. There was no fear in his eyes, only an unprecedented thrill and a fervent fighting spirit. He could feel it. This time, he was not ensnaring a mere pet like the golden dragon carp, nor was he capturing an auspicious creature like the mighty giant turtle. Instead, he was confronting a true, unadulterated being born solely for slaughter and destruction, a formidable beast of unparalleled ferocity. The rod in his hand, the heaven-descending rod, trembled with an intensity that resonated through its entirety, as though it too were alive with excitement, yearning for a confrontation with an equally matched adversary. Come fort. Liu Yu cast his head back and let out a boisterous, triumphant laughter that echoed with arrogance and exhilaration. Show me, you so-called beast lurking beneath the waters. What manner of creature are you, truly? Just as his words faded into the air, a thunderous boom erupted. At the heart of the crimson vortex, an explosive eruption occurred. A robust, blood-red column of water surged skyward. Within this column, a massive, grotesque head, exuding an aura of brutality, suddenly emerged. This head resembled that of a serpent, magnified hundreds of times. Yet atop it, two menacing, blood-red horns, curved like scimitars, protruded. Its eyes were twin lanterns, ablaze with fierce, infernal flames. The mouth gaped wide, revealing a terrifying array of fangs, sharp as swords. A roar erupted, filled with boundless ferocity and savage rage, resonating through the heavens and the earth, as if capable of rending the very souls of humanity. The sound waves transformed into a tangible, blood-hued shockwave, spreading wildly in all directions. Surrounding trees were uprooted and shattered. The colossal boulders on the distant cliffs cracked under the strain. Qin Feng and the members of the Dragon Shield Bureau beside him were violently shaken by this sonic wave, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even the giant turtle, Ba Xia, instinctively withdrew its head into its shell, clearly unwilling to withstand the direct roar of this monstrous being. Xia Wanqing felt as though her head might shatter under the force of that roar. Darkness enveloped her vision, nearly causing her to faint. Just as she was on the brink of losing consciousness, she saw him, the man who had laughed maniacally amidst the thunderstorm. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped boldly forward, confronting the cataclysmic blood-red sound wave. Then, she heard his final words, imbued with an indomitable spirit and grandiosity. Is that all? The corners of Xia Wanqing's mouth slowly curled into a captivating smile, one that even she was unaware of. Then, darkness consumed her, and she lost consciousness. In her final moments of awareness, a singular thought lingered in her mind. Who exactly is this man? Chapter 31. Catching a fiery dragon. Quite reasonable, isn't it? Is that all? Liu Yu's voice, amidst the thunderous roars and demonic howls, resonated with an air of nonchalance, yet was laced with unparalleled provocation. The menacing, blood-red head that had just emerged from the water, with its eyes aflame with demonic fire, instantly locked onto the diminutive human figure on the shore. Roar! It was utterly enraged. It felt that its dignity as the sovereign of these waters had been challenged like never before. It opened its cavernous maw, large enough to swallow a vehicle whole, as a dark red energy sphere, compressed from a high concentration of blood, rapidly formed within its jaws. The very air around it warped. A wave of destructive energy emanated forth. Run! In the distance, Director Zhang Aigua, witnessing this scene, was paralyzed with terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his service pistol and fired several shots at the creature's head. However, the bullets merely ricocheted off the blood-red scales, failing to even spark. Physical attacks were utterly ineffective. It was over. Zhang Aigu's heart plummeted to despair. In a live stream, the audience's hearts raced with anxiety. It's over, it's over. The host is going to be obliterated. This is like Godzilla unleashing its breath. Who can withstand this? Run, Liu God. Stop posturing. If you don't flee now, it's truly the end. Yet, in the face of that terrifying energy sphere capable of leveling both him and the surrounding mountains, Liu Yu's expression remained devoid of fear. He simply raised his left hand slowly. Then, with a gentle grasp towards the impending energy sphere, he uttered 2 words softly. Silence. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. The dark red energy sphere, having coalesced to its maximum potential, suddenly exploded without warning within the creature's mouth. Indeed, it self-detonated. Ag! The once mighty, ferocious beast emitted a cry of excruciating anguish, its massive maw obliterated by the very energy it had conjured. Dark red blood, mingled with shattered teeth, gushed forth like a waterfall. At that instant, the entire world seemed to freeze. Zhang Aigu stood in shock. The gun in his hand clattered to the ground. In the live stream, all viewers were left dumbfounded. They stared at the screen, where a mere gesture had interrupted the creature's attack and backfired upon itself, their minds completely blank. What? What kind of superpower is this? Is it truly a manifestation of spoken words? Meanwhile, Liu Yu had merely accomplished a trivial feat. He had activated the bloodline of the Primordial Angler, beginner level, worth 2 million madness points, which he had just exchanged. This bloodline bestows upon him not merely a comprehensive enhancement of physical prowess. More significantly, it imparts a formidable pressure, emanating from a higher dimension of existence, a pressure that exerts absolute dominion over all primordial aberrations. Under such suppression, one cannot even contemplate the gathering of energy spheres. The ferocious beast, merely managing to stand without succumbing to the ground in submission, is already a testament to its unwavering will. Now, may I emerge in tranquility? Liu Yu spoke softly, observing the beast thrashing about in agony within the waters. It seemed the creature realized that this human before it was an entity of insurmountable consequence. The wrath and ferocity in its eyes gradually ebbed away, replaced by a profound fear and a hint of grievance. It dared not resist further, only to be gradually extricated from the crimson vortex beneath the dual influence of Liu Yu's unparalleled might and the oppressive weight of the bloodline. At last, its full form was unveiled to all. Was it a serpent? No. Though its body resembled that of a snake, it stretched an impressive 100 meters in length, entirely adorned with a layer of exquisitely crafted crimson scales akin to the finest glass. Beneath its belly, for sharp, eagle-like claws, blood-red and menacing, protruded. Crowned with 2 curving, blade-like horns, there was a small, visible bulge between them, as if something was on the verge of breaking through the flesh. A serpent with claws and horns. What would this be? It is a Jiao. In the distance, academician Chun, who had been observing through a telescope, uttered a trembling whisper, akin to a dreamlike murmur. It is a Jiao dragon. According to legend, a snake transforms into a Jiao after 500 years, and a Jiao becomes a dragon after a millennium. This blood Jiao, it bears dragon horns upon its head. It is on the brink of complete transformation into a dragon. His words struck like thunder on a clear day, igniting the nerves of all present once more. A Jiao dragon. It is indeed the mythical creature that straddles the realms of snake and dragon. If the previous golden dragon carp merely hinted at draconic lineage, then this blood Jiao, nearly sprouting dragon horns, is undoubtedly a confirmed divine beast. In a live stream, the audience, who had just emerged from despair upon hearing the words Jiao dragon, plunged into a collective fervor tenfold stronger than before. Oh my, oh my, oh my, a Jiao dragon. It truly is a Jiao dragon. Mom, I have seen a living Jiao dragon. My life is now complete. Lord Liu, he has caught a Jiao dragon. This is utterly reasonable. I assent it. You there? Do you call this reasonable? Do you have some misunderstanding of the term reasonable? As Liu Yu gazed upon the creature he had just dragged ashore, it immediately transformed into a docile being, even displaying a hint of affability by nudging his pant leg with its colossal head, the formidable blood serpent. He glanced around at the surrounding dignitaries, who appeared utterly bemused, resembling lifeless sculptures. He let out a slow sigh, his expression tinged with a sense of resignation, as if to convey an unspoken sentiment of reluctance akin to that of a Versailles tableau. Turning towards the camera where Wang Fatsi was diligently broadcasting, he raised his hands in a gesture of innocence and, with an exceedingly nonchalant tone, remarked, "Everyone, you must have seen this, right? I merely claim to be an ordinary fisherman. To casually catch a dragon in my family's reservoir should be quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree?" Xiao Wanqing stood motionless, drenched by the torrential rain, oblivious to her wet white coat. Her eyes flitted between Lu Yu and the terrifying blood-colored dragon that was now behaving like an eager puppy, vying for Lu Yu's attention. She felt as though her world was disintegrating, piece by piece. She parted her lips to voice her thoughts but found her throat parched, rendering her speechless. Ultimately, she turned to the equally petrified academician Chen beside her and, in a dreamlike whisper, instinctively inquired, "Professor, should we not first consider the implications of the biological safety law?" Chapter 32. The Official Intervention, News Under Urgent Secrecy Teacher. Shouldn't we consider the issue of the biological safety law? With a voice reminiscent of a dreamlike state, Xiao Wanqing posed this exceedingly rational, yet utterly absurd inquiry. Academician Chen stared at her in bewilderment, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. The biological safety law? That legislation is meant to regulate genetically modified soybeans and invasive species. And now you wish to apply it to a living, tempestuous dragon? What difference is there from using traffic laws to govern a towering mecha? No, this is even more ludicrous. Meanwhile, the old chief of the Pingyintown police station, Zhang Aigua, had reached the brink of despair. He crouched in a corner, howling in desperation at his mobile phone. "Hello, is this the municipal command center?" "Yes, it's me, Zhang Aigua." "The situation? What situation? How the hell am I supposed to know what the situation is? All I know is that within my jurisdiction, there exists a dragon over 100 meters long capable of unleashing skills, and a turtle the size of a mountain, bearing a stone tablet. How am I to write this report? Am I to state that a young man caught a dragon over 100 meters long with a fishing rod, currently wagging its tail on the shore? If I write that, I'll be sent to a mental hospital by tomorrow. What? Control the scene? I'll use my head to control it. I possess only a few rusty guns, and their combined firepower wouldn't suffice to pick the dragon's teeth. Hello, hello." After shouting for what felt like eternity, Zhang Aigua realized that the line had fallen silent. It was not that the other party had hung up. Rather, his antiquated smartphone, having endured the relentless rain for too long, had finally short-circuited. Gazing at the smoke-emitting device, he rolled his eyes back and collapsed into the mud. It was over. Completely over. Now he was utterly incapable of calling for help. Meanwhile, while Wang Pengzi's livestream was still barely operational, the visuals had become as choppy as a PowerPoint presentation. The audio was intermittent, filled with jarring static. Clearly, the small server of the streaming platform was buckling under the weight of this global phenomenon, on the verge of catastrophic failure. Yet despite this, the incessantly flashing viewer count, which had surpassed 9 figures, along with the torrent of donation messages cascading like a waterfall, boldly proclaimed to the world that this collective frenzy, ignited by a mere fishing rod, had spiraled completely and irrevocably out of control. However, just as everyone believed the situation was beyond salvage, a low, oppressive drone of propellers suddenly resonated from the thick blanket of clouds above. Instinctively, everyone craned their necks to gaze at the sky. Suddenly, 3 fully black, sci-fi-inspired armed helicopters, resembling soaring eagles, pierced through the clouds and appeared above the Lomian Reservoir. Immediately, a cacophony of car engines roared from the ground below. A convoy of over a dozen military trucks, adorned with green camouflage, alongside several specialized communication vehicles equipped with intricate antennas, surged forward like an unstoppable tide, crushing the ludicrous barricade at the intersection and advancing directly into the area. The doors swung open in unison. A battalion of armed soldiers, clad in waterproof combat gear, their faces painted with war paint and their eyes as sharp as daggers, leapt from the vehicles. Their movements were synchronized, exuding an air of grim determination. Within mere seconds, they established a larger, more professional, an utterly despairing encirclement, sealing the entire Longmian reservoir with an impenetrable grip. What is this? A military operation? Zhang Aigua stood dumbfounded at this spectacle. Having spent his entire life as a police officer, he had scarcely encountered armed police, let alone a genuine field army invading his jurisdiction. What colossal mess had he stumbled into? A middle-aged officer, bearing 2 stripes and a star on his shoulder, briskly approached Zhang Aigua. His expression was impassive as he presented a document stamped with a vivid red seal. Comrade police officer, your efforts are appreciated. According to Article 3 of the National Emergency Response Plan for Sudden Public Safety Incidents, from this moment forth, the Longmian Reservoir area will be fully taken over by the 73rd Group Army of the Eastern Theater Command and its subordinate units. You are to cease all work immediately and evacuate the site. His voice was cold and laced with an undeniable tone of command. Zhang Aigua gazed at the document. The red seal, potent enough to make any local official tremble, his legs weakened, nearly causing him to falter. He understood that this situation had escalated far beyond his jurisdiction. Understood. We will ensure the mission is accomplished. He executed an unprecedentedly formal salute and, accompanied by his equally stunned subordinates, retreated in disarray. Subsequently, the middle-aged officer approached Academician Chun and Researcher Xia. His demeanor softened slightly. Academician Chun, Researcher Xia. In response to orders from higher authorities, to ensure the safety of all experts, you are also to cease all research activities and accompany us to a secure area. Upon hearing this, Academician Chun grew agitated. Evacuate? Absolutely not. I cannot leave. I am on the verge of deciphering a crucial inscription. This pertains to the very origins of our Chinese civilization. I shall not budge. The officer remained expressionless. This is an order. Should you refuse to comply, we will be compelled to take coercive measures. As he spoke, the 2 soldiers behind him audibly cocked their weapons. The chilling sound, brimming with murderous intent, instantly quelled Academician Chen's composure. He understood that reasoning with these soldiers, who were merely following orders, was futile. All right, I'll leave, he reluctantly conceded, glancing back 3 times as he was escorted away from the scene. Xia Wanqing cast a lingering gaze at the man still standing in the torrential rain, locked in confrontation with the blood-red dragon. She too then withdrew. In no time, the site was cleared of all bystanders. The live broadcast signal of Wang Pengzi was abruptly severed due to the activation of a uniquely designed signal jamming vehicle. Within a mere span of minutes, the Longmian Reservoir had transformed into a secluded island cut off from the world. Once this was accomplished, the middle-aged officer finally approached Lu Yu. He scrutinized Lu Yu, then glanced at the blood-red dragon that growled ominously at the presence of strangers. His eyes were filled with grave seriousness and an undercurrent of profound shock. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Lu Yu in a solemn tone. Mr. Lu Yu, is it? My name is Li Jianjun, the highest commander on site for this lockdown operation. Lu Yu regarded him with a smile. Commander Li, what a grand display we have here. One might think we were on the brink of a world war. Li Jianjun did not acknowledge the jest. Instead, he spoke in a decidedly grave, official tone. Mr. Lu Yu, I hope you comprehend that your current actions pose a severe threat to national security and public order. Under relevant laws, we possess the authority to forcibly detain you and all your possessions. I urge you not to engage in any irrational acts of resistance. As he spoke, the 100 soldiers behind him all raised their automatic rifles. The myriad of dark, cold muzzles simultaneously aimed at Lu Yu and the blood-red dragon behind him. The atmosphere reached a taut climax. The air itself seemed to thicken. Yet, in the face of such an intimidating display that would send chills down the spine of any hardened criminal, Lu Yu maintained an expression of serene indifference, even sporting a hint of playful amusement. He gazed at Li Jianjun and slowly shook his head. Then, he uttered a statement that momentarily left the seasoned commander at a loss for words. Commander Li, tell me, if I were to command this dragon to roar at the sky right now, how many of the pilots in those 3 helicopters above you do you think would survive to return and file their reports? Chapter 33, a warning line was drawn, and the reservoir was encircled. Do you think among the pilots in those 3 helicopters overhead, how many will survive to return and file their reports? Lu Yu's words were light, yet they struck Li Jianjun's ears like thunder. He abruptly raised his head, casting a glance at the 3 armed helicopters still circling amidst the torrential rain. Then he looked at the 100-meter-long blood serpent, glaring menacingly at him. A cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He had no doubt that with just a thought from this young man before him, his well-equipped and prideful unit could very well meet its end here today. Conventional weaponry was utterly ineffective against such creatures, which existed solely in myth. To confront it head-on was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Jianjun's mind raced. He understood that his mission today was not to annihilate, but rather to control, to stabilize the situation with this young man, who was even more perilous and unfathomable than the dragon behind him. He slowly relaxed his taut body and gestured to his soldiers to remain calm. Then, he turned to Lu Yu, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "Mr. Lu Yu, please, do not be agitated. We mean no harm. We are merely carrying out orders to maintain order." His voice softened. Observing his demeanor, Lu Yu smiled. He knew he had achieved his objective. He had successfully secured the most crucial element for himself, the right to converse as an equal. "Maintaining order is acceptable," Lu Yu nodded, "but this is my territory. I do not wish for too many unrelated individuals to wander about in my domain. Do you comprehend my meaning?" "Understood. Understood." Li Jianjun nodded vigorously. "Very well." Lu Yu gestured towards the blood serpent still lying on the bank. "This creature has a rather foul temper and does not take kindly to strangers. I shall allow it to return to the water to cool down." As he spoke, he patted the serpent's enormous head. "Go back. Your presence is no longer required." The once ferocious and aggressive blood-colored dragon, which seemed poised to annihilate everything, became surprisingly docile upon hearing Lu Yu's words, akin to a tamed kitten. It affectionately nudged Lu Yu's arm with its head before slowly turning and plunging back into the now tranquil reservoir, leaving only a massive whirlpool on the surface. This scene once again caused Li Jianjun and his soldiers to experience a surge of trepidation. They were now 100% certain that this young man before them was no ordinary individual. He could communicate with the divine. Just as the atmosphere at the scene fell into an eerie standoff, a resonant hum, distinct from the sound of military trucks, filled the air with a sense of advanced technology as an engine roared closer. A sleek, entirely black, rugged vehicle, seemingly from the future, an extraordinary all-terrain vehicle, slowly approached. The car bore no insignia, save for a license plate with golden characters on a black background, which stood out remarkably against the torrential rain. The plate displayed but a single character, Dragon. Upon sighting this vehicle, a look of profound relief washed over Li Jianjun's face. He knew that true professionals had finally arrived, and as a temporary worker, he could at last clock out. The car door swung open, revealing two figures, a man and a woman. The man, with a crew cut and bronze skin, possessed piercing eyes like those of an eagle. The woman, with short hair and clad in form-fitting tactical gear, was strikingly beautiful, yet her gaze was as frigid as frost. They were none other than Qin Feng and Lin Wei. Without hesitation, they strode directly towards Li Jianjun. Qin Feng merely cast a cursory glance at him. "This is now under our jurisdiction." "Understood, Commander," Li Jianjun responded, saluting sharply once more before swiftly leading his team away from the scene, as if liberated from a burden. Their arrival was swift, and their departure even swifter, as if they had merely come to fulfill a formality. The Longmian reservoir fell silent again, leaving only Lu Yu and these two seemingly formidable intruders. Qin Feng's gaze swept the surroundings. He noted the giant tortoise by the shore, resembling a mountain, as well as the resplendent golden koi in the reservoir. A flicker of barely perceptible astonishment crossed his eyes, but it quickly dissipated, replaced by an unruffled calm, as though all that lay before him was well within his expectations. Finally, his gaze settled on Lu Yu. Their eyes locked, and an invisible spark seemed to flicker in the air between them. "Dragon Chef de Bureau, Qin Feng." He introduced himself first. Lu Yu responded calmly, eschewing unnecessary chatter. Thus commenced the silent duel between the two men, a confrontation marked by their steady gaze. After a prolonged moment, Qin Feng spoke slowly, his voice deep and laden with authority. "Mr. Lu Yu, I have long admired your reputation. You have quite the following online." Lu Yu chuckled softly. "I suppose I rank third nationally." Qin Feng's brow arched slightly. "Oh, and who are the top two?" "One is the fish in my pond, and the other is the tortoise at my feet." Lu Yu's reply elicited a faint smile from Lin Wei, standing behind Qin Feng. This man was intriguing. He remained unfazed, and even jested in the face of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Yet, Qin Feng's expression remained inscrutable. We have come not to jest with you, but as representatives of the nation to engage in a serious discourse. What shall we discuss? Lu Yu inquired. We shall deliberate on the ownership of this reservoir and all that it encompasses. In an instant, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, and the members of the Dragon Shield Bureau behind him silently spread out, forming a more professional and impenetrable encirclement. Each of them produced peculiar, technologically advanced instruments and devices from their persons. Invisible, faint blue energy barriers gradually ascended around the reservoir. At this moment, the entire Longmian reservoir was truly and thoroughly surrounded. Observing this scene, the smile on Lu Yu's face gradually faded. He understood that a formidable confrontation was imminent. He looked at Qin Feng and slowly articulated, Team Leader Qin, I believe you may have misjudged a crucial matter. Qin Feng regarded him in silence, awaiting his continuation. Lu Yu gestured towards the ground beneath his feet, and then towards the vast expanse of water. A smile broke upon his face, radiant and undeniably domineering. Everything here, including the very nail upon which you stand, belongs to me. You wish to negotiate? That is acceptable, but it is not you who will approach me. Rather, it is I who will decide whether to engage with you. Qin Feng studied Lu Yu, remaining silent for a considerable time, before finally returning a smile. He leaned towards Lin Wei and quietly asked, Lin Wei, what do you reckon are our odds should we choose to act directly now? Chapter 34. The Mysterious Visitor from the Department, codenamed Dragon Shield. Pray tell, what do you reckon our chances are if we act directly now? Qin Feng's voice was soft, as if he were merely discussing what to have for dinner with Lin Wei. Yet, within his words lay a chilling, unabashed intent to kill that rendered the air around them almost palpable with tension. Lin Wei, the stunning and frigid female operative, cast a fleeting glance at Lu Yu upon hearing his words. She then shifted her gaze to the colossal tortoise, Basha, who had just emerged from its shell once more. Her expression betrayed no flicker of emotion, as if everything before her was merely a collection of quantifiable, cold data. From her pocket, she retrieved a gossamer-thin, semi-transparent tactical visor, which she affixed to her eyes. Instantly, a multitude of green data streams danced across the lenses. She was scanning, analyzing, assessing. After a considerable pause, she slowly removed the visor and shook her head in response to Qin Feng. Based on the current data analysis, the target organism number 1, Basha, exhibited a shell hardness, energy response, and vital signs that exceeded the upper limits of all known substances and organisms in our database. The assessment concluded insurmountable. Target organism number 2, the golden dragon carp, while its energy response was significantly lower than that of number 1, possessed a highly precise long-range energy projection capability. The evaluation deemed it extremely perilous. Target organism number 3, the blood flood dragon, which had just returned to the water, could not be assessed due to insufficient data. However, judging by the residual energy fluctuations on site, its threat level might surpass even number 1. Here she paused, finally directing her gaze toward Lu Yu. As for the target individual, Lu Yu, the scanning result yielded 0. What? Qin Feng's brow furrowed instantly. What did a result of 0 signify? It means that, for the first time, a hint of confusion flickered in Lin Wei's eyes. He is nothing more than an utterly ordinary individual with unremarkable physical data across the board. Yet, this ordinary person has the capacity to subdue 3 mythical creatures that we cannot contend with. This is, in itself, the most unscientific and terrifying reality. Thus, my conclusion is she looked directly at Qin Feng, articulating each word with clarity. If we act now, our chances of success are 0. 0. As that word escaped Lin Wei's lips, disbelief washed over the faces of all the Dragon Shield members present. Who were they? They were Dragon Shield, the nation's most elite and enigmatic force, tasked with managing all manner of supernatural occurrences. Every mission they undertook was fraught with peril, and every adversary they faced was nothing short of ruthless. However, they have never experienced a record of 0 wins. This is nothing short of an affront to their esteemed name, Dragon Shield. Qin Feng's countenance turned exceedingly grim. Yet, he recognized that Lin Wei never spoke untruths. Her judgments were grounded in the most rational data analysis. In other words, they truly could not provoke the seemingly innocuous young man before them. The atmosphere became profoundly awkward in that instant. Lu Yu observed everything. He watched Qin Feng's expression, caught between the urge to act and the fear of doing so. A visage of frustration that filled him with delight. Ah, truly, the quality of this national team is remarkable. He cleared his throat, shattering the silence that enveloped them. Your guests, since you have come all this way, do not linger outside. Please, come in and enjoy a cup of tea. He gestured towards his dilapidated, blue brick cottage. His tone resembled that of inviting a few neighbors for a casual visit. Qin Feng, Lin Wei, members of Dragon Shield. They gazed at the cottage, which appeared to them no different from a dilapidated structure, then glanced back at Lu Yu's sincere smile, seemingly devoid of any ulterior motive. For a moment, they found themselves at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Qin Feng who took a deep breath. He understood that today, resolving matters through force was impossible. Thus, they would have to resort to negotiation. Very well, he nodded. He then signaled to Lin Wei and the other two team members behind him, indicating for them to enter with him. The rest remained in place, on high alert. Lu Yu, unperturbed, leisurely walked ahead and pushed open the door of the cottage. Wang Fatty had already taken the initiative to tidy up the interior meticulously. He had even set up an antiquated charcoal stove to boil a pot of water. Lu Yu produced several disposable cups, pouring steaming instant coffee for each person. The conditions are humble. Please bear with me, he remarked with a smile. Qin Feng gazed at the cup of instant coffee in his hand, worth no more than 2 yuan, and then looked at the young man before him. Capable of inciting frenzy across the globe and shaking the highest echelons of the nation. A sense of absurdity and unreality washed over him. He silently sipped his coffee before finally speaking. Mr. Lu Yu, let us reintroduce ourselves. We belong to the National Security Council, under the Zero Confidential Sequence. Our full designation is the National Strategic Defense and Mythological Response Logistics Bureau. Certainly, within our ranks, we have grown accustomed to referring to ourselves as. He paused, his gaze becoming unprecedentedly grave. The Dragon Shield. Our duty is to address all mythical occurrences that pose a potential threat to national security and remain inexplicable by existing science. And you, Mr. Lu Yu, along with everything within this reservoir, shall henceforth be regarded as the highest priority for observation and protection by our Dragon Shield. Upon concluding his statement, he fell silent, fixating his hawk-like eyes intently on Lu Yu, eager to witness the reaction of this young man upon hearing words that would terrify any ordinary individual. Yet, Lu Yu's response once again disappointed him. Lu Yu merely sipped his coffee calmly, and then smiled. Dragon Shield? The name is rather appealing, striking a rather imposing tone. So, what now? He looked at Qin Feng, countering with a question. Are you telling me this in hopes that I will surrender my possessions to the state? Or perhaps to present me with a banner recognizing me as one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Huaxia? His jest-laden remarks caused a twitch at the corner of Qin Feng's eye, while Lin Wei behind him nearly stifled a laugh. This man is undeniably amusing. Qin Feng suppressed the urge to strike, speaking in a low tone. Neither. We are here to propose a collaboration. Oh, Lu Yu's interest was piqued. How would this collaboration work? Quite simply, Qin Feng replied. The reservoir remains yours. The contents within it are also yours. We, the Dragon Shield, shall not infringe upon your freedoms. We will merely provide you with the highest level of security in the shadows, shielding you from all unnecessary troubles, both domestic and foreign. What we seek in return is but one thing: intelligence. We require the most detailed and accurate information regarding each of your fishing endeavors. You must inform us of what you have caught, its capabilities, and its origin. Upon finishing his statement, he fixed his gaze firmly on Lu Yu, understanding that this was the crux of their negotiation today. They needed to uncover the nature of the unknown world connected to this reservoir. After hearing his words, Lu Yu fell silent as well. He held his coffee cup, his fingers gently tapping against its rim, deep in contemplation. He was weighing the pros and cons. He understood that collaborating with the state had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was the alleviation of numerous troubles, while the disadvantage was the potential loss of a degree of freedom and secrecy. As the atmosphere within the room once again descended into a stalemate, Lin Wei unexpectedly broke the silence. Her voice remained frigid, yet it carried an inexplicable allure. Mr. Lu Yu, as far as we are aware, you are currently unattached. Furthermore, our psychological profiling suggests that you exhibit a particular interest in intellectually astute, rational, and statuesque women. As she spoke, she adjusted her glasses and, before the eyes of all present, slowly unfastened the top two buttons of her form-fitting black combat attire, revealing a breathtaking expanse of alabaster skin paired with an unfathomable cleft. She gazed at Lu Yu, a smile gracing her lips that could ignite passion in any man. Then, with a voice laden with implication, she softly inquired, "Mr. Liu, do you believe someone like me is qualified to discuss a collaboration with you?" Chapter 35. Action Group Leader Qin Feng. Cold provocation, am I worthy to discuss cooperation with you? Lin Wei's voice resonated with a deadly allure. In her frosty gaze, one could almost perceive a blaze capable of melting steel. The atmosphere within the small room instantly transformed into something ambiguous and perilous. Qin Feng and his two teammates instinctively held their breath, witnessing Lin Wei, the Ice Queen of the Dragon Shield Bureau, employing the legendary art of seduction. It must be said, the effect was remarkable. Any ordinary man, confronted with such breathtaking beauty and unabashed temptation, would likely have surrendered unconditionally. However, Lu Yu's reaction left everyone utterly astonished. He merely cast a casual glance at Lin Wei's ethereal form, enough to drive any man to madness, and then smiled. His smile bore no trace of desire or greed, only a playful amusement, as if observing a child at play. He lifted the cup of instant coffee before him, now slightly cool, and gently blew upon it before speaking in a leisurely manner. His voice was soft, yet it fell like a bucket of ice water upon Lin Wei's heart, which she believed she had under her control. "Miss Lin, I must concede that you are indeed beautiful, and your figure is undeniably commendable. However," he paused, raising his head to meet Lin Wei's astonished gaze, his eyes clear and profound, as if capable of discerning the depths of one's soul. "Do you believe that a man who can effortlessly catch a dragon would concern himself with the trivialities of earthly women?" Boom! This statement struck Lin Wei like a thunderbolt, shattering her composure. Her face drained of color as disbelief, shame, and frustration surged within her enchanting eyes. Commonplace beauty. How dare he label her as such? She, Lin Wei, was recognized as the most beautiful woman in the Dragon Shield Bureau, the unattainable flower sought after by countless affluent heirs of the capital, who lacked even the qualification to exchange a word with her. Today, she had lowered herself to initiate a proposition, only to receive such a humiliating appraisal in return. From Lin Wei, heart shattered, madness level 888. Lu Yu, observing the rising madness level, nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, as expected from an elite of the Dragon Shield Bureau, the quality of this vegetable was unparalleled. The thrill of the harvest was exquisite. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, witnessing his prized asset being so effortlessly dismantled by a single phrase, found his expression turning increasingly grim. He understood that softness was no longer an option. Thus, he resolved to adopt a more forceful approach. Abruptly, he rose from his seat, a chilling aura, imbued with an iron will and a sense of bloodshed, erupted from him with overwhelming intensity. This time, he held nothing back. He intended to test the depths of the enigmatic young man before him with the most direct and unadulterated force. "Mr. Lu Yu." His voice was as frigid as a Siberian gale. "Since our negotiations have reached an impasse, let us resort to a more straightforward and uncomplicated means of communication." As he spoke, he slowly extended his right hand towards Lu Yu. "I, Qin Feng, the leader of the Dragon Shield Bureau's action team, have mastered the most formidable martial arts within the military. My punch can penetrate 10 centimeters of steel. I will deliver but a single blow. Should you withstand it, the terms we previously discussed can be increased by 30%. However, should you fail to endure," he let the threat linger, stark and unadorned. He intended to coerce Lu Yu into submission through sheer brutality. The atmosphere in the room instantly shifted from ambiguous to palpably tense. Lin Wei, having regained her composure from her earlier indignation, regarded Qin Feng with a flicker of concern in her eyes. She knew that despite his domineering nature, he would never engage in an endeavor without certainty. His willingness to strike indicated he possessed at least a 70% assurance of being able to subdue Lu Yu with a single blow. Could it be? Had my earlier assessment been flawed? Was this man truly just an ordinary individual, oblivious to the treasures he possessed? Meanwhile, Lu Yu regarded the imposing, bag-sized fist of Qin Feng with neither anxiety nor fear. Calmly, he rose from his reclined position and extended his own right hand. His hand was clean and slender, reminiscent of an artist's hand, poised to play the piano, standing in stark contrast to Qin Feng's calloused and scarred iron fist. He met Qin Feng's gaze with a smile, radiant yet tinged with a disconcerting madness. "Very well. I too am eager to ascertain the true resilience of my newly upgraded extraordinary physique." No sooner had he uttered these words than Qin Feng sprang into action. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a punch, a concentrated explosion of his entire essence, surging forth with explosive force like a cannonball, accompanied by a sharp whistle that sliced through the air, aimed squarely at Lu Yu's chest. He intended to shatter the young man's pride and illusions entirely. However, at the very moment when his fist was about to strike Lu Yu's chest, Lu Yu's right hand moved. His motion was not swift. In fact, it appeared rather slow. It seemed light and insubstantial, devoid of any hint of aggression. He simply raised his hand and met Qin Feng's iron fist, capable of penetrating steel, with his palm against fist. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of disdainful laughter crossed Qin Feng's eyes. Seeking death, he could almost envision the gruesome spectacle of Lu Yu's entire arm being pulverized by his punch in the next instant. Lin Wei instinctively closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer. Yet, in the following second, the anticipated terrifying sound of shattering bones did not resonate. Instead, there was an exceedingly dull thud, akin to two colossal mountains colliding with tremendous force. Bang! A thunderous roar exploded forth. A visible wave of terrifying energy burst forth from the point of their clash, sending the furniture within the room tumbling chaotically. The already precarious wooden door was flung away with force. Following this, in the incredulous and horrified gazes of Lin Wei and the two Dragon Shield team members, they witnessed a scene that would be etched into their memories for a lifetime. They beheld their invincible and undefeated action team leader, Qin Feng, whose expression transformed instantaneously from disdain to shock. Then came pain. Finally, an overwhelming terror. Crack! A crisp, chilling sound of bones fracturing echoed distinctly. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng's robust physique, akin to a small mountain, was sent flying as if struck by a speeding heavy truck. With a resounding crash, he collided with the solid brick wall of the small house, creating a human-shaped hole in the wall. He then fell with a thud onto the muddy ground outside. A spray of crimson blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs, erupted from his mouth. His once proud, steel-piercing right hand now twisted into an exceedingly peculiar and irregular shape. It was evident that the bones of his entire arm had been utterly shattered. At that moment, the world seemed to come to a standstill. The only sounds that could be heard were the gentle patter of rain outside and the heavy, fear-laden breaths within the room. Lu Yu slowly retracted his right hand, revealing a fair, slender palm, completely unscathed. He gazed outside at the struggling figure, desperately attempting to rise from the ground, but failing miserably. Then, he turned his attention to the interior, where several Dragon Shield Bureau elites stood utterly dazed, resembling lifeless wooden sculptures. A hint of resignation flickered across his face, as if to convey a Versailles-like expression, silently proclaiming, "I told you so," with a subtle flick of his hand. It was as if he had merely swatted away an annoying fly. He then cast a smile towards the completely petrified Lin Wei, a smile that was both radiant and innocent. "Miss Lin," he remarked, "you see, I did warn you. You simply lack the fortitude." Chapter 36. This is my territory, I call the shots. You all are still lacking in resilience. Lu Yu's voice pierced through Lin Wei's heart like a tender yet venomous blade. She gazed upon the seemingly harmless man before her, and then glanced at the enormous human-shaped hole in the wall outside, alongside her partner, her superior, the mightiest warrior of the Dragon Shield Bureau, Qin Feng, who was struggling to rise from the mud, yet found himself utterly immobilized. At that moment, her worldview was irrevocably shattered. She had always believed that Qin Feng represented the pinnacle of human strength. But today, she realized how profoundly mistaken she had been. Before the man who appeared as an amiable neighbor, Qin Feng's once mighty power, capable of piercing steel, now seemed as frail as a mere jest. "Quick, help the captain." The two Dragon Shield members, who had remained petrified until now, finally snapped into action. They scrambled out of the small room, flustered, attempting to lift Qin Feng from a mire. However, upon touching his distorted right arm, Qin Feng emitted a suppressed groan of pain. Don't touch me. His face was as pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He stared at his right arm, his eyes filled with incredulous terror. He understood that this arm was beyond repair. It wasn't merely a fracture. Every bone from his fingers to his shoulder had been utterly shattered by an inexplicably penetrating force. There was no hope for salvation. He lifted his gaze, fixing it upon the young man who was slowly approaching him, his expression a complex mixture of horror and disbelief, as if beholding a monster, a devil, or a deity. He could not comprehend. Why? Why did an ordinary individual, who appeared incapable of harming even a chicken, possess hands that were harder than the most resilient alloys on Earth? What in the world was this principle? Lu Yu stepped before him, looking down with an air of superiority, his face still adorned with that nonchalant smile. Captain Qin, I did say we should engage in friendly discourse. You insisted on resorting to violence. Look, now you've injured yourself. How unfortunate. His tone resembled that of a reprimanding parent addressing a disobedient child. Yet, to Qin Feng's ears, it was more piercing than the most malicious mockery. With a gasp, he could no longer contain himself, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, an injury upon an injury. From Qin Feng's overwhelming humiliation, madness value 1,000. Lu Yu observed the influx of madness value with delight, thinking to himself, "Ah, Captain Qin, you truly are a wonderful person. Despite the injuries sustained, one still remembers to contribute to their KPI." At this moment, Lin Wei emerged from a profound shock. She gazed at the severely wounded Qin Feng, then turned her eyes to the unscathed Lu Yu. The cold allure that once characterized her expression had vanished, replaced by a deeply rooted sense of reverence and a hint of fear. She recognized that they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle today. No, it was not merely an obstacle. It was akin to confronting an invincible barrier forged from neutron star material. Taking a deep breath, she compelled herself to regain her composure. She understood that the only course of action now was to rectify the situation. Approaching Lu Yu, she bowed deeply before him, executing a perfect 90-degree bow. "Mr. Lu Yu." Her voice, stripped of its previous chill and charm, now resonated with heartfelt sincerity and regret. "I apologize. It was our recklessness. We failed to recognize your stature and have offended you. On behalf of the Dragon Shield, I extend our most sincere apologies. We hope you can forgive our impudence." Her posture was exceedingly humble, verging on subservient, for she comprehended that in the face of overwhelming power, all pride and dignity became laughable, insignificant. Lu Yu regarded her, then glanced at the few elite members of the Dragon Shield behind her, who bowed their heads, not daring to breathe. He chuckled softly. "Had you approached me like this from the start, we could have avoided this unpleasantness. Must one endure a beating to learn?" He shook his head, as if lamenting the lack of wisdom among the youth of this generation. He then turned back to the small room, settling into his designated recliner. Lifting the now tepid cup of coffee, he took a gentle sip before slowly speaking. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like a decree, clearly reaching the ears of every Dragon Shield member present, determining their fate for today and beyond. "Very well. Now we can revisit the topic of cooperation we discussed earlier. However, this time," he paused, raising his gaze to Lin Wei, a commanding and unmistakable smirk gracing his lips. "The rules will be established by me. First, this reservoir is mine. I possess absolute ownership and final interpretative authority over everything here. You may stay, conduct research, and provide your so-called protection. However, without my permission, no one is allowed to remove a single blade of grass or a grain of sand from this place, including anything I may catch. Second, while I will not interfere with your research, I must retain the right to halt it at any moment. Moreover, all of your research findings, whether they pertain to deciphering texts or biological data, must be shared with me promptly and without reservation. Thirdly, I require your Dragon Shield Bureau to mobilize all your resources to provide me with the highest level of logistical support and intelligence assistance. This includes addressing any unnecessary disturbances from external sources, such as that individual known as Zhang Heng. Furthermore, I need you to gather all relevant intelligence regarding the supernatural, mythology, and relics on a global scale. Have I made myself sufficiently clear?" Upon concluding his statement, he fell silent, merely gazing at Lin Wei, awaiting her response. Lin Wei remained quiet, acutely aware that each of the three conditions proposed by Lu Yu was exceedingly domineering. It could even be described as harsh. This was hardly a partnership. It was as if they were being treated as a free security detail, research team, and intelligence agency. Yet, did she have a choice? She glanced outside at Qin Feng, who was still coughing up blood, and then looked at the young man before her, whose demeanor was so nonchalant, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. A profound sense of helplessness welled up within her. She realized they had no options. After a lengthy silence, she finally nodded, albeit with great difficulty. I understand. However, such a significant matter is beyond my authority. I must immediately report to our director. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu smiled. Very well. Go ahead. Inform your director. My patience is limited. I will wait for him for only 10 minutes. Lin Wei felt a wave of relief wash over her. She promptly retrieved a uniquely designed silver satellite phone and swiftly exited the small room. Her gaze fell upon Qin Feng, who lay on stretcher, having received urgent medical attention, and her eyes were filled with complexity. Taking a deep breath, she dialed the number that represented the highest authority of the Dragon Shield Bureau. The call was quickly connected, and a commanding voice, both dignified and authoritative, resonated from the other end. Lin Wei, what is the situation on site? Lin Wei's lips moved. She wished to convey that the mission had failed. She wished to say that Qin Feng had been taken down in a single strike. She wished to express that they had encountered a being that defied all rational comprehension. A monster. Yet ultimately, she merely managed to ask, in a voice that was exceedingly dry and tinged with tremors, Director, do you believe in the existence of gods in this world? Chapter 37. Cooperation? Certainly. Show your sincerity, Director. Do you believe in the existence of God in this world? Lin Wei's voice resonated clearly through the satellite phone, reaching the capital 1,000 miles away. In a meticulously minimalistic underground office, fortified to an astonishing degree, a middle-aged man dressed in a simple Zhongshan suit, devoid of military insignia, with an elegant demeanor yet eyes as unfathomable as an abyss, quietly listened to the call. He was the highest authority of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Codenamed 1, Director Zhao Lijun. Upon hearing Lin Wei's question, laced with confusion and shock, Zhao Lijun's expression exhibited no trace of surprise. Calmly, he lifted the teacup from his desk, gently blowing away the tea leaves floating atop. Then, he spoke slowly, his voice warm and imbued with a reassuring strength. Lin Wei, it seems you have encountered a formidable challenge. Even Qin Feng has been subdued. Lin Wei's heart jolted at his words. How does the director know? Instinctively, she glanced skyward, aware that above the thick layers of clouds, a high-altitude reconnaissance satellite from the Dragon Shield Bureau was conducting real-time surveillance. Everything occurring here was under the director's command. Yes, Director. A hint of shame tinged Lin Wei's voice. Team Leader Qin Feng, he suffered severe injuries. Our preliminary assessment was flawed. The man named Lu Yu possesses strength far beyond our expectations. He may indeed not be human. On the other end of the line, Zhao Lijun chuckled. Not human? No, he embodies humanity more than anyone else. A true being who commands his own destiny. Now, let us discuss serious matters. His tone turned grave. What conditions did he propose? Lin Wei dared not withhold any details. She recounted Lu Yu's 3 exceedingly domineering demands verbatim to Zhao Lijun. She anticipated that the director would be enraged upon hearing these seemingly inequitable terms. However, Zhao Lijun's reaction once again defied her expectations. He listened quietly, and after Lin Wei finished speaking, he remained silent for a full minute. Then he slowly said, very reasonable. What? Lin Wei could hardly believe her ears. Director, did you say reasonable? How is this even reasonable? He is clearly treating our Dragon Shield Bureau as mere tools, is he not? Zhao Lijun articulated the latter part of her thought. Yes. Lin Wei nodded laboriously. Hee. Zhao Lijun laughed. Lin Wei, you're still too young. You have yet to truly comprehend the significance of our Dragon Shield Bureau's existence. What is our purpose? Is it to uphold the dignity of our nation? Is it to showcase our country's strength? No, it is neither of those. Our sole purpose for existence is to safeguard, to protect this land, to defend the 14 billion innocent and ordinary citizens who inhabit it. In the face of their safety, the dignity of our Dragon Shield Bureau, our reputation, and even our lives are of little consequence. And now, this young man named Lu Yu is not a threat. Quite the contrary. He and his unfathomable reservoir represent the greatest variable and hope for maintaining this fragile peace. Do you understand my meaning? Lin Wei fell silent, sensing something within her mind had been unlocked. In that moment, her perspective was infinitely elevated. I understand, Director. Zhao Lijun nodded in satisfaction. Go. Promise him. We shall agree to all his conditions. Not only must we agree, but we must also extend our utmost sincerity, ensuring his satisfaction, his happiness, and his willingness to stand with us. For this world may indeed be on the brink of transformation. Inside the small room, Lu Yu was watching the wall clock as time ticked by. The 10-minute deadline was approaching. He lifted his coffee, preparing to take another sip when Lin Wei pushed the door open and entered. Her face had regained its usual icy demeanor, yet her gaze towards Lu Yu held a hint of respect that she was not even aware of. Mr. Lu Yu, she said, slightly bowing. Our director has agreed to all the conditions you proposed. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow at this. Oh, so straightforward. It seems your director is quite astute. Indeed, Lin Wei affirmed with a nod. Our director stated that to demonstrate our sincerity, in addition to what you just mentioned, the Dragon Shield Bureau will also provide you with some additional gifts. Gifts? Lu Yu's interest was piqued. Do tell. From her silver briefcase, Lin Wei retrieved a tablet. She opened a document and presented it to Lu Yu. First, considering your current living conditions are rather modest, we will construct a villa for you by the reservoir within 24 hours, equipped with the most advanced security systems and living amenities. Certainly, in terms of aesthetics, we shall endeavor to construct a residence that harmoniously blends with the surrounding environment, embodying an antiquated style. It is imperative that the design remains understated yet opulent. Rich in substance, Lu Yu cast a glance at the screen, observing the design blueprint of a 3-story villa imbued with a futuristic essence. His lips twitched slightly. Is this what one calls antiquated? Is this considered understated? It seems there may be a misunderstanding of these terms. However, a villa offered for free is not to be turned down. He nodded in acquiescence. Very well, let us proceed. Lin Wei swiped across the screen once more. Secondly, considering your potential future travel requirements, we will provide you with a top-tier, specialized armored vehicle, specifically the one we arrived in, dubbed Dragon 1. Simultaneously, we will arrange for you a special pass, granting you unrestricted access across any nation or region worldwide. Furthermore, we shall establish an unlimited bank account for you, allowing you to manage the funds therein at your discretion. As Lu Yu listened, he couldn't help but whistle softly. Goodness, this treatment surpasses that of ancient emperors. Wealth, vehicles, a luxurious residence, and a global VIP pass. The national team certainly knows how to lavish generosity. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction once more. Is there more? Indeed. Lin Wei regarded Lu Yu with an oddly peculiar gaze. Our director has specifically instructed that, in order to facilitate seamless communication and intelligence exchange with you around the clock, from this day forth. She paused, a subtle blush creeping on her cheeks. I, Lin Wei, shall serve as the chief liaison officer of the Dragon Shield Bureau, stationed closely by your side, overseeing all your daily affairs and security matters. Upon finishing her statement, she lowered her head, unable to meet Lu Yu's eyes. Lu Yu was taken aback. He gazed at the icy beauty before him, who had just moments ago contemplated using charm to entice him, now poised to become his personal attendant. He recalled his previous, disparaging remarks about her. A sly smile crept across his face. He approached Lin Wei, gently lifting her chin to compel her to meet his gaze. Leaning closer, he whispered in a voice imbued with magnetic allure, audible only to the two of them. Liaison Officer Lin, what do you think of a divine being such as myself pairing with a mere mortal like you? Does that constitute a pleasant collaboration? Chapter 38. The distant roar from Academician Chun. Does it count as pleasant cooperation? Lu Yu's words, imbued with ambiguity and teasing, brushed lightly against Lin Wei's earlobe like a feather. The warmth of his breath caused her porcelain neck to suddenly blush with an alluring pink hue. Lin Wei's body froze in shock. She had never been this close to a man in her life, especially one who had just effortlessly defeated her strongest partner and shattered her pride with a mere phrase. A monster. Her heart raced uncontrollably, pounding violently within her chest. She could distinctly perceive the faint, delightful scent emanating from Lu Yu, reminiscent of sunshine. She opened her mouth, intending to articulate something, but her mind remained a blank canvas. All rationality and composure were utterly dismantled in that moment. Lin Wei's embarrassment and turmoil, madness value, 500. Lu Yu observed her adorable expression, a blend of shyness, irritation, and helplessness, and felt an overwhelming sense of delight. Ah, teasing the Ice Queen is undeniably gratifying. He decided to withdraw, choosing not to prolong the playful banter. He released her and took a step back, resuming his demeanor of serene nonchalance. Well, Liaison Officer Lin, since our cooperation has been established, it is now your turn to demonstrate some genuine sincerity. For instance, he gestured toward the enormous human-shaped hole in the wall, created by Qin Feng. Could you first repair my wall? Lin Wei. She gazed at Lu Yu's earnest expression, as though discussing a matter of great significance, then glanced at the wall, still allowing the wind to seep through. For a moment, she found herself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. This man was simply too infuriating. Ultimately, the Dragon Shield Bureau showcased their terrifying efficiency as the nation's strongest agency. In less than half an hour, a team comprising top-tier architects and material scientists appeared at Lomian Reservoir, as if sent by divine intervention. They utilized no conventional building materials, but instead employed a shimmering metallic liquid memory alloy, restoring the damaged wall to its pristine condition in mere minutes. Indeed, even more resilient than before. Following this, more engineering vehicles and personnel began to stream into Lomian Mountain. They commenced construction of a sci-fi-inspired intelligent defense villa at Lu Yu's designated site. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was whisked away by a small medical helicopter, reportedly bound for the capital, where the Dragon Shield Bureau's cutting-edge biomedical technology would attempt to repair his severely injured arm. Before he departed, he gazed at Lu Yu with eyes filled with an intricate blend of resentment and reverence, even harboring a touch of an indefinable battle intent. Clearly, this war god of the Dragon Shield Bureau had not been utterly defeated. He still yearned for another match against Lu Yu. In response, Lu Yu merely waved his hand, indicating that he was welcome to engage at any time. After all, idleness was not appealing. Having such a resilient and high-quality sparring partner to practice against occasionally, while also racking up some madness points, was rather delightful. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanqing and Academician Chun were permitted to stay. Upon receiving Lu Yu's approval, they immediately immersed themselves once more into their fervent research on the giant turtle and the stone tablet, as if invigorated by a surge of enthusiasm. The entire Lomian Reservoir presented an exceedingly bizarre, yet remarkably harmonious tableau. On one side lay a construction site brimming with futuristic technological elements, while on the other, an atmosphere of mysticism enveloped the archaeological studies. At the center of it all, Lu Yu, the master of the domain, lounged leisurely in his chair, sipping cola and scrolling through his phone, relishing this rare indulgence of being catered to in a life of leisure. At that moment, Lin Wei approached. She had changed out of her tight combat suit into a crisp, white athletic ensemble, exuding a youthful vitality that contrasted with her previously cold demeanor. Yet, her expression remained as frosty and businesslike as ever. "Mr. Lu Yu," she said, extending a peculiar silver satellite phone toward him. "Academician Chun has an urgent communication request. He wishes to speak with you directly." "Academician Chun?" Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. "Isn't he right over there? Less than 100 meters away. Why not just walk over?" Lin Wei's lips twitched slightly. "Well, Academician Chun is currently in a temporary sterile isolation tent. He and his team have just scraped a bit of powder from that stone tablet. They are now conducting an urgent analysis of those particles, so they cannot come out at the moment." Lu Yu chuckled at this revelation. Goodness, these scientists are indeed a reckless bunch, daring to scrape that enigmatic stone tablet without a care for potential prehistoric viruses. He took the phone. "Hello, Academician Chun. What can I do for you?" Immediately, Chun Guosher's voice boomed from the other end, filled with urgency and exasperation. "Lu Yu, you little rascal. What on earth have you done to my precious stone tablet?" Lu Yu was left momentarily perplexed, his expression one of bewilderment. "What did I do? I've been lying here doing nothing at all, you know?" Academician Chun, while one may indulge in food indiscriminately, one must not speak carelessly, Lu Yu remarked, somewhat at a loss. "What issue has arisen with your precious stone tablet?" "What issue?" Chun Academician's voice rose even louder. "We have just employed the most sophisticated mass spectrometer to analyze the powder scraped from the tablet. The results indicate that the composition of that powder is identical to that of the shell of the colossal turtle. In other words, that stone tablet was not placed there by anyone later. It has grown alongside that giant turtle from the very beginning. It is a part of the turtle's body, a mutated fragment of its bone. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Shun academician raged into the phone. Lu Yu cleared his ears, bewildered. I did not understand. You ignorant fool. Shun academician was so furious he could hardly catch his breath. This signifies that the inscriptions on the stone tablet could not possibly have been engraved by humans. For no existing human technology could etch such intricate characters on a material 1,000 times harder than diamond, an unknown biological substance. The only explanation is that those inscriptions are innate, just like the tablet itself. They are inscribed within its very genes, the language of the gods. And you wretched lad, how do you know a language that only the gods would comprehend? Why, upon merely glancing at it, can you discern that the character reads dragon? Who on earth are you? Do you perchance know the pronunciations of other characters as well? Speak quickly. If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation today, I will perish at your doorstep. At this moment, the esteemed academician had completely transformed into a whimsical old child, fervently pursuing the truth. Lu Yu listened to his frantic tirade and could not help but chuckle. He gazed at the isolation tent swaying wildly in the torrential rain, almost envisioning Chun academician's comical visage, fuming at him through the phone. Clearing his throat, he adopted an exceedingly nonchalant tone, as if discussing a trivial matter, and slowly said, "Oh, is that what you mean? If you wish to know, I can divulge." However, he paused, a sly, fox-like smile curling at the corners of his lips. "My information comes at a considerable price." A long silence ensued on the other end of the line. After several seconds, Chun academician's voice, laced with barely contained fury, emerged. What do you want? Chapter 39. The divine assistance of my sister Lu Yao. What do you want? On the other end of the line, academician Chun Guosher's voice brimmed with a palpable tension, laced with resentment. He felt akin to a gambler who had wagered his entire fortune, facing a young devil seated across the table, who was assured of victory. Listening to his agitated tone, Lu Yu chuckled. Academician Chun, there's no need to be so anxious. I'm not particularly interested in wealth. My desires are rather straightforward. He paused, slowly articulating his terms. Firstly, I am willing to share the inscriptions on the stone tablet with you, but I shall divulge only one character at a time. When I reveal the next, will depend on my mood. Secondly, in exchange, I require that the Chinese Academy of Sciences, along with all the academic resources at your disposal, serve me wholeheartedly. I wish to be informed of all historical, mythical, and biological information related to each character you decipher. Moreover, this information must be shared with me unreservedly and promptly. Those are my two conditions. What say you, academician Shin? This deal should not be a loss for you, I presume? A prolonged silence enveloped the line. Lu Yu understood that Chun Guosher was contemplating, weighing the proposition. At first glance, it seemed that Lu Yu was the one reaping enormous benefits. However, in reality, it was a mutually advantageous arrangement. Lu Yu required the assistance of the nation's foremost think tank to construct a comprehensive knowledge system regarding the exotic beings of the primordial era. Meanwhile, Chun Guosher and his team relied on Lu Yu, the sole key, to unlock the mysterious door to a lost civilization. They were inextricably linked. After a long pause, the weary voice of academician Chun, seemingly aged by a decade in an instant, finally spoke. Fine, I agree, but I have a condition of my own. What is it? Lu Yu inquired. You young rascal, from now on, you shall not call me academician Chun. Refer to me as Elder Chun. Upon hanging up the phone, Lu Yu felt a wave of elation wash over him. It was a successful maneuver. He had ensnared yet another national-level, top-tier ally. In his left hand, he had the Dragon Shield Bureau as a bodyguard and intelligence agency, while in his right, he had the Chinese Academy of Sciences as a think tank and treasure trove of knowledge. This arrangement was nothing short of luxurious. Relaxing back into his recliner, he felt that his laid-back existence had reached its zenith. Just then his phone chimed again. This time, it was a video call request from someone he knew all too well. The caller ID read, the world's most adorable sister. It was Lu Yao. A genuine, affectionate smile instantly graced Lu Yu's face as he answered the video call. On the screen, an adorable face, vibrant and brimming with youthful collagen, appeared instantly. Brother. Lu Yao's voice rang out, as melodious and clear as a lark. You finally answered the phone. You nearly drove me to despair. She pouted in complaint. What is the matter? Lu Yu asked with a smile. Are you short on money again? Not at all. Lu Yao huffed. Brother, is something wrong? I've seen a flurry of news about you online these past few days. They say you caught an enormous goldfish in a reservoir back home, and a turtle as massive as a mountain, not to mention a long, red snake that resembles a dragon. Is that true? Our school forum is practically flooded with your updates. So many classmates are asking me if that stunning young man in the video is really my brother. As she spoke, she waved her small fists in a display of excitement and concern. Seeing her animated demeanor warmed Lu Yu's heart. Don't worry, brother is just fine. In fact, I'm better than ever. He turned the camera towards the magnificent giant turtle, Basya, resting nearby. Look, here's my new pet. Upon seeing the colossal creature, Lu Yao's mouth formed an astonished ta shape. Wow! A high-pitched scream, loud enough to shatter eardrums, erupted from the phone. Brother, 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 is this for real? It's enormous. Goodness, it's even bigger than our school library. Brother, you're incredible. You are my one and only hero. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, filled with unconditional pride for her brother. From Lu Yao's profound admiration, madness level 999. Lu Yu looked at this impressive display of enthusiasm and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, she is my sister. Truly remarkable. By the way, brother, Lu Yao suddenly appeared mysterious, as if recalling something important. You are quite the sensation online. Many people are discussing you, but there are also some negative voices. I saw some so-called experts from abroad on Twitter claiming that everything you've shown is fake. They say it's just a CG animation created by us, the Huaxia, for publicity. They even accuse us of inciting panic. It infuriates me. She shook her small fists, her face flushed with indignation. Brother, we cannot allow them to tarnish our reputation so easily. We must fight back. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Fight back? How we do that? He knew that such a transnational war of public opinion was among the most challenging battles to wage. Even if you present an abundance of evidence, they will choose to selectively ignore it. Then, from an angle you could never conceive, they will continue to assail you. However, Lu Yao revealed a cunning smile, reminiscent of a mischievous little fox. Brother, have you forgotten what I study? Lu Yu was taken aback. He suddenly recalled that Lu Yao was majoring in new media and digital art design at Qingzhou University. In simpler terms, she was a connoisseur of video, the internet, and public opinion. A true professional. Brother, listen to me. The spark of wisdom illuminated Lu Yao's eyes. When dealing with such public opinion, the most effective approach is not to explain or clarify. Instead, it is to defeat magic with magic. They claim we are CGI. Very well. We shall outdo them in embodying CGI. We will transform you into a figure more captivating, more dashing, and more enigmatic than any film star. A super internet celebrity, a super IP. We must take the initiative and seize the high ground of public discourse. We will make them understand what true dimensionality reduction is. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. Her little face flushed with enthusiasm. Lu Yu listened to her barrage of professional jargon and fanciful plans, feeling somewhat bewildered. So, how exactly do we proceed? He inquired. It's quite simple. Lu Yao snapped her fingers. Step 1. Brother, right now, I need you to film several segments showcasing the coolest, most stylish, and highest definition interactions between you and your pets. Remember, it must exude sophistication. For instance, gently stroking the head of that dragon while feeding it, or standing atop that massive turtle, gazing into the distance. In short, be as stylish as possible. Step 2. Send me the videos. I will utilize all my skills to edit, score, and add effects for you. I will transform you into the most dazzling figure on the internet. Step 3. The most crucial step. I will register a brand new overseas social media account. The name shall be, she said with a mischievous grin, Oriental Deity. Then, I will publish our meticulously crafted videos. We want to engage in debates or confrontations. We will simply update daily with your celestial routines. We will crush them with absolute strength and sophistication, making them question themselves and descend into infighting and madness. Brother, what do you think of my plan? After hearing this, Lu Yu fell into a profound silence. He gazed at the video, where his sister wore a smug expression, as if eagerly awaiting praise. A singular thought occupied his mind. This girl. It would truly be a waste of her talents if she did not pursue a career in multi-level marketing. After a prolonged silence, he finally, albeit reluctantly, nodded. Then, Addressing Lu Yaoyao, he posed a question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Yaoyao, all these things you mentioned, editing, special effects, and operations, must require a considerable amount of money, right? Chapter 40. Internet memes. What did Lu Xin catch today? Well, quite a sum, I presume. Lu Yu inquired, voicing the question that weighed heavily on his mind. On the other end of the video call, Lu Yao pouted and shot him an exaggerated eye roll. Brother, do you still have the audacity to discuss money with me? You are now a man capable of catching dragons. Can you not expand your horizons just a tad? Moreover, she continued, puffing out her modest yet proudly held chest, I, your sister, am the top scholar in our school's specialized courses. These matters are trivial. All you need to do is provide the most extraordinary content. The rest, packaging, promotion, igniting public opinion. Leave it all to me. I assure you, I will transform you into the universe's foremost internet celebrity, she declared with fervent conviction, thumping her chest in assurance. Lu Yu, observing her unwavering confidence, chuckled. All right, since our dear Yao Yao has spoken, I suppose I shall support the initial funding. With that, he produced the limitless black card bestowed upon him by the Dragon Shield Bureau and, in Lu Yao's presence, transferred 1 million. On the other end of the video call, an eerie silence ensued. Lu Yao stared at the long string of zeros that had suddenly appeared in her mobile banking app. Utterly dumbfounded, her mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg, and her beautiful eyes widened like saucers. After what felt like an eternity, she cautiously asked in a voice laced with disbelief, Brother, did you sell our family's reservoir? Ultimately, after Lu Yu repeatedly assured her that he had not sold himself and that this was merely a reward from the state, Lu Yao reluctantly accepted this astronomical sum of initial funding with a hint of skepticism. This spirited young lady immediately showcased her formidable execution as a professional. She first used the funds to rent the most elite multimedia studio near their school. Then, she swiftly recruited several talented classmates and seniors adept in video editing, special effects production, and overseas social media management, forming her own small yet highly effective Eastern Deity Project team. Lu Yu, in turn, willingly took on the role of his sister's exclusive actor. In the following days, his daily routine consisted of reluctantly striking various divine poses under the watchful eyes of Lin Wei and Wang Fatty, both filled with knowing smiles. For instance, at dawn, when the first rays of sunlight graced the water surface, he, clad in a pristine white robe, sits cross-legged atop the majestic turtle, his eyes closed in deep meditation, exuding an aura of a transcendental being, as if he were partaking in the ethereal essence of nature. For instance, at noon, he would carry a bucket filled with the freshest deep-sea delicacies, airlifted by the Dragon Shield Bureau, to the presence of the blood dragon. Then, like a caretaker feeding a kitten, he would toss chunks of the invaluable bluefin tuna and emperor crab into the gaping maw of the blood dragon, which, despite its fearsome reputation capable of silencing the cries of children, would gently nuzzle its massive head against Lu Yu's leg with endearing familiarity. Moreover, in the evening, as the setting sun bathed the entire reservoir in a golden hue, he would sit by the water's edge with a rustic bamboo pole, while the resplendent golden dragon carp leaped from the surface, playfully circling around him. The scene of one man, one pole, and one divine fish, illuminated by the sunset, painted a breathtaking tableau reminiscent of a mythological masterpiece. These visually striking moments were captured in high definition by Wang Fatty, who meticulously documented every angle and then promptly transmitted the footage to Lu Yao, who in turn would have her team craft exquisite secondary creations from the material in the shortest time possible, accompanied by grand and epic background music. The visuals would be enhanced with stunning light and shadow effects, and adorned with mysterious titles written in the most succinct and pretentious archaic English, such as The Morning of a Deity or Feeding My Little Pet. These brief videos, each lasting under a minute, would be disseminated through the account named Eastern Deity to the world's largest social media platforms, including YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram. They would not engage in explanations, responses, or interactions, simply existing as if a lofty deity was casually chronicling his daily life. This exquisite and enigmatic approach to operation instantly ignited a bombshell in the already tumultuous realm of overseas public opinion. Initially, those foreign netizens who had fervently proclaimed theories of CGI and threats, upon witnessing these videos, crafted with a finesse surpassing even Hollywood blockbusters, were rendered speechless. They were bewildered, disoriented, and began to question their very existence. Oh my God, what am I witnessing? He is actually feeding that dragon. The dragon before him appeared as docile as a kitten. This defies scientific reasoning. That man, he is seated atop the head of a colossal turtle in meditation. Does he not fear being swallowed whole? Wait, have you noticed how astonishingly clear the quality of these videos is? Every detail is vividly discernible. Is it truly feasible for special effects to achieve such clarity? Faced with these surreal occurrences, the previously esteemed scientists and experts seem utterly impotent, their analyses rendered laughable. Consequently, an intriguing phenomenon emerged. International netizens began to engage in heated debates amongst themselves. One faction staunchly defended science, obstinately asserting that all of this is fabricated, a grand deception orchestrated by the Chinese. Conversely, the other faction embraced a fervent belief in the miraculous, convinced they had witnessed divine wonders. They even initiated various fan clubs for Liu Yu in multiple languages. These two groups clashed vehemently across major social media platforms, their disputes generating a staggering influx of fervor for Liu Yu. Amidst this global online frenzy, a novel and sensational meme took root. What has the God of the East caught today? Initially, this meme circulated within domestic fishing enthusiast forums, but quickly spread virally across the internet. Countless netizens eagerly anticipated, each day, the chance to check their phones and discover what astonishing and worldview-shattering catch the enigmatic man residing atop the eastern divine mountain had reeled in from his mystical reservoir. Brothers, the market is open. I bet today the God of the East will catch a mermaid. I wager will be a phoenix. You all are thinking too small. In my view, he is bound to land an extraterrestrial today. This meme even evolved into a plethora of emoticons and quips. For instance, when a friend boasts excessively, one could simply produce an emoticon of Liu Yu fishing and casually inquire, "Oh, is that so? What did you catch today?" The impact is substantial and the humiliation profound. Through this meme and his sister's extraordinary prowess, Liu Yu transformed from an obscure village youth into a veritable global sensation. Each of his videos amassed billions of views, and every action he took sparked frenzied interpretations worldwide. He has truly achieved the remarkable feat of commanding global public opinion without ever leaving the confines of his home. At this moment, this worldwide sensation reclines in his armchair, gazing at his frenzied metrics, which have once again surpassed the 5 million mark. A profoundly gratified smile graces his face. Ah, splendid indeed. His sister's assistance has proven to be invaluable. It appears to be the appropriate time to bestow upon her some additional pocket money. Chapter 41. Exchange for advanced spiritual bait. Delve into the depths once more. And earn some pocket money? Lin Wei, the chief liaison officer of the Dragon Shield Bureau and the personal assistant to Liu Yu, involuntarily twitched at the corners of her icy visage upon hearing his nonchalant musings. She recalled the previous day when Liu Yu had effortlessly transferred a staggering 1 million as startup capital to his sister, a display of extravagance that left her astounded. It also brought to mind the directive from her superior regarding the unlimited bank account at her disposal. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of redundancy in her role as chief liaison officer. It seemed as though he had no need for financial resources, perhaps even possessing more wealth than the entire annual budget of their Dragon Shield Bureau. This realization plunged her into a profound sense of defeat. From Lin Wei's self-doubt. Madness value, 200. Liu Yu regarded Lin Wei, who had contributed yet another wave of KPIs, with a satisfied nod. Indeed, Assistant Lin was an exceptionally dedicated employee. With that jest behind him, Liu Yu rose from his reclined position, stretching his limbs languorously. His gaze fell upon the shimmering expanse of water, reigniting the long-buried flame of excitement within him. After such a prolonged respite, it was time to commence his endeavors. His declaration sent a jolt of alarm through the hearts of those present. Commence? What could he possibly be planning? Lin Wei's breath quickened in an instant. She hurried to stand before Liu Yu, her voice tinged with an anxiety she had not even realized she possessed. "Mr. Liu Yu, what are you about to do?" "Fishing," Liu Yu replied matter-of-factly. "What else could it be? Before the villa you are constructing for me is completed, I must find some amusement for myself, no?" Lin Wei was left speechless. She gazed at Liu Yu, who wore an expression as casual as if he were merely suggesting a stroll in the park on a pleasant day. Memories of his previous fishing exploits, each capable of sending the world into a frenzy, flooded her mind. An ominous premonition surged within her. Mr. Liu. She struggled to articulate her thoughts. You see, our Dragon Shield Bureau has only just set up various equipment. The expert team has only recently begun to make progress on deciphering the steel. Could you possibly rest for a few more days? Her words were a plea, a desperate request. She was genuinely terrified. She feared that if this man cast his line once more, he might reel in a creature even more fearsome and absurd than the likes of Basya or Bloodflood. A monstrosity, if that were to happen. The carefully established barricades and defenses of the Dragon Shield Bureau could collapse in an instant. Liu merely cast her a glance and smiled. Officer Lin, have you perhaps misunderstood something? I am the master here. When I choose to fish, it is my prerogative. You and your Dragon Shield Bureau. He paused, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful smirk. It seems you have no authority over me, do you? Lin Wei was momentarily rendered speechless by his words. Her complexion shifted from red to pale, and ultimately, she could only squeeze out 3 words through gritted teeth. You may proceed. She was aware that she could not impede him. Once this man had made up his mind, no one could stop him. She had no choice but to immediately retrieve her communicator and, with utmost urgency, report this disquieting news, one that would surely send the entire Dragon Shield Bureau into chaos, to her superior. Report to the director, the target, Liu. He is going fishing again. Liu paid no heed to the group of Dragon Shield Bureau members behind him, who were suddenly thrown into a state of panic and disorder. He walked straight back to his small abode. He knew that today endeavors could not be approached as casually as before, for there were too many eyes upon him, domestic and foreign, official and unofficial, benevolent and malevolent. Countless gazes were fixed on him through various channels, both known and unknown to him. He needed to catch something substantial, something formidable. A new treasure, one that would extinguish any lingering hopes or covetous thoughts among those who eyed him. A weapon of mass deterrence. Thus, he required a more effective bait. He opened the system shop and gazed at a staggering total of over 5 million madness points. His eyes swiftly locked onto an item he had previously deemed absurdly overpriced, yet now found somewhat acceptable. Item 7. Advanced Spiritual Energy Bait. Description. Formed from pure spiritual energy of a higher dimension. It possesses a lethal and irresistible allure for all beings of divine nature and ancient anomalies. Price, 1,000,000 madness points each. 1 million. For a single bait. This price was nothing short of extortion. But Liu, in his current state of financial abundance, could afford it. Exchange. Without hesitation. He issued the command. Ding. Will you spend 1,000,000 madness points to exchange for Advanced Spiritual Energy Bait? X1? Yes. Ding. Exchange successful. Advanced Spiritual Energy Bait has been deposited into your storage compartment. In an instant, 1 million points vanished. Liu's heart involuntarily twitched. Yet when he retrieved the new bait from his storage compartment, he believed that the expenditure was worthwhile. Before him lay an extraordinary crystal, no larger than a thumb, radiating a resplendent array of colors akin to iridescent glass. As soon as it made its appearance, the air within the small room transformed, becoming fresh and fragrant. A remarkably pure and formidable aura of life emanated from it, invigorating Liu with a mere whiff, making him feel as if his already enhanced physique had received a subtle, yet discernible, refinement. What a treasure! Liu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He understood that with this formidable weapon in hand, he would undoubtedly catch something today that would make the entire world tremble once more. A magnificent creature. He grasped the bait and the restored, heavenly fishing rod, stepping out of the small house. Upon his emergence, all eyes converged upon him. Tension, anticipation, fear, and unease intermingled, almost igniting the very air around them. Wang Fatty had long since set up his complete top-tier live streaming equipment. In a fit of madness, he even deployed his newly acquired military-grade drone, impervious to water and electromagnetic interference, to capture aerial footage. His aim was to deliver an epic audio-visual feast to the audience online, with a stunning 360-degree view. Dear family and friends, the exhilarating moment has arrived. Your Liu God is about to clock in for today's work. As per tradition, let the games begin. I wager that today Lu God will catch something that can fly. Instantly, over 100 million viewers flooded into his live stream. The barrage of comments was so overwhelming that the screen was nearly obscured. All that could be discerned was a torrential eruption of gift effects akin to a volcanic explosion. Meanwhile, beyond the cordon, the various media reporters who had been turned away earlier sprang into action upon receiving the news. Though they could not enter, each pulled out their longest, thickest, and most expensive telephoto lens, like a pack of paparazzi that had lain in wait for 3 days and nights in the underbrush. They fixated their lenses upon the direction of the reservoir, terrified of missing any moment that could elevate their careers to new heights. A historic instant. At this moment, it could be said that every cast Lu Yu made would resonate with the heartbeat of the entire world. Yet, Lu Yu remained unfazed by it all. He calmly approached the reservoir's edge, affixing the iridescent crystal bait to his hook. Then, he closed his eyes, activating his newly acquired skill, Spiritual Probe. Buzz. Chapter 42. The mysterious luminescent plants beneath the water, a resonant chime, reminiscent of an ancient warning, echoed in Lu Yu's mind. As he activated Spiritual Energy Probe, the shimmering surface of the water transformed before his eyes into a three-dimensional map composed of countless densely packed points of energy. This intricate map unveiled the submerged realm of the Longmian Reservoir in its entirety. In the shallows of the reservoir, he discerned several faint white points of light, nearly imperceptible, ordinary fish and shrimp yet to undergo mutation. Slightly deeper, 3 extraordinarily brilliant and massive orbs of light captured his attention. One golden, one deep greenish-black, and one blood-red. These represented the golden dragon carp, the giant tortoise basha, and the blood serpent, respectively. Surrounding these 3 luminous entities were a variety of other creatures, large and small, radiating diverse hues of energy. There were both powerful and weaker beings, indicating that the reservoir concealed numerous elusive fish that had escaped his earlier attempts at fishing. However, this was not the crux of his revelation. Lu Yu's gaze penetrated through layers of luminescence, fixating on the deepest, darkest, and most chilling part of the reservoir's bottom. There, he beheld an entity beyond the capacity of any language to describe. It was neither a point of light nor an orb. It was an expanse of pure, all-consuming darkness, a colossal energy black hole, exceeding 1 kilometer in diameter. It lay quietly at the reservoir's base, akin to a slumbering, primordial deity from the dawn of the universe. Surrounding this abyss were several smaller, yet equally ominous sources of energy, exuding an aura of the forbidden. Together, they formed the apex of the food chain within this aquatic domain. Goodness gracious! Lu Yu marveled at this awe-inspiring, yet terrifying energy map, unable to suppress an expletive in his mind. He had always believed he had significantly overestimated the dangers of this reservoir. But now he realized how naive he had been. The creatures he had previously caught, which could drive the world into a frenzy, paled in comparison to the true titans lurking at the reservoir's depths. They were merely akin to a group of preschool children yet to grow up. Warning! Warning! Detection of a forbidden-level spiritual energy response. This area harbors indescribable entities far exceeding the host's current power threshold. The system strongly advises the host must immediately cease fishing. Evacuate this area. Stay safe. Do not provoke. The system's cold. Emotionless alerts reverberated in Lu Yu's mind. Yet at that moment, they felt like frantic human screams of terror. Clearly, even the system was intimidated by the entity lurking beneath the water. A cold sweat broke out on Lu Yu's forehead. He understood that the system would not jest with him. That black hole was undoubtedly a presence he could not provoke at this moment. He had no doubt that should he cast his line into those depths, he would surely incite that formidable creature. The consequences would not merely involve being dragged underwater. It could result in him, along with the reservoir and even the entire Longmian mountain, being swallowed whole by the opposing force. Never mind, never mind. Today is not suitable for stirring the waters. It would be wiser to proceed with caution. Lu Yu reassured himself. He was not a reckless individual. He recognized when to flaunt his prowess and when to bide his time. Just as he was about to retract his fishing rod, his gaze was suddenly captivated by a faint, yet scintillating point of light at the edge of that vast abyss of dark energy. This light was minuscule, resembling a mere speck of dust beside the colossal black hole. Yet its radiance was remarkably pure and beautiful. More importantly, its energy response was quite weak, even less potent than that of the golden dragon carp. Beep. Rare level spiritual energy response detected. Species: unknown botanical life form. Danger level: low. System suggestion: the host may attempt to fish for this target. Unexpected rewards may await. The system's prompt echoed at the opportune moment. A plant? Lu Yu's eyes instantly lit up. After spending so much time fishing for fish, turtles, and snakes, he had yet to catch a plant. Moreover, this one was growing next to such a formidable entity. One could easily deduce that this was undoubtedly a treasure of the highest caliber, and with a low danger level to boot. This was truly a treasure delivered right to his doorstep. That essay, Lu Yu made his decision in an instant. He concentrated all his mental energy and began to cautiously manipulate the fishing line that had already sunk to the bottom. He guided the shimmering, multicolored bait slowly, skillfully avoiding those terrifying energy sources, inching closer to that equally radiant speck of light. This process was exceedingly taxing on his concentration. Lu Yu felt as though he were not fishing, but rather performing the most intricate heart bypass surgery. He feared that a careless move might cause the line to brush against the formidable presence nearby, which would certainly lead to chaos. On the shore, everyone held their breath, intently watching Lu Yu. They were oblivious to the heart-pounding underwater gamble he was engaged in. All they could see was Lu Yu, after casting his rod, closed his eyes and stood still, motionless. 10 full minutes had elapsed, yet the surface of the water remained undisturbed, devoid of even a single splash. What could be the matter? Had he misfired? I thought as much. It's implausible that every cast would yield a great catch. It seemed today would not unveil any remarkable spectacle. Outside the caution tape, the impatient journalists began to murmur their grievances. Even a fervent audience in the live stream showed signs of despondency. Could it be? Is Lu Shan going to come up empty today? Did I waste my tokens? Let us disperse. It appears today as catch will not be extraordinary. Only Lin Wei and Xiao Wanqing remained steadfast, their gaze fixed intently on Lu Yu. They exhibited no impatience, having observed a crucial detail. Beads of sweat were steadily trickling down Lu Yu's forehead, and his complexion had turned slightly pale. Clearly, he was not as composed as he appeared on the surface. He must be engaged in some unimaginable struggle beneath the waters. At that moment, Lu Yu suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes, a flicker of relieved joy illuminating his expression. He had hooked something, he exclaimed with fervor, then sharply lifted his wrist. Splash! A crisp sound reverberated through the air as a brilliant stream of color was forcibly drawn from the depths of the seemingly bottomless reservoir. This vibrant arc traced a dazzling, rainbow-like trajectory through the air before landing precisely on the grass before Lu Yu. All eyes converged on the spectacle, eager to discover what extraordinary entity this man had managed to catch this time. However, upon unveiling the object in its entirety, everyone stood in stunned silence. For it was neither a fish, nor a turtle, nor a snake. It was a plant, a peculiar specimen, entirely translucent, seemingly carved from the purest, multi-hued glass. Its form resembled that of an enormous coral, yet each branch bore fruit akin to lustrous pearls, plump and semi-transparent. Most astonishingly, the entire plant radiated a soft, dreamlike, iridescent glow that illuminated the surrounding grass, rendering it ethereal. An aroma, surpassing even that of the previously mentioned aged monkey wine, wafted forth, enchanting and invigorating the senses. Let all who catch a whiff of this enchanting aroma feel as though their very souls have been cleansed. A profound sense of comfort and clarity envelopes them. What is this? Xiao Wanqing gazed in a daze at the exquisite plant before her, one that seemed to belong to another realm. Her mind once again succumbing to a void. She exhausted her extensive knowledge of biology, yet found herself unable to classify this ethereal entity through any scientific lens. Meanwhile, academician Chun, upon beholding this extraordinary plant, appeared as if struck by lightning. He stood frozen for a good 10 seconds, and then an expression of exhilaration, surpassing even that of his earlier encounters with Ba Xia and the stone tablet, illuminated his face. Wild, ecstatic, and incredulous, he pointed at the luminescent plant, his lips trembling as he attempted to articulate something, but overwhelmed by extreme excitement, he could utter not a single word. Ultimately, his eyes rolled back, and this esteemed treasure of the nation, a paragon of the scientific community in Huaxia, simply fainted from the sheer beauty. Chapter 43. The enchantment of a singing coral tree. Academician Chen felt lightheaded. This man, who had encountered formidable beasts, touched divine monuments, and even dared to roar at Lu Yu, a hardened old man, ultimately succumbed before a plant of extraordinary beauty. Teacher, what is wrong? Xiao Wanqing was the first to react. She, along with several other researchers, hurriedly rushed over, frantically administering first aid and performing CPR, caught up in the chaos. The medical team from the Dragon Shield Bureau also swiftly arrived, carrying a stretcher. The scene was instantly enveloped in a small whirlwind of confusion. Yet, Lu Yu and the resplendent, multicolored coral tree before him seemed to exist in a world of their own, isolated from the surrounding clamor. Kneeling down, Lu Yu extended his hand, curiously and gently brushing against one of the branches of the coral tree. It felt warm and smooth, akin to jade, an exquisite sensation. At that very moment, as his fingers made contact with the coral tree, a cold notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully caught the primordial variant. 7-hole Linglong tree, seedling stage. Achievement unlocked, taking the unconventional path. Reward, 100,000 madness points. Special item, chest X1. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. 100,000 madness points, and a special item chest. This was a significant gain. He promptly clicked to view the detailed description of the plant. Species, 7-hole Linglong tree, seedling stage. Grade, heavenly material and earthly treasure. Description, born in the most spiritually rich regions of the primordial world. It is one of the innate spiritual roots. Naturally, it possesses 7 apertures, allowing it to resonate with all things in the universe. The fragrance it emits can cleanse the soul and purify the heart. The fruit it bears, the Linglong fruit, upon consumption, can awaken wisdom and enhance perception, making it a coveted treasure for countless cultivators. Note, it appears to be quite fond of the angler's aura surrounding you, and it seems to wish to sing a song for you. Sing a song? Lu Yu paused at the last note. How could plants sing? With a mouth? It didn't he have one? As he pondered this, suddenly, a faint, almost ethereal hum emanated from the vibrant coral tree, as if it were a resonance from the depths of the soul. Then, without warning, a transcendent, melodious tune, so sublime it defied description, filled the minds of all present. This was not a sound heard through the ears. It directly impacted the very essence of the soul. A heavenly melody. At times, the melody resembled the clarity of mountain streams, bright and pleasant. At other times, it evoked the tranquility of deep valleys, serene and far-reaching. Yet again, it mirrored a mother's lullaby, gentle and tender. All who heard this melody found their expressions frozen in an instant. Their gazes became hazy yet serene, as if all worries, sorrows, and desires were completely washed away and purified by this ethereal song. In that moment, their souls seemed to transcend. The once boisterous journalists laid down their cameras, standing silently in place, their faces illuminating with a childlike, innocent smile. Even the Dragon Shield members, who had previously appeared apprehensive, relinquished their weapons. Their eyes, once rendered frigid and numb from years of missions, softened immensely. Even the giant turtle, just awakened, and the proud golden koi in the reservoir fell silent. They lay quietly, listening as a hint of human warmth, a glimmer of nostalgia, emerged in their vast, weathered eyes. At that moment, the entire Longmian reservoir enveloped itself in an extraordinarily peaceful and sacred atmosphere, as if it had transcended the realm of mortals to become that carefree paradise from legends. Only Lu Yu remained alert, for this song held no power over him, or rather, the 7-aperture Linglong tree, in its expression towards its master, conveyed not purification but a pure, heartfelt joy and intimacy. Observing the people around him, collectively entranced in a state of saintliness, and glancing at the coral tree, radiating a rainbow aura while playing a soulful background melody, a bemused expression crossed his face. My goodness, have I inadvertently hooked a colossal weapon capable of mass psychological control? He had no doubt that if this coral tree wished, it could use its song to compel everyone present to willingly lay down their lives for it. This ability was far more terrifying and insurmountable than that of the blood serpent's physical attacks. From Lin Wei's Soul Purification, Madness Value 800. From Xiao Wanqing's Deep Intoxication, Madness Value 750. From a collective epiphany of all present, Madness Value 20,000. Lu Yu watched the madness value scrolling again, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, this was a worthwhile endeavor. The song persisted for a full 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. As the last note vanished into the air, everyone slowly awakened from their reverie. They looked at one another, then gazed upon the coral tree that continued to emit its vibrant, multi-hued glow. In his gaze, there resided a profound tranquility, imbued with a sense of gratitude that emerged after a moment of enlightenment. It seemed I just glimpsed my grandmother, who had passed away many years ago. A young member of the Dragon Shield team murmured softly, tears still glistening at the corners of his eyes. I was reminded of the pure joy I felt when I first received my doctoral degree. Summer's late sun shone brightly as Xia Wanqing adjusted her glasses, revealing a rare, heartfelt smile that had long been absent. Meanwhile, the recently rescued academician Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, his face devoid of the earlier agitation and fervor. Instead, it bore an unprecedented calm and serenity. He gazed at the coral tree, his eyes filled with affection, as if he were looking at his own beloved grandson. Auspiciousness. This was the true manifestation of heavenly blessings, he murmured. With such a divine entity present, how could our great nation not prosper for eternity? He, in front of all, reverently bowed his head to the coral tree, a gesture of the most sincere reverence from student to a teacher. For he felt that, in the midst of the song, he had achieved a moment of enlightenment. He had deciphered several ancient scripts that had previously confounded him. This scene, once again, reverberated across the globe through diligent lenses. This time, there were no disputes, no doubts. All who witnessed this video, regardless of their country, ethnicity, or beliefs, felt a shared emotion swell within them, calmness and yearning. They longed for that mysterious Eastern land that could give birth to such divine wonders. They yearned for the Easter man, akin to a deity capable of reeling in such extraordinary entities. And Lu Yu, observing this harmonious and beautiful spectacle, akin to the grand finale of a news broadcast, glanced at his exponentially rising frenzy value. A deeply contented smile graced his face. He believed he had discovered a novel, sustainable path to prosperity. The chaos of conflict was far from ideal. Instead, this approach of enlightening the world through love and peace, while subtly reaping some frenzy in the process, suited his peace-loving, laid-back nature far better. Just as he contemplated this, academician Chun, who had just bowed to the coral tree, rushed toward him like a gust of wind. His face bore a peculiar expression, a blend of gratitude, lingering resentment, and a hint of ingratiation. He looked at Lu Yu, rubbing his hands together, somewhat sheepishly beginning to speak. His voice had transformed from previous roars to an exceedingly gentle tone. Even so, with a hint of a playful demeanor, she said, "Well, little Lu, just look at this tree. It is so beautiful, so enchanting. Could we perhaps negotiate a little matter? Would it be possible for it to sing a few more times?" Chapter 44. Can song purify the soul? Such a good omen. Let's sing. Sing a few more times? The voice of academician Chun was imbued with the purest yearning of an elderly scholar for knowledge and truth. Lu Yu observed his cautious demeanor, as if fearful of rejection, and glanced around at the members of the Dragon Shield Bureau and researchers, who all looked at him with an equally fervent gaze. He smiled. "Academician Chun, have you perhaps misunderstood something? This is not a karaoke machine. It does not simply sing on command." He spoke with a mock seriousness, playfully patting the colorful coral tree beside him. The exquisite tree seemed to respond in kind, swaying its branches as if to assert, "Indeed, I am noble. Mere mortals have no right to command me." Academician Chun was momentarily taken aback, his face flushed with realization. Truly, this was a naturally gifted divine entity. How could it be treated like a mere entertainer at one's beck and call? He felt he had been too hasty and impolite. "So, when will it sing again?" he asked, rubbing his hands together nervously, like an ant on a hot pan. "Well," Lu Yu feigned profundity, stroking his chin, "it depends on its mood, and also on my mood." His meaning was unmistakable. Desire to hear a song was contingent upon his willingness. Academician Chun, astute as ever, immediately grasped Lu Yu's implication. He glanced at Lin Wei, who wore a similarly expectant expression, and a plan formed in his mind. Without further pleas to Lu Yu, he turned to Lin Wei and spoke in a tone that brooked no dissent. Lin Wei. Yes, academician Chun. Qin Feng stood at attention. You are to contact your director immediately. Tell them it is I, Chun Guoshi, who requests it. I demand the highest level of research permissions. I require the most advanced research equipment. I want all the experts in related fields on standby around the clock. I do not care what methods you employ. Within 3 days, I want to establish the most advanced supernatural biological research institute in the world right here. All research findings must be made available to Mr. Lu Yu at the earliest opportunity. Furthermore, he pointed emphatically at the coral tree. This divine tree possesses immeasurable significance for our deciphering of the stele and studying ancient civilizations. It can do more than purify the soul. It can unlock wisdom and inspire creativity. It is an auspicious sign, the embodiment of our nation's fortune. We must honor and protect it with the highest standards. Do you understand? His resounding and impassioned speech was not merely intended for Lin Wei, but also for the attentive Lu Yu beside him. This was a declaration, a demonstration of the utmost sincerity that they, as mere mortals, could muster. Lin Wei felt a jolt of realization upon hearing it. She understood that old Chun was truly serious. He was prepared to wager his remaining years and the future of the entire Chinese scientific community on this modest reservoir. Yes, I comprehend. She dared not delay for an instant. Immediately, she retrieved her communicator to report back to the capital. Meanwhile, Lu Yu observed the endearing old man, who was so fervently striving for the sake of music, and his heart brimmed with joy. From Chun Guoshi's fervor and resolve, madness value 1,000. Ah, old Chun is indeed a forthright individual. Clearing his throat, he began to speak slowly. Ahem, old Chun, there is really no need for such elaborate measures. If you wish for it to sing another song, it can be quite simple. At this, academician Chen's eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm. Oh, young Lu. No, Master Lu. Please tell me, what conditions are required? As long as my old bones can manage, I will certainly see to it with utmost diligence. Lu Yu smiled, gesturing towards the 7-portal linglong tree adorned with its pearl-like, colorful fruits. For it to sing, energy must be expended. One cannot expect a horse to run without providing it with fodder, can one? To coax it into song, one must furnish it with ample nourishment. Nourishment? Academician Chun paused, perplexed. What sort of nourishment? The finest nutrient solution? Or perhaps some rare minerals? No, no, no. Lu Yu shook his head. Those mundane substances would be of no use to it. The nourishment it required was quite unique. It needed to absorb the purest spiritual essence from the heavens and the earth. For instance, he paused, revealing a cunning smile. Those aged treasures of heaven and earth, or those ancient jade artifacts buried deep underground, having absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. Upon uttering these words, everyone present was taken aback. Treasures of heaven and earth, ancient jade artifacts? This divine tree is indeed quite particular in its tastes. Moreover, its preferences are rather extravagant. Academician Chun and Lin Wei exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of pain in the other's eyes. Yet, this fleeting discomfort was quickly replaced by a more resolute determination. Is it not merely treasures of heaven and earth? Is it not just ancient jade artifacts? When compared to the mysteries of the origins of Chinese civilization, when juxtaposed with the sacred melodies that could awaken wisdom, these external possessions are utterly insignificant. I comprehend now. Lin Wei acted decisively. She commanded into the communicator with a stern voice. Immediately, contact the National Cultural Heritage Administration, the Palace Museum. Inform them that the Dragon Shield Bureau requires a selection of treasured artifacts from the collection due to a special task. Yes, what classification? Let us commence with the bronze vessels from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, as well as ancient jade from the Han dynasty. As for the quantity, let us start with a truckload. That very night, several large transport aircraft, bearing military insignia, took off clandestinely from the capital. They landed at a military airport in close proximity to Longmian Mountain, which had been thoroughly sealed off. Subsequently, a convoy of heavily guarded special vehicles made their way through the night into the now locked down Longmian Mountain. These vehicles carried an abundance of national treasures that would leave any collector in a frenzy, as the ancient jade artifacts, which had slumbered for millennia. absorbing the essence of heaven and earth along with the incense of humanity, were carefully arranged around the exquisite seven-hole linglong tree. A miraculous scene unfolded. The resplendent coral tree seemed to have caught the scent of the most delectable food. It radiated a gentle, multicolored aura once more. Streams of visibly pure energy were slowly extracted from the ancient jade artifacts, transforming into delicate rays of light that merged into the very essence of the coral tree. With the absorption of this energy, the coral tree became increasingly translucent and dazzling. The tiny, thumb-sized fruits on its branches began to grow at an observable pace, becoming rounder and more plump. A richer, more fragrant aroma wafted forth, causing all present to feel as if every cell in their bodies was rejoicing in exuberance. This is divine, truly extraordinary. Academician Chun watched in awe, trembling with excitement. And at the moment when all the energy had been completely absorbed, an ethereal melody, seemingly from the heavens, resonated throughout the Longmian reservoir. Everyone was once again enveloped in a profound state of enlightenment, as if their souls had been purified and their wisdom awakened. Only Lu Yu remained alert. He observed his own ecstasy levels soaring once more due to this celestial concert. He glanced at the ordinary antiques on the ground, now dim and lifeless, having been drained of their spiritual essence, appearing as though they had aged 1,000 years in an instant. A deeply contented smile spread across his face. He realized he might have discovered a brand new, sustainable, and immensely profitable business model. He approached Lin Wei, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, radiating an aura of tranquility and engaged in profound contemplation. Crouching down, he gently prodded her smooth cheek. Then, using a voice imbued with a beguiling, devilish charm, he softly inquired in her ear, "Officer Lin, if I were to sell tickets to this concert to the public, would it be unreasonable to price them at 100 million each?" Chapter 45. Qin Feng's shock and helplessness. 100 million for a single piece. Is that too much to ask? The voice of Lu Yu, reminiscent of a devil's whisper, gently echoed in Lin Wei's ear. However, at that moment, Lin Wei was oblivious to it all. Like everyone present, she was ensnared in the ethereal melody woven by the 7 apertures linglong tree, unable to extricate herself. Lu Yu gazed upon her serene and sanctified visage, a smile gracing his lips. He then rose and strolled to the edge of the reservoir. He observed the vast, tranquil water surface, now rendered unusually calm by the song of the 7 apertures linglong tree. Yet his expression deepened with contemplation. Auspiciousness? Purification of the soul? Enlightenment? Perhaps. Yet to Lu Yu, this beautiful, seemingly innocuous coral tree harbored a nature that might be even more perilous than the ferocious and brutal blood dragon, for it wielded a power far more terrifying than mere strength, the human heart. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the capital city, within a medical room imbued with futuristic technology, Qin Feng lay on a specially designed medical bed. His right arm was secured within a complex apparatus composed of numerous precise mechanical arms and energy probes. A pale blue light, teeming with life, swept continuously over his arm, which had been pulverized to a fine powder, attempting to utilize the Dragon Shield Bureau's most advanced biological regeneration technology to mend his nearly irreversible injuries. However, the effects were negligible. Beep, beep, beep. The life signs monitor beside him displayed a line representing cellular vitality, perpetually struggling along a dismal baseline. "This is unacceptable. Still not working," exclaimed the head of the medical team, clad in a white coat, as he perspired profusely while scrutinizing the data on the screen. Team leader Qin's arm bones had been utterly obliterated by an extraordinarily bizarre, high-frequency oscillating force. None of our cellular regeneration protocols can establish effective growth points on his skeletal structure. If this continues, he refrained from finishing his thought, but everyone present comprehended his implication. If this persisted, Qin Feng, once the mightiest spear of the Dragon Shield Bureau, was destined to become a one-armed invalid. Yet, as Qin Feng lay upon the bed, he heard everything clearly. His countenance bore no trace of agony or despair. Rather, it was marked by a near-numb tranquility. In his mind, he repeatedly replayed the scene from a few hours prior in that quaint village. The seemingly ordinary young man, that nonchalant palm, and the overwhelming, unforgettable terror of that crushing force. He had been defeated, thoroughly vanquished. utterly without suspense, conquered with complete acceptance. His pride lay in his formidable strength, in the martial arts honed through relentless trials, in the honor of being the Dragon Shield's war god. Yet before that man, he felt as fragile as a mere jest. A self-deprecating chuckle escaped his lips. He realized he was but a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vastness above. Just then, the door to the medical room swung open. A middle-aged man, dignified in appearance, yet with eyes as profound as the ocean, slowly entered. It was Zhao Lijun, the head of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Upon his arrival, all present in the medical room ceased their tasks and respectfully saluted him. Zhao Lijun waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Only then did he approach Qin Feng's bedside, regarding his most capable subordinate, who appeared utterly lost. A flicker of concern crossed his gaze, swiftly replaced by a more resolute and piercing light. "How are you feeling?" he inquired softly. "I won't die," Qin Feng replied with a sardonic smile, "though I might have to retire early to collect disability benefits." "Do not speak that way," Zhao Lijun said, patting his shoulder. "I have already instructed the medical team to send your cell samples to that place. Perhaps there will still be a glimmer of hope." At the mention of that place, a flicker of emotion stirred in Qin Feng's eyes, yet he quickly shook his head. "It's futile, Director. I'm well aware of my injuries. Unless—" He paused, the image of that young man resurfacing in his mind. "Unless a god intervenes, personally." Zhao Lijun chuckled at this. "It seems you have been thoroughly convinced." Qin Feng fell silent, the weight of his thoughts heavy upon him. After a long moment, he finally spoke, his voice strained. "Director, who is that man? Is he truly a god?" This was the question that consumed him most. Zhao Lijun did not offer a direct answer. Instead, he walked slowly to an unremarkable wall within the medical room. There he pressed a discreet spot, and with a soft hum, the entire wall rippled like water. It transformed into an enormous, high-definition holographic projection screen. What unfolded on the screen was a strikingly clear, yet eerie and shocking sequence of images. It depicted the Longmian Reservoir, the 7-hole-long tree that radiated with a rainbow aura while singing the Song of Souls, and the experts and Dragon Shield team members entranced by the melody, seemingly in a state of profound enlightenment. Yes, there, quietly lying by the shore, as if listening to the celestial harmonies, was the colossal tortoise. It was also that one, squatting on the ground with a mischievous grin, poking Lin Wei's cheek. "Lu Yu." Qin Feng, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in astonishment. This was just a few moments ago. It had transpired. Zhao Lijun spoke calmly. He had just reeled in a singing tree, a divine tree capable of purifying the soul and unlocking wisdom. Chen Guoshi, that old fellow, upon hearing a single song, had instantly deciphered 3 ancient scripts that had perplexed him for decades. Now, he had completely lost his mind, clamoring to gather every treasure imbued with spiritual energy from the Palace Museum to use as nourishment for that tree, hoping it would sing a few more times. As Qin Feng absorbed all this, he felt his mind racing, overwhelmed. A singing tree, purifying the soul, unlocking wisdom, using national treasures as fertilizer? What on earth was happening? He felt that the bizarre occurrences he had experienced that day surpassed everything he had encountered in the past 30 years combined. It was utterly absurd. "So, do you still believe he is a deity?" Zhao Lijun inquired with a smile. Qin Feng fell silent. He gazed at the screen, where the young man appeared utterly relaxed, as if all this was merely routine for him. A sudden surge of profound helplessness washed over him, accompanied by a deep sense of resignation. He realized that he and that man existed on entirely different planes. The chasm between them was vaster than that between a human and an ant. To oppose him? That would be tantamount to courting death, the utmost disrespect for life itself. He had finally accepted his fate. He looked at Zhao Lijun, his voice dry and strained, as if he had exhausted all his strength, and slowly asked, "Director, then what should we do now? What do we have to offer for cooperation?" Zhao Lijun chuckled at his words. He switched off the screen, approached Qin Feng's bedside, leaned down, and whispered something that made Qin Feng's eyes widen in disbelief. "Who said we need to cooperate with him?" Qin Feng was taken aback. Not cooperate. Then what will we do?" A cryptic smile, akin to that of an old fox, graced Zhao Lijun's face. "No, we do not intend to cooperate with him. We intend, at all costs, to turn him into one of our own." He looked intently at Qin Feng, enunciating each word clearly. "Qin Feng, listen carefully. Although you have faced defeat this time, however, You have also turned misfortune into fortune. You are, at present, the only individual within our Dragon Shield Bureau who has personally experienced his power. Thus, I now have a more significant and, indeed, more arduous task to assign to you. Qin Feng gazed at the director, whose unwavering gaze left no room for doubt, and instinctively inquired what task. Chapter 46, Established. The Special Management District of Longmian Reservoir 1 month later. Longmian Reservoir. Lu Yu reclined in his familiar, exclusive lounge chair, gazing at the 3-story villa before him, a striking embodiment of futuristic technology that had risen from the ground. A broad smile of utmost satisfaction graced his face. Indeed, the construction team from the Long Shield Bureau displayed remarkable efficiency. This quaint villa exuded more grandeur than the finest properties in our city. Beside him, Lin Wei, the icy beauty and liaison officer, expressionless, was peeling an apple for him. After a month of close companionship, she had thoroughly acclimated to her role as a high-class caretaker and had become accustomed to Lu Yu's occasional displays of arrogance. Mr. Lu, this is Project Long One. It employs the most advanced modular rapid construction technology and military-grade defensive materials available in our nation. Not only is it bulletproof, but it could also withstand a direct hit from a cruise missile and remain unscathed. Her tone remained frosty, yet if one listened closely, a hint of concealed pride could be detected, as if she were saying, "Look, how impressive is our Long Shield Bureau. Do commend me." Lu Yu chuckled softly, taking the apple from her and taking a bite. Quite firm. I wonder how it compares to the shell of my old turtle. Lin Wei. She felt as though she had been subtly ridiculed once again. From Lin Wei's exasperation, madness level 100. Just then, a rumble of engines approached from afar. Several black Hongqi cars, adorned with special license plates, gradually came to a halt at the villa's entrance. The doors opened, and a group of distinguished individuals dressed in Zhongshan suits, radiating authority, descended, escorted by Qin Feng and several agents from the Long Shield Bureau. Leading them was none other than Zhao Lijun, the long-absent director of the Long Shield Bureau. He had come in person. "Mr. Lu Yu," Zhao Lijun called from a distance, extending his hand with a smile as warm as spring sunshine. "I have long admired your name. Meeting you today confirms your reputation as a true dragon among men." Lu Yu rose from his lounge chair, aware that the main figure had arrived. He extended his hand to shake Zhao Lijun's. "Director Zhao, you flatter me. I am merely an ordinary fishing enthusiast." The two exchanged knowing smiles, reminiscent of long-lost friends reunited. Yet, an intangible atmosphere of subtle competition lingered in the air. "Mr. Lu Yu, let's not beat around the bush," Zhao Lijun stated directly. "We have come on behalf of the highest echelons to convey a recent resolution." As he spoke, a secretary behind him promptly presented a confidential document sealed with a bright red national emblem. From today onward, Zhao Lijun's voice resonated with solemnity and gravity. Through the unanimous decision of the National Supreme Committee, an area centered around Longmian Reservoir, spanning a radius of 100 kilometers, would officially be excised from the administrative boundaries of Qingzhou City. A brand new, independent entity, on par with the province, would be established. He paused, articulating each word with clarity. The Longmian Reservoir Special Management Zone. Upon hearing this proclamation, all present, save for Lu Yu and Zhao Lijun, were struck with profound astonishment. A special management zone, on par with the province. What significance did this entail? It was tantamount to the nation for the sake of an individual and a reservoir, audaciously creating an entirely new province within the expanse of Huaxia's territory. Such audacity, such determination, it was truly unprecedented, a feat without precedent or successor. Even Lin Wei, who was accustomed to grand spectacles, and Qin Feng, still recovering from his injuries, displayed unmistakable shock upon their faces. Lin Wei's astonishment, madness value 500. Qin Feng's astonishment, madness value 600. Only Lu Yu maintained an expression of serene composure, as if all of this was entirely within his expectations. "What next?" he simply inquired, his tone unperturbed. Zhao Lijun, observing Lu Yu's unflappable demeanor, regarded him with newfound esteem. This individual was no ordinary person. He smiled and continued a course. "With the establishment of a special zone comes the necessity for a corresponding management body. Thus, the highest authority has decided that our Long Shield Bureau will take the lead, in collaboration with the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the military, and other relevant departments, to jointly form the Longmian Reservoir Special Management Zone Management Committee. This committee will oversee all administrative, military, and scientific matters within the special zone. He paused, gazing at Lu Yu with sincerity in his eyes. The management committee will appoint 2 principal leaders. One will be the committee chair, a role Zhao Lijun, will concurrently hold, responsible for all external affairs. The other will be. He looked at Lu Yu and slowly articulated the position that would make any citizen of Huaxia fervently enthusiastic. The honorary director of the committee, also serving as chief advisor. We wish to invite you, Mr. Lu Yu, to assume this role. You will possess the highest decision-making authority over all internal matters of the special zone, along with a veto power. To put it succinctly, Zhao Lijun's face bore an enigmatic smile. In this new province of 100 kilometers in radius, I will govern externally, while you will preside internally. I will be the governor, and you shall be the king. Silence. A deathly silence. All present were utterly astounded by Zhao Lijun's astonishing proclamation. A mere young man in his 20s, to be appointed as the king of a special zone on par with a province? This was nothing short of ascending to the heavens in a single leap. This was not merely a simple recruitment. It was evidently a gamble with the resources of an entire province, wagering on this young man's future and the potential of this reservoir. Every gaze converged upon Lu Yu, eager to witness how this youth would respond to such overwhelming wealth and power that could drive anyone to madness. Would he accept with unrestrained joy, or decline with trepidation? Yet, Lu Yu's reaction once again disappointed all. He merely listened with a calm demeanor, his face betraying not a hint of emotion, as if the title offered to him were nothing more than that of a village security team leader. He gazed at Zhao Lijun and slowly shook his head. Director Zhao, your proposals sound intriguing, but I must decline. What? This time, even Zhao Lijun lost his composure. The smile on his face froze instantly as disbelief washed over him. Declined? He had actually turned it down. This was a kingship, a position of unparalleled authority, second only to none, commanding vast dominions. Why would he refuse? Did he truly harbor no interest in power or status whatsoever? Why? Zhao Lijun instinctively voiced the confusion that enveloped the crowd. Lu Yu smiled. He glanced at his luxurious villa, still awaiting renovation, then at the expansive reservoir that belonged solely to him. Finally, he languidly spoke, his voice imbued with a transcendence and nonchalance that no ordinary person, still toiling for fame and status, could comprehend. Director Zhao, what is so appealing about being a king? Attending meetings, reviewing documents, and approving reports. How exhausting. He paused, a dazzling and mischievous grin spreading across his face. I have no grand ambitions. I simply wish to reside peacefully in this picturesque locale, basking in the sun and sipping cola, and then, perhaps fishing. So, as for that position of chief advisor, I suggest you seek someone else. Zhao Lijun stared blankly at Lu Yu, his mouth agape, yearning to articulate something. Yet ultimately, he merely murmured in an exceedingly intricate tone, as if he were encountering the world for the very first time. Do I find myself somewhat perplexed by the youth of today? Chapter 47. Lu Yu's first official title, Am I becoming a bit perplexed by the current generation? Zhao Lijun's murmurs were imbued with the profound skepticism of a seasoned authority figure regarding his worldview. He had devoted his entire life to ascending the ranks, driven by the desire for power that transcended the masses and the exhilarating sensation of absolute control. Yet now, an opportunity for unparalleled authority, akin to that of a sovereign, was carelessly discarded by a young man as if it were refused. The rationale behind this dismissal left him utterly speechless. When the king is weary, I merely wish to fish. Where could he possibly voice his grievances? He gazed at Lu Yu's expression, one of pure disdain for the hassle, resembling that of a languid fish. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. The atmosphere once again descended into an awkward impasse. Meanwhile, Lu Yu observed the bewilderment of the Dragon Shield Bureau's formidable leader, brought to a standstill by his own words, and felt a surge of delight within. From the impact on Zhao Lijun's worldview, madness value 1,000. From the collective bewilderment of all the big shots present, madness value 3,000. Indeed, this reverse display of nonchalance proved remarkably effective. He understood that the more he feigned disdain for fame and fortune, the less his counterparts would dare to underestimate him, compelling them to fervently seek his favor. Such is human nature. It embodies the fundamental principles of leadership outlined in the art of kingship. Of course, Liu Yu had no aspirations of becoming a monarch. He simply yearned to live as a carefree fish, undisturbed by external matters. Just then, Lin Wei, who had been silently standing by, unexpectedly broke the silence. Her voice shattered the awkward stillness. "Director," she approached Zhao Lijun and whispered, "Perhaps we have misconstrued the situation. Mr. Liu Yu's rejection may not stem from a disdain for power itself, but rather from the accompanying responsibilities and constraints that come with it." Her words struck with precision, instantly awakening the dazed Zhao Lijun. Yes, his eyes sparkled with realization. This young man before him did not desire the status of a king. He merely wished to avoid the burdens of kingship. He sought to relish the benefits of power without the encumbrance of its obligations. He aspired to be a carefree steward, unbothered by the minutiae of governance. Having grasped this insight, Zhao Lijun's mind began to formulate a plan. He regarded Liu Yu, his expression once again transforming into that of a cunning old fox, exuding a refreshing charm. "Mr. Liu Yu, I apologize for my earlier presumptions. I retract my previous proposal." He offered a succinct apology, affording Liu Yu the respect he deserved. Then he shifted his tone and slowly stated, "The position of chief consultant is indeed too intricate and unsuitable for someone like you, who cherishes tranquility and embodies the essence of a recluse. However, since we have established the Lomian Reservoir Special Management Area, it is only fitting that we have a rightful master, is it not? Someone who can command the scene. Someone who serves as a mascot that embodies fortune. A figure who needs not concern themselves with any affairs, nor bear any burdens, but simply enjoys fishing, strolling, and sipping tea each day while relishing the highest level of treatment provided by our management committee." He gazed at Liu Yu, articulating each word with clarity. "Honorary curator of Longmian Reservoir. What do you think of this title? It carries no administrative responsibilities and does not require your participation in any tedious meetings. Its sole purpose is to declare to the world that this reservoir belongs to you. You are the only legitimate master here. We, the Long Shield Bureau, the Academy of Sciences, and indeed the entire national apparatus, are merely your property management and security. Are you satisfied with this explanation?" Zhao Lijun's words were meticulously crafted, granting Liu Yu the highest nominal status while stripping away all substantive duties and responsibilities. It perfectly aligned with Liu Yu's core desire to be a carefree slacker, avoiding labor. It was as if it had been tailor-made for him. Liu Yu regarded the seemingly sincere old fox before him, internally giving him 32 praises. Truly, he was worthy of being a director. His mind was astute and his approach comfortable. He understood that further refusal would be somewhat ungrateful, especially since the other party had lowered themselves to such a degree, presenting all the benefits before him. One cannot simply decline even a nominal title, can they? How could they joyfully collaborate in the future, striving for national glory? With this in mind, Liu Yu finally nodded slowly. "Honorary curator? This title sounds quite agreeable. It is rather understated. Well, I shall reluctantly accept it." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lijun and all the members of the Long Shield Bureau present felt a weight lift from their hearts. They collectively exhaled in relief. It was done. They had finally appeased this celestial being. A genuine, radiant smile illuminated Zhao Lijun's face. He immediately turned to his secretary and commanded, "Hurry, bring forth the appointment letter and the seal that we have prepared long ago." Soon, a document crafted from the finest rice paper, inscribed by the most renowned calligrapher of Huaxia, the honorary curator's appointment letter, along with a seal carved from an exquisite piece of Hatian jade, etched with the ancient characters for Lord of Longmian, was presented with utmost reverence. Zhao Lijun personally handed these two tokens, symbolizing unparalleled honor and a unique status, into Liu Yu's hands. "Curator Liu," he proclaimed, leading the change in address. "From this moment forth, you shall be our inaugural and sole honorary curator of the Longmian Reservoir Special Management District. I humbly request your guidance in the future." His demeanor was profoundly deferential, as if he were the subordinate, while Liu Yu was the true leader. Liu Yu weighed the heavy, warm jade seal in his hand and glanced at the appointment letter, which would evoke envy in any official of Huaxia. A hint of a resigned smile graced his face. for he understood that his dream of living a carefree life was likely shattered. Ultimately, he had been conscripted by the national team. Yet perhaps it wasn't such a bad feeling after all. He observed the individual before him, the imposing head of the Dragon Shield Bureau, gazing at him with eager anticipation, and then looked at the few dignitaries behind him, all wearing expressions of awe. Clearing his throat, he began to speak slowly, his tone reminiscent of a newly appointed leader delivering an inaugural address. Well, since we are all in this together from now on, I shall speak plainly. I do not harbor grand aspirations, nor should you expect me to save the world or uphold peace. I possess but one humble passion. He paused, a familiar smile, one that made Zhao Lijun and Qin Feng's eyelids twitch, gracing his lips. That is, fishing. Therefore, I hope that when I'm fishing, no one shall disturb me. Can you manage that? Zhao Lijun, gazing into Lu Yu's clear, untainted eyes that seemed to reflect a pure love for fishing, recalled the previous occasions when Lu Yu had almost caused calamity with his fishing endeavors. His lips twitched in response. Then, with an air of profound complexity, as if he were encountering the sport of fishing for the very first time, he hesitantly inquired, Master Lu, if I may be so bold as to ask, when do you intend to embark on your next fishing expedition? Chapter 48, System Upgrade. Activating the Primordial Illustrated Compendium function. Excuse me. When do you plan to go fishing next? Zhao Lijun's voice was laced with an intricate blend of fear and anticipation. The fear stemmed from the possibility that Lu Yu might once again cast his line and reel in something even more terrifying than a blood eel. If that were to happen, the meticulously established defense system of the Dragon Shield Bureau might need to be rebuilt from the ground up. The anticipation, however, lay in the hope that Lu Yu could once again catch something akin to that stone tablet or the divine tree, something that could propel their Huaxia civilization forward with unparalleled auspiciousness. This sensation resembled the thrill of opening a blind box. One could never predict whether the next reveal would bring delight or dread. Observing Zhao Lijun's expression, which was a portrait of anxiety, Lu Yu chuckled softly. Director Zhao, there's no need to be so tense. I assure you, I'm a person who cherishes peace. I have no penchant for violence. Recently, I plan to cultivate my character and refine my sensibilities. Therefore, I did not intend to engage with those formidable beings for the time being. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Lijun and his companions, Qin Feng and Lin Wei, collectively let out a sigh of relief. Wonderful. At last, we can enjoy a few days of tranquility. However, Lu Yu's subsequent statement caused their recently eased hearts to leap back into their throats. Nonetheless, Lu Yu shifted his tone. While I may refrain from fishing for the larger creatures, occasionally catching some small fish or shrimp for a little treat should be acceptable, right? Zhao Lijun, Qin Feng, Lin Wei, as they gazed at Lu Yu's seemingly harmless smile, their minds conjured images of that 2-meter-long, golden-scaled creature that Lu Yu had whimsically dubbed a little guy, the golden dragon carp. Their lips twitched uncontrollably at the thought. Small fish and shrimp? Sir, we beg you, do you perhaps have a monumental misunderstanding of the term small? From Zhao Lijun, speechless, madness level 800. From Qin Feng, liver pain, madness level 600. From Lin Wei, helplessness, madness level 500. Lu Yu observed the influx of madness points with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Conversing with these distinguished figures is truly delightful. A mere word from me can harvest a bounty of reactions. After bidding farewell to the weighty concerns of Zhao Lijun and his entourage, the Longyan Reservoir finally welcomed a long-awaited and genuine tranquility. Under the iron-fisted measures of the Dragon Shield Bureau, all live broadcasts and real-time reports concerning the Longyan Reservoir were thoroughly curtailed. Although discussions surrounding the god of Lu continued to flourish online, they could no longer obtain any new first-hand information. This, in turn, further ignited the curiosity and imagination of netizens worldwide. They began to spontaneously create various fanfiction, comics, and even animations centered around Lu Yu. In these works, Lu Yu was depicted as an omnipotent, enigmatic fishing deity hailing from the east. At times, he would catch a fire-breathing dragon from the reservoir. At other moments, he would reel in a beautiful fairy from another realm. Some even whimsically illustrated a scene where Lu Yu, with a single cast, fished out a cosmic battleship from the waters. Such imaginative creations provided an endless stream of madness points for Lu Yu, allowing him to lie at home, doing nothing, yet earning a fortune. This sensation was simply exhilarating. Lu Yu reveled in his leisure. His daily routine consisted of relaxing in his newly constructed luxurious villa, sipping the finest de Hong Pao brewed by Lin Wei herself, and indulging in Michelin three-star meals airlifted by Wang Pengzi. Then, he would lounge on an exceptionally comfortable smart recliner in the yard, basking in the sun while reading or studying his increasingly powerful system. One day, as he observed his madness points, which had once again surpassed 8 million, he pondered whether to go for another 10 consecutive draws when a crisp sound, strikingly different from the usual system notification, suddenly resonated in his mind. Detection complete. Host has successfully caught and contained over 4 types of primordial anomalies. System upgrade conditions met. This upgrade will take 10 minutes. All system functions will temporarily cease during the upgrade. Upgrade countdown. 10, 9, 8. System upgrade? Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since acquiring the system. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what new surprises awaited him following this upgrade. The 10 minutes passed swiftly. Beep. System upgrade complete. Version 2.0 has been updated. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked a new feature. Primordial Compendium. Primordial Compendium? Lu Yu's heart stirred. He promptly opened the system interface. There, beside his personal attributes and the system shop, a new icon resembling an ancient tome had appeared. Below the icon were 4 archaic characters inscribed as Primordial Compendium. Intrigued, he clicked on it. With a gentle hum, a massive, ancient book composed of bronze and starlight gradually unfolded before him, exuding an air of mystery. The pages turned on their own, as if driven by an unseen wind. With a rustle, the first page was turned. Upon it lay a vividly animated illustration. In the picture, a resplendent golden carp, adorned with whiskers reminiscent of a dragon, joyfully swam about. Beside the illustration, detailed textual descriptions emerged in neat rows. Illustration number 00, name, golden dragon carp, species, primordial anomaly subdragon, level, mortal grade low, juvenile stage, potential, can evolve into a true dragon. Abilities, water manipulation, water arrow. Dragon might, weak. Description, a koi infused with a trace of true dragon blood, serendipitously consumed the spiritual essence of a Longmin reservoir, resulting in an ancestral bloodline awakening. Gentle in nature, it can serve as a guardian spirit beast. Recording reward, 10,000 madness points. Following this, the second, third, and fourth pages were also turned in succession. Illustration number, 002, name, Basha, species, primordial anomaly divine beast, level, profound grade medium, juvenile stage, potential, can grow into a world-guarding black tortoise. Abilities, limitless strength, absolute defense. Earth resonance, stone tablet suppression. Description, one of the 9 sons of the dragon, inherently simple-hearted and fond of bearing burdens. Awakened from a 3,000-year slumber due to the energy shock from a dimensional rift. Your most loyal and dependable shield companion. Recording reward, 100,000 madness points. Illustration number, 003, name, Blood Flood Dragon, species, primordial anomaly ferocious beast, level, profound grade upper, mature stage, potential, can metamorphose into a blood dragon. Abilities, blood domain, energy breath, limb regeneration, frenzy. Description, evolved from an ancient ferocious serpent, absorbing the malice of the Earth's veins and the resentments of battlefields. Its temperament is violent and exceedingly bloodthirsty. Completely subdued by the host's angler bloodline, it can serve as a formidable enforcer. Recording reward, 150,000 madness points. Illustration number, 004, name, 7 aperture, linglong tree, species, primordial anomaly spiritual root, level, earth grade low, seedling stage, potential, can grow into the world tree. Abilities, celestial melody, soul purification, wisdom enlightenment, spirit fruit cultivation. Description, born from the world's primordial source, an innate spiritual root. The ideal companion for your home travels. Purifying the soul while deftly harvesting resources from across the globe. Recording reward, 200,000 madness points. Gazing upon the successive pages of meticulous introductions and the substantial recording rewards, Lu Yu felt as if his eyes were transforming into symbols of wealth. This was it. He had truly struck gold. The mere 4 treasures he had already caught had granted him nearly 500,000 madness points. This was nothing short of a windfall. Restraining his inner elation, he continued to flip through the pages. He discovered, in this tome, titled The Primordial Bestiary, countless gray, locked pages await exploration. Each page bears the indistinct outline of a creature, obscured and enigmatic. Some resemble a colossal bird with 9 heads, while others evoke the image of a grotesque beast with a human body and a bull's head. There are even depictions that seem to represent a sun, ablaze with fervent flames. Beneath each page, a tantalizing line of crimson text beckons. Illuminate the bestiary to receive generous rewards. Lu Yu gazed at these mysterious, uncharted illustrations, and within him, the spirit of a fisherman, which had only recently settled down, ignited anew with fervor. He realized that this idle soul of his could no longer remain at rest. He yearned to fish. He was determined to illuminate the entirety of the primordial bestiary. At that moment, Lin Wei approached, carrying a cup of freshly brewed premium Longjing tea. Upon seeing the eager and familiar expression on Lu Yu's face, one that both thrilled and terrified her, her heart skipped a beat. A wave of ominous premonition washed over her. Tentatively, she inquired, Chief Lu, your expression suggests, are you planning to go fishing again? Chapter 49, Illuminating the Compendium. The true origin of the Baxi your expression suggests. Are you preparing to go fishing again? Lin Wei's voice resonated with a poignant sense of tragic bravery, as if Lu Yu was not merely embarking on a fishing expedition, but rather preparing to detonate a nuclear bomb. Observing her tense demeanor, akin to one bracing for battle, Lu Yu chuckled. Officer Lin, there's no need to be so anxious. I assure you, I'm focusing on self-cultivation these days. No fishing, no fishing. He waved his hand with a benevolent smile. Upon hearing his words, Lin Wei finally exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. This formidable being would finally be at peace for a few days. Yet, unbeknownst to her, although Lu Yu vocally renounced fishing, the restless spirit of a collector within him had ignited completely due to the emergence of the primordial compendium. Fishing. It was imperative to fish. He vowed not to rest until every entry in this compendium was illuminated. However, one must consume one bite at a time and tread step by step. Before embarking on new hunts, he needed to thoroughly study the treasures he had already caught. His gaze fell upon the colossal Baxi lying by the shore. Eyes closed in meditation, resembling a great mountain. Compendium ID 002. Name Baxi. Species Primordial Variant Divine Beast. Level Middle grade of the profound tier Juvenile. Potential can ultimately evolve into the world-suppressing Xuanwu. Abilities Immense Strength, Absolute Defense, Earth Resonance, Monument Suppression. Description: one of the 9 offspring of the dragon, possessing a simple nature and a penchant for burden-bearing. Awakened from a 3,000-year slumber due to the energy shock of a dimensional rift, is your most loyal and reliable shield partner. Inclusion Reward 100,000 Frenzy Points. As Lu Yu perused the encyclopedic details of Baxi, a surge of excitement coursed through him. A middle-grade, profound tier creature with 4-star potential. It could ultimately evolve into one of the legendary 4 sacred beasts, the world-suppressing Xuanwu. Incredible. I have hooked a future sacred beast. Moreover, the Primordial Compendium offered more than mere descriptions. Below the introduction was a small expandable drop-down menu labeled View More, Detailed Origin and Background Story. Intrigued, Lu Yu clicked on it. Instantly, a torrent of grand, poignant, and epic prose and imagery flooded his mind, filled with the weight of history and tragedy. It was a fragment from Baxi's profound memories, spanning 3 millennia. Memory Fragment 1. The ancient battlefield. In the vision, the sky was blood red, and the ground was char black. Countless bizarre and mythical behemoths are locked in a frenzied battle. A colossal bird with 9 heads spews forth black flames into the sky. A demon with a human body and the head of a bull wields a gigantic axe, cleaving mountains in half. At the heart of the battlefield, a magnificent creature, 10 times larger than any now known, roars defiantly towards the heavens. Upon its back rests not merely a stone tablet, but an immense and ancient divine mountain radiating endless divine light. With each step it takes, the earth trembles violently. Every time it swings its massive head, it can obliterate even the most formidable ancient demon into mere pulp. It stands as the most unassailable mobile fortress on the battlefield and the most trusted guardian of all allied forces. Memory Fragment 2. The Collapse of the Divine Mountain. The Great War raged on, the duration unknown. Ultimately, the forces of justice triumphed, but at a grievous cost. The ancient divine mountain, borne by the creature for millennia, had endured too many assaults from the demons. At the moment the battle concluded, a thunderous crash resonated as it collapsed, disintegrating into a cloud of dust. The creature, being spiritually linked to the divine mountain, suffered unprecedented devastation. Its soul was nearly shattered, and its life force flickered perilously close to extinguishment. Memory Fragment 3. The final guardian, just as the creature was on the brink of returning to the cosmos. A figure clad in a simple Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal presence, appeared before it. The figure was one that Lu Yu recognized well. Although the face remained obscured, Lu Yu could ascertain with complete certainty from the graceful aura and tranquil demeanor that this was none other than his grandfather, Lu Changfeng, or rather, the enigmatic grandfather whose identity as a fisherman remained a mystery to him. In the vision, grandfather gazed upon the ailing creature and sighed deeply. He then extended his hand, retrieving the largest and only remnant of the divine mountain that still bore a trace of divinity from the ruins. He placed this fragment upon the creature's back and pricked his fingertip, inscribing a complex and transcendent sealing rune filled with profound Taoist essence upon the stone. Go forth, he softly instructed the creature. You have shed too much blood for this realm and carried too great a burden. It is time for you to rest. In the name of the fisherman, I grant you 3,000 years of eternal slumber. I shall seal you within this realm, amidst a bountiful source of spiritual energy, in the embrace of a flowing water vein. With this stone tablet, still imbued with the essence of the divine mountain, I will suppress your injuries and nurture your spirit. 3 millennia hence, when the next angler appears, you shall awaken. By then, your wounds shall be healed, and you will be free. With that, he waved his grand sleeve. An overwhelming, unmatched force of space instantly enveloped the colossal body of the creature. In the next moment, it vanished from the blood-soaked ancient battlefield. When it re-emerged, it found itself at the tranquil depths of a serene reservoir. And with that, the memories came to an abrupt halt. Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion, far more intense than when he had first caught the creature. He finally comprehended. He had woven together all the threads of clues. Why there were so many mythological accounts in his grandfather's journal. Why he had left behind that wondrous, heaven-reaching rod. Why he had inscribed the mission of the Watcher in his diary. It turned out that he, like himself, was also an angler endowed with a system. And this Dragon-S Rest Reservoir was no ordinary anomaly. It was a sanctuary crafted by his grandfather 3,000 years ago for the creature, a haven to seal and nurture ancient divine beasts, a superlative fishing pond. No wonder the creatures here were so extraordinary. No wonder that beneath these waters lay so many terrifying existences that even the system deemed taboo. It seemed that this place housed all the injured warriors retreating from the ancient battlefield. This realization sent shivers down Lu Yu's spine, instilling an unprecedented reverence for his seemingly ordinary grandfather, who merely watched over the reservoir in his memories. Who exactly was he? What grand adventures had he experienced throughout his life? Where was he now? Countless enigmas surged in waves within Lu Yu's mind. He sensed that he had unwittingly become embroiled in an extraordinarily vast scheme that spanned millennia, and the fishing rod in his hand was the sole key to unraveling all these mysteries. At that moment, Lin Wei approached, carrying a plate of freshly sliced fruits. She had fully immersed herself in the role of a personal assistant, reveling in her newfound purpose. She observed that a grave and profound expression, one she had never witnessed before, appeared on Lu Yu's face. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped her heart. She feared that Lu Yu had encountered yet another troublesome predicament. Tentatively and with great caution, she inquired, Director Lu, what seems to be troubling you this time? Has someone displeased you again? Chapter 50. Reward. Divine skill, water manipulation. What's the matter with you? Who has upset you again? Lin Wei's voice was imbued with careful concern. Lu Yu emerged from the vast memories that spanned 3,000 years, returning to the present. He gazed at his ice-cold beauty assistant, who was looking at him with a face full of worry. A smile broke across his face. It's nothing. I just suddenly came to understand some things that had previously eluded me. It feels rather intriguing. As he spoke, he picked up a slice of watermelon from the fruit platter and took a bite. Truly sweet. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Lin Wei finally felt her anxious heart ease. Thank goodness. The formidable figure was in good spirits today. Surely he wouldn't suddenly dash off to fish and conjure an apocalypse, would he? Just as she was lost in thought, Lu Yu spoke up again. By the way, Lin Liaison, I still haven't opened that special treasure chest. Would you care to assist me in deliberating? He referred to the special treasure chest, awarded by the system when he had caught the 7-hole Linglong tree. Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback. Special item? Treasure chest? What was he talking about? She couldn't comprehend it all. Nevertheless, she cooperatively displayed a curious expression. Oh, is that so? What kind of treasure chest is it? May I have a glimpse? She assumed Lu Yu was jesting with her. However, in the next moment, Lu Yu's actions caused her beautiful ice blue eyes to widen in astonishment. He reached out his hand to the air in front of him and gently grasped. Suddenly, a magnificent, semi-transparent treasure chest, composed of pure golden light and adorned with mysterious patterns, materialized in his palm. Lin Wei stared dumbfounded at the golden chest floating and slowly rotating above Lu Yu's hand, her mind once again crashing. What is this? Spatial technology? Holographic projection? Or perhaps the legendary celestial magic? Lin Wei's worldview shattered once more. Insanity value, 999. Lu Yu, satisfied with the significant contribution to his KPI from his assistant, nodded approvingly. Indeed, it was remarkable to have a woman like her by his side. The quality of this chive was exceptional, always capable of bringing surprises. He paid no mind to the now utterly petrified Lin Wei, instead focusing his attention on the treasure chest in his hand. Open, he silently commanded in his heart. With a crisp sound, akin to the shattering of glass, a clear crack echoed. The golden treasure chest instantly transformed into a myriad of golden specks of light. Subsequently, these luminous particles swiftly converged once more, ultimately coalescing into an ancient, elegantly bound tome, composed entirely of radiance. Adorning the cover were 3 archaic seal characters, dancing with an air of supreme Taoist elegance. Water manipulation. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the Divine Skill book. Water manipulation. Do you wish to learn it immediately? Divine skill. Lu Yu's heart leapt with exhilaration. This sounded infinitely more impressive than the previous passive abilities. Without hesitation, he chose to confirm. In an instant, the radiant skill book transformed into a stream of golden light, swiftly piercing into his forehead. Boom! Lu Yu felt as though an immense deluge of information had explosively surged within his mind. Countless mysteries regarding the perception, understanding, affinity, and mastery of water flooded into the depths of his soul like a tidal wave. In that fleeting moment, he developed an unprecedented, profound comprehension of water, the most ubiquitous substance in the world. He sensed an extraordinary, almost bloodline-like connection with a vast reservoir surrounding him. It felt as though he could hear the breath of every droplet, feel the pulse of every undercurrent. He harbored an uncanny intuition that with merely a thought, he could command the boundless azure waves of the entire reservoir to serve his will. This sensation was wondrous and immensely powerful. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and deep within their depths, it seemed as though blue waves of water flowed gently. He gazed at Lin Wei, still petrified, and smiled. Then he extended his right hand and gently beckoned towards the air before him. The next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. From the tranquil expanse of the reservoir, a stream of water leapt forth, resembling a transparent water serpent imbued with life. With a splash, it soared from the depths, tracing a beautifully graceful arc through the air, circling around Lin Wei's figure. Finally, it landed with precision before Lu Yu, gradually coalescing into a crystalline goblet, formed entirely of pure, clear water. Within it lay a nectarous elixir, also composed of flowing water. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, imbued with an ineffable elegance and sophistication. Lin Wei gazed at the levitating wine glass, composed entirely of flowing water, a phenomenon that utterly defied the laws of universal gravitation. Her eyes then turned to the man, who, with an air of nonchalance, gracefully held the glass, preparing to savor its contents. Her worldview, which had only recently been painstakingly reconstructed, shattered once more with a resounding crack, disintegrating into even finer fragments than the filling of a dumpling. She parted her lips, intending to utter something, but soon realized that her linguistic faculties had completely abandoned her. All she could do was fix an intensely bewildered gaze upon Lu Yu, as if striving to penetrate the very essence of his being. Yet, Lu Yu remained unfazed by her astonished stare. He simply held the water-crafted glass with elegance, took a delicate sip, and smacked his lips as though relishing an exquisite vintage. Eventually, he turned his attention to the utterly flabbergasted Lin Wei and spoke slowly, his tone reminiscent of someone sharing a trivial life hack, imbued with a faint air of pretentiousness akin to that of Versailles. Lin Liaison, you see, I have recently acquired the skill of molecular cuisine. What do you think? Chapter 51. Walking on water, a fundamental skill my hands, newly trained in molecular gastronomy, are quite adept. Wouldn't you say? Molecular gastronomy? You dare to refer to this miraculous ability to manipulate water and transform it into a cup as molecular gastronomy? Surely, you possess a profound misunderstanding of the very essence of cuisine. Lin Wei gazed at Lu Yu, who was earnestly spouting nonsense. For a moment, she found herself at a loss, unsure whether to scoff or to be astonished. She could only stand there, dazed and foolish, resembling a malfunctioning automaton. System overload detected in Lin Wei's CPU, insanity level at 1000. Lu Yu observed the assistant, who had unwittingly contributed significantly to his achievements, and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this water manipulation technique is commendable. Not only is it highly practical, but it also exudes an exceptional flair. With a mere thought, the water-formed goblet transformed into a stream, swiftly returning to the reservoir without leaving a single droplet on the ground. The entire process was fluid and effortless, as if the water were an extension of his very being. Having completed this feat, he turned to the still-dazed Lin Wei and smiled. Lin Liaison, do not linger in astonishment. Let us proceed. Take me to see my new pet. As he spoke, he strode towards the colossal tortoise, Basia, resting on the shore with its eyes closed in slumber. Lin Wei, as if awakening from a dream, inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous shock within her. She quickly followed suit, understanding that from this day forth, she must scrutinize this enigmatic man with an entirely fresh and even revolutionary perspective. No longer could she attempt to gauge him through the lens of conventional science or logic, for he was, in essence, a being of the extraordinary and the illogical. Soon, the duo arrived before Basia, standing in close proximity to the ancient beast that loomed like a mountain. The visual impact and spiritual resonance were unparalleled. Lin Wei could distinctly observe the rock-like texture of Basia's skin, each profound wrinkle etched into its surface, and the white columns of breath emanating from its enormous nostrils. Instinctively, she held her breath, fearful that a mere misstep might provoke the capricious giant before her. Yet, Lu Yu remained remarkably composed. He even extended his hand, patting Basia's formidable head, which was as large as a truck, as though it were a playful pup. "Old turtle, how have you been sleeping lately? Is the fare to your liking?" His tone resembled that of a long-lost friend engaging in casual conversation. Yet, the creature before him was a terrifying behemoth, formidable enough to instill fear in the entirety of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, it slowly opened its dark golden vertical eyes. Then, it affectionately nuzzled Lu Yu's body with its immense head, emitting a deep, almost endearing moo. This scene left Lin Wei utterly astounded, as her perception of reality was once again shaken. Was this truly the ancient divine beast capable of withstanding the might of an army? Able to stand toe-to-toe with Qin Feng? How could it appear so docile before Lu Yu, akin to a tamed husky? She gazed at Lu Yu, whose eyes brimmed with affection, and at the creature's ingratiating gestures. Suddenly, an utterly ludicrous thought struck her. Could it be that Lu Yu was, in fact, the progenitor of all divine beasts in this reservoir? As she was lost in these wild imaginings, Lu Yu made yet another astonishing move that nearly caused her heart to leap from her chest. In a single bound, he effortlessly leapt onto the vast back of the creature, which resembled a small mountain. He then strode forward, unhurriedly making his way toward the towering stone tablet that pierced the heavens. "Mr. Lu," Lin Wei instinctively cried out in alarm, desperate to intervene. But it was too late. She could only watch in horror as Lu Yu approached the ancient, mysterious stone tablet. Upon reaching it, he extended his hand, gently placing it upon the cold, obsidian surface. Buzz! The moment his palm made contact with the tablet, It unexpectedly illuminated without warning. Golden, mysterious runes, imbued with profound Taoist essence, began to flow and glow upon its surface. A torrent of information, even grander and more magnificent than what academician Shan and his team had studied previously, surged into Lu Yu's mind, granting him a deeper understanding of the stone tablet and the origins of the colossal tortoise. Meanwhile, in the isolation tent, academician Shun and Xiao Wanqing, who were monitoring everything through high-definition cameras, collectively lost their composure upon witnessing the spectacle. It's glowing. It's glowing. The tablet has illuminated. Good heavens. He actually activated the tablet. Quick, record. Document the sequence of all the glowing runes. This might be the key to deciphering the entire stone tablet. Instantly, the makeshift research facility erupted into chaos, with people scrambling and horses rearing. Yet, Lu Yu remained utterly unfazed by the commotion surrounding him. He quietly absorbed the ancient yet familiar messages emanating from the stone tablet. After a considerable time, he gradually retracted his hand. The radiance of the tablet dimmed in tandem. He turned to face Lin Wei, who gazed up at him with a look of palpable anxiety. A smile graced his lips, and then he executed a gesture that would forever be etched in the memories of Lin Wei and the esteemed figures observing through various channels. He did not leap from the back of the beast, but instead walked directly to the edge of its back, under the watchful eyes of all present. He casually took a step forward. Lin Wei let out a terrified scream once more, convinced that Lu Yu was about to plunge into the water. Yet, miraculously, an extraordinary event unfolded. Just as Lu Yu's foot was about to touch the water surface, the expanse beneath him abruptly solidified without warning, transforming into the hardest, most transparent glass, securely supporting his form. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He strolled nonchalantly across the shimmering surface of the water as if it were solid ground. Not a ripple stirred beneath his feet. He continued, step by step, from the center of the reservoir back toward the shore. Behind him loomed the ancient beast, as imposing as a mountain. Beneath his feet lay the vast expanse of water, completely under his command. In that moment, his silhouette stretched long under the radiant sun, resembling a true deity of water emerging from the realms of myth. Lin Wei stood transfixed, her capacity for speech seemingly obliterated. She could only gape in astonishment, unable to find the words to encapsulate the man before her, who continually pushed the boundaries of her perception. As Lu Yu approached her, he regarded the once icy beauty of his assistant, now thoroughly undone by his antics, and a radiant, innocent smile spread across his face. He shrugged his shoulders and spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing a trivial matter. Officer Lin, you see, I told you so. Walking a few steps on the surface of my reservoir is merely a fundamental operation. Lin Wei stared at Lu Yu, then glanced back at the eerily calm surface of the water behind him. She opened her mouth, yearning to articulate something. Yet ultimately, she merely inquired, in a voice tinged with a dreamlike quality, almost on the brink of collapse, and laced with tears, Director Lu, are you still human? Chapter 52. Xiao Wanqing's request, are you truly human? Lin Wei's voice resonated with the essence of a worldview that had been repeatedly crushed and reshaped, leaving behind nothing but pure bewilderment and despair. Lu Yu observed her adorably distressed expression, teetering on the brink of tears, and chuckled softly. Officer Lin, be more confident. Remove the words "are" and "truly" from your inquiry, he suggested. Lin Wei fell silent, her gaze fixed upon Lu Yu with an extraordinarily complex expression, as if she sought to etch this enigmatic figure, cloaked in human guise, into the very fabric of her mind. From Lin Wei's total surrender, madness value increased by 2,000. Lu Yu regarded the substantial compensation for mental anguish that had just been credited to him, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, the elite of the Dragon Shield Bureau possessed remarkable psychological resilience. They did not faint under pressure. He chose to disregard the ice princess who had been thoroughly toyed with and turned his attention to the captivating figure approaching him with hurried steps, Xiao Wanqing. In this moment, the aloofness and rationality she had once exuded had vanished, replaced by an intense fervor, ablaze with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. She had just witnessed everything unfold outside the isolation tent through the high-definition camera. She had seen how Lu Yu activated that mysterious stone tablet. She had observed him walking upon the water's surface with an ease that defied belief. These scenes, which contradicted every scientific principle she had ever learned, did not instill fear or despair. Rather, they ignited her heart, the heart of a scientist, into a fervent blaze. It felt as though she had opened a door to a new world, beyond which lay an unfathomable realm brimming with endless mysteries and splendor. And the key to this door was none other than the inscrutable young man before her. She approached Lu Yu swiftly, her chest heaving with the rapidity of her breath and the exhilaration of her emotions. In her clear, rational eyes, it seemed as though flames danced with uncontainable fervor. She regarded Lu Yu, dispensing with any superfluous words, and spoke directly. "Mr. Lu Yu." Her voice quivered slightly with excitement. "I have a humble request." Lu Yu raised an eyebrow at her apparent readiness to devote herself to the pursuit of science at any moment. "Oh, do enlighten me," he replied. Xiao Wanqing inhaled deeply, summoning all her strength and courage, and bowed deeply before Lu Yu. Then, in a tone that bordered on fervent supplication, she enunciated each word with clarity. "Please, allow me to study you." "What?" This time, it was Lu Yu's turn to be taken aback. He instinctively checked his ears, questioning whether he had misheard. "Study me? Miss, do you harbor some peculiar obsession?" He gazed into Xiao Wanqing's eyes, which were ablaze with academic fervor. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. "Researcher Xia, are you certain you Haven team has spoken? What is there to study about me? I am merely an ordinary fisherman." "No." Xiao Wanqing suddenly raised her head. She retorted with palpable excitement. "You're anything but ordinary. Your very existence is the greatest enigma in this world. Your body, your strength. How is it that you can communicate with those mythical beings? How did you activate that stone tablet? How is it that you can walk upon water? All of this defies everything we know about the laws of physics and biological principles. You're like a walking paradox, a living impossibility. Therefore," she fixed her gaze on Lu Yu, her eyes brimming with a near-manic obsession. "Please, I implore you, allow me to study you. I do not require any invasive experiments. I merely need to extract a small blood sample, a few strands of hair, a bit of tissue. I assure you, I will uncover the ultimate answer to all these mysteries from your genes." The more she spoke, the more exhilarated she became, as if Lu Yu had ceased to be merely a person in her view, but rather a living specimen brimming with endless treasures waiting to be unearthed. Lu Yu listened to her fervent, almost predatory words, feeling a chill creep down his spine. Good heavens! This woman, in her madness, was far more terrifying than those brutish thugs who only knew violence. From Xiao Wanqing's scholarly fervor, insanity level, 1,200. Ding! Warning. A strong desire for dissection has been detected in this individual towards the host. Danger level. High. Please remain vigilant, host. The system's alert chimed in at an opportune moment. Lu Yu looked at the beautiful scientist before him, who seemed eager to strap him to an operating table for dissection, and donned an exceedingly cordial and radiant smile. "Researcher Xia, your request is quite imaginative. However," he paused, shifting his tone, "I must decline." "Why?" Xiao Wanqing could hardly believe her ears. She was bewildered. Her request was for the advancement of science for all humanity, to unveil the ultimate mysteries of this world. What a grand and glorious endeavor this was. Why would he refuse? Did he not wish to uncover the secrets hidden within himself? Lu Yu gazed at her expression, filled with confusion and grievance, and smiled. He reached out, gently flicking her smooth forehead. Then, leaning closer to her ear, he spoke in a tone imbued with a magnetic quality, as if he could see through everything, softly saying, "Dr. Xia, have you ever considered a possibility? Perhaps. I do not need your research to understand myself, for I am more aware than you, more aware than all of you, of the nature of my existence." After saying this, he turned away, leaving Xiao Wanqing, who had fallen into a daze and deep contemplation, behind. He strolled back to his brand-new, luxurious villa, leaving behind an aura of boundless mystery and elegance, along with an ultimate enigma that left Xiao Wanqing and all the members of the Dragon Shield Bureau, who heard his words, utterly perplexed. Who was he, truly? Xiao Wanqing stood still, staring at Lu Yu's retreating figure. She glanced at the tranquil reservoir, as if nothing had transpired. Her mind was in turmoil. She felt that her scientific beliefs, which she had upheld for over 20 years, had been shattered today by this man in an exceedingly gentle yet profoundly cruel manner. She parted her lips, wanting to say something, but ultimately, she merely turned to Lin Wei who was equally petrified and instinctively asked in a dazed, dreamy tone, "Lin, Officer Lin, do you think there truly is a god in this world?" Chapter 53. The Sacred Ground of Anglers. No entry for the idlers in this world. Does a god truly exist? This question lingered in the mind of Xiao Wanqing, yet no one could provide her with an answer. For all present, including the astute liaison officer Lin, found themselves ensnared in a profound philosophical contemplation akin to hers, casting deep doubt upon the beliefs they had constructed over decades of existence. The architect of this turmoil was Lu Yu, who reclined leisurely on the terrace of his brand-new, opulent villa, sipping on a glass of 1982 Lafite, while observing in the distance the scientists, engrossed and sleepless, as they endeavored to decipher the next divine text. A contented smile graced his face. With a national team providing support, the experience was unparalleled. Every aspect of his life, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, was of the highest caliber. The issue of safety was a concern he could dismiss entirely. He felt as though he was truly living a celestial existence. As time unfolded, the Longmian Reservoir, once an obscure locale, had gained immense notoriety, captivating not only all of Huaxia, but the entire globe. Despite the stringent interventions of the Longshield Bureau, which prohibited all official media reports and live broadcasts regarding the reservoir, the internet proved to be a vessel of memory. The miraculous videos previously streamed by Wang Pengzi and Crazy Horse Brother continued to proliferate wildly across major online platforms worldwide. Each day, billions of internet users revisited these clips, capable of reshaping their worldview, each viewing delivering fresh astonishment and fueling Lu Yu's ever-increasing frenzy value. Amidst this global online jubilation, a distinctive group emerged as the most fervent and devoted, the anglers of the world. For them, Lu Yu transcended the realm of mere internet celebrity or sage. He had become a deity. He embodied the collective belief of all anglers, serving as the spiritual totem for their vast community. The Longmian Reservoir, a mystical site where one could catch dragons, divine turtles, and serpentine dragons, naturally ascended to their minds as the unparalleled, supreme sanctuary for angling. Thus, a magnificent spectacle, a veritable marvel of humanity, materialized. Each day, thousands of anglers from across the globe traversed great distances, climbing mountains, crossing rivers, driving, flying, or even sailing to reach this hallowed ground. From all corners, they converge upon this remote mountain village. Their skin tones vary, and their languages are incomprehensible to one another. There are elderly European gentlemen with silver hair, affluent Middle Eastern magnates, muscular American men adorned with tattoos, and Eastern wanderers clad in wooden clogs. Yet, their purpose is astonishingly uniform: pilgrimage. They yearn to witness firsthand the waters that birth miracles. They long to breathe the ethereal air once inhaled by the revered angler, Lu Yu. They do not seek to ensnare mythical creatures. Rather, they desire merely to cast a line upon this sacred ground. Even if it is but a strand of water grass that they manage to catch, it would be sufficient for them to boast about for a lifetime. This influx has presented a significant dilemma for the Dragon Shield Bureau stationed here. Report to the team leader. A frantic member of the Bureau rushed into the command center, where Qin Feng was leisurely enjoying tea. Outside, another prince from Dubai has arrived. He claims he is willing to bid $1 billion, just to pitch a tent by the reservoir for a night. Qin Feng's eyes twitched at the news. He rubbed his aching temples and asked in a somber tone, "Has the Saudi magnate, who previously offered an entire oil field for a line from Luku's fishing rod, departed?" "Not yet," the team member replied with an expression of despair. "He is currently outside our perimeter, dancing the belly dance with his 7 wives, claiming it is the most passionate performance to win over the fishing god of the East." Qin Feng felt his blood pressure rising. He gazed at the surveillance screen in the command center, where a dense throng of international fishing enthusiasts surrounded Longmian Mountain, seemingly endless. A singular thought consumed him. Fishermen are truly the most terrifying beings on this planet, even more so than the creatures lurking in the reservoir. This cannot continue. Qin Feng slammed his palm on the table. If this persists, our Dragon Shield Bureau will inevitably transform into the world's foremost fishery management team. Lin Wei. Yes, team leader. Lin Wei promptly stood at attention. Go immediately to consult Lu Ku. Inform him that the situation outside is spiraling out of control. Inquire if he possesses any permanent solutions. Yes. Lin Wei acknowledged the command and swiftly exited the command center. She made her way to Lu Yu's villa, where he was reclining by the pool on the terrace, indulging in afternoon tea. Beside him lay the resplendent golden dragon carp, its mouth agape in anticipation of being fed the exquisite A5 Wagyu, recently airlifted from Australia. This scene caused Lin Wei's eyes to twitch with disbelief. Indeed, humans are inferior to fish. The ancients do not deceive me. Taking a deep breath, she approached and relayed the situation to Lu Yu in detail. Upon hearing her report, Lu Yu chuckled, remarking on the triviality of the matter, having initially thought an extraterrestrial invasion was afoot. Leisurely, he tossed a beautifully marbled piece of A5 Wagyu into the waiting mouth of the golden dragon carp and then, with measured calmness, expressed, "Achieving a permanent solution is quite simple. Just erect a sign." "A sign?" Lin Wei was taken aback. "Indeed," Lu Yu nodded. "At the entrance to the mountain, construct the largest and most magnificent sign in the world. It shall bear but a few words." He looked at Lin Wei with a radiant smile, one filled with a unique blend of the pride and authority characteristic of an angler. "The fisherman's sanctuary. No trespassers allowed." Lin Wei stood there, momentarily stunned by the simplicity and audacity of those 8 words. She opened her mouth, intending to voice a thought, yet ultimately remained silent, bowing deeply to Lu Yu before turning away. She understood that from this day forth, the Longmian Reservoir would truly become a singular sanctuary in this world, a realm belonging solely to that man and his fishing rod, the domain of the divine. She made her way to the command center, conveying Lu Yu's exact words to Qin Feng. After a prolonged silence, Qin Feng also smiled, his expression imbued with a sense of relief. "Excellent. Well said. Let be done." He slammed his hand on the table and commanded the liaison beside him, "Immediately contact the finest artisans in the country. Craft for me the largest plaque in the world from the most exquisite golden silk namu. Engrave these 8 words. I want everyone who still harbors fantasies about this place to clearly understand whose territory this is." The liaison, observing the excitement and even a hint of fervor in Qin Feng's demeanor, hesitantly inquired, Team leader, isn't this a bit too ostentatious?" Chapter 54. Fishing up a rusty ancient bronze sword, are we not being a tad too ostentatious in our approach? The liaison's voice was laced with an instinctive concern typical of an ordinary civil servant regarding procedures and repercussions. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng chuckled, his smile infused with a sense of relief and even a hint of schadenfreude. "Ostentatious? Precisely. The louder our reputation rings out for the Dragon Shield Bureau, the more formidable our stature becomes. Consequently, those who wish to stir trouble will diminish in number, making our task considerably easier. This is what one might call a permanent solution. Do you comprehend?" The liaison nodded, albeit with a semblance of confusion. He vaguely sensed that their typically iron-fisted and domineering leader had, after being bested in a single move by the young man named Lu Yu, transformed in certain aspects, perhaps becoming a bit more lenient. 3 days later, a magnificent plaque, crafted from an entire 1,000-year-old golden silk namu tree, measuring 10 meters in length and 3 meters in height, was ceremoniously erected along the main thoroughfare leading to Longmian Mountain. The plaque bore the flamboyant inscription of 8 gilded characters, penned by the foremost calligraphers of contemporary Huaxia: "Sanctuary for Fishermen. Idlers keep out." Each character radiated an undeniable aura of authority and grandeur. Beneath the plaque stood 2 rows of armed Dragon Shield Bureau agents, their expressions impassive and their gazes sharp, resembling emotionless sentinels. This imposing display effectively deterred 99 of would-be pilgrims from various nations who sought to pay homage here. After all, the warning against idlers was emblazoned prominently. To dare trespass would be akin to courting death. Thus, the Longmian Reservoir finally embraced a profound tranquility in its truest sense. Meanwhile, our esteemed Director Lu, after indulging in 3 days of a leisurely lifestyle characterized by exquisite dining and slumber, felt the stirrings of his restless angler's spirit once more. That afternoon, reclining before the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows of his villa, he gazed out upon the shimmering expanse of water, a sense of restlessness bubbling within him. "This is unacceptable. I have grown too languid. Life thrives on movement. I must venture out to stretch my limbs, he murmured to himself. At that moment, Lin Wei, who was meticulously preparing a cup of premium hand-brewed coffee for him, nearly spilled the precious civet coffee grounds upon hearing his words, her hand trembling in surprise. Her heart sank with an ominous thud, a wave of dreadful premonition washing over her once more. This formidable adversary. He wouldn't be contemplating another fishing expedition, would he? That, Director Liu, she tentatively inquired, are you planning to take a stroll? I could accompany you. No. Liu Yu shook his head, rising to his feet and stretching lazily. A cacophony of sharp cracks echoed as his bones popped in unison. Then, he bestowed upon Lin Wei a dazzling smile that sent her thoughts spiraling. The weather today was splendid. The wind was calm and gentle, a perfect day for fishing. Lin Wei felt her heart skip a beat. It was over. It was over. He was back at it again, armed with that infernal fishing rod capable of wreaking havoc on the world. She wished to intervene, but deep down, she knew her efforts would be futile. She could only watch helplessly as Liu Yu strode into his equipment room, emerging with an unassuming yet formidable ancient bamboo rod that sent shivers through the entire Dragon Shield Bureau. Come along, Assistant Lin. Today, I shall show you what true skill looks like, Liu Yu said with a grin. Lin Wei could only muster a smile that resembled a grimace more than anything else, following him with heavy steps, as if marching towards her execution. Simultaneously, she did not forget to retrieve her communicator, swiftly reporting this critical alert to Commander Qin Feng at the command center. Report, Group Leader. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The Demon King, no, Director Liu, he is off fishing again. At the command center, Qin Feng, engrossed in strategizing the next defensive measures, dropped his tactical tablet with a resounding thud upon hearing the news. His complexion drained of color in an instant. Quick, notify all units. Enter the highest state of combat readiness. Activate all defense systems. Medical teams, stand by at all times. And hurry, bring out Academician Shun, who is still in the isolation tent studying the steel. No, bind him if necessary. Tell him if he doesn't hurry, it will be too late. In an instant, the entire special management area of Longmian Reservoir was thrown into disarray, resembling a frenzied scene rather than a mere fishing trip. It felt as though an intercontinental missile armed with nuclear warheads was about to descend. Yet, the orchestrator of this chaos, Liu Yu, remained blissfully unconcerned. He leisurely strolled to the edge of the reservoir. This time, he did not employ any extravagant bait, nor did he even attach any bait at all. Simply, he cast an empty hook into the water. What was he doing? In the distant monitoring room, Qin Feng was taken aback by the scene. Fishing with an empty hook? Was he like Jiang Taigong? No. Beside him, Lin Wei gazed at the calm man on the screen, her eyes filled with complexity. He was not fishing. He was waiting. Waiting? Yes. Lin Wei nodded, awaiting for Seminity in the water to approach him of its own accord. She had observed that Liu Yu emanated an invisible yet peculiar halo. It was the aura of spirit-beast affinity, a manifestation of the primordial angler bloodline, which inherently possessed a deadly allure to all primordial aberrations. Indeed, just 3 seconds after his hook plunged into the water, a sudden weight pulled down on his fishing rod. A force, heavy yet not chaotic, transmitted from below the surface. Oh, has he caught something? Liu Yu raised an eyebrow. He sensed that this catch was unlike any he had encountered before. It bore no trace of life. Instead, it carried a chilling aura, imbued with the essence of iron and blood, a palpable sense of slaughter. Intriguing. Liu Yu smiled. With a swift flick of his wrist, he channeled a deft strength through the fishing line. Come fort, he commanded softly. Splash. A sound of water erupted as a dark gleam was forcefully dragged from the depths, crashing onto the grass before him. Buzz. A clear, resonant sound, reminiscent of a soul-rending sword cry, reverberated throughout the valley. All present turned their gaze. There, embedded in the ground, was a sword, a long, ancient blade forged entirely from bronze. Its body was adorned with mottled green rust and dried, dark red stains of blood, as if it were recounting its ancient past filled with endless slaughters. A chilling, piercing sword intent emanated from the blade, seemingly capable of freezing one's very soul, causing all onlookers to feel their skin prickle as though pricked by countless invisible steel needles. The sword was indeed a sword. Chapter 55. The sword resounds through the heavens. Qin Feng's heart of the sword, a sword, is a sword. In the command center, A young member of the Dragon Shield team, gazing at the monitoring screen, exclaimed in disbelief at the ancient bronze sword, humming ominously as it stood embedded in the ground. Fishing and catching a sword? This is utterly absurd. What on earth lies beneath this reservoir? An ancient relic? Or perhaps a storied arsenal of antiquity? Beside him, Qin Feng, upon witnessing the sword, seemed as if struck by lightning. He fixated on the screen, his only intact left hand clenching into a fist involuntarily. His breath quickened to an unprecedented pace, and within his gaze ignited an intense and fervent light of longing, an insatiable desire. He did not yearn for the sword's value, nor did he crave the historical significance it embodied. What he longed for was the pure, chilling, and unwavering essence of the sword's will to slay. Qin Feng hailed from a venerable martial arts lineage in China, a family that had flourished for centuries. From a young age, he did not practice the military's brutal combat techniques, but instead honed an exceptionally domineering and nameless sword art passed down through generations. He was a true swordsman, a devotee who dedicated his life to the sword, a purist of martial fervor. His fists merely served as tools for executing tasks, while the sword represented the very heart of his path. Yet, in the modern world, ruled by firearms, no matter how proficient one becomes with a sword, it cannot outpace a bullet. Thus, he was forced to conceal his sword deeply, opting instead to engage in battle with more direct and efficient means. Over time, he nearly forgot that he once was a passionate youth, dreaming of becoming a sword immortal. Until today, until he beheld this sword, seemingly arisen from the realms of myth. The ancient divine sword. In that instant, the heart of his swordsmanship, long dormant for years, ignited into blazing fervor once more. He felt the blood coursing through his veins boil with intensity. A powerful, frenzied impulse surged within him. He yearned to draw that sword. He longed to personally experience the unparalleled brilliance that belonged solely to the ancient divine weapon. Even if the cost were death, he would not hesitate. I must go forth. He abruptly rose from his seat, his voice raspy with overwhelming excitement. The medical team leader attending to him was startled. Captain Qin, no, you cannot. Your injuries get away. Qin Feng forcefully pushed him aside. He, disregarding his right arm still encased in plaster, stumbled and rushed towards the entrance of the command center. He was determined to go meet the divine figure he revered. By the reservoir, Lu Yu gazed curiously at the bronze ancient sword still buzzing with energy. This was his first encounter with a weapon he had fished out. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully retrieved the primordial treasure, the Lushian sword, replica, damaged. Illuminate the catalog to obtain related information and rewards. The Lushian sword? A replica? Damaged? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. Just hearing the name exuded an air of grandeur. Without hesitation, he opened the primordial catalog. Before him, a phantom of a blood-red divine sword, imbued with an aura of endless slaughter, gradually materialized. Beside the apparition was a detailed textual introduction. Catalog number 005, name, Lushian sword, replica, damaged, type, primordial treasure, divine weapon, grade, earth level lower tier, reparable, can grow, potential, can ultimately evolve into an innate treasure of slaughter. Abilities, armor breaking, soul devouring, unparalleled sharpness. 10,000 swords returning to the source, not unlocked. Description, created in ancient times by a master of swordsmanship who, after observing the true innate treasure, the Lushian sword, forged it using extraterrestrial meteorite and the blood of divine beasts. It is one of the 4 swords of extermination, shattered and lost in a cataclysmic battle between gods and demons. Within it lies the swordsmanship insights of that master. Acquisition reward, 300,000 madness points. Swordsmanship insight, beginner, X1. What a remarkable find. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though this sword was merely a damaged replica, its potential reached an impressive 4 stars. It could eventually evolve into an innate treasure of slaughter. Moreover, the acquisition reward included a book on swordsmanship insight. This was essentially a tailor-made starter pack for him. What he lacked most at present was an offensive capability. With this sword and the swordsmanship insight, his combat prowess would surely ascend to new heights. He eagerly confirmed the acquisition. Ding! Acquisition successful. Rewards have been distributed. In an instant, a tremendous flow of information regarding swordsmanship surged into his mind. How to grip the sword, how to wield it, how to unify his essence, energy, and spirit with the sword, how to unleash the most terrifying lethality through the simplest thrusts, slashes, and sweeps. Countless profound principles of swordsmanship were completely comprehended and absorbed in the blink of an eye. He felt as if he had never touched a sword before. Yet, at this very moment, he is transformed into an extraordinary swordsman, steeped in the path of the sword for centuries. He slowly opened his eyes, and within their depths, it seemed as though countless brilliant sword lights flickered and danced. He extended his hand and gently grasped the hilt of the ancient bronze sword embedded in the ground. It felt cold to the touch, as if he were not holding a sword, but rather a shard of eternal ice. An icy, terrifying intent of slaughter and destruction surged through his arm and into his body, seeking to invade his mind and control his being, aiming to reduce him to a mere sword slave, fixated solely on carnage. Had it been anyone with a frail will, they would have surely succumbed to madness upon encountering such an intent. However, Lu Yu merely snorted in disdain. How dare such a residual, masterless sword intent, lingering for millennia, act with impunity before me? With a mere thought, the high-dimensional pressure belonging to the primordial angler, dormant deep within his bloodline, erupted with a thunderous force. The struggling sword, the slayer of immortals, instantly fell silent, emitting a pitiful whimper akin to that of a small kitten. Then it submitted completely, as if to say, "Great one, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." Lu Yu observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding slightly. He then exerted a gentle force with his arm. With a clear, resonant sound akin to a dragon's roar, he slowly drew the rusted ancient bronze sword from the earth. Yet, as the blade fully detached from the ground, an unexpected change occurred. The ancient sword, once covered in verdant patina, erupted with an extraordinarily brilliant crimson glow. The thick rust, clinging to its surface, quickly peeled away as if melting before the blazing sun, revealing a sleek, mirror-like, unmatched dark red blade beneath. Upon the blade were inscribed two ancient glyphs, suffused with an endless intent of slaughter, slayer of immortals. An even more terrifying sword intent, tenfold more formidable than before, surged forth, ripping apart the thick clouds in the sky and creating a vast rift. Sunlight cascaded down anew, illuminating the figure of the swordsman and his blade, as if adorning him with a layer of golden, divine armor. This spectacle was breathtaking and awe-inspiring. All present were rendered speechless, particularly Qin Feng, who had just dashed out from the command center. He gazed upon a young figure standing with sword in hand, as if he had become one with the heavens and the earth. In his gaze, there resided an overwhelming fervor and reverence. He felt as though he beheld not merely a person, but a living embodiment of the sword deity. He could no longer suppress the tumultuous heart of his swordsmanship. Driven by an irresistible impulse, he dashed forward. Then, at a distance of merely 10 meters from Lu Yu, he fell to one knee with a resounding thud. Before Lu Yu, before the ancient sword of extermination that radiated boundless divine might, he offered the most devout and respectful gesture of a warrior. With utmost sincerity, he articulated his heartfelt plea. "Master Lu, I am Qin Feng. I humbly wish to be your disciple. I beseech you to impart to me the supreme swordsmanship." Chapter 56. The BBC documentary team's application. Please impart to me the supreme swordsmanship. Qin Feng's voice was hoarse, yet imbued with the purest yearning of a warrior for the path. He knelt on one knee, gazing up at Lu Yu with an almost reverent fervor, as if Lu Yu were the sole faith of his existence. Lu Yu observed Qin Feng's relentless supplication, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. "Goodness, I merely drew my sword, and somehow I've acquired a disciple. Moreover, the leader of the Long Shield Bureau's action team? Is this not rather hasty?" From Qin Feng's fervent admiration, madness value 2,000. Well, considering his sincerity and the substantial madness value he has offered, perhaps I might entertain the notion. Lu Yu cleared his throat, preparing to speak. Suddenly, a grave voice emanated from the internal communicator of the Long Shield Bureau, which had remained active throughout. It was Director Zhao Li, far away in the capital. "Qin Feng." His tone was laced with a mixture of disappointment and anger. "Stand up. You are a soldier of Long Shield, the sword of the nation. How can you so casually kneel before someone? Where is your dignity, your spirit? You have tarnished the reputation of the Long Shield Bureau. Clearly, He had witnessed the unfolding scene through real-time surveillance and was both exasperated and amused by his most capable subordinate's unworthy display. Upon hearing the director's voice, Qin Feng's body stiffened momentarily, a flicker of struggle crossing his face. Yet, this struggle was swiftly replaced by a resolute determination. He remained on his knees, addressing the communicator with a firm voice. "Director, dignity is forged through strength, not mere words. In the presence of true swordsmanship, I, Qin Feng, am but a novice. Seeking guidance from a true master is not shameful. This is my final pride as a swordsman." His voice rang with conviction, resonating with the indomitable spirit of a warrior. On the other end of the line, Zhao Li fell silent, contemplating. After a lengthy pause, he let out a deep sigh, his tone softening. "Ah, so be it. A child grows independent of his father. Pursue your path." With that, he terminated the communication, evidently acquiescing to Qin Feng's audacious behavior. After receiving the tacit approval from the director, Qin Feng once again lifted his head, gazing at Lu Yu with an even more fervent expression in his eyes. The look seemed to convey a silent message. "Master, behold, I have secured the highest authority. Now, will you accept me?" Lu Yu felt a slight throbbing in his head. He truly did not wish to take on a disciple. It seemed far too cumbersome. All he desired was to live a peaceful life, like a salted fish contentedly fishing in tranquility. Just as he pondered how to decline this tenacious, muscle-bound individual, Lin Wei, his perceptive personal assistant, approached once again, holding a tablet in her hands. "Director Liu," she spoke softly, as if fearing to disrupt the fervent atmosphere surrounding this rather passionate initiation ceremony. "We have just received a rather unique application from overseas. Director, Zhao asked me to bring it to you for your review." "Oh." Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What application?" At last, a distraction had arrived. He took the tablet and noticed the screen displayed an official letter teeming with dense English text. The letterhead bore a logo familiar to people worldwide. BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation. "BBC?" Lu Yu exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. "What do they want from me?" "They wish to come here to film a documentary," Lin Wei explained. "A grand exploration documentary about you and Longmian Reservoir. The project will be led by their most esteemed documentary director, Jack Anderson, the very man behind Blue Planet and Planet Earth. They promise to record everything from the most objective, authentic, and scientific perspective, and are willing to pay a staggering 9-digit location usage fee for this." As she conveyed this information, her eyes brimmed with undisguised disdain and contempt. Clearly, she held no fondness for the BBC, a so-called Western mouthpiece notorious for donning tinted glasses and employing dark filters to tarnish the image of China. She was skeptical, doubting that these duplicitous red-haired devils had any good intentions. Lu Yu chuckled at the news. "BBC? Filming a documentary? And they claim to be the most objective and authentic? This is akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year, ill-intentioned at its core." He could almost envision how those so-called directors and journalists would twist the narrative, capturing the picturesque Longmian Mountain and portraying it as a desolate wasteland ravaged by industrial pollution. They shall transform the imposing Xia into a grotesque creature, suffering immensely due to genetic mutations. They will depict their ethereal selves as ignorant, pretentious country bumpkins. Accompanied by their characteristic, haughty, and prejudiced narration, they will ultimately project a mysterious Orient to the world. Despite the emergence of intriguing mutations, the underlying message remains that it is a backward and barbaric land in desperate need of salvation and guidance from the civilized Western world. This entire process, Lu Yu could easily surmise with just a flick of his toes. He chuckled at the thought, his smile brimming with the playful mockery of a chess player observing a self-satisfied piece. "So, they intend to defame me? They seek to stir up trouble? Very well. I welcome it. I fear that upon their arrival, they will discover that their proud and sinister narratives pale in comparison to my authentic miracles. I also worry that their frail, superiority-laden worldview will be utterly crushed by me, an Eastern deity." How intriguing. Lu Yu gazed at the earnest application letter and nodded slowly. Since they have shown such sincerity and even offered a substantial sum of money, it would indeed seem petty of us to refuse. "Inform them," he said to Lin Wei with a nonchalant tone, "I have granted my approval." "What?" Lin Wei could hardly believe her ears. She assumed Lu Yu would categorically reject their proposal. Yet he had acquiesced? "Director Liu, you must think this through," she urged anxiously. These people are not to be trusted. They seek to twist our words and maliciously tarnish our reputation. I am aware, Lu Yu replied with a smile. But what of it? In the face of an absolute miracle, any schemes and conspiracies become mere foolish antics of jesters. Moreover, he glanced at Qin Feng, still kneeling on the ground, and then at the visibly distressed Lin Wei. A cryptic smile crept onto his lips. I also wish to utilize their lens to showcase to the world the true essence of hospitality that our Huaxiang embodies. Lin Wei observed the confidence radiating from Lu Yu, as if he had everything under control. She fell silent. Though still somewhat apprehensive, she inexplicably found herself harboring a near-blind trust in this man. She believed, this man, who consistently performs wonders, will undoubtedly provide those ill-intentioned Westerners with an unforgettable surprise this time as well. Very well. She nodded. I shall respond to them now. She turned to leave, but paused, as if struck by a thought. She pointed to the ground, where Qin Feng remained on one knee, his expression one of eager curiosity, gazing at Lu Yu with an exceedingly peculiar look. Tentatively, she inquired, Chief Lu, are you truly going to allow our esteemed team leader Qin to remain in this position indefinitely? Chapter 57. Welcome to the real world. Lin Wei's inquiry was imbued with profound concern from a subordinate toward their leader. Lu Yu glanced at the figure on the ground, still maintaining a posture of reverence with an expression of utmost sincerity. Qin Feng. He then cast his gaze upon the humming ancient sword in his hand, letting out an involuntary sigh. A look of exasperation crossed his face, as if to convey that he too wished to be devoid of such magnetic charm, a visage reminiscent of a Versailles expression. Alas, there was no remedy for it, he mused, as he lamented the burden of his unwieldy allure and the equally unmanageable divine blade. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Yu sheathed the ancient sword behind him before addressing Qin Feng with a deliberate calmness. Rise. His voice, though not loud, resonated with the authority of a decree. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's body jolted. A look of ecstatic disbelief illuminated his face. Master Yu, you have consented? I never stated I would take you as a disciple. Lu Yu retorted, shaking his head with an expression of disdain. I am not one to invite trouble. However, after a brief pause, a cryptic smile graced his lips. Yet, given your evident sincerity, you may observe me while I fish in the future. The extent of your understanding shall depend on your own fortune. With that, he chose to disregard the ecstatic and enlightened Qin Feng, turning away toward his villa, leaving behind a silhouette steeped in an air of effortless elegance. 3 days later, a Gulfstream G650 private jet, having departed from London Heathrow Airport, gracefully descended upon the international airport in Qingzhou City. As the cabin door opened, an elderly Caucasian man, his hair graying yet vibrant, donned in a precisely tailored British overcoat and gold-rimmed spectacles, descended the steps. He was none other than the illustrious director of the BBC, the titan of the documentary realm, Jack Anderson. Trailing behind him was an elite team composed of top-tier photographers, lighting experts, and sound engineers, alongside a striking blonde beauty, the host, Annie. Oh, Jack! Annie exclaimed dramatically as she disembarked, fanning her hand in front of her nose, her voice laced with unabashed superiority and disdain. I can already sense the air here is permeated with the scent of backward industrial waste. Jack Anderson chuckled at her remark. Adjusting his glasses, he gazed at the distant, overcast sky. Dear Annie, this is Huaxia, he replied, his tone steeped in confidence, as if he wielded control over everything. A land rich in mystery, contradictions, and miracles. It is also the very place where we shall unveil the truth. He was convinced that with his unparalleled filming expertise and the BBC's unmatched post-production capabilities, he would undoubtedly strip away the fade of that so-called Easter marvel. Let the world bear witness. That so-called divine dragon is but a pitiable carp, merely adorned with paint. That sacred turtle is nothing more than a poorly crafted movie prop. And that angler is simply an ignorant village charlatan. Very well, children. He clapped his hands and commanded his team. Check the equipment. Prepare to embark. Let us unveil the final veil of shame from that ancient realm. Soon, the BBC team boarded an unremarkable domestic minibus, specially arranged by the Dragon Shield Bureau, heading towards Lomian Mountain. Along the way, Annie and her cameraman eagerly commenced their creative endeavor. They deliberately activated the BBC's ancestral ghostly filter, directing the lens towards the vibrant rural roads and fields outside the window. Under their gaze, Everything instantaneously transformed into a shadowy, oppressive tableau, imbued with a stifling sense of decay. Oh my God! Annie gazed at the visuals through the lens, her expression adopting a saintly demeanor filled with profound sorrow. Look here, this is the true face of rural Huaxia, impoverished, backward, devoid of vitality. How unfortunate are the souls who dwell here. She passionately lamented before the camera, as if she were an angel descended to rescue the suffering masses. Meanwhile, Lin Wei, sitting in the front row as their escort, couldn't help but smirk disdainfully at her shameless distortion of reality upon hearing such remarks. Yet, she remained silent. Through her miniature earpiece, she softly reported to Lu Yu, who was at the reservoir. The fish has taken the bait and is already beginning its self-hypnosis. On the other end, Lu Yu's languid voice, tinged with amusement, replied, "Understood. Let them perform. The more immersed they are, the better. Soon, they will truly comprehend what despair really means." Finally, the minibus gradually entered the bounds of Longyan Mountain. Jack Anderson and his team immediately sensed something amiss. The air here was remarkably fresh. The surroundings were far from the desolation they had anticipated. Rather, they were greeted by verdant landscapes, melodious birdsong, and the fragrant essence of nature, brimming with primal vitality. It was as if they had arrived, not at a backward mountain village, but in an untouched paradise. What is the meaning of this? Annie stared in bewilderment at the breathtaking scenery outside the window, puzzled as to why the environment was so utterly different from the reports. Jack Anderson furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were slipping from his grasp. Yet he forced himself to maintain composure. Don't panic. This must be a mere fade they've constructed to greet us. Yes, it must be. The more they try, the more it reveals their insecurity. Stay alert, everyone. We must capture their most authentic side. At that moment, the vehicle came to a halt. They had arrived. The Longyan Reservoir awaited them. As Jack Anderson and his team descended from the vehicle, they beheld the vast expanse of water, as clear as sapphire, witnessed the colossal tortoise sprawling along the shore like a mountain, and admired the resplendent, seven-hued tree radiating a spectrum of colors under the sun. They also noticed an Eastern man, standing at the water's edge with an ancient bamboo pole, seemingly merging with the universe itself. At that moment, all of them were collectively mesmerized. Their state-of-the-art, high-definition camera clattered to the ground, rendered insignificant by the sacred and serene aura surrounding them, which overshadowed their prized infernal filters. Jack Anderson stood, entranced by the scene, attempting to articulate something, yet found his throat parched, unable to utter a single word. The Eastern man, who had his back turned to them, slowly pivoted to face the utterly awestruck Western visitors. A radiant and benevolent smile, imbued with the warmth of hospitality, graced his face. He opened his arms as if to embrace them, and then, in a remarkably pure and fluent Oxford accent, spoke softly yet with crystal clarity. "Welcome, my dear friends from the West. Welcome to the real world." Annie gazed at the Eastern man's divinely handsome visage, captivated by his magnetic voice, which surpassed even their BBC's finest broadcasters in eloquence. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she felt her heart pierced by Cupid's arrow. Instinctively, she turned to Jack Anderson, her voice dreamy and infatuated, and asked Jack, "Should we perhaps first discuss the possibility of applying for political asylum?" Chapter 58, Exchange Dragon Bone Fishing Rod, from Birdgun to Cannon. Annie's dreamlike voice jolted Jack Anderson awake from the depths of shock. He beheld his typically haughty beauty of a partner, now gazing at the Eastern man with wide-eyed admiration, a quintessential infatuated expression adorning her face. A wave of absurdity surged within him. What are we here for? We came to unveil the truth, to critique the backwardness. How could it be that we've barely arrived, our equipment still unassembled, and already we are on the verge of betrayal? Annie, snap out of it, he hissed, lowering his voice. Don't forget our mission. It's all a fabrication, a deceitful trick conjured by the Chinese. Though he uttered these words, his gaze uncontrollably drifted towards the colossal turtle, reminiscent of a mountain. The giant creature merely exhaled, releasing a warm breeze imbued with an ancient, primordial aura that disheveled his meticulously styled hair. It was too real, so real that even a staunch materialist like him, a documentary master who had devoted his life to the craft, began to question his existence. At that moment, Lu Yu spoke, his magnetically smooth London accent resonating once more. "All right, my dear friends," he began, his smile remaining benevolent, yet his gaze carried an undeniable authority befitting a master. "The welcoming ceremony has concluded. Now, allow me to elucidate the regulations of this place." He glanced at the silent Lin Wei, who understood his cue. Stepping forward, she addressed the now utterly bewildered BBC crew in fluent English, her tone icy. "Firstly, within the special management zone, all your filming activities must be conducted under our supervision. Any unauthorized covert filming or malicious editing will be regarded as espionage. Secondly, you may interview anyone, except for Director Liu. He does not accept any form of interview. Thirdly, and most crucially," Lin Wei's gaze sharpened, "this is the domain of God, not your film studio. Please stow away your ludicrous underworld filters and cheap sense of superiority. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that my rather irritable security companion will refrain from interfering with your equipment." As she spoke, she pointed at the bloodthirsty dragon lurking ominously, its grotesque maw opening to reveal a row of slowly regenerating, fearsome fangs. Gulp. The stoutest cameraman in the BBC crew instinctively swallowed hard, his complexion paling instantly. Jack Anderson observed the seamless interplay between the two, the last vestiges of his hope utterly shattered. He realized that this time, they had indeed stumbled upon something formidable. After dispatching the disoriented BBC crew, whose worldviews were in a state of chaotic reconstruction, Lu Yu returned to his villa. He no longer paid attention to the overwhelming frenzy of madness that had erupted once more due to the arrival of the BBC, for he understood that it was time to upgrade his equipment. Previously, he had believed that this skyward rod, slightly damaged, he inherited from his grandfather was sufficiently formidable, especially since he had successfully reeled in formidable creatures like the Dominator and Blood Flood Dragon. However, after activating psychodetection and witnessing the abyssal, taboo presence lurking at the bottom of the reservoir, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped him. He had no doubt that if he inadvertently provoked that formidable entity, his slightly damaged bamboo rod would not withstand even a moment before disintegrating into dust. It was time to replace his bird gun with a cannon. He opened the system shop and scrolled down to the very bottom, where he found an option he had previously deemed exorbitant and dared not even contemplate. Ultimate exchange, skyward rod, genuine fragment. Description: will you consume all your angler's fortune and 5 million madness points to forcibly merge the replica fragment in your possession with a genuine fragment from a higher dimension? Upon merging, your fishing rod will undergo a qualitative leap, unlocking unimaginable, extraordinary functions. Warning: this operation is irreversible. There exists a minuscule probability of fusion failure. Should failure occur, your fishing rod will be utterly destroyed. Please choose wisely. 5 million madness points. All of his angler's fortune, not to mention the risk of failure. The price was undeniably steep. Yet, upon seeing the words genuine fragment and the description of the extraordinary functions, his eyes gleamed with fervor. It was a gamble. How many times does one have the opportunity to stake it all in life? Moreover, he currently possessed over 8 million madness points. 5 million was but a drop in the ocean. Fusion, he resolutely commanded in his heart. Ding, detecting the host's strong will. Initiating high-dimensional link. Ding, fusion commencing. Please maintain absolute silence. Any external disturbance may lead to fusion failure. The system's cold notifications, for the first time, carried an unprecedented weight of seriousness. Lu Yu's heart raced to his throat. He immediately ordered Lin Wei, who was standing guard outside the door. "Lin Wei, relay my command. From this moment forth, no one shall enter within 100 meters of my villa. Those who defy this order will face lethal consequences." His voice was imbued with an undeniable, chilling intent. Though Lin Wei was unaware of the situation's gravity, she instinctively sensed its seriousness. She promptly transmitted Lu Yu's orders through the communicator. The entire special management district of Longmian Reservoir instantly entered a heightened state of alert, more tense than ever before. Inside the cabin, Lu Yu sat cross-legged. He laid the ancient bamboo rod horizontally across his knees and slowly closed his eyes. Buzz! The moment his eyelids descended, the bamboo rod in his hands erupted with an extraordinarily brilliant 9-color divine light. A formidable and ancient aura, seemingly emanating from the very inception of the cosmos, erupted with a cataclysmic force. The entire villa quaked violently under the impact of this presence. Outside, the state-of-the-art surveillance equipment meticulously arranged by the Dragon Shield Bureau unleashed a cascade of electric sparks upon contact with this aura, only to subsequently falter in unison, resulting in a screen blanketed by static. What is happening? In the command center, Qin Feng gazed in horror at the unfolding scene, rendered speechless. All surveillance systems had failed. We are devoid of any control over the villa. Meanwhile, Lu Yu found his consciousness transported to an extraordinary realm beyond the bounds of language. Here, there were no distinctions of up or down, no constraints of time or space, only an infinite expanse of dazzling, celestial seas. At the heart of this cosmic ocean, he beheld an incomprehensibly immense fishing rod. Its size was such that it seemed capable of piercing the very fabric of the universe. The rod appeared to be forged from the essence of countless stars, while its line was woven from an entire galaxy. At the end of it dangled a hook, a slowly rotating black hole, exuding an aura of unfathomable destruction. It floated serenely at the center of the cosmos, as if fishing for the endless currents of time and space. Is this the authentic rod of heaven? Lu Yu stared at this ultimate creation, capable of inducing tremors in even the mightiest deities, his mind a blank canvas. In that moment, he noticed a minuscule fragment, no larger than a fingernail, shimmering with iridescent colors, gently detaching itself from the colossal cosmic rod. It traversed the boundless expanse of time and space, slipping through countless dimensional barriers, and drifted slowly toward him. Ultimately, it merged with the bamboo rod in his grasp, which too radiated a 9-color divine light. Boom! Time became an abstract concept as Lu Yu gradually opened his eyes. He cast a glance at the transformed fishing rod in his hands, which had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. No longer fashioned from bamboo, it had morphed into a mysterious material, neither metal nor jade, warm yet cold to the touch. The entire rod glimmered in a dark golden hue akin to the most profound night sky, adorned with radiant 9-color divine patterns flowing like a starry river. An aura of terror, magnitudes greater than before, emanated from it. Ding! Congratulations, host. Fusion successful. Your rod of heaven, slightly damaged, has successfully evolved into the Dragon Bone Star Rod Pseudo. New features unlocked. New appearance unlocked. New. Lu Yu paid no heed to the subsequent intricate details. A radiant smile illuminated his face. He understood that from this day forth, he had truly acquired the ultimate capital for survival in an increasingly irrational world. He rose, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. There, Lin Wei and Qin Feng awaited him, their expressions fraught with concern. They beheld Lu Yu emerging, his hand grasping a newly transformed fishing rod, exuding an aura of boundless majesty, causing their pupils to constrict in astonishment. They opened their mouths, intending to inquire, yet before they could articulate their questions, Lu Yu flashed them a smile. Then, he uttered a statement that sent shivers down their spines. Let us go. Bring the finest camera. Today, I am in high spirits. I shall take you to a location where we can catch true treasures. Chapter 59. The target, abyss at 500 meters depth. Upon hearing Lu Yu's declaration of taking them to the true fishing spot of magnificent treasures, Qin Feng felt utterly stunned. He gazed at Lu Yu's face, illuminated by an unprecedented confidence, and then glanced at the extraordinary fishing rod in his hand, emanating a terrifying aura that made his heart race. His lips twitched involuntarily. In a voice laced with desperation and almost breaking, he murmured to Lin Wei beside him. Lin Wei, are we still able to apply for emergency evacuation? Is it too late? Lin Wei offered no reply. In that moment, she too was not in a much better state. She looked at the man before her, who seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart at any moment. Feeling her heart race as if aboard a high-powered roller coaster, rising and falling, almost leaping out of her throat. The excitement was overwhelming. Standing beside this man, she felt as though her past 20 years of a mundane elite life were merely a tedious dream. Ultimately, rationality triumphed over fear. Or perhaps it was the soldier's duty that overcame the instinct for self-preservation. Qin Feng, the resolute leader of the Dragon Shield team, after a fierce internal struggle lasting a full minute, gritted his teeth and accepted the harsh reality. He reported the grim news, which warranted the highest alert for the entire Dragon Shield Bureau, to Director Zhao Li of the Military Bureau, far away in the capital. On the other end of the line, Zhao Li fell into a long, deathly silence after hearing the report. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke in a voice laden with exhaustion and resignation, as though life had drained him completely. Let it be. I am tired. Let be destroyed quickly. With that, he hung up the phone, leaving Qin Feng and Lin Wei in a disheveled state amidst the wind. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news that Lord Liu was about to fish again, the portly Wang was so exhilarated that he nearly performed CPR on himself. He swiftly set up his entire top-tier, live, streaming equipment. Then, with exaggerated and impassioned fervor, he initiated this live broadcast, destined to ignite global excitement once more. Dear family and friends, your chubby brother is back. Do you know what just happened? Just moments ago, our Lord Liu, he went into seclusion. Before my very eyes, he refined his fated treasure, which has accompanied him through countless days and nights. What you see now, radiating with 9-colored divine light, is the ultimate divine rod, Dragon Bone Star Rod, refined by Lord Liu. And now, Lord Liu is about to use this brand new, invincible divine rod. Venture forth and confront the legendary Forbidden Abyss, a place that even the divine fears. Come, dear family, let your astonishment echo across the screen. Together, let us witness this momentous occasion, one that is destined to be etched into the annals of history. His fervent and evocative opening remarks, brimming with youthful exuberance, instantly ignited the fervor of the millions of viewers in the live stream, who had long been yearning for this moment. What? Refining tools? I can actually witness a scene from a novel unfold in this live stream? Dragon Bone Star Rod. Just hearing that name is utterly awe-inspiring. Forbidden Abyss? What is that? Is it the hidden map at the bottom of the reservoir? Enough talk. My skin is crawling with excitement. Let's begin. I can hardly wait. Rocket X100. Buddha jumps over the wall. X50. Streamer, you better keep your eyes peeled. If you miss a single detail, I'll come through the internet and get you. In an instant, the entire live stream was inundated with exaggerated comments and dazzling gift effects. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the event, Liu had approached the reservoir's edge. He gazed at the expansive waters before him, now devoid of secrets in his eyes. A determined smile graced his face. This time, he eschewed any extravagant bait. Instead, he simply affixed a small orb of 9-colored light, born from the essence of his primordial angler bloodline, onto the hook. He understood that for the true titans lurking beneath the surface, any mundane bait was ineffective. Only the aura of this new angler would serve as the greatest temptation, or perhaps provocation. He inhaled deeply, lifting the transformed Dragon Bone Star Rod slowly. Then, he closed his eyes and activated psycho-exploration once more. This time, he no longer approached with caution. He unleashed his perception unreservedly, plunging into the depths of the chilling abyssal blackness 500 meters below. Buzz. The moment his awareness touched the forbidden energy source, akin to a black hole, a wave of frigid, destructive, death-laden intent surged back towards him. It was as if an ancient, malevolent deity, roused from slumber by an unwitting insect, had awakened. Liu grunted softly, his complexion momentarily paling. Yet he did not falter. A glint of icy resolve flashed in his eyes. Engaging in the supernatural, with a mere thought, he readied himself. Deep within the recesses of his bloodline, a formidable pressure emanated from a higher dimension. The fisher's might erupted with explosive force. It surged fiercely towards that malevolent will, crushing everything in its path. Boom! It was as if two invisible nuclear bombs collided at the depths of the reservoir. The surface of Longmian Reservoir surged violently, bulging into an immense water dome. Then, with a thunderous crash, it fell back down, stirring up colossal waves. On the shore, Qin Feng and Lin Wei watched this spectacle, their hearts racing wildly. They understood that this confrontation was far more perilous than any previous encounters. It was a clash of wills between deities and dark gods. Beneath the reservoir, the chilling, sinister will hesitated upon encountering Liu Yu's overpowering and unreasonable fisher's might. It seemed to ponder, oh, a fellow traveler? No, a new overseer? Then, it wisely retreated, no longer emanating any hostility. Clearly, it had no desire to engage in unnecessary conflict with Liu Yu, the newly appointed warden. Observing this, Liu Yu smiled. He knew he had once again triumphed in his gamble. He had successfully asserted his dominance. He withdrew his perception and slowly opened his eyes. He smiled at the terrified Wang Pongzi, who looked as if he might wet himself. All right, the biggest one has already made its presence known. Now, we can begin the prize draw. As he spoke, he abruptly flicked his wrist. The hook, adorned with a radiant spectrum of 9 colors, was cast with great force. Whoosh! The hook, trailing a brilliant 9-colored luminescence, plunged fiercely into the unfathomable depths of the dark abyss, 500 meters deep. Wang Pongzi watched this scene, struggling to swallow. He felt as though his heart might cease to beat. Trembling, he turned to the millions of viewers in the live stream, who were equally spellbound, and in a dreamlike voice. He asked, Dear family, what do you think we might catch from the bottom of this 500-meter deep abyss? Chapter 60. Reeling in the slumbering corpse of an ancient woman, what on earth could be caught? Wang Pongzi's trembling question reverberated around the globe through the live stream. No one answered him, for all hearts sank alongside the 9-colored fishhook that had plunged into the depths of a 500-meter abyss. In that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The water's surface remained as tranquil as a mirror, devoid of any unusual disturbances. On the shore, Lu Yu furrowed his brow slightly. He could distinctly sense that his fishhook had reached the bottom. However, nothing was biting. This was unexpected. His 9-colored bait, infused with the bloodline power of the primordial angler, should have been irresistibly alluring to the bizarre creatures lurking beneath, akin to a beacon in the night or an oasis in the desert. Why was there no response? Could it be that when he greeted that dark overlord, his overwhelming aura had frightened away the smaller fish and shrimp? He was reluctant to accept such a notion. Gripping the dragon bone star rod, he gently lifted it to gauge the situation below. Yet, with that slight tug, his countenance shifted dramatically, for he felt as if his hook had snagged onto something. That something was exceedingly heavy. Yet, it was not the weight of a mountain-like creature nor the frenzied strength of a living beast like the blood flood dragon. It was a peculiar heaviness, as if he had caught not a creature, but a massive coffin, submerged for centuries in the depths. Something stirred. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He inhaled deeply, unleashing the terrifying power that had been supernaturally enhanced within him. Rise, he exclaimed, his voice filled with resolve. His arms surged with strength. With a resounding splash louder than any before, the water's surface, a dark void that seemed bottomless, was torn asunder by an unmatched force. A colossal, elongated shadow was forcibly dragged from the abyss, soaring towards the shore with astonishing speed, accompanied by a piercing sound that cut through the air. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the shadow struck the grassy bank with tremendous force, creating a massive, human-shaped, coffin-shaped, crater that extended over 10 meters in length and several meters in depth. Dust and debris billowed into the air. All eyes were fixated on the past, and hearts raced as the crowd anticipated the revelation. They yearned to witness what this man had unearthed from the abyss of taboo, a cataclysmic entity. Yet, as the dust settled and the true form of the object in the deep pit became discernible, a collective stupor seized the onlookers. To their astonishment, it was neither a grotesque ancient beast nor a weapon radiating divine light. Instead, it was a coffin crafted entirely from an enigmatic, translucent material, reminiscent of a millennium of glacial ice, a crystal sarcophagus. This magnificent structure measured approximately 10 meters in length and 3 meters in width, its surface adorned with intricate, densely packed golden runes that exuded an air of supreme mystique. A chilling, sacred aura emanated from it, freezing the very air around. A coffin. Wang Pongzi stood before this opulent crystal coffin, larger than his own pickup truck, utterly bewildered. What the heck? Hugo, have you just caught a colossal dumpling? His mind instinctively wandered to the plots of tomb raiding novels. Meanwhile, the billions of viewers in the live stream went into a frenzy. Goodness, a coffin. It's actually a coffin. Is there an ancient tomb beneath the reservoir? This coffin is astonishingly beautiful, entirely made of crystal. How much must it be worth? The streamer is incredible. While others fish, he hauls in a coffin. Is he about to change careers to become a tomb raider? Quick, open it up. I must see what illustrious figure lies within. On the riverbank, Qin Feng, Lin Wei, An academician shared expressions of unprecedented gravity and shock upon witnessing the enigmatic crystal coffin. They understood the significance of its emergence, which might eclipse even that of the previously encountered colossal turtle. The presence of a coffin implied the existence of a person, or rather a once thriving, extraordinarily luminous civilization of intelligent beings. Quick, protect it. Implement the highest level of security. Academician Chin bellowed with his distinct, raspy voice. All scanning devices, focus on it. I need to ascertain the era, material, and the condition within that coffin immediately. However, before they could act, Lu Yu had already approached the monumental crystal sarcophagus with deliberate steps. He gazed upon the transparent lid of the casket, where a stunning figure lay quietly within. A flicker of intricate emotions danced in his eyes, surprise, curiosity, and a hint of awe. For, contrary to expectations, the occupant of the coffin was not a grotesque, millennia-old corpse, but rather a woman. An exquisitely beautiful woman, whose allure transcended the bounds of language. She was adorned in a resplendent, ancient attire, reminiscent of the ethereal garments worn by celestial beings in legends, an array of vibrant colors. Her long, black hair cascaded like a waterfall, gracefully gathered at the back of her head by a simple phoenix blood jade hairpin. Her skin was as pale as the finest mutton fat jade, and her features were delicately crafted, akin to the most perfect masterpiece of the divine, devoid of any imperfection. She lay there serenely, her hands folded upon her flat abdomen, exuding an aura of tranquility and peace, as if she were not a lifeless body that had slumbered for eons, but merely a sleeping beauty lost in a delightful dream. Lin Wei and Xia Wanqing stared at the enchanting woman in the coffin, a beauty that rendered them both acutely aware of their own inadequacies. A surge of complex emotions, marked by envy, welled up in their gazes. Meanwhile, the male spectators in the live stream had already transformed into a pack of howling wolves. Wife, that is my wife. No one dare compete with me. Draw your swords, rivals. For this sleeping beauty, I am willing to defy the world. I declare, from this day forth, I shall be the most devoted admirer of Lord Lu. I beseech you, grant me this goddess. As everyone became entranced by the breathtaking visage of the beautiful corpse, Lu Yu suddenly furrowed his brow. He extended his hand and gently tapped the cold, hard crystal lid of the coffin. Then he turned to Wang Pengzi, who was utterly dumbfounded, and posed a question that sent chills down everyone's spine. Pengzi, did you hear anything? Wang Pengzi paused, bewildered. Hear? What sound? I didn't hear anything. No, Lu Yu shook his head. He pressed his ear closer to the crystal coffin, his expression growing gravely serious. For he had heard it. He distinctly heard it. From within that ancient, frozen crystal coffin came an exceedingly faint yet undeniably present thump. A heartbeat. Chapter 61. She appears to still have a pulse. Did you hear any sound? Lu Yu's question struck like a frigid current, piercing the eardrums of everyone present. A heartbeat. One absurd notion. A coffin, dredged from 500 meters beneath the water, having slumbered for millennia, contained within it a lifeless female corpse. And now you tell me she has a pulse? This was even more outrageous and terrifying than the mythical beasts and divine weapons retrieved earlier. It touched upon humanity's most primal fears and the unknown concerning life and death. Lu, the curator. Wang Pengzi's voice trembled like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. Clutching his phone, still broadcasting live, he cautiously retreated, his legs quaking beneath him. Please, don't scare me. I'm not brave. Lu Yu paid him no mind, pressing his ear against the cold crystal coffin lid once more. He closed his eyes, honing his extraordinary auditory senses to their utmost potential. This time, he discerned it more clearly. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat, though faint, resonated with an indomitable vitality. It resembled a seed buried beneath layers of ice, yearning for the opportunity to break free and bask in the light of day. This was no mere illusion. Lu Yu opened his eyes, his expression imbued with unprecedented gravity and astonishment. She is truly alive. His declaration detonated like a bomb, shattering the already fragile nerves of everyone present. Alive? Alive? Xia Wanqing, the steadfast materialist scientist, felt her mind crash like a malfunctioning computer. She gazed at the serene, breathtakingly beautiful woman within the coffin, and then at the grave expression on Lu Yu's face, her thoughts swirling into a tempest of disbelief. How could this be possible? How could someone sealed so deeply and for such an extended period still be alive? What sustains her metabolism? Where does her energy come from? This utterly defied everything she understood about the fundamental laws of biological science. Meanwhile, academician Shun and his team of experts went into a frenzy upon hearing Lu Yu's words. Alive? Quickly, quickly. Chen's hoarse roar echoed, having reached a fever pitch. Life sign detection device. Maximum power. Aim it at the coffin and conduct a deep scan. He disregarded all protocols of biological safety, consumed only by the desire to ascertain whether this sleeping beauty in the coffin truly exhibited any signs of life. Soon, an oddly shaped, futuristic silver device was hurriedly wheeled over by several researchers. The top of the device extended a radar-like probe, directing it towards the massive crystal coffin. Beep. The device activated, emitting a pale, blue scanning light that enveloped the entire coffin like rippling water. Beside the instrument, the display screen flickered rapidly with a series of intricate data streams, representing the very code of life. Everyone present held their breath, their eyes fixated on that small screen. Even the billions of viewers in the live broadcast room anxiously awaited the final verdict amidst the shaky footage captured by the camera that had become frozen in time. Seconds stretched into what felt like an eternity. Finally, a piercing alarm blared from the machine. In an instant, all the complex data vanished from the display, replaced by a remarkably simple electrocardiogram and a green life curve, pulsating slowly yet resolutely upward. Thump, thump, thump. The steady and powerful heartbeat resonated through the speakers, echoing throughout the Longmian reservoir and across the entire world. At this moment, everyone was left speechless. Everyone was in a frenzy. She was alive. Astonishingly, she truly lived. An ancient female corpse, lying in the depths of the water for countless millennia, still possessed a heartbeat. She was indeed alive. The impact of this revelation surpassed all previous miracles combined. It was more terrifying, more revolutionary. It obliterated the boundaries between life and death, challenging humanity's ultimate definition of existence. My God, she has risen. It is not a resurrection. It is a miracle, a marvel of life. Hurry, open coffin. Let her emerge. I long to witness the moment this sleeping beauty, who has slumbered for 10,000 years, awakens. The live broadcast room erupted in chaos. An avalanche of comments poured in, overwhelming the already faltering server of the streaming platform. The screen went black, connection severed. Yet this no longer mattered, for the global frenzy had reached an unprecedented climax. Experts and scholars from the fields of medicine, biology, and theology worldwide, upon glimpsing that albeit blurry, yet undeniably real electrocardiogram video, collectively plunged into the depths of madness. They rushed to the airport, eager to arrive in Huaxia, to Lomian Mountain, yearning to witness this medical miracle that could alter the fate of humanity. Meanwhile, at Longmian Reservoir, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood transfixed before the chilling crystal coffin, watching as a young man slowly reached out, preparing to touch the coffin lid. No! Stop! Xiao Wanqing was the first to react. She let out a terrified scream, desperate to rush forward and prevent Lu Yu. She had no idea what kind of existence was sealed within that coffin of unknowns. What if, upon opening, it was not the sleeping beauty that emerged, but a world-destroying sorceress? However, it was already too late. Lu Yu's hand had gently rested upon the cold lid of the crystal coffin. He gazed at the serene beauty within, then glanced at Xiao Wanqing, who was looking at him with palpable terror, her expression revealing a hint of helplessness. As if to say, "See, I told you so," with a touch of her sigh-like smile. He then addressed Xiao Wanqing, his voice soft yet resonant, akin to the profound toll of a bell at dusk, striking deep within the heart of this brilliant female scientist. "Dr. Xia," he said, "it has been made abundantly clear that in my presence, science is of no avail." Upon finishing his statement, he exerted a slight pressure with his palm. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, reminiscent of shattering ice, as the indomitable lid of the timeless crystal coffin was effortlessly pushed aside. An extraordinary fragrance, even more enchanting and soul-stirring than that of the seven apertures exquisite tree, wafted from the coffin, instantly enveloping the entire Longmian reservoir. All who inhaled this aroma felt as if their bodies and souls were on the verge of transcending to a higher realm. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Wanqing was utterly stunned. She opened her mouth, intending to utter something, but ultimately, she could only ask in a dreamlike tone, filled with disbelief, Who are you? Chapter 62. The Sleeping Beauty Who Has Lived for Millennia? Who are you truly? Xiao Wanqing's voice was thick with confusion and tremor. Her scientific beliefs, meticulously constructed over 25 years, felt utterly shattered before this man and the extraordinary phenomena he had created. Lu Yu merely smiled at her, offering no response to the philosophical question that was destined to remain unanswered. His gaze was entirely captivated by the exquisite woman lying serenely within the crystal coffin. As the lid was pushed open, an enchanting fragrance filled the air, intensifying with each passing moment. Lu Yu sensed that his newly evolved, extraordinary body was, under the influence of this aroma, experiencing an imperceptible enhancement. What manner of being is this woman? Merely reclining there, her aura rivals that of the rarest treasures. He could not resist extending his hand, yearning to feel her breath. However, just as his fingertips were about to brush against her delicate, jade-like nose, a resonant hum emanated, and a translucent energy shield composed of countless golden runes materialized around her form. A gentle yet impervious holy force softly repelled Lu Yu's hand. A barrier? Lu Yu's brow arched slightly, surprise flickering in his eyes. Clearly, this woman's identity in life was far from ordinary. The ability to employ such formidable runic seals to protect her corporeal form suggested her power was unfathomable. At that moment, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully acquired the primal treasure, Coffin of the Nine Heavens, Xian Nu, fragment. Illuminate the codex to obtain relevant information and rewards. Coffin of the Nine Heavens, Xian Nu. Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat. The Nine Heavens, Xian Nu? Was she not the ancient goddess of war, skilled in both military strategy and sorcery, from Chinese mythology? Could it be that the one resting within this coffin is? He dared not contemplate further and promptly accessed the primal codex. Before him, the ethereal image of a resplendent crystal coffin radiating boundless divine light slowly materialized. Codex number 006. Name, Coffin of the Nine Heavens, Xian Nu, fragment. Type, primal treasure celestial artifact. Rank, low heavenly grade, reparable. Upgradable. Potential, can ultimately evolve into an innate treasure. Abilities, immune to all laws, soul nourishment, temporal sealing. To be unlocked. Description, a supreme treasure from ancient times, belonging to the lineage of Xian Nu. It is said to be forged by the first Nine Heavens, Xian Nu, using celestial crystals and her own blood, possessing the extraordinary power to seal time and nourish the soul. It was damaged in an unknown cataclysm and fell into this realm, containing within it an unidentified ancient female immortal, suspected to be a descendant of Xian Nu. Acquisition reward, 500,000 madness points. Special skill, Divine Light of Breaking Seals, Beginner, X1, Low Heavenly Grade, 5-star potential, and a staggering 500,000 madness points along with a new skill. Lu Yu gazed at the lavish reward, nearly drooling with anticipation. He confirmed without hesitation. Ding! Recording successful. Reward has been issued. New skill has been automatically learned. In an instant, a profound power filled with the ability to dismantle all illusions and comprehend the essence of all things surged into his eyes. Skill, Forbidden Light of Destruction, Beginner. Effect, the host's eyes can pierce through all illusions, prohibitions, and formations below the heavenly tier. Furthermore, it can consume madness value to unleash the forbidden light of destruction, forcibly breaking the target's restrictions. Note, the madness value consumed is proportional to the strength of the prohibition. Another divine skill. Lu Yu's heart blossomed with joy. This skill arrived just in time. He had been pondering how to open the turtle shell lid of the coffin. He immediately activated the forbidden light of destruction and focused on the golden energy shield before him. In that moment, the world through his eyes transformed. The seemingly impenetrable shield morphed into a complex web woven from countless intricate golden energy threads. At the center of this web lay an exceedingly tiny energy node, as minuscule as the tip of a needle. There, he found the core and flaw of the entire prohibition. He found it. A confident smile crept upon Lu Yu's lips. He extended a finger. gathering an exceedingly small yet pure sphere of 9-color divine light at its tip. This represented the culmination of all the power from his primordial angler, bloodline, and the energy of the newly acquired forbidden light of destruction, forming his most formidable strike. Then, under the watchful gaze of all, he gently touched the golden energy shield with his finger, aglow with 9-colored divine light. There was no earth-shattering roar, no cataclysmic explosion. Everything was eerily quiet. At the moment Lu Yu's finger made contact, the seemingly indestructible golden shield popped like a punctured balloon, releasing a soft sound. Instantly, it transformed into a cascade of golden light, raining down like a dream, beautiful and surreal, sending shivers down everyone's spines. The prohibition was shattered just like that, by mere finger. In the distance, academician Shun and Qin Feng watched this scene, utterly numbed. They felt the shock they experienced today surpassed all the astonishment of the past several decades combined. Their worldview had been repeatedly crushed, ground down, and reshaped by the man before them, leaving not even a trace behind. After breaking the prohibition, Lu Yu could finally reach unimpeded into the coffin, towards the slumbering beauty who had rested for eons. He extended 2 fingers, gently placing them upon the woman's cold, fair wrist, beginning to feel for her pulse. Although he had no formal medical training, the acquisition of extraordinary body and primordial angler bloodline had sharpened his perception of life energy to an extraordinarily keen degree. He could distinctly sense a faint yet incessant stream of divine life energy flowing within the woman, sustaining her timeless corporeal form and the flickering flame of her soul on the brink of extinction. Indeed, she was alive. Lu Yu withdrew his hand, murmuring to himself, noting that she was gravely injured and had fallen into a state akin to false death as a means of self-preservation. To truly awaken her, it would likely require an immense surge of life energy to stimulate her spirit. As he pondered this, he suddenly felt a gentle tug at the hem of his clothing. Turning around, he beheld the brilliant scientist Xia Wanqing, her face flushed, standing resolutely behind him. In her hands, she clutched a technologically advanced medical kit, filled with an array of peculiar syringes and electrodes. Her eyes sparkled with a fervent madness and determination. She glanced at Lu Yu before shifting her gaze to the exquisite woman within the coffin, her voice trembling slightly with anxiety, yet laced with unwavering conviction. "Mr. Lu Yu, I understand my request may seem presumptuous and abrupt. However, as a researcher who has devoted my entire life to the study of life sciences, I simply cannot let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away." Taking a deep breath, seemingly summoning every ounce of courage within her, she bowed deeply to Lu Yu once more. Then, pointing towards the most peculiar and intimidating instrument in her medical kit, she implored in a near-begging tone, "Please, I beseech you, allow me to administer a defibrillation to her." Chapter 63. The Global Medical Community in a Frenzy. Administer a jolt. "A defibrillation? Doctor." Xia Wanqing's voice was imbued with the fervor and relentless determination characteristic of scientists confronting the unknown. Lu Yu gazed at her flushed cheeks, animated by excitement, and her captivating eyes ablaze with the fire of academic pursuit, unable to suppress a smile. "Dr. Xia," he gently shook his head, his expression one of exasperation. "Have you been watching too many dramas? She is merely asleep. Why would you resort to electric shocks? Are you attempting to revive her or hasten her departure?" His words fell like a bucket of cold water, abruptly dousing the fervor in Xia Wanqing's already dazed mind. Indeed, how could she have forgotten that the woman before them was no ordinary patient, but a living myth, having slumbered for eons? To employ mere mortal medical techniques on a deity was, in itself, the utmost arrogance and ignorance. I. Xia Wanqing's face flushed crimson. She glanced at Lu Yu, then at the sophisticated instruments in her medical kit, and for the first time, she found herself gripped by profound doubt regarding all her acquired knowledge. Could it be that these pinnacle technologies, representing the zenith of human ingenuity, were rendered utterly worthless in the face of a genuine miracle? At that moment, Lin Wei, who had been silently observing, interjected. Her voice remained icy, but bore an undeniable professionalism. "Director Lu, Dr. Xia, I believe it is prudent not to act rashly until we ascertain the specifics of this lady's condition." She continued, I have transmitted all data from this location in real time to our Dragon Shield Bureau's premier biomedical laboratory in the capital. Currently, the nation's foremost life science academicians are conducting an emergency remote consultation around the clock. Let us await their guidance. Her words swiftly tempered Xia Wanqing's heightened emotions. Indeed, Lin Wei was correct. Such a momentous event, capable of altering the course of human history, should not be approached with impulsive recklessness. It necessitated the evaluation of the most authoritative and professional team. Thus commenced a telemedicine consultation of unparalleled scale and peculiarity in the annals of Chinese history. At one end of the conference, gathered were Lu Yu, Lin Wei, Xia Wanqing, and the enigmatic Crystal Coffin. At the other end, in the headquarters of the Dragon Shield Bureau in the capital, congregated were the most esteemed figures in cardiothoracic surgery, neuroscience, cell biology, and other esteemed fields, each a national treasure, akin to the North Star. These eminent individuals, typically elusive, now resembled a group of eager schoolchildren huddled before a colossal holographic projection screen, their faces reflecting a shared expression of astonishment and fervor. Incredible! This is nothing short of the eighth wonder of medical history, exclaimed a renowned cardiac surgeon, trembling with excitement as he beheld the exceedingly slow yet remarkably steady electrocardiogram displayed before them. What is the true structure of her myocardial cells? In this environment, nearly at absolute zero, how can they still retain their vitality? And look, although her heart rate is merely 3 to 5 beats per minute, the volume of blood pumped and the energy generated with each contraction rivals that of a small engine. This transcends all our current understanding of the cardiovascular system. Meanwhile, a titan in the field of neuroscience fixates intently on the screen, displaying the waveforms of her brain activity, his gaze filled with obsession. Observe her brain waves, though approaching a straight line, maintain an exceptionally faint activity in certain specific frequencies. This suggests that her consciousness has not entirely vanished. Rather, she has slipped into an extreme state of deep sleep that we have never encountered. He exclaimed with fervor, goodness. If we can unravel the secret of her hibernation, human interstellar travel will no longer be a dream. We could enable astronauts to enter such a state, effortlessly enduring the lengthy journeys of hundreds or even thousands of years across the cosmos. This would be a pivotal step for human civilization in its venture into the universe. All experts were in a frenzy, fervently interpreting and discussing the astonishing, utterly unscientific life data displayed on the screen. Each felt that their lifelong research and pursuits seemed trivial and laughable in the presence of this slumbering beauty who had lived for millennia. They argued, shouted, and nearly came to blows over the interpretation of a single data point. Ultimately, it was director Zhao Lijun's forceful slap on the table that restored order. Enough. Silence. He said in a deep voice, this is not the time for arguments. I only need you to provide me with one answer. With our current cutting-edge medical technologies, is there any possibility, while ensuring her absolute safety, of awakening her? Upon the utterance of this question, the conference room fell into profound silence. All the experts exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a complex array of emotions, longing, excitement, but more so, hesitation and reverence. After a long pause, the most authoritative cardiac surgeon finally spoke, his voice laden with uncertainty. Theoretically, it may be feasible. We could attempt to use the gentlest extracorporeal life support system to gradually restore her blood circulation and metabolism, combined with the most precise neuron stimulation therapy to try to awaken her dormant cerebral cortex. However, he continued, his tone turning gravely serious, this process is fraught with countless unknowns and risks. Her body, her cells, her genes, everything is an entirely new frontier we have never encountered. Any minor operational error could inflict irreversible permanent damage on her, or worse yet, it could extinguish the already feeble spark of her life entirely. Thus, my conclusion is, he gazed at Zhao Lijun, articulating each word with a weighty gravity, this risk we cannot afford. The entirety of Huaxia, indeed all of humanity, cannot afford it. This conclusion plunged all present into a profound silence. Indeed, she is a living miracle, the sole key to unraveling the mysteries of human origins and the essence of life. She is too precious, so invaluable that even the slightest transgression against her could render one a perpetual villain in the annals of human civilization. Zhao Lijun fell silent as well. Leaning back in his chair, he rubbed his temples, which throbbed with the pain of recent tribulations, his heart heavy with helplessness. Were they to simply stand by, watching, guarding a vast treasure, yet unable to lift even a single stone? Just as despair enveloped the room, the young man, who had been regarded merely as a backdrop, suddenly spoke up on the screen. Esteemed academicians and experts, Lu Yu addressed the assembly, a hint of embarrassment in his smile as he surveyed the sorrowful, helpless faces of the national treasures displayed before him. I am merely asking, have you considered a possibility? In truth, awakening her need not be so complicated. Zhao Lijun and all the experts were taken aback. Turning in unison to the young man on the screen, his demeanor surprisingly relaxed. Zhao Lijun instinctively inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Lu Yu smiled. He gestured towards the resplendent, seven-colored linglong tree beside him, pointing at the translucent linglong fruits that had grown to the size of longan. Then, with an air of utter nonchalance, as if discussing what to have for dinner, he slowly stated before the world's foremost medical experts, "What I mean is, could it be that you have simply overthought it? Perhaps to heal her, all it requires is to feed her a fruit?" Chapter 64. Who is she? Clues from grandfather's diary. Feed her a fruit? This seemingly casual remark from Lu Yu was transmitted via satellite phone to the highest-level medical conference room at the Longshield Bureau headquarters in the capital. Instantly, the room was enveloped in an oppressive silence. The esteemed experts, previously embroiled in heated debates over complex treatment plans, now resembled puppets frozen in time, staring blankly at the screen displaying the innocent visage of a young man, their minds collectively short-circuiting. Just a fruit? Is it truly that simple? They had deployed the most advanced medical technologies in the world, assembled the most illustrious team of experts in human history, and after extensive deliberation, had failed to devise even a plan with a mere 1% chance of success. Yet now, they were confronted with the assertion that merely feeding her a fruit would suffice. This felt like an affront. No, it was more than that. It was a cruel revelation that, in the face of true divinity, their vaunted science amounted to nothing. The preeminent cardiac surgeon, unable to contain himself, coughed up blood in a fit of frustration. He pointed at the screen, his lips trembling as he attempted to articulate his thoughts, only to roll his eyes back and faint from sheer indignation. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, observing the chaos unfolding on the screen and the surging madness in his mind, wore a remarkably innocent and pure smile. "See?" he said, shrugging at the equally bewildered Xia Wanqing beside him. "Sometimes, isn't it rather splendid to view matters through a simpler lens?" Xia Wanqing gazed into Lu Yu's clear, untainted eyes and was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. She felt akin to a struggling elementary student, fraught with the task of proving a simple equation, while the other party had already embarked on discussions of the cosmos and the essence of life itself. The chasm between them was not merely a difference in dimension, but an entire universe apart. Ultimately, this surreal and fantastical medical consultation, under Lu Yu's transformative influence, came to a hasty conclusion. Director Zhao Lijun and his team of experts, after 3 hours of intense internal discourse, reluctantly reached a consensus. They decided to place their faith in Lu Yu. Or rather, they had no choice but to trust the sole man capable of miracles. That evening, under the collective gaze of Lin Wei, Xiao Wanqing, Qin Feng, academician Chun, and even director Zhao Lijun, who was far away in the capital, along with the myriad influential figures worldwide peering in through various channels, Lu Yu plucked a fully ripened, seven-colored linglong fruit from the exquisite seven apertures linglong tree. He approached the crystal coffin, gently placing the supreme spiritual fruit, capable of driving any cultivator into a frenzy, into the mouth of the exquisite woman who had been in slumber for eons, much like one would feed a candy. As the fruit melted upon entry, it transformed into an essence of the purest and most formidable life energy, surging instantly into her limbs and vital organs. In the next moment, the life signs monitor, which had been displaying a lethargic heartbeat, suddenly surged upward with the fervor of an adrenaline rush. Thump, 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 thump. The steady yet powerful heartbeat resonated throughout the entire Longmian reservoir like the pounding of war drums. Within the coffin, the serene, sleeping beauty, her long lashes reminiscent of butterfly wings, fluttered slightly, as if on the verge of awakening her long-sealed, breathtaking eyes. She was about to awaken. Xiao Wanqing stifled her mouth in excitement, feeling as if she were witnessing a moment that would be etched into the annals of human history. However, just as everyone held their breath in anticipation of the beauty's awakening, an unexpected twist occurred. The wildly fluctuating heartbeat gradually stabilized, returning to its previous slow yet steady rhythm. After a brief flutter of her lashes, the sleeping beauty succumbed once more to an impenetrable silence, as if all that had transpired was merely an illusion. What is happening? Xiao Wanqing was taken aback, bewildered as to why she had not awakened. Meanwhile, experts far away in the capital were equally confounded. It failed? How could it have failed? It shouldn't be. According to the data, her life signs had evidently been fully activated. Could it be that the energy was insufficient? Only Lu Yu furrowed his brow slightly. He gazed at the still sleeping woman in the coffin, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. I see, he murmured to himself. It is not a lack of energy, but rather her own consciousness that is resisting awakening. Her soul has endured such grievous wounds that she would rather remain forever in this cold coffin than return to a world that brings her sorrow and despair. Unless... He paused, his gaze deepening. Unless one could find the key to unlock her heart's lock. But what could that key be? Lu Yu fell into profound contemplation, sensing he had overlooked some crucial clue. Instinctively, he retrieved from his pocket the leather-bound Longyan reservoir work log left by his grandfather. Perhaps the answer is concealed within. Under the bright lights of the villa, he rapidly flipped through the pages. He had perused this diary many times before. Most entries chronicled the daily happenings of the reservoir, interspersed with fragmented insights into cultivation that he had yet to grasp. Just as he neared the final page, his fingers abruptly halted. His pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. As he observed, tucked away in an inconspicuous compartment of the diary, there lay an ancient, yellowed sheet of rice paper. This delicate piece was modest in size, meticulously folded, devoid of any text, save for the exquisite depiction of a woman's profile rendered in the finest brushwork. Her beauty was ethereal, transcending the realm of mortals, rendering the very heavens and earth dim in comparison. The owner of that enchanting visage was none other than the breathtaking woman resting serenely within the crystal casket. In the lower right corner of the painting, a line of graceful, flowing script, imbued with profound tenderness and sorrow, inscribed a love poem he had never encountered before. Delicate dice and red beans. Do you know the depth of longing that pierces to the bone? Lu Yu gazed at the verse, then at the stunning face in the painting that mirrored the one in the coffin, and in that instant, a bolt of realization struck him. It dawned upon him that his grandfather was not merely the builder of this fish pond. He was also the former lover of this slumbering beauty. No, that was incorrect. The tone of the poem, laden with affection and humility, clearly spoke of a fervent, unrequited love, a bittersweet infatuation that spanned thousands of years. Lu Yu stared at the profound implications of the painting and the poem, feeling as though his worldview had been irrevocably altered once more. He had always believed his grandfather to be an otherworldly figure, detached from the mundane, yet to his astonishment, he was in fact a sentimental admirer. Just as Lu Yu was grappling with the shock of this monumental revelation regarding his grandfather, Lin Wei, who had been silently observing the entire scene, caught sight of the painting and the heart-wrenching poem. Instantly, a peculiar expression, ignited by the flames of gossip, illuminated her face. She leaned closer to Lu Yu and, in a tone audible only to the two of them, cautiously ventured, Director Lu, could it be that this very sisterlying in the coffin is your future grandmother? Chapter 65. The first probe by foreign forces. Could it be you, the future grandmother? Lin Wei's teasing inquiry, imbued with a spirit of gossip, caused a sharp twitch at the corners of Lu Yu's mouth. Grandmother? I must thank you. Your imagination is truly wasted not being a screenwriter. He chose not to respond to such an absurd question, instead quietly retrieving the portrait that bore his grandfather's bittersweet and profound millennium-long love, carefully tucking it back into the diary's compartment. He understood that this might be the sole key to unlocking the heart of the sleeping beauty, yet the moment was not ripe. He required an appropriate opportunity. Time swiftly passed, and another week had slipped by. During this week, the Longyan reservoir remained tranquil. Lu Yu refrained from fishing. His daily routine now consisted of lounging on the terrace of his luxurious villa, replete with futuristic technology, enjoying the comprehensive care from Lin Wei, his icy assistant, while simultaneously observing the increasingly chaotic world transformed by his actions through the highest-level intelligence network provided by the Dragon Shield Bureau. He silently kept tabs on Wang Fatty and the Liu siblings, who had dominated the global self-media matrix. At this moment, Longmian Mountain had become the focus of worldwide attention. Although an impenetrable blockade by the Dragon Shield Bureau prevented ordinary individuals from entering, thousands of devotees from across the globe gathered beneath the enormous plaque crafted from golden silk Nanma wood. They established encampments, braving the elements, lighting incense, praying, singing hymns, and performing rituals, engaging in various forms of artistic expression steeped in the unique characteristics of their respective nations and cultures, all to pay homage to the fishing deity and the sacred land they revered. This had evolved into an enchanting, magical realist pilgrimage site. Meanwhile, the BBC team, previously astounded by the melodious voice of the Seven Quarters Linglong tree, had entirely abandoned their ridiculous biases and arrogance, transforming into Liu Yu's most devoted advocates. They captured the essence of the Longmian Reservoir's every blade of grass and every mountain stream with breathtaking artistry, presenting it to the world through the official BBC channels, elevating the reservoir into a coveted destination, surpassing even the Maldives and the Alps in allure, despite the fact that this site remained closed to the public. Amidst this global fervor, countless desires and avarice began to fester. Numerous dark forces and underground organizations, hidden in the shadows across the world, turned their greedy gazes toward this mystical eastern land like sharks sensing blood. They yearned for the rejuvenating Linglong fruit, craved the unmatched slaughter immortal sword, and longed for the eastern man who continuously manifested miracles. Thus, an invisible, tumultuous secret war quietly ignited on the periphery of the Longmian Reservoir. In the dead of night, under a shroud of darkness and howling winds, the Longmian Reservoir lay in profound silence. Only a few of the most advanced infrared automatic sentinel towers, deployed by the Dragon Shield Bureau, rotated tirelessly. Suddenly, one of these sentinels, stationed in the most remote corner on the western side of the reservoir, displayed an unexpected flicker of a minuscule red dot on its otherwise stable monitoring screen. Beep. Warning. Detection of an unidentified biological intrusion. The chilling sound of the electronic alarm reverberated throughout the command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau. What is happening? Qin Feng, on night duty, sprang up from his chair in alarm. Ignoring the cast on his right arm, he dashed towards the control panel, zoomed in on the surveillance footage. He commanded in a low voice. Instantly, the high-definition footage from the Western Sentinel was projected onto the central screen. There, amidst the noise of night vision, a shadowy figure, faint and ghostly, was seen moving in a manner that defied the laws of physics, gliding close to the ground like a weightless specter, stealthily darting toward the reservoir. Its speed was astonishing, so swift that even the most advanced high-speed cameras could only capture a series of blurred afterimages. What the hell is that thing? The Dragon Shield operatives in the command center were left in stunned silence. Is it human or a ghost? Immediately, activate the Level A defense protocol. Qin Feng's expression turned gravely serious. He realized that the guest they had been anticipating had finally arrived. All automatic weaponry. Disengage safeties. Lock onto the target. Prepare to fire. Yes. With Qin Feng's command, a dozen concealed automatic electromagnetic gun towers, stationed around the reservoir, surged forth from their underground positions. Their cold, dark muzzles aligned perfectly with the rapidly moving shadow. Fire. Tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. In an instant, a barrage of metallic storm-like electromagnetic projectiles tore through the tranquil night sky, unleashing a terrifying kinetic force capable of rending all asunder upon the shadow. However, what transpired next left all the Dragon Shield operatives witnessing the scene with a chill creeping up their spines. The shadow, in the face of a firepower net potent enough to reduce a main battle tank to rubble, did not attempt to evade. It surged into a hail of bullets. Its form executed a series of bewildering twists and turns in midair, defying the limits of human biomechanics. Clang, clang. Countless electromagnetic projectiles whizzed past its body by mere millimeter margins. Not a single one, not even one, managed to strike it. It danced like a ghost upon the edge of a razor, effortlessly manipulating the destructive metallic storm at will. Is this even human? A young Dragon Shield operative, witnessing the horror akin to a Hollywood blockbuster, spoke with a voice laced with incredulity and despair. Qin Feng's complexion transformed into an unprecedented shade of distress. He realized they had encountered a formidable adversary, a genuine, superlative monster that transcended the limits of humanity. At that moment, the shadowy figure had successfully breached all defensive firepower and stood before the crystal coffin, which housed the sleeping beauty. Its objective was unequivocal. This unparalleled treasure capable of inciting madness across the globe. It extended a hand, as dark and twisted as a withered branch, reaching for the coffin. This is bad. Qin Feng's eyes widened in horror. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the red button on the command console, signifying the ultimate measure of desperation. Activate. Heavenly Net. Buzz. In an instant, a colossal energy net composed of tens of thousands of volts of high-voltage electricity descended from above, fiercely enveloping the shadowy figure. This was the final defense mechanism of the Dragon Shield Bureau and their most confident means of capture. They could hardly believe there existed a creature capable of withstanding such immense electrical force. However, the shadow merely lifted its gaze coldly to regard the descending energy net, a trace of disdain curling at the corners of its mouth in a mocking arc. Then, in a move that sent shivers down the spines of Qin Feng and all the Dragon Shield members, it charged directly towards the net. At the very moment of contact, its body inexplicably transformed into a mere wisp of pure black shadow, effortlessly gliding through the destructive energy net unscathed. Shadow. Transformation? Qin Feng stood transfixed. His understanding of reality shattered once more. The entity, codenamed Shadow, faced no further impediments after traversing the electric net. It approached the crystal coffin and extended its hand, preparing to seize the priceless artifact. Yet, just as its fingers were about to graze the surface of the coffin, a languid voice, imbued with a hint of playful mischief as though just awoken from slumber, resonated from behind it. I must say, my friend, it seems rather impolite to steal from my home in the dead of night, don't you think? The shadow, codenamed Shadow, froze abruptly. Slowly, it turned to see its greatest target, Lu Yu, the Eastern fishing god, ranked first on the Global Underground Forces bounty list. At that moment, Lu Yu was clad in a charming SpongeBob SquarePants pajama set, wearing flip-flops and holding a steaming cup of milk, smiling amiably at the intruder as if regarding a wayward thief who had mistakenly entered the wrong abode. The shadow stared at Lu Yu, and Lu Yu returned the gaze. In that fleeting moment, the air seemed to solidify around them. After a prolonged silence, the shadow finally spoke in a raspy voice, akin to two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together, filled with an air of superiority as if bestowing a favor. So, you're Lu Yu? Hand over the coffin. I can leave you with a complete corpse. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu chuckled softly. He took a sip of the milk in his hand, and then gazed at the enigmatic figure before him, shrouded in layers so thick that it was impossible to discern their gender. With an earnest tone imbued with kindness, he gradually inquired, Dear friend, I simply wish to ask, have you ever heard of a certain sword technique that descend from the heavens? Chapter 66. Attempting to steal? Have you consulted my dragon? Have you heard of a sword technique that descend from the heavens? Lu Yu's inquiry, imbued with genuine kindness, momentarily stunned the shadowy figure known as Shadow. A sword technique descending from the heavens? What nonsense is this? As the foremost assassin and master of stealth in the contemporary world, fluent in 18 languages and possessing 360 lethal techniques, he had never encountered such an absurd concept. Enough of this nonsense. Shadow scoffed, his patience wearing thin. He dismissed the seemingly irrational Eastern man and extended his withered, ebony hand toward the crystal coffin, intent on a swift resolution. However, just as his fingers were about to make contact with the icy lid of the coffin, an icy wave of terror, filled with brutality and malice, erupted from behind him without warning. Shadow's heart raced as an unprecedented sense of lethal danger enveloped him entirely. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the coffin, his form transforming into a formless shadow as he darted sideways with blinding speed. Boom! Almost simultaneously with his evasive maneuver, a massive, grotesque, blood-red head resembling a monstrous deity erupted from the tranquil reservoir below. It opened its cavernous maw, large enough to swallow a truck, and violently clamped down where he had just stood. Crack! The sound of splintering metal echoed. The ground, forged from the hardest alloy, was savagely bitten into a colossal, fan-shaped chasm. Debris erupted like cannon fire in all directions. Shadow reformed not far away, gazing at the terrifying, unfathomable abyss in the ground, then glanced at the creature with fiery, blazing eyes fixated on him. 100-meter-long blood dragon. For the first time, his usually tranquil demeanor was shattered by tumultuous waves of dread. What in the world is this? The reports did not mention this. The information only spoke of an exceptionally resilient giant turtle and a decorative golden koi fish. When did such a fearsome, terrifying ancient beast emerge? The intelligence was gravely flawed. In an instant, Shadow felt the urge to retreat. He was an assassin, not a reckless fool. Facing a creature far beyond his capabilities, it was not shameful to withdraw. He cast a lingering glance at the alluring crystal coffin, then at the calm instigator leisurely sipping milk, his eyes flashing with intense resentment. Then, his form once more morphed into a dark silhouette, preparing to vanish into the shadows and escape this treacherous place. However, at that moment, the voice of the young man, whom he had always regarded as mere background, lazily resounded once more. Alas, I've already told you not to meddle with my belongings. Look, now you've disturbed my guard dog. How unfortunate. Upon hearing this, Shadow nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. A guard dog? You dare refer to this formidable beast, capable of crushing a tank with a single bite? As a guard dog, are you utterly mistaken about the canine species? He had no desire to engage further with this eccentric madman. All he longed for was to escape this cursed place. Yet, Lu Yu seemed to perceive his thoughts. Since you're here, why rush to leave? Stay for a cup of tea and a chat. Isn't that agreeable? Lu Yu smiled, then extended a finger to gently prod the poised blood serpent. Xiao Hong, go. Don't kill him. Leave a live one. I still have questions for him. Roar. Upon receiving Lu Yu's command, the blood serpent erupted with an exuberant and bloodthirsty roar, as if endowed with a divine mandate. Its immense body, reminiscent of a crimson mountain, leapt from the water in an instant, creating towering waves as it lunged fiercely toward the now terrified Shadow. No! Shadow emitted the most wretched and desperate scream of his life. His proud ability to blend into the shadows was utterly suppressed by the overwhelming terror emanating from this ancient, monstrous beast, rendering him powerless to activate it. He could only watch helplessly as that gaping maw, capable of devouring everything, loomed larger and larger in his vision. Boom! In the command center, Qin Feng and all the Dragon Shield team members stared at the monitor, where Shadow had been swallowed whole by the blood serpent, then glanced at Lu Yu, who was leisurely sipping milk as if he had simply sent his pet to fetch a fly. They collectively fell into an extraordinarily strange silence. After a long while, Qin Feng muttered in a dry tone, as if encountering this world for the first time. I always thought our methods of capturing criminals at the Dragon Shield Bureau were already quite straightforward and brutal. Now, I realize, compared to Chief Lu, we are merely children still playing in the mud. Lin Wei beside him nodded in agreement. Then, she watched the screen, where Lu Yu, with a face of disdain, commanded the blood serpent to regurgitate its prey, and a complex glimmer passed through her eyes, filled with awe, curiosity, and a hint of obsession she had yet to recognize. She suddenly felt how laughable and foolish her earlier intentions to seduce this man with feminine wiles had been. Because of this man, he requires no embellishments from mortal women. He himself is the most lethal aphrodisiac that walks among us. She gazed at Lu Yu, then cast her eyes upon the blood-colored dragon, which was obediently regurgitating the blood of the shadow that had been frightened into unconsciousness. A captivating smile, one that could topple kingdoms, slowly graced her lips. Turning to the equally petrified Qin Feng beside her, she softly inquired, Captain Qin, do you think it is still possible for me to approach Captain Lu and request to become the caretaker of his guard dog? Chapter 67. Capturing the Shadow, Malice from the Light of Genes Now. Is it still possible for me to apply to be the caretaker of the guard dog at Director Lu's residence? Lin Wei's question, filled with longing, caused Qin Feng's lips to twitch uncontrollably. He gazed at the screen, where the shadow, now grotesquely deformed and unrecognizable due to the corrosive saliva and stomach acid of the blood serpent, and then glanced at his colleague, the beautiful woman who had evidently betrayed them, with a singular thought racing through his mind. It is over. Our Dragon Shield Bureau is destined not only to become a mere fisheries administration, but may now also have to moonlight as pet caretakers. Half an hour later, deep within the Lomian Reservoir, 500 meters underground, in a futuristic interrogation room constructed from the most resilient special alloys, the unfortunate Shadow, codenamed Shadow, was bound tightly to a specially designed restraint chair. His body was embedded with various energy probes that flickered with electrical arcs, capable of not only monitoring his vital signs in real time, but also effectively suppressing his bizarre shadow transformation abilities, rendering him utterly powerless like an ordinary individual. Outside the one-way glass of the interrogation room, Lu Yu lounged comfortably in an exquisitely ergonomic chair, sipping the finest Blue Mountain coffee that Lin Wei had personally ground for him, all the while watching with keen interest the drama that was about to unfold inside the interrogation room. It was his first visit to the internal facilities of the Dragon Shield Bureau, and he could not help but be impressed by their professionalism. This colossal hive-like base, buried deep underground, exceeded his expectations in both technological prowess and defensive capabilities, instilling in him a newfound respect for the mysterious guardians of the nation. The lead interrogator was none other than Qin Feng, who had just emerged from his daydream of being a pet caretaker. At this moment, he had donned a sharply tailored black combat uniform of the Dragon Shield Bureau, his face once again embodying the coldness and authority of the Dragon Shield god. He approached the Shadow, looking down upon him with an air of superiority, devoid of any compassion. "Name," he intoned, his voice as frigid as a Siberian gale. The Shadow offered no reply, merely lifting his head to fix Qin Feng with a venomous glare, as if wishing to pierce him with his gaze. Qin Feng remained unfazed, merely signaling to Lin Wei, who was responsible for the recording. Lin Wei nodded and pressed a red button on the armrest of the restraint chair. Zid, 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 zid. In an instant, a powerful surge of high-voltage electricity coursed through the energy probes embedded in the Shadow's body, brutally flooding him with electrical current. The Shadow emitted a shrill, inhuman scream. His body convulsed violently, spasming under the intense electrical stimulation. The acrid scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. The entire ordeal persisted for a full 30 seconds before gradually subsiding. At this moment, the Shadow had been reduced to a charred, bloodied husk. If it were not for the faintly rising and falling chest, anyone would assume he was already deceased. "I shall inquire once more." Qin Feng's voice remained cold and devoid of emotion. "Name." This time, the Shadow could no longer withstand the pressure. With a voice so weak it seemed to emerge from the depths of his throat, he stammered, I do not have a name. We all possess only code names." "Very well." Qin Feng nodded. "Then, the code name, Shadow. The organization, I cannot disclose." A flicker of sheer terror flashed in the Shadow's eyes, as if the name of that organization was a forbidden incantation. "Oh, is that so?" Qin Feng smiled, a cruel and icy smile. He turned his gaze once more to Lin Wei. Lin Wei understood and placed her finger once again on the red button. "No, don't." The Shadow completely broke down. He would rather die than endure that excruciating torment that felt as if his very soul were being torn apart once more. I will speak. I will reveal everything," he shouted. A trace of satisfaction finally appeared on Qin Feng's face. He knew the interrogation methods of the Dragon Shield Bureau had never encountered failure. Here, even the most resolute of death warriors would ultimately transform into the most obedient of lapdogs. Half an hour later, Qin Feng and Lin Wei exited the interrogation room, both bearing an unprecedented gravity upon their faces. "Director Liu." Qin Feng approached Lu Yu and spoke in a solemn tone. "He has confessed. He and the organization behind him have come with a singular purpose, that crystal coffin and the sleeping beauty within." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, their intelligence is quite astute." "Indeed." Qin Feng nodded, his expression darkening further. "According to the Shadow's revelations, they belong to a multinational biotechnology company named Gene Light. On the surface, this company presents itself as the world's largest life sciences research institution and pharmaceutical conglomerate, but in reality," he paused, articulating each word with weight, "it is, in fact, the world's largest and most nefarious underground organization dedicated to post-human research and illegal gene modification. Their philosophy posits that humanity can ascend to become a new deity through the optimization and leap of genetics. To this end, They unscrupulously gather various beings and humans with exceptional genes from around the globe, subjecting them to incredibly brutal live experiments. They seek to extract the divine code from their genes that would facilitate human evolution. Moreover, the ancient aberrations that have appeared here are, in their eyes, an inexhaustible repository of divine genes. Lin Wei interjected, according to the intelligence we have gathered at the Dragon Shield Bureau, this gene light possesses terrifying power, backed by several Western superfinancial conglomerates. Their technology has, in certain domains, outpaced us by at least 20 years. The gene warriors they have engineered each possess terrifying powers far beyond that of ordinary humans. Within their organization, there are said to be at least a dozen operatives of phantom level like Shadow. Above them, even more terrifying existences categorized as destructive level Loom. The dispatch of Shadow this time is merely a preliminary probe. Once they ascertain the true value of this place, the next to arrive may very well be their main force. As she spoke, her gaze was filled with profound concern. She turned to Lu Yu, eager to observe the reaction of this usually composed man upon learning that he was about to confront such a vast and malevolent terrorist organization. Would he be fearful, pensive, or perhaps retreat? However, Lu Yu's response once more left her disheartened. After absorbing all this information, he exhibited no sign of tension or fear. Instead, he thoughtfully stroked his chin. Then, he smiled, a brilliant smile imbued with a chilling anticipation, as if in his eyes, the so-called gene light was not a horrific adversary, but rather a group of delightful experience bearers coming to bestow knowledge and gear, while simultaneously contributing a surge of madness points. He regarded the worried Lin Wei and the equally grave Qin Feng, and slowly began to speak, his tone reminiscent of someone comforting two frightened children, brimming with an unwavering confidence that instilled peace. Ah, I see. The gene light, is it? Very well. Let them come. I await their arrival. I am curious to see. He paused, his lips curling into an exceptionally cold and sharp arc, whether their so-called technological light of gene modification shines brighter, or my fishing rod light that reels in deities and demons proves to be sturdier. Qin Feng, observing the boundless dominance and confidence in Lu Yu's eyes, felt his heart, which had grown heavy with the knowledge of formidable foes, unexpectedly settle in that moment. He suddenly realized that his previous concerns might have been somewhat excessive. With this unparalleled powerhouse before him, the so-called gene light appeared to be far less daunting. Drawing a deep breath, he turned to Lu Yu and asked solemnly, "So, Director Lu, what shall we do next? Should we bolster our defenses and remain on high alert, or should we take the initiative and strike?" Chapter 68. A sense of crisis, the imperative to grow stronger. Should one fortify defenses and stand resolute, or should one take the initiative and strike first? Qin Feng's voice brimmed with unwavering trust from his subordinates to their superior. It was as if, at Lu Yu's mere command, he could rally the entire Dragon Shield Bureau and storm the lair of the Gene Light organization without hesitation. Observing Qin Feng's fervent desire for confrontation and glancing at Lin Wei, who wore a similar expression of eager anticipation, Lu Yu could not help but smile. Team Leader Qin, Liaison Officer Lin, have you perhaps misunderstood something? I am but a peace-loving angler, not a battle-hungry warmonger. Fighting is the affair of your Dragon Shield Bureau. My sole mission is—" He paused, a remarkably radiant smile akin to that of a carefree fish emerging on his face. To fish. With that, he disregarded the bewildered expressions of Qin Feng and Lin Wei, turning instead to stroll leisurely back to his luxurious villa, replete with futuristic technological aesthetics. The formidable organization he had just captured a top-tier agent from seemed to him as inconsequential as an ant by the roadside. Qin Feng and Lin Wei exchanged glances, both perceiving a profound sense of helplessness and an even deeper awe reflected in each other's eyes. Perhaps this was the true heart of a formidable individual. Regardless of the external tempests and turbulent tides, they remained steadfast, comfortably seated at their fishing post. However, was Lu Yu truly as unperturbed as he appeared? No, not all. Upon returning to his villa and shutting the heavy door, crafted from special alloys capable of withstanding rocket bombardments, the relaxed smile vanished from his face, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and a deeply concealed sense of crisis. "Gene Light," he murmured, reclining on the soft leather sofa. His mind replayed the intelligence reports delivered by Qin Feng and Lin Wei, a vast underground technological empire supported by Western super tycoons. A frenzied organization whose ideology was human ascension yet employed exceedingly cruel and malevolent methods. An entity possessing biological technologies more advanced than those of the Dragon Shield Bureau, along with countless terrifying gene warriors. Now, this colossal entity had set its sights on him, fixated on the Dragon's Sleep Reservoir, which housed an extraordinary genetic treasure trove. Although they had sent a shadow this time, easily dealt with by him and his companions, what of the next encounter? And the one after that? He could not rely on such fortune indefinitely, nor could he perpetually depend on Basya or Xue Jiao to extricate him from peril, nor could he indefinitely count on the protection of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Ultimately, in this increasingly unscientific world fraught with unknown dangers, the only reliance he could truly count on, the only source of unassailable security, was his own strength. He must become stronger. This thought emerged in Lu Yu's mind like a wildly growing seed, clearer and more intense than ever before. Until now, he had relished the comfort of lurking in the shadows, embracing the existence of a carefree and unambitious individual. With a system, divine beasts, and the support of the Dragon Shield Bureau, he believed he could recline in peace, free from worry. However, the appearance of the gene light struck him like a resounding alarm bell, forcefully awakening him from his state of complacent illusion. He realized that in this imminent era of profound transformation and upheaval, the notion of lying flat was a mere illusion. If you do not seek out trouble, trouble will seek you out instead. If you do not take charge of your own fate, it will be dictated by more potent forces. One must either grow stronger and become a player in the game, or resign oneself to being a pawn, easily sacrificed on another's chessboard. He refused to be a pawn. Even less did he wish to become anyone's experimental subject. Thus, he had but one choice: to become powerful at all costs. Powerful enough to make all the lurking demons and specters tremble. Powerful enough to firmly grasp his own destiny and that of those he cared for. With this realization, Lu Yu exhaled a long, heavy breath. His gaze transformed, becoming unprecedentedly resolute and sharp. At that moment, his heart, once akin to a languid fish, underwent a profound metamorphosis. He hesitated no longer. Without delay, he opened his system marketplace, gazing at the long string of terrifyingly substantial frenzy value, enough to drive any nation to madness. A singular thought occupied his mind: spend it all, exchange for everything that could enhance his strength. His eyes swiftly scanned the dazzling array of goods, yet his heart sank with each passing moment. Physical enhancement, extraordinary. It could strengthen his body, but against technological weaponry and those bizarre genetic abilities, it seemed insufficient. Bloodline enhancement, intermediate. It could augment his suppression over primal aberrations, yet its effectiveness against humans was limited. Divine skills, random. Too reliant on luck. What if he drew a culinary technique? Would he then resort to toppling genetic warriors with a bowl of braised pork? His brow furrowed tightly. For the first time, he recognized that this seemingly astronomical frenzy value appeared somewhat inadequate in the face of genuine crisis. He needed a fundamental solution, something that would address the problem once and for all, an ultimate guarantee that would provide him with a truly secure stronghold. His gaze roamed the marketplace again and again, like a traveler on the brink of dying of thirst in a desert, desperately seeking the life-saving oasis. At last, his eyes fixed upon an exceedingly inconspicuous corner of the marketplace. There, he noticed a gray icon, resembling a blueprint that he had never paid attention to before. Beneath the icon lay a line of minuscule text, nearly imperceptible, indicating a price. However, this price caused Lu Yu's pupils to dilate in shock. 5 million. A staggering 5 million madness points. This was the most expensive item in his shop, aside from the fusion of the soaring heavenly pole. What would this be? With a mix of curiosity and anticipation, he clicked on the icon. In an instant, a description imbued with an ethereal aura of immortality appeared before his eyes. Special building blueprint. Primordial mountain protection array, 2 instruments of dust, super simplified version. Description: harnesses the power of the 9 heavens and stars. Merges with the dragon energy of the earth's veins, using the dual spirit beasts of yin and yang as the array's core. Capable of transforming a realm into an independent microcosm, isolating it from the outside world, impervious to all laws. Note, young man, do you wish to possess an absolutely secure private domain? Do you aspire to create a true divine garden? Do not hesitate. Purchase this, and you shall be the most distinguished homebody in this realm. As Lu Yu read this description, his breath caught in his throat. His heart began to race uncontrollably, pounding wildly. Chapter 69. A Bountiful Harvest of Madness Value. Redeeming the Protective Mountain Formation. Lu Yu gazed at the blueprint of the primal Protective Mountain Formation in the system marketplace, its mystical radiance momentarily halting his breath. This was precisely what he needed. It represented the ultimate assurance that would allow him to rest easy, living a carefree existence like a languid fish. Previously, he had felt a twinge of anxiety over how to confront the pervasive infiltration of the gene of light and the relentless emergence of advanced technologies. However, now, with the two instruments' micro-dust formation, all his troubles would be effortlessly resolved. Once this grand formation was activated, the entire Longmian reservoir would transform into an isolated microcosm, severed from the outside world. At that point, no matter the presence of gene warriors or ghost operatives, even if they arrived aboard aircraft carriers, they would not dare to set foot in his divine domain. This, indeed, was the epitome of absolute security. This was the pinnacle of safety. Yet, 5 million madness value. Such a price was undeniably daunting. Lu Yu cast a glance at his considerable balance, which had already exceeded 380,000, yet still fell short by over 100,000. Damn it. One realizes the scarcity of funds only when the time to use them arises. Lu Yu couldn't help but lament inwardly. For the first time, he felt an urgent yearning for madness value. He needed more resources. He craved a grand event that would drive the entire world into a frenzy. At that moment, as if responding to his inner call, the system notification sound, which had lain dormant for a while, suddenly surged forth like a floodgate bursting open, resonating wildly. Ding! Your miraculous video is being broadcasted through the official BBC channels, reaching over 200 countries and regions with a continuous 24-hour rolling transmission. Ding! Your deeds have graced the front page of the New York Times. Headlined, The God of the East and His Lost Mythical Zoo. Ding! Your name has dominated Twitter's global trending list for an astonishing 72 consecutive hours. Ding! Your existence has sparked an ultimate philosophical debate on science and theology worldwide. Intellectuals across the globe are experiencing a collective collapse and reconstruction of their worldviews. Ding! Madness value is experiencing an exponential surge. 10, 0, 0, 0. 50, 0, 0, 0. 100, 0, 0, 0. In an instant, Lu Yu felt as though his mind had been engulfed by a deluge of pure, colossal information. Before his eyes, the system panel displayed the madness value as a golden blur, the numbers oscillating at such a rapid pace that they were utterly indecipherable. 380,000, 500,000, 800,000, 1 million, 2 million. The figures continued to spiral upwards at an utterly unreasonable and terrifying speed. This was the astounding promotional effect brought forth by the world's leading media. This was the true bounty of madness value. Lu Yu watched this spectacle, trembling with excitement. He felt akin to a beggar who had endured 3 days and nights of hunger, suddenly plunging into an ocean of culinary delights comprised of exquisite delicacies. What a thrill! Absolutely exhilarating. Ultimately, as the frenetic surge of excitement gradually subsided, he glanced at his final balance, and a smile broke forth. Reminiscent of a foolish son from a wealthy family weighing 200 pounds. Total frenzy value, 35, 888, 888. Over 35 million. He struck gold. This was no mere fantasy. He had truly become wealthy overnight. He chuckled softly, then erupted into laughter. Lu Yu sat on the sofa, grinning vacantly for a full minute before finally regaining his composure from the overwhelming euphoria. He reopened the system's marketplace, and this time, when he beheld the 5 million price tag for the Mountain Guardian array, any prior hesitation or reluctance vanished, replaced by a magnificent bravado that regarded wealth as trifling. Was it merely 5 million? A mere drop in the bucket. He commanded decisively within his mind. Ding! Will you consume 5 million frenzy value to exchange for the primitive Mountain Guardian array, 2 instruments of micro-dust, super simplified version? Yes. Ding! Exchange successful. The blueprint has been stored in your storage compartment. In an instant, 5 million frenzy value evaporated, yet Lu Yu felt no ripple of emotion, even finding himself on the verge of laughter. Wealth allowed for such simplicity and monotony. With a mere thought, an ancient diagram, imbued with profound Taoist essence and shimmering with the flow of yin and yang, materialized in his hands. Gazing upon this blueprint, which embodied his entire sense of security, a profoundly serene smile graced his face. He understood that from this day forth, he truly possessed a home that would allow him to rest easy. Rising, he opened the door and stepped outside. There, Lin Wei and Qin Feng awaited anxiously. They too had sensed the subtle yet palpable energy fluctuations emanating from the villa, enough to cause them trepidation, fearing Lu Yu was once again engaging in perilous experiments. Director Lu, upon seeing Lu Yu emerge unscathed, they finally exhaled in relief. "You, what were you just doing?" Qin Feng inquired cautiously. Lu Yu regarded their eyes, filled with tension and concern, and chuckled. "Nothing much. Just a sudden spark of inspiration, preparing for a little renovation for our special zone." "Renovation?" Qin Feng and Lin Wei exchanged glances, each reflecting a deep confusion mirrored in the other's eyes. Lu Yu offered no further explanation. Instead, he held the mysterious array blueprint and slowly made his way to the center of the reservoir. Turning towards the great turtle basking on the shore and the crimson dragon frolicking in the water, he gently snapped his fingers. "Old turtle, little red, no time to waste, come over and get to work." Observing Lu Yu's enigmatic, confident smile and the way the turtle and dragon responded, gliding towards him, an unsettling premonition surged within Qin Feng. He could not shake the feeling that the so-called minor renovation mentioned by Lu Yu might, in fact, eclipse any major news he had ever conjured before. He swallowed hard and turned to Lin Wei beside him, his voice drifting into a dreamlike murmur as he instinctively inquired, Lin Wei, do you think it is still possible for us to inform the National Space Administration in advance, urging them to adjust the satellite's orbit?" Chapter 70. Establishing a foundation with the reservoir, laying a heavenly net adjusting the satellite's orbit? Lin Wei could not help but twitch her lips at Qin Feng's absurd murmurs. She gazed at the man preparing to commence construction not far away and replied softly. Her voice mingled with awe and resignation. "Team leader, I fear it may already be too late." A strong intuition gripped her when this man resolved to undertake renovations. A miraculous event that could upend their worldview was inevitably on the horizon. Indeed, reality unfolded as she had anticipated. After summoning the Basha and the Blood Flood Dragon, Lu Yu did not engage in any intricate preparations. Instead, he simply cast the ancient formation diagram, shimmering with the energies of yin and yang, gently into the air. Buzz! A sound reminiscent of celestial thunder resonated from the heavens. The diagram instantly expanded in the wind, transforming into an enormous, all-encompassing Taiji diagram that shrouded a radius of 100 miles. One half of the Taiji was as black as ink, deep and unfathomable, emanating a chilling aura of death. The other half was pure white like jade, blazing as the sun, radiating a vibrant essence of life. The energies of yin and yang flowed languidly within the diagram, endlessly evolving into an omnipotent, transcendental Tao that suppressed all realms. Heavens, in the command center, every Dragon Shield team member and scholar observing through the surveillance equipment stood petrified. They stared blankly at the colossal Taiji diagram in the sky, their minds utterly blank. This is what he referred to as a minor renovation. Qin Feng felt his teeth chattering. This was no mere renovation. It was a cosmic upheaval. Meanwhile, Lu Yu remained indifferent to the astonishment of those below. He stood suspended in the air, his garments billowing, resembling a true master of formations emerging from myth. He pointed gently at the Basha and the Blood Flood Dragon, now positioned at their designated locations. Go! Roar! Moo! The dragon and the turtle simultaneously let out a thunderous roar. Then, from their colossal bodies, an exceedingly brilliant surge of energy erupted. The Blood Flood Dragon radiated a terrifying energy of pure darkness, filled with an aura of slaughter and destruction, soaring towards the heavens. The Basha, on the other hand, shimmered with golden light, emanating a powerful essence of protection and solidity, also rising skyward. Yin and yang, Two starkly contrasting yet fundamentally intertwined energies illuminated the sky, gradually being absorbed and drawn in by the colossal Taiji diagram. Boom! The immense Taiji diagram, having absorbed the two vast energies, began to rotate slowly. It spun faster and faster, ultimately transforming into an immense vortex of energy connecting heaven and earth, drawing upon the power of the celestial stars. Lu Yu once again enacted his incantation, murmuring incantations. In an instant, the previously clear skies inexplicably unveiled billions of dazzling stars, a series of visibly radiant silver pillars, composed of the purest celestial energy, cascaded from the heavens above, violently plunging into the immense vortex of energy below. Earth's Dragon Chi, Lu Yu shouted once more. The ground beneath the Dragon Sleep Mountain, spanning 100 miles, began to tremble violently. A roar emerged, seemingly from the very depths of the earth, a resounding dragon's cry. A colossal earthen-hued illusion of a divine dragon, formed from the most refined essence of the earth, erupted from beneath the main peak of Dragon Sleep Mountain, soaring skyward with a ferocious roar, crashing into the vast energy vortex. Celestial power, Earth's Dragon Chi, the dual energies of yin and yang. These three supreme energies, originating from the very essence of heaven, earth, and humanity, seamlessly merged at that moment through the grand Taiji diagram. Ultimately, a resonating hum, potent enough to cause the entire planet to tremble slightly, echoed forth. An immense, translucent energy shield, radiating with 9 shimmering colors and enveloping a 100-mile radius, instantly took shape. Then, within the span of a mere second, it gradually dimmed and vanished into the air as if the cataclysmic, mythic spectacle that had just unfolded was merely a collective illusion. Yet, all present were acutely aware that from this moment onward, the land known as Dragon Sleep had irrevocably transformed. It had been completely severed from this world, becoming a truly independent kingdom, a divine realm belonging solely to that man and his fishing rod. A profound silence enveloped the command center. Everyone stood transfixed, gazing at the now normal monitoring screens, their minds blank. After a long pause, Qin Feng finally spoke in a voice dry and hesitant, as if he were learning to speak for the first time, murmuring, I finally understand now why that sign read no entry for the uninvited. This is genuinely inaccessible. He picked up a walkie-talkie casually. Hello? Hello. Dongguai, please respond. The walkie-talkie emitted nothing but a harsh, static noise. All radio signals had been utterly jammed. He then reached for a red military satellite phone, the most advanced secure communication device in their Dragon Shield Bureau, capable of directly connecting to space-based satellites. However, the line remained busy. All electromagnetic signals had been completely severed. It's over. Qin Feng collapsed into his chair, a smile on his face more grotesque than tears, realizing, it seems, we are confined. Beside him, Lin Wei, after experiencing the initial overwhelming shock, gradually revealed a breathtaking smile of relief. She gazed at the young figure gently descending from the sky, her eyes filled with an unprecedented sense of security and infatuation. She understood that from this day forward, he, and everything in this place would be entirely severed from the troubled and tumultuous mortal realm. And she would truly become the sole mistress of this divine realm. This sensation. Perhaps it isn't so bad after all? As she pondered this, a sudden realization struck her, and her expression changed dramatically. She turned to Qin Feng, who was still wallowing in despair over his confinement, and urgently inquired, Wait, Captain Qin, all our signals have been blocked. Does that mean, will our takeout still be able to reach us? Chapter 71. The Ancient Monkey Wine, Can Our Takeout Still Be Delivered? Lin Wei's poignant inquiry, laden with her foodie soul, caused Qin Feng's lips to twitch in exasperation once more. He gazed at his typically aloof and professional colleague, who, after less than a month under Lu Yu's influence, had transformed into an innocent, sweet fangirl. A sense of indignation and helplessness washed over him, akin to watching his prized tender cabbage, nurtured for over 2 decades, being uprooted by a seemingly harmless yet astutely cunning pig. Alas, he felt powerless, for he could not contend with that pig. As it turned out, Lin Wei's apprehensions were unwarranted. The 2 instruments' microdust array effectively blocked any unpermitted physical and energy signals from entering. yet did not hinder those with the highest level of access. For instance, there was the rotund Wang, who daily drove his bulletproof, military-grade Wuling Hongguang to deliver groceries. "Brother Yu, I have arrived." On that particular noon, Wang huffed as he unloaded several enormous temperature-controlled containers from his vehicle. These boxes brimmed with the freshest and finest ingredients airlifted from across the globe, ranging from the finest black truffles of France to the millennium-aged Parmigiano Reggiano of Italy, and the A5 grade Kobe beef from Japan. These delicacies were procured by the Dragon Shield Bureau, leveraging national resources to appease their notoriously discerning chief, Lu Yu. "Thank you for your hard work, Wang." Lu Yu reclined in his plush, high-tech lounge chair, lazily stifling a yawn. "By the way, how did you fare with the task I assigned you?" "All set, Brother Yu," Wang declared, thumping his chest with pride, an exceedingly mischievous grin plastered on his face. He produced an unassuming USB drive from his pocket. "This contains the high-definition original recordings of your broadcast that I acquired from the streamer known as Mad Horse Brother. Additionally, I secured all the footage shot by the BBC team in recent days through Sister Lin Wei's connections. Following your instructions, I have meticulously edited out all content pertaining to state secrets and any inappropriate black technology footage. What remains is the essence. Only the most exquisite segments that showcase your divine charisma. Yes, you. Once these videos are released, the entire internet will be enthralled by you once again." Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Ever since the establishment of the two instruments microdust array, the entire Longmian reservoir had been completely isolated from the outside world. While safety was assured, it also deprived him of a crucial source of exhilaration, namely, the external astonishment and intrigue. Thus, he conceived a brilliant idea, to have Wang Pengzi and his sister, Lu Yao, both seasoned media manipulators, meticulously edit and package his previous moments filled with miraculous occurrences. They would then gradually release them, akin to squeezing toothpaste, through the already immensely popular account of the Eastern deity, which boasts hundreds of millions of followers, sustaining the fervor and continuously harvesting the frenzy of netizens worldwide. This is what one might call the sustainable harvesting of chives. "Well done," Lu Yu praised. "Hee, it's all thanks to your wise guidance, Brother Yu." Wang Pengzi beamed with delight, rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation as he gazed at Lu Yu. Brother Yu, seeing how splendid the weather is today, why not showcase your skills again? This newly acquired 8K ultra-high-definition camera of mine hasn't been used even once. And it's been ages since I've seen you fish. My brothers in the live stream, waiting with bated breath, are all yearning for it." His voice was imbued with the boundless admiration of a devoted fan and the unabashed desire of a streamer for key performance indicators. Observing his pitiful demeanor, Lu Yu chuckled. "All right then, I too have been itching to go." He rose, stretched lazily, and then, holding his newly evolved fishing rod, the Dragon Bone Star rod, strolled towards the reservoir. Wang Pengzi, witnessing this, was overjoyed. He immediately set up all the live streaming equipment with an agility that belied his corpulent form. Family. Tremendous news. Your deity Lu, after a fortnight, at last, finally, will cast the line again. He shouted frantically at the camera. The moment his stream commenced, it was overwhelmed by an influx of viewers, resulting in a black screen for a full 3 minutes before it barely returned to normalcy. This vividly illustrated the immense anticipation from netizens worldwide for Lu Yu's return. At the reservoir's edge, Lu Yu gazed upon the vast expanse of water, now devoid of secrets, and a relaxed smile graced his face. With the protection of the two instruments' micro-dust formation, he could fish without reservations, no longer fearing catastrophic disturbances that could attract unnecessary troubles. For even if he were to fish down the heavens, those outside would be oblivious, unable to see or hear anything. This sensation was simply delightful. He opened the primal chaos bestiary, his gaze sweeping over the gray, locked outlines of creatures. Ultimately, his attention settled upon a vague silhouette resembling a monkey. Bestiary ID 027. Name: Six-eared macaque, bloodline descendant. Species: primal anomaly spiritual beast. Level: low-grade mysterious. Potential: description: suspected bloodline descendant of the six-eared macaque, one of the 4 great spiritual monkeys of ancient times. Naturally adept at transformation and skilled in listening. The wine brewed by its own hands, known as monkey wine, is a peerless divine brew in the realm. Monkey wine? Lu Yu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He recalled the jar of the long-consumed 10,000-year monkey wine, and the taste of it lingered on his palate, evoking a nostalgia that was simply unforgettable. This was it. He made an instantaneous decision. Today, he would not fish for anything else but this monkey that brewed wine. From his storage compartment, he retrieved a 7-aperture lingji fruit he had previously caught and affixed it to his fishing hook. He understood that for such an intelligent, spiritual creature, this supreme fruit capable of awakening wisdom and enhancing comprehension was an irresistible temptation beyond compare. Indeed, the very moment he cast his hook into the water, a sudden tug jolted his hand. The dragon bone star rod plunged deeply, as an agile, yet cunning force pulled from beneath the water. He had caught something. Lu Yu chuckled, shaking his wrist with determination. Come forth. Splash. With a resounding sound, a furry golden figure was forcefully drawn from the depths. It resembled an ordinary monkey in size, yet its eyes sparkled with an extraordinary intelligence, shimmering with a distinctly human-like gleam. Moreover, its ears were peculiar, boasting 3 pairs, 6 ears in total. This was the hallmark of the legendary 6-eared macaque. Upon being caught, the monkey did not struggle. Instead, it clutched a fruit larger than its head and chirped in mid-air, seemingly protesting or perhaps pleading for mercy. Cradled in its embrace was an ancient and elegant purple wine jar, emanating an intoxicating aroma that surpassed even the 10,000-year monkey wine Lu Yu had previously tasted. The scent was so rich and fragrant that it made everyone present involuntarily swallow hard. By heavens! Monkey wine! Wang Fatty's eyes widened at the sight of the jar, recalling vividly the exquisite taste Lu Yu had experienced. The livestream chat erupted in chaos. A monkey? Is it truly a monkey? And can brew wine? Has the water curtain cave from Flower Fruit Mountain been transported here? Just looking at this wine makes me feel tipsy. Please, Lu God, allow me just a sip. Just one sip. I would trade a decade of my life for it. Meanwhile, Lu Yu gazed upon the 6-eared macaque, which hugged the wine jar and fruit while making playful faces at him. A gentle and affable smile spread across his face, reminiscent of a kind elder brother. He extended his hand slowly towards the monkey, speaking in a tone brimming with goodwill, as if negotiating with a cherished pet. Monkey brother, you see, I can offer you this fruit. However, he paused, gesturing towards the purple wine jar nestled in the monkey's arms. That wine you have. Shouldn't there be a toll to pay? Chapter 72, A Toast to the Past. Qin Feng's dark history, isn't it time for you to pay a toll for that jar of wine you hold? Lu Yu's amicable and benevolent negotiation momentarily stunned the 6-eared macaque. In its remarkably human-like, expressive eyes, a flicker of conflict reluctance, and profound reverence for the formidable figure before it, who could effortlessly produce a linglong fruit as bait, flashed. Ultimately, the primal instinct for survival triumphed over the greed for exquisite wine. With a couple of chirps that seemed to convey a grudging acknowledgement of defeat, the macaque reluctantly pushed forward the large purple jar of wine, which was nearly the size of its own body, towards Lu Yu. Upon seeing this, Lu Yu smiled with satisfaction, honoring his promise by tossing the shimmering 7-colored linglong fruit to it. The 6-eared macaque, upon catching the fruit, treated it as a treasure, bowing and kneeling to Lu Yu before vanishing in a flash of golden light back into the water, as if fearing that Lu Yu might change his mind and reclaim the fruit. Wow, brother you're truly amazing, Wang Fatty exclaimed, gawking at the fantastical interspecies transaction unfolding before him. How did you understand its speech? Lu Yu merely smiled enigmatically in response, offering no explanation. While he could not comprehend the macaque's language, he possessed the bloodline of the primordial fisherman, which endowed him not only with an imposing presence over the primordial beings, but also with a mysterious capability for rudimentary soul communication. Naturally, such an illustrious secret was not something he would casually disclose to others. Cradling the heavy, fragrant purple jar of wine, a look of immense satisfaction illuminated his face. He then gestured grandly to Wang Fatty, who remained in a daze, and to the Dragon Shield members and experts nearby, equally captivated by the intoxicating aroma. Let us go. Today, as the curator, I am in high spirits. Let us feast. I will treat everyone to divine wine. Half an hour later, in the opulent hall of Lu Yu's futuristic villa, an extraordinary banquet began, one that would be remembered as one of the most extravagant and bizarre in the annals of Chinese history. The participants were an eclectic mix. Lu Yu, the ethereal landlord. Wang Fati, the favored broadcaster whose fortunes had risen. Qin Feng and Lin Wei, the elite of the Dragon Shield. Academician Shun and Xia Wanqing, titans of the scientific community. And even a few ordinary Dragon Shield members who, through years of service, had fortuitously earned the right to partake in the festivities. All gathered around a massive round table crafted from thousand-year-old yellow sandalwood, their eyes fixated on the mesmerizing purple jar of wine at its center, which continued to exude an irresistible fragrance. Their throats involuntarily convulsed, and their gazes were filled with the most primal and unadulterated desire. Curator Lu. At last, it was Academician Shun, the eldest and most respected gourmand among them, who could no longer contain his anticipation. He rubbed his hands together, wearing a flattering expression as he gazed at Lu Yu. You see, could we perhaps pour this wine? Lu Yu looked at his eager, gluttonous demeanor and smiled. He personally lifted the wine jug and generously filled a cup for everyone present. The liquid exhibited an exceptionally pure amber hue, clear and untainted by any impurities. An intoxicating aroma of wine instantly enveloped the entire hall, invigorating everyone's spirits. Come, everyone. Lu Yu raised his glass and said with a smile, to our future, filled with delightful collaboration, and to our increasingly intriguing world, cheers. Cheers. Everyone eagerly lifted their glasses and downed their drinks in one go. The wine slid down their throats without a hint of spiciness, only an indescribable sweetness and smoothness, as though they were imbibing the purest, most refreshing mountain spring water. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, a colossal torrent of terrifying energy, composed of the purest essence of heaven and earth, exploded within their bodies. It transformed into countless warm streams, cleansing every corner and every cell of their beings. The sensation was exquisite, so pleasurable that all present could not help but emit a series of ecstatic moans. A peculiar flush spread across their faces, their gazes becoming dazed and unfocused, as if their souls were on the verge of transcending. What a fine wine! Wang, the self-proclaimed connoisseur who prided himself on his ability to drink endlessly, could only utter these two words before his eyes rolled back, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, sleeping like a log. Next, the members of the Dragon Shield Bureau, whose physical prowess far exceeded the norm, staggered to their feet, attempting to say something, but ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming effects of the wine, one by one falling to the ground. Even Academician Shun and Xia Wanqing, both renowned for their rationality and restraint, found their cheeks flushed and their expressions hazy. Xia Wanqing even clutched Lin Wei's arm and began to giggle. Hey, Sister Lin Wei, your face is so red, like a big apple. I just want to take a bite. Lin Wei looked at the already unhinged genius scientist beside her, then glanced at the elite individuals around them, who were all in varying states of disarray, her face breaking into a helpless smile. Her own condition was not much better. Her head felt dizzy, and the world around her spun incessantly. She knew she was nearing her limit. Amongst the revelry, only two individuals remained utterly composed. One was Lu Yu, possessing an extraordinary physique and the bloodline of the primordial angler. The effects of this spirit wine felt like mere water to him. The other, unexpectedly, was Qin Feng. The iron-willed god of war from the Dragon Shield Bureau remained steadfastly seated in his chair, his spine impeccably straight, though his complexion bore a hint of crimson. His gaze retained its clarity and sharpness, as if the formidable effects of the potent liquor had left him unscathed. Impressive, team leader Qin, Lu Yu remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. I did not anticipate your tolerance for alcohol to be so remarkable. Qin Feng merely smiled faintly in response. Rising gradually, he performed a gesture that momentarily took Lu Yu aback, a respectful clasping of fists, executing a gesture reminiscent of ancient martial artists. Thank you, Master Lu, for the gift of this wine. His voice resonated with heartfelt gratitude, for he could distinctly sense the revival of his right arm, once deemed permanently disabled, now slowly regaining sensation under the nurturing influence of the extraordinary spirit. He could even perceive the shattered bones mending at an astonishing pace, reconstituting themselves. This wine represented a boon akin to rebirth for him. He gazed at Lu Yu, his eyes brimming with boundless appreciation and reverence, eager to express further his overwhelming emotions. However, at that moment, he felt a sudden sweetness in his throat, followed by an overwhelming surge of liquor that surged unbidden toward the crown of his head. Burp. He emitted a loud belch, rich with the aroma of alcohol. Then, in a shocking twist, the previously imposing and stalwart dragon shield warrior experienced a sudden weakness in his legs and collapsed with a resounding thud. In the fleeting moment before his descent, a muffled, plaintive murmur escaped his lips, barely audible yet discernible to Lu Yu. It seemed he was uttering, "Mama, I still want milk." Chapter 73. The Marvelous Effects of Divine Liquor, a Complete Enhancement. Qin Feng's lamentations, steeped in boundless grievance, elicited a sharp twitch at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth. As he surveyed the scene before him, an array of elite individuals sprawled haphazardly across the floor. His gaze shifted to the table, where a substantial portion of the ancient monkey wine remained. A profoundly helpless smile crept onto his face. Alas, what a useless bunch. They cannot even withstand a single cup of liquor. And yet, they proclaim themselves as Dragon Shield elites? Renowned scholars? Is this all they amount to? Shaking his head in disdain, Lu Yu resigned himself to the task at hand. He began to drag these unconscious pillars of the nation, one by one, to the guest rooms of the villa, treating them as one would a lifeless dog. As for the corpulent Wang Pengzi, weighing in at 300 pounds, Lu Yu conjured two robust water arms with his water control technique, effortlessly lifting him as one would a chick, before unceremoniously depositing him into the villa's enormous temperature-controlled swimming pool with a resounding splash. Bubbles erupted as Wang Pengzi surfaced, floating on his back, blissfully ensconced in slumber. Having accomplished this feat, Lu Yu clapped his hands, concealing his prowess and glory. He returned to the now desolate hall, gazing at the alluring aroma of the monkey wine, and poured himself another generous glass, downing it in one swift motion. Ah, what exquisite wine! He sighed contentedly before retreating to his chamber, succumbing to a deep slumber. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin Wei was the first to awaken. With a splitting headache from the previous night's revelry, she sat up in bed, momentarily bewildered by the unfamiliar, futuristic ambience of her surroundings. Then, like a tidal wave, the fantastical and disarrayed memories of the previous evening surged forth, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She had lost control. She had clung to Xiao Wanqing, uttering nonsensical declarations for what felt like an eternity. It was over. The carefully cultivated persona of the Ice Queen at Dragon Shield Bureau had crumbled completely. With a wail, she buried her head beneath the covers, feeling utterly humiliated. Yet, at that moment, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. She discovered that the myriad of hidden injuries and fatigue accumulated from years of rigorous tasks had inexplicably vanished after a single night's rest. Not only that, but she felt an unprecedented surge of vitality coursing through her body, as if an inexhaustible wellspring of energy had been unleashed. Her senses had sharpened, at least doubled in acuity. She could distinctly hear Xiao Wanqing's steady, prolonged breath from the adjacent room, as well as the sizzling sound of Lu Yu leisurely frying eggs in the hall below. This is, with a sudden jolt, she sprang from her bed, gazing at her now fairer, more delicate hands, imbued with explosive strength. Her eyes sparkled with incredulous joy. She understood. All of this was a result of that cup of divine liquor. That beverage was not merely delightful. It possessed the miraculous ability to refine one's essence and transform one's very being. It enabled her, a mere logistics personnel at the pinnacle of the yellow tier within the Dragon Shield Bureau, to, overnight, shatter her limitations and step into the threshold of the profound realm that countless field agents had longed for. Such an extraordinary opportunity was simply divine. As she reveled in the immense joy of her newfound strength, a sudden bang echoed as her door was forcefully kicked open. The genius scientist, Xiao Wanqing, who had also just awakened, burst into the room clad in adorable bear pajamas, her face alight with excitement. The aloofness and rationality that typically characterized her demeanor had vanished, replaced by an almost frenzied academic fervor. Lin Wei, hurry, come with me." She grasped Lin Wei's hand, exclaiming, I just unified relativity and quantum mechanics in my dream. I even proved the Goldbach conjecture. My goodness, that cup of wine. It was nothing short of the elixir of wisdom. I must acquire more for research. I need to analyze the miraculous factors within it that stimulate brain development. As she spoke, she tugged Lin Wei downstairs, intent on seizing Lu Yu's wine jar. Simultaneously, astonished and euphoric exclamations erupted from other guest rooms. I've broken through the bottleneck that held me captive for 5 years. My heavens! My mental power seems to have tripled. I feel as though I can control 5 drones simultaneously. How formidable! I feel capable of delivering a punch strong enough to fell a bull. The Dragon Shield agents who had fortuitously consumed a cup of the monkey wine all experienced remarkable leaps in their abilities overnight. The overall combat prowess of the Dragon Shield Bureau's Lomian Reservoir Division had ascended to a whole new level due to that single cup of wine. The most extraordinary transformation belonged to Qin Feng. Upon awakening from his hangover and witnessing his right arm, previously deemed permanently shattered by all experts, now restored to its former glory, indeed, even more resilient and powerful than before, this stalwart warrior of the Dragon Shield wept. He cried like a 300-pound child. Without uttering a word, he dashed out of his room, entered the hall, and before Lu Yu, who was leisurely enjoying a fried egg, knelt down with a thud. He bowed thrice with utmost respect, one to express gratitude for the wine, another for the miraculous restoration, and the last to honor the guidance he received. Likening Lu Yu to a father figure, Lu Yu observed this human comedy unfolding before him, the torrent of ecstatic values flooding his mind once more. And a profoundly contented smile akin to that of a benevolent father graced his face. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a novel shortcut to rapidly enhance the capabilities of his team. Glancing at the loyal Qin Feng kneeling on the ground and the group of brilliant female scientists and elite Dragon Shield agents eager to rush down for more of his wine, he slowly set down his knife and fork. Then, he cleared his throat and announced to everyone a decision that would undoubtedly drive them into a frenzy. In light of their commendable performance lately, I have resolved that, starting today, this barrel of monkey wine shall be available to you in limited quantities each day. Each person may exchange their work points for. He extended a single finger. A drop. As soon as these words left his lips, an immediate silence enveloped the villa. All eyes were fixed on him, and their faces simultaneously displayed a perplexing array of emotions, a blend of ecstasy and resentment. A drop? Just a drop? How miserly! At that moment, a tremendous splash resounded from outside the villa, followed by a roar filled with the joy of survival. My goodness! It seems I have shed 20 pounds. Yes, it was Wang, the portly fellow, who had spent the night floating in the pool. He gazed at his noticeably smaller belly and the thick black, greasy impurities floating on the surface of the water, a euphoric smile spreading across his face like never before. He scrambled out of the pool and, resembling an uncontrollable humanoid tank, charged towards the hall of the villa. With a fervor akin to a pig being slaughtered, he shouted, Brother Yu, is there any more of that wine? That divine elixir, can I have another cup? No, bring me a barrel. I want to lose weight. Chapter 74. The nationwide craze for esoteric fishing, I want to lose weight. Wang Fatty's bellow, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, and his appearance that seemed as if he had just emerged from cesspool, rendered the entire villa hall abruptly silent. Everyone cast peculiar glances in his direction. A mixture of sympathy, schadenfreude, but predominantly envy and jealousy. Why is it so? Why is it that we merely elevate our strength with a single drink, while you, that rotund fellow, effortlessly shed 20 pounds after soaking in a tub for an entire night? This is utterly unjust. It is nothing short of blatant species discrimination. Particularly, Lin Wei and Xiao Wanqing, the two enchanting ladies, gazed at Wang Fatty's noticeably slimmer belly, then at the jar on the table exuding an alluring aroma of aged monkey wine. In their eyes, a fervent desire, named I too wish to soak, ignited simultaneously. Yet, Wang Fatty was oblivious to their thoughts. His sole ambition was to procure more divine liquor to achieve his lofty goal of becoming as slender as a lightning bolt. He scrambled towards Lu Yu, clutching his thigh in desperation, rolling on the floor. Brother Yu, my dear brother, please grant me just a little more. In my life, I have never begged anyone. Today I kneel before you. Lu Yu, witnessing his shameless antics, felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. With disdain, he lifted his foot, intending to kick away this 300-pound appendage. Get lost. Keep your distance. Your odor is nearly suffocating me. I want tea. Wang Fatty clung on tighter. If you don't give me wine today, I shall never let go, even in death. Lu Yu, observing his childhood friend who had utterly discarded his pride for the sake of weight loss, glanced around at the eager faces of those around him, who regarded him as a pillar of the nation. He sighed in resignation, knowing that his tranquil life as a languid sloth would soon be irrevocably altered. Indeed, as Lu Yu had anticipated, ever since the miraculous effects of the divine liquor spread within the Dragon Shield Bureau, he had not enjoyed a single day of peace. Each day, various prominent figures, known and unknown, under the pretense of inspecting work and comforting the masses, sought ways to descend upon him for sustenance and, incidentally, to bask in the ethereal essence. Moreover, his system of work points, newly developed by the Dragon Shield Bureau, had utterly transformed into the ultimate motivation for the personnel stationed at Longmian Reservoir to engage in frenzied competition, in pursuit of exchanging even a single drop of that essence-enhancing monkey wine. The formerly aloof elite of Dragon Shield and renowned scientific luminaries had completely set aside their airs, transforming into the most diligent of workers. Qin Feng, the iron-willed warrior of Dragon Shield, spent his days either standing by the reservoir like a stone sentinel, observing Lu Yu practice swordplay, or dedicating himself to training his underlings under the guise of intensive training, safeguarding the reservoir. In reality, he sought to accumulate extra points for overtime through these means. Academician Chun and his expert team have taken up residence in a temporary isolation tent, dedicating themselves tirelessly, 24 hours a day, to the study of a mysterious stone tablet. It is said that their progress is remarkable, having deciphered several ancient texts that could potentially alter the course of history. Even Lin Wei and Xia Wanqing, the two most leisurely beauties, have been drawn into the fray. Captivated by the elixir of beauty that the tablet promises, one has taken it upon herself to manage every aspect of Lu Yu's life, attending to him as if he were an emperor incapable of self-care. The other trails behind him daily, inquiring about various profound questions related to mythical biology, subsequently transforming his earnest ramblings into a series of groundbreaking papers filled with scientific fantasy, publishing them in the esteemed journals Nature and Science, thereby inaugurating a new academic field, the study of the intersection of metaphysics and science. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, the instigator of this fervor, reclines in his chair, observing the flourishing and highly competitive atmosphere around him, alongside his ever-increasing, exorbitant frenzy value. A satisfied capitalist smile graces his face, as he feels he has inadvertently forged the most formidable team in the world. As this fervent competition unfolds within the Longmian Reservoir, the global online frenzy ignited by Lu Yu has entered a new, more frenzied phase. Countless young individuals, who previously dismissed fishing as unworthy, have been awakened to its allure after witnessing Lu Yu's miraculous live streams. They have discovered that fishing can be incredibly cool, stylish, and full of endless possibilities. Thus, an unprecedented nationwide enthusiasm for metaphysical fishing has swept across China and the entire world without warning. Young people have set aside their keyboards and smartphones, picking up fishing rods they have never before touched. They rush to rivers, lakes, and seas, casting aside the so-called scientific fishing techniques and instead delving into a myriad of mysterious and esoteric fishing methods. For instance, some individuals will bathe and change clothes before fishing, burn incense, and pray, bowing reverently to a photo of Lu Yu holding a fishing rod on their phones, beseeching the fishing deity for a bountiful catch that day. Others concoct strange and mysterious bait recipes, incorporating ingredients such as cinnabar, dog blood, and even the hooves of black donkeys. Some have gone so far as to mix their girlfriend's cosmetics into the bait, proclaiming, "The finest SK2 for the wildest bait," to attract the most discerning Dragon King. Moreover, some exceptionally imaginative individuals have devised an intricate report on the dialectical relationship between the changes in celestial phenomena during Lu Yu's fishing excursions and fishing fortunes, drawing from the principles of the I Ching and Bagua. At what hour should one embark on fishing to attract the aquatic deities? When thunder and lightning converge, is it not a harbinger of formidable entities descending upon us? Such analyses are articulated with remarkable clarity and substantiation, compelling even the most skeptical to concede. This series of bewildering behaviors, replete with an air of madness, has left traditional fishing tackle vendors utterly astounded. They have observed that their most expensive, cutting-edge fishing rods and baits languish in obscurity, while the simplest, most rustic bamboo poles, along with obscure ritualistic implements of uncertain purpose, soar in popularity. Even the blessed hooks, consecrated by revered monks within temples, have become the ultimate coveted treasures for anglers, with prices soaring to tens of thousands, creating a market where demand far exceeds supply. The fishing community has been irrevocably transformed from a realm of materialistic technology into one steeped in superstitious mystique, all due to the influence of Liu Yu. Upon learning of the absurdities spawned by his actions from the lips of Wang Pengzi, Liu Yu found himself in a state of bemused incredulity. As he gazed upon the escalating frenzy surrounding this nationwide metaphysical movement, a complex expression crossed his face. Did he inadvertently become a purveyor of feudal superstition? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his specialized top-secret phone from the Dragon Shield Bureau suddenly rang. The caller ID revealed an unexpected name, his adorable sister, Lu Yao, who was studying at Qingzhou University. "Brother," came Lu Yao's excited voice, brimming with enthusiasm and a hint of triumph. "A few of us from the computer science department have been analyzing your miraculous videos for several days. We've uncovered a staggering pattern." Liu Yu paused, intrigued. "A pattern? What pattern?" "We discovered," Lu Yao's tone shifted to one of profound mystery, "that every time you catch a true big one, it is never during the day, but always at night. Moreover, it occurs when the moon is at its fullest and brightest. Thus, we've formulated an exceedingly bold hypothesis. Your fishing prowess may not stem from skill or luck, but rather gravitational influence, the tidal pull of the moon on Earth. Brother, do you think our theory holds any merit?" Chapter 75, The Tragic Fate of the Imitator's Brother. "Do you think our hypothesis holds any merit?" The inquisitive and somewhat self-congratulatory voice of Lu Yao resonated from the other end of the phone. Liu Yu, listening to his sister's earnest scientific analysis, almost choked on his laughter. "Gravity? Tides? My dear sister, your imagination is too grand for anything less than a science fiction novel. What truly aids me in fishing is the far more unscientific system." Naturally, this secret remained unspoken. He could only suppress his amusement, adopting an exceedingly gratified and approving tone as he lavished praise upon his sister. "Absolutely. It is undeniably reliable. Yao, you are a genius. Your discovery is nothing short of more magnificent than Columbus discovering the New World. I am proud of you." His insincere flattery delighted Lu Yao on the other end of the line. He, of course, just look at whose sister I am. After exchanging some casual family banter, Liu Yu finally hung up the phone. Gazing out at the luminous moon, a bemused expression graced his face. He never anticipated that his casual fishing endeavors would ignite a nationwide discourse on science and metaphysics, even giving rise to a scientific sect led by his sister. This world is indeed becoming increasingly fascinating. Meanwhile, as Liu Yu savored this rare moment of leisure, the fervor for metaphysical fishing, incited by his actions, had escalated into a frenzied craze. Countless self-proclaimed chosen ones, brimming with confidence, had conducted extensive studies on his sister Lu Yao's article. The inevitable connection between lunar gravity and the emergence of ancient mythical beasts. They unanimously decided to stage their own divine battle. Tonight, on this night of the most beautiful moonlight and the strongest gravitational pull, the 15th night of the month, in Huaxia, by the East China Sea, a wealthy second-generation streamer, known by the moniker Third Prince of the East Sea Dragon King, stood exuberantly on the deck of his father's luxurious private yacht, valued at over 100 million. With fervor, he addressed his audience of over 1 million viewers. "Dear friends, look, tonight is the full moon night. By the East China Sea, I, the Third Prince of the East Sea Dragon King, shall replicate the divine feats of Lord Lu right here. They say Lord Lu fished for little loaches in inland reservoirs. Today, I shall catch a true Dragon King upon this vast expanse of the East China Sea. This is dedicated to my esteemed top supporter." As he spoke, he dramatically accepted a lavish fishing rod made of pure gold and encrusted with diamonds from a bikini-clad assistant. He then produced a bait he had purchased at a hefty price from a so-called expert, claimed to be a blend of dragon saliva and mermaid tears. With the bait firmly affixed to the hook, he struck a pose he fancied as handsome and suave, and with great effort cast his line. Whoosh! The fishing hook, adorned with bait exuding a rich scent of currency, traced a golden arc as it plunged into the unfathomable depths of the pitch-black sea. Instantly, the live stream erupted with fervor. Wow, incredible. The prince is amazing. Is it a pure gold fishing rod, encrusted with diamonds? Is he fishing or merely flaunting his wealth? Bait made from ambergris? Is that for real? Isn't that stuff more precious than gold? Anticipation. Let us see what the prince can reel in. However, as half an hour ticked by, the surface of the sea remained eerily tranquil, devoid of even a ripple. The barrage of comments in the live stream began to shift from eager expectation to playful mockery. Has he flopped? This is hilarious. I thought he was something special. Prince, your bait isn't fake, is it? The third prince of the East, Sea Dragon King, observing the comments, felt his composure slipping. Just as he prepared to salvage his dignity with a retort, suddenly, ding, the pure gold fishing rod in his hand plummeted sharply. A tremendous force surged from the depths below. He has hooked. He has hooked. In an instant, his face flushed with excitement. He roared into the camera. Family, did you see that? We've caught a big one. It's definitely the Dragon King. The East Sea Dragon King is on the line. He exerted every ounce of strength, gripping the fishing rod tightly, wrestling with the colossal entity lurking beneath the waves. Yet, his elation lasted barely 3 seconds before he sensed something was amiss. The force from the depths was overwhelmingly immense, so much so that even this robust man, weighing 180 pounds, found himself utterly unable to maintain control. He was dragged across the deck, wildly scraping against the surface. Goodness! Help! Someone come quickly! He screamed in terror. The burly bodyguards nearby rushed to his aid, collectively clinging to the now crescent-shaped gold rod. But it was futile. Even their combined weight of over 1,000 pounds felt as insubstantial as paper against the behemoth below. Whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the air. The invaluable pure gold fishing rod, along with the several men clinging desperately to it, was hurled through the air like a human cannonball shot from a catapult. It traced a stunning parabolic arc. Accompanied by a succession of screams filled with dread and despair. Splash, splash, splash. They plummeted into the frigid, obsidian waters, creating a few modest splashes. The million viewers in the live stream, witnessing this darkly humorous spectacle unfold, fell silent for a good 10 seconds before erupting into a cacophony of laughter akin to a landslide. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. I can't breathe from laughing. Dragon King, with such feeble strength, you dare to fish for me? Crawl away. Best flop of the year. We should submit this for heritage. Host, is everyone all right? They should still be alive, right? Hello. Is there an ambulance? On this night of the full moon, similar tragedies unfold in various corners of the world. A burly Texan, attempting to catch the legendary water monster in his haunted alligator pond, succeeded in reeling in a prehistoric crocodile larger than his Ford pickup. In a swift turn of fate, he was swallowed whole, along with his fishing rod, leaving behind only a solitary cowboy hat afloat on the water surface. Meanwhile, a reclusive Japanese manga artist endeavored to fish for the mythical kappa in a nearby river steeped in urban legends. To his astonishment, he caught a slippery humanoid creature covered in green slime, which promptly dragged him into the depths, never to resurface. In an instant, the internet brimmed with tales of misfortune surrounding the esoteric art of fishing, met with the cruel laughter of countless onlookers reveling in the plight of these hapless souls. Strangely, these failures did not extinguish the fervor from mystical angling. Instead, they underscored the singularity and irreplicability of one man's prowess. People came to a stark realization. Not everyone can conjure miracles, nor can anyone imitate a fishing deity. Those who seek to ascend through shortcuts are destined for a fate far worse than ridicule, becoming mere fodder for others' amusement. Alongside Liu Yu's chilling yet melodious tally of madness points. From the Texas Cowboy's terror before his demise, madness points 3,000. From the internet's schadenfreude, madness points 100,000. Liu Yu, observing the significant surge in his madness points and the tragic news of imitators, wore an innocent smile, as if disconnected from the chaos. He gently shook his head and, with the gravity of a mentor imparting wisdom to a prodigy, said, "Alas, fishing is a skillful endeavor and a perilous sport. Why do they not heed the warnings? Children, do not attempt to imitate carelessly." At that moment, Lin Wei, who had been slicing fruit beside him, nearly cut her hand upon hearing his shamelessly self-satisfied remarks. She looked up at Lu Yu's pretentious facade of an elder, recalling the unfortunate souls who had suffered from mimicking him, and her lips twitched in exasperation. Finally, unable to contain herself, she mustered the courage to ask a question she had long pondered. Director Liu, may I ask, whenever you catch those strange creatures, do you not feel even the slightest hint of fear? Chapter 76. The Birth of the Cult of Return to the Divine. Lu Yu is revered as the divine messenger. Do you not harbor even the slightest tinge of fear within your heart? Lin Wei's question pierced through the facade of Lu Yu's seemingly indomitable spirit like a delicate probe, seeking to unearth his innermost thoughts. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yu chuckled softly. He set aside the fruit in his hand and gazed into the vast expanse of shimmering waters before him, his expression becoming contemplative. Fear? He murmured, repeating the word gently, before turning to meet Lin Wei's inquisitive and beautiful gaze, slowly shaking his head. Lin Liaison, do you know? Before I returned here and grasped that fishing rod, I too was beset by fear. I feared the city's congestion, the burden of an unending mortgage, and the elusive promises of my boss that seemed forever out of reach. More than that, I dreaded the thought of becoming a rusted machine, mechanically repeating the monotonous, unending grind of the 996 work culture. Until one fateful day, I collapsed at my desk in the stillness of the early morning hours. That, indeed, was the essence of true terror. But now, he rose, extending his arms as if to embrace the entire realm that belonged solely to him. A radiant smile, unprecedented and genuine, illuminated his face, filled with the essence of unshackled freedom and nonchalance. Now, I fear nothing at all, for I have discovered something far more intriguing than life itself. Lin Wei beheld his seemingly luminous profile brimming with confidence, and listened to his philosophically tinged, almost Versailles-like declarations, her heart inexplicably skipping a beat, her cheeks flushing slightly. She realized that once again, she was captivated by this enigmatic man. Yet, as Lu Yu reveled in this rare moment of ostentation, he remained oblivious to the fact that a far more chaotic and irrational storm, born of his existence, was silently brewing in some shadowy corner of the world. It was an emerging online cult, self-proclaimed as the cult of return to the divine. The members of this cult were an eclectic mix. Former scientists who succumbed to mental breakdowns upon grappling with the shattering of their lifelong belief in science. Disillusioned individuals yearning for solace through divine faith. Fervent enthusiasts revering the Shanhai Jing as scripture, convinced that ancient myths were on the verge of reemergence. And even ambitious figures from around the globe seeking to distort and interpret miracles to serve their clandestine political agendas. They congregated through the most clandestine dark web forums, venerating the primordial beings Lu Yu had summoned as deities destined to descend upon the earth. They believed that the arrival of these divine entities heralded the impending judgment of humanity, a wretched and foolish race, and foretold a purification and remaking of the world through the wrath of the divine, returning to the most primordial and purest age of myth. Lu Yu, the singular man capable of liberating the divine from their seals, has naturally become the focal point of contention among the followers of the Return to Divinity sect. Within the sect, two primary factions have emerged. One faction, known as the Divine Envoy sect, venerates Lu Yu as the supreme, earthly messenger of the gods. They believe him to be the chosen one, selected by the divine, and that all his actions are in accordance with the will of the gods, heralding their descent. Their daily endeavors primarily consist of fervently extolling Lu Yu online, crafting a persona of an omnipotent savior. They have spontaneously established various fan sites imbued with religious fervor and support groups, even going so far as to author an extensive tome titled The Fishing of the Divine, which spans over 1 million words. This work meticulously interprets the profound theological significance embedded in each of Lu Yu's fishing endeavors, proclaiming phrases such as 1 rod opens the gates of heaven, 2 casts determine the cosmos, 3 flicks give birth to all things. Their exaltations are grandiose, enchanting the unsuspecting onlookers and amassing a fervent following that contributes copiously to Lu Yu's zealous acclaim. Conversely, the other faction is more extreme, the thieves of the divine. They perceive Lu Yu as a despicable scoundrel, a thief who has usurped the power of the gods. They argue that the great deities ought to reign freely over the world, Yet this insignificant human has shamefully imprisoned them within the confines of a mere reservoir, reducing them to personal pets for his own vanity and profit. This, they assert, is the gravest sacrilege against the divine. Thus, their objective is unequivocal: to rescue the imprisoned deities from Lu Yu's grasp at any cost, restoring them to their rightful places, and leading their most devout followers in the purification of this tainted world. The leader of this faction is an enigmatic figure, his true identity shrouded in mystery. On the dark web, he is simply known by the moniker Master. On this day, a new decree was issued by the Master on the internal forum of the Return to Divinity sect. The content of this decree was straightforward, consisting of merely an image accompanied by a single phrase. The image was a real-time photograph of the Longmian reservoir, captured by the highest magnification military reconnaissance satellite. The photograph distinctly revealed the formidable blood-red dragon, measuring over 100 meters in length, ensnared by an exquisitely slender chain aglow with pulsating energy tightly constricting its neck. The other end of the chain was affixed to a colossal turtle at the reservoir's bottom, reminiscent of a mountain. Clearly, this was a precautionary measure orchestrated by the Dragon Shield Bureau to prevent this unparalleled beast from spiraling out of control once more, effectively using the most formidable guardian, the turtle, as a living anchor for the blood dragon. Beneath the image, the Master's decree, steeped in boundless fury and incitement, read, "Behold, my most devout followers. Behold that despicable thief of divinity and his foolish mortal minions, who have dared to do such unspeakable things to our magnificent blood dragon god. They have used filthy chains of mortals to imprison a noble being that ought to soar through the heavens. What a humiliation this is! What a grievous sin! We can no longer remain silent. We cannot stand idly by while our God endures this unparalleled disgrace. Rise up, my most valiant holy warriors. Venture forth to the eastern lands. Sever those unclean chains. Liberate our great God. Let his wrath incinerate that foolish thief of divinity and his laughable realm of the divine into utter oblivion. For the glory of God, this fervent and impassioned proclamation, steeped in youthful zeal, instantly ignited the already fervent religious fervor of all adherents of the thief of divinity. For the glory of God, slay that thief of divinity. Rescue the dragon god. Holy war, holy war, holy war. The forum erupted with fervor. Countless hidden zealots from around the globe began to secretly assemble, poised to embark on a misguided and frenzied holy war against the Dragon's Rest Reservoir. Yet, all of this transpired unbeknownst to Lu Yu, who was blissfully enjoying a languid life at the reservoir. He merely found it curious that the alert tones of his madness index seemed unusually pronounced today. From the fervor of Holy Warrior Number 1, Madness Index, 10. From a devotion of a late-stage youth afflicted with delusions, Madness Index, 20. From a murderous intent of the Lord's loyal hound, Madness Index, 50. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow at these indices brimming with negativity. What is happening? I haven't stirred up any trouble lately, so why is there a sudden surge of animosity directed towards me? Puzzled, he turned to his diligent assistant, Lin Wei, who meticulously calculated his daily madness index gains, and inquired, "Do you think someone might be secretly cursing me behind my back?" Chapter 77. The Capture of a Three-Legged Golden Crows. Chick, is there someone secretly cursing me behind my back? Lu Yu's self-absorbed, soul-searching left Lin Wei, the intelligent and composed assistant, momentarily speechless. Cursing you? My esteemed Director Lu, do you harbor a grand misunderstanding regarding your staggering global popularity? Presently, the netizens around the world are elevating you to the status of a creator deity. Each day, billions of devotees gather beneath your Eastern Divine account, lighting incense and offering prayers in reverence. They regard you as the sole living God. They are grateful to you. If anything, how can anyone possibly utter a word of reproach against you? Lin Wei gazed at Lu Yu's innocent expression, which seemed genuinely curious. A profound desire to voice her thoughts surged within her, yet she restrained herself. She understood that reasoning with this uniquely eccentric deity was futile. Instead, she adopted an exceptionally professional tone, akin to delivering an academic report, and replied slowly. Director Lu, according to the continuous global data analysis conducted by our Dragon Shield Bureau's Public Sentiment Monitoring Center, the current positive evaluations of you constitute a staggering 99.99%. The remaining 0.01% of negative comments predominantly originate from a handful of envious, psychologically distorted South Korean netizens and some staunch believers in the flat earth theory among American rednecks. Therefore, theoretically, the situation you're concerned about should not exist. She believed that her meticulously data-driven response would alleviate Lu Yu's concerns. However, upon hearing her words, Lu Yu appeared even more perplexed. He stroked his chin and mumbled to himself, "How curious. If no one is cursing me, then where does this overwhelming sense of resentment and malice stem from? Could it be that my ravenous reservoir pets are secretly lamenting my inadequate feeding?" He pondered, especially about the blood eel, treated as a living anchor, which must harbor considerable resentment towards him. It seemed time to enhance its meal. With this thought, Lu Yu stood, stretched, and declared, "Come, assistant Lin. Accompany me to feed some fish." Lin Wei. She watched as Lu Yu, ever decisive, strode away, recalling his previous impulsive fishing escapades. A sinking feeling struck her heart. This formidable figure. Surely he wouldn't concoct yet another scheme? As it turned out, a woman's sixth sense can sometimes be terrifyingly accurate. When Lu Yu and Lin Wei arrived at the reservoir, he did not, as usual, take out the ingredients to feed his pets. Instead, he directly picked up the ultimate weapon from a corner. Lu. Director Lu. Lin Wei's voice trembled slightly. You said you were going to feed the fish, right? Indeed. Lu Yu nodded nonchalantly. Fishing is also a form of feeding oneself. Isn't that the same as feeding the fish? Lin Wei was left speechless. She could only watch as Lu Yu retrieved from his storage space a sacred, multicolored bait, radiating an aura of divinity. He attached the bait to the hook and glanced at the calm, undisturbed surface of the water. A smile filled with anticipation and confidence crept across his lips. He was even too lazy to use his spiritual energy to scout for potential pitfalls beforehand. He possessed absolute confidence in his current strength and the Dragon Bone Star Rod in his hand. He believed that beneath this reservoir, aside from that dormant, forbidden-level black hole entity, there was nothing that could pose a threat to him. Now was the moment. He hesitated no longer. With a sudden burst of strength, whoosh! The fishing line, carrying the divine multicolored bait, transformed into a dazzling beam of seven-colored light, more brilliant than a meteor, plunging deep into the unfathomable reservoir. And at the instant the bait touched the water, a transformation occurred. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the surface of the Lomian reservoir erupted without warning, boiling over. But this time, it was not water that boiled, but rather light and heat. From the point where the bait fell, an extraordinarily brilliant golden pillar of light, as dazzling as the sun, shot upward into the sky, piercing through the clouds. The once pristine white clouds were instantly dyed a radiant gold. A terrifying energy, filled with the essence of brightness and warmth, erupted with a thunderous force, scorching the surrounding air into a sizzling cacophony. In an instant, the water temperature of the entire Lomian reservoir surged by dozens of degrees. The surface began to emit billowing white steam, as if the entire reservoir was on the verge of boiling. I can't believe it. In the distance, within a sterile isolation tent, academician Chun, witnessing this scene through the monitor, leaped from his chair. Quick, monitor the water temperature, water quality, and energy readings in real time. My heavens, what on earth is happening? This energy reaction surpasses the terrifying blood dragon from before, exhibiting an even more profound purity. It is akin to a living miniature sun. Meanwhile, in the command center, Qin Feng and Lin Wei are utterly astonished by the miraculous spectacle before their eyes. Particularly Qin Feng, who, as a pure warrior practicing a family sword technique for decades, can distinctly perceive the sheer, unyielding solar energy emanating from that golden beam. For someone who has cultivated the masculine arts, such an infusion of energy is immensely fortifying. Merely standing there and inhaling the air imbued with the essence of solar fire revitalizes his recently restored body and cultivation, prompting a hint of advancement. This is an extraordinary opportunity. A fervent light ignites within his eyes. At this moment, at the eye of the storm, Lu Yu feels the violent and explosive force emanating from the Dragon Bone Star Rod. A profoundly excited smile spreads across his face. At last, a worthy adversary has emerged. He lets out a hearty laugh. The terrifying power, enhanced to the extraordinary, erupts with a thunderous roar. He grips the fishing rod tightly, engaging in a raw contest of strength with the equally tempestuous creature lurking beneath the water. However, this clash of might does not endure as long as previous encounters. Not due to the opponent's weakness, but rather because Lu Yu is overwhelmingly strong. His physique, evolved to the extraordinary, combined with the dominant bloodline of the primordial angler, alongside the dragon bone star rod, which is fused with genuine fragments. These three elements unite. The power unleashed far exceeds the limits that the miniature sun beneath the water can withstand. Come forth. Lu Yu merely utters with a commanding tone. With a subtle exertion of his arm, boom, the soaring golden beam is yanked from the water with sheer force. It crashes onto the grassy bank, resembling a colossal fireball radiant as the sun. As the brilliance fades and the dust settles, everyone stretches their necks to gaze at the enormous charred pit created by the impact. They yearn to discover what cataclysmic artifact Lu Yu has once again reeled in. Yet, when they finally discern the entirety of the object within the pit, everyone was once again taken aback. For it was not the colossal mythical creature they had envisioned, but rather a bird, a diminutive chick, no larger than the palm of one's hand, adorned with resplendent feathers that shimmered as if cast in gold. Chapter 78. A little sun above the reservoir, a small bird, no larger than a palm, adorned with resplendent feathers that glimmered like molten gold, was flapping its wings in a deep pit, desperately attempting to escape, yet failing due to its diminutive stature. The onlookers were collectively petrified, their faces reflecting an expression of utter bewilderment and absurdity. Was this the very culprit that had unleashed a cataclysmic noise akin to the arrival of the sun? In the command center, Qin Feng stared at the monitor displaying the frantic little golden chick, bouncing in the pit and occasionally tumbling over itself. His lips twitched in disbelief. He felt as though he had been played for a fool. Moments ago, he had braced for an apocalyptic calamity capable of annihilating the entire Longmian mountain, even preparing himself for a mutual destruction with the adversary. And now, this was it? Just this? Turning to Lin Wei, who wore an equally dazed expression, he murmured with a tone laden with complexity, as though he were encountering the world for the first time. Can I retract my earlier command for everyone to enter maximum combat readiness? Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, billions of viewers who had anticipated a grand battle between gods and demons fell into an eerie silence upon witnessing the full form of the golden chick. Then, the barrage of comments erupted in an unprecedented wave of confusion, filled with questions and exclamations. What the hell? I took my pants off for this. What happened to that earth-shattering noise? Did this little chick consume all the boiling heat of the reservoir? I'm dying of laughter. I thought we were reeling in a flame demon, but instead, we caught a Psyduck. Hey, don't insult my Psyduck. Mine is far cuter than this thing. As everyone else was caught in a whirlwind of laughter and disbelief at the dramatic contrast of the scene, only Lu Yu remained undeterred, his face alight with an exuberant smile, as if he had just won 100 billion in the lottery. For he alone had glimpsed the true information of the golden chick. Dex number 008. Name, three-legged golden crow, mythical grade, chick stage. Species, primordial variant. Supreme divine beast. Level, heavenly grade. Superior, can evolve. Potential, unmeasurable. Abilities, true solar fire. Incinerate heaven and boil sea. Golden light escape. Bloodline sealed, awaiting unlock. Description, born from the core of the sun. This supreme divine beast embodies light and heat and serves as the ultimate nemesis to all malevolent entities in the universe. For unknown reasons, it awakened from its slumber and inadvertently entered this realm. Currently in its most vulnerable chick stage, with most abilities restricted by bloodline seals. The reward for inclusion, a staggering 1 million madness points. Special bloodline divine ability, Great Sun Golden Eyes X1. The three-legged golden crow, a top-tier celestial being. 6-star potential, accompanied by an incredibly impressive bloodline divine ability. My goodness. My goodness. My goodness. Lu Yu's heart was already roaring wildly. This is the true treasure. This is the true essence of a divine beast. Compared to it, that previous blood serpent and that domineering beast are but mere youngsters. Inclusion. Inclusion. Quickly grant me inclusion. He fervently shouted in his heart. Ding. Inclusion successful. Rewards have been distributed. The new divine ability has been automatically learned. In an instant, an intensely scorching stream of golden energy, filled with endless light and a sense of annihilation, surged into his eyes. In that moment, his eyes seemed to transform into two blazing little suns. Divine ability, Great Sun Golden Eyes. Effect, the host's eyes can pierce through all illusions, unraveling the mysteries of yin and yang. It can also unleash solar flames with temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees, incinerating all things. Note, young man, do you wish to become a humanoid walking fortress? Do you desire to experience the sensation of vanquishing foes with a mere glance? You deserve this. Lu Yu felt the terrifying power within his eyes, capable of melting steel, filling him with an unprecedented sense of security. With this ability, who would dare to show off before him? A single glance could make others understand the true meaning of vanishing from existence. He restrained his inner ecstasy and approached the charred deep pit. He gazed at the fluffy golden chick still struggling to climb up, and a gentle smile, reminiscent of a kind older brother, appeared on his face. Little one, do not fear. From now on, you will accompany me, and I shall protect you, he said, extending his hand, ready to embrace this future supreme divine beast. However, the golden chick seemed indifferent to his gesture. It tilted its head, curiously examining Lu Yu with its pure, black, gemstone-like eyes, then opened its tiny, sharp beak and pecked fiercely at Lu Yu's hand. It also emitted a high-pitched cry, filled with pride and disdain. Cheap, who are you to touch me? Clearly, as a supreme divine beast born from the core of the sun, it held its own pride. It would never yield easily to a mere human. However, in the next moment, its movement froze, and its proud expression, filled with the disdain of a king, instantly solidified. It sensed a terrifying pressure emanating from this seemingly ordinary human, one that made its bloodline and soul tremble in fear. It was an absolute bloodline suppression from a higher dimension, belonging to the ancient fisher of the primordial world. In the face of such an unreasonable dimensional suppression, its meager pride as a supreme divine beast was instantly crushed to dust. Cheap, great one. How could you be here? The gaze of the creature towards Lu Yu transformed instantaneously, shifting from disdain to astonishment, followed by a desire to appease, and ultimately culminating in abject flattery. It retracted its sharp little beak and affectionately nudged Lu Yu's fingers with its fluffy, golden head, emitting a series of endearing purrs akin to a playful kitten. As if to say, esteemed one, I was mistaken. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please, treat me as nothing more than a fleeting thought. This spectacle rendered Qin Feng and Lin Wei, who observed from a distance, utterly speechless, leaving them in a state of complete numbness. They realized that no matter how ferocious or haughty a divine beast might be, when confronted by Lu Yu, it could only meet one inevitable fate, to become a tail-wagging lapdog. Lu Yu gazed at the three-legged golden crow chick, which had moments ago displayed aggression and was now fervently attempting to charm him, and a paternal smile of profound satisfaction graced his face. He extended his hand, cradling this palm-sized little son gently within his grasp. Now that's more like it, he remarked with a smile. The three-legged golden crow appeared to relish this tender interaction, comfortably squinting its eyes and opening its beak to emit a joyful, melodious chirp filled with affection and admiration. With that chirp, its diminutive golden form erupted in a dazzling, blinding radiance of golden light, releasing an immense, uncontainable force of solar fire that illuminated the sky as brightly as day. Then, flapping its still somewhat juvenile wings, it gradually ascended from Lu Yu's hand, soaring higher and higher until it hovered at an altitude of 1,000 meters above the Longmian reservoir. It resembled a genuine, miniature sun quietly suspended in the sky, casting its warm, life-infused golden light upon the vast and wondrous land below. From that moment on, the heavens above the Longmian reservoir were graced by a sun that would never set. A little sun. Lin Wei stared dazedly at this newly emerged second sun in the sky, and then glanced at the man below, who appeared utterly unfazed, as if he had merely released a kite. She felt her mind was utterly overwhelmed. She parted her lips, intending to say something, but ultimately, in a voice laced with incredulity, she instinctively turned to Qin Feng and asked Qin, "Team leader, do you think, from now on, we shall have no more night?" Chapter 79. Unusual weather. The dragon sleep mountain in eternal spring henceforth. Will there be no more nights here? Lin Wei's soul-searching inquiry, laden with confusion, caused Qin Feng's lips to twitch involuntarily once more. He cast his gaze upward at the gentle golden orb in the sky, seemingly fulfilling its duty of illumination with unwavering diligence. Then he glanced at the serene Lu Yu below, who appeared as if he had merely released a pet bird into the wild. A powerful urge surged within him. He yearned to resign. He no longer wished to serve as the leader of the Dragon Shield Bureau, a role that left him perpetually exhausted and overwhelmed by the constant reevaluation of his worldview. Instead, he longed for a tranquil existence by Lu Ku's side, to be an unremarkable janitor, while secretly mastering the celestial sword techniques descending from above. As it turned out, Lin Wei's concerns were indeed justified. Since the arrival of the three-legged golden crow's fledgling, which made its home in the skies above the Dragon Sleep Reservoir, the special administrative region of this divine domain, encompassing a 100-mile radius, had irrevocably bid farewell to night. Regardless of the hour, the sky remained enveloped in a soft, warm golden glow reminiscent of the afternoon sun. Initially, the Dragon Shield personnel and experts stationed here struggled to adapt, suffering from severe circadian rhythm disorders. They found themselves wide awake in the dead of night, filled with an inexplicable energy, and could only engage in frenzied overtime work at the base, resulting in a dramatic surge in the entire base's KPIs, much to the mixed feelings of Director Zhao Lijun, who was both gratified and pained from afar in the capital. However, they soon unearthed an unexpected and remarkable advantage brought forth by this perpetual daylight. Under the unrelenting embrace of the sun's authentic fire, the ecological environment of the entire Dragon Sleep Mountain area began to undergo astonishing transformations at an almost nonsensical pace. The average temperature here consistently hovered at a perfect 25 degrees Celsius, neither too hot nor too cold, with gentle breezes caressing the air. The humidity remained in an ideal golden ratio, neither arid nor oppressive, refreshing to the senses. Most astonishingly, all the flora thrived as if infused with a potent growth hormone, exhibiting wild and rampant growth. Rare trees that would typically require decades, if not centuries, to mature flourished into towering giants capable of obscuring the sun in just a matter of months. Blossoms that traditionally bloomed only in spring, peach, apricot, and pear, now vied for attention alongside summer's lotus, autumn's chrysanthemum, and winter's plum, all competing in a vibrant display on this miraculous land, transforming the entire Dragon Sleep Mountain into a breathtaking paradise where all four seasons coexisted in harmony. Moreover, the top-tier agricultural seeds, meticulously transplanted by academicians and their team from various regions across the country, unveiled agricultural miracles that would astound experts worldwide. My heavens! My heavens! My heavens! An elderly professor, with hair as white as snow, kneels in a golden expanse of wheat. In his hands, he cradles an ear of wheat as thick as his arm, adorned with plump golden grains larger than longan fruit. He weeps and laughs like a madman. The yield, a staggering 30,000 pounds per acre. This is not merely wheat. It is unequivocally golden grains. With this, what concerns could our nation possibly have regarding food security? The entire world could feast daily on soft, fluffy buns. Meanwhile, a middle-aged female expert dedicated to fruit research clutches a peach larger than her own head, her excitement rendering her speechless. Look, you must see. This peach boasts a sugar content of 30%. Moreover, it contains a unique active enzyme that we have never encountered, capable of delaying cellular aging. This is no ordinary fruit. It is a celestial peach that could bestow immortality. The entirety of Longmian Mountain has transformed into a utopia brimming with harvest and joy in agriculture. Yet, the architect of this marvel, Lu Yu, remains utterly indifferent to the happenings around him. He continues to lead an exceedingly regimented and mundane life. In the mornings, he listens to melodies beneath the exquisite seven-opening tree, cultivating his spirit while plucking a few linglong fruits, now the size of apples, to serve as dessert. At noon, he teases the blood eel he is thoroughly exhausted, coaxing it to perform a dragon dive or a divine tail flick. In the afternoons, he lounges on the back of his favored mount, basking in the sun for a nap, and by night, he engages in card games of Dodi Zhu and Mahjong with the enchanting Lin Wei and Xiao Wanqing, both of whom he has led astray. enjoying the spectacle of their playful punishment games that require them to don various whimsical cosplay outfits, like Lin Wei as a bunny girl or Xiao Wanqing as a cat-eared maiden. The sight is nothing short of exquisite. Of course, he does not neglect his primary role as a globally celebrated figure. Periodically, he captures charming moments with his pets, infusing them with a touch of elegance before handing them over to his sister, Lu Yao, for artistic enhancement, subsequently posting them on the Eastern Deity account, a platform that has become a daily pilgrimage for netizens worldwide, continuously harvesting an endless stream of fervent admiration. He finds this lifestyle far more pleasurable than that of an emperor burdened with the cares of state. Indeed, this epitomizes the idyllic existence he has always envisioned. Chapter 80. The heart stir of Xiao Wanqing and the tenderness of Lu Yu ever since the fledgling three-legged golden crow made its home above the Longmian reservoir. Xiao Wanqing felt an overwhelming affection for this place. She adored the perpetually mild climate reminiscent of spring, cherished the invigorating air imbued with peculiar fragrances, and was enamored by the opportunity to observe, up close, the extraordinary creatures that existed solely within the realms of myth and legend. For someone who had devoted her entire life to the study of life sciences, this locale was nothing short of paradise. Recently, her greatest delight was to set up a small stool each day, sitting at the entrance of a temporary isolation tent, brimming with futuristic technology, where she assisted her mentor, academician Shun, in organizing the latest deciphered findings related to inscriptions on ancient stones. Meanwhile, she covertly stole glances at the young man, lounging on the terrace of a nearby opulent villa, basking in the sun with an air of leisure. She found that he had become increasingly enigmatic to her. He possessed a formidable power capable of shaking the entire world. Yet he chose to lead a life reminiscent of a retired bureaucrat, indulging in tea, reading newspapers, and fishing, an existence marked by its apparent languor. He could command those around him like an emperor, yet he consistently maintained an effortless demeanor, almost irreverent in its nonchalance. He was both immensely powerful and astonishingly gentle, shrouded in mystery, yet palpably real. This striking paradox, akin to the finest and most intoxicating vintage, ensnared Xiao Wanqing, a brilliant scientist known for her rationality and restraint, drawing her into a state of profound enchantment. Her heart was in turmoil. For the first time in 25 years, her once tranquil, scientific heart, which had never fluttered for any man, raced wildly for him. She felt as if she were ailing, afflicted by a sweet malady known as infatuation. That evening, Xiao Wanqing found herself burning the midnight oil over the biological structure of an ancient script she had just deciphered, having labored for over 48 hours straight. Her visage bore the marks of exhaustion, yet her eyes sparkled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. No, something was still amiss. She gazed at the three-dimensional model on her computer screen, crafted from a multitude of intricate data, her brow furrowed in deep concentration. Why did the sonic resonance frequency of the character quail align so closely with that of infrasound? Was it possible that the legends surrounding the Kuei Nyo's roar, capable of commanding the forces of nature, were indeed true? What, then, was the structure of its vocal apparatus? Caught in a mental impasse, she struggled to comprehend. Just as frustration threatened to overwhelm her, the door of her isolation tent creaked open, allowing a warm, fragrant breeze to sweep in. She instinctively turned her head, only to see Lu Yu, the man who should have long been lost in dreams, in his luxurious villa, standing at the doorway with a bowl of steaming midnight noodles in his hands, a trace of helpless yet affectionate smile gracing his face. Dr. Xia's voice was soft, as if he feared disturbing her train of thought. Is it truly necessary to exert yourself so relentlessly in your research? I noticed your light was still on, so I brought you a bowl of noodles. Come and enjoy it while it's hot. Xiao Wanqing gazed at him, taking in his exceptionally gentle profile, illuminated by the soft glow of the light, and the bowl of steaming noodles that exuded the warmth of home. Suddenly, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation, and her eyes involuntarily glazed over with a thin veil of mist. She could hardly recall the last time she had savored a bowl of hot noodles in the dead of night. Since she embarked on the solitary and arduous path of scientific research, her life had been confined to the frigid laboratory and unending projects. She had become accustomed to subsisting on cold coffee and tasteless energy bars, nearly forgetting that food could indeed be warm, and that concern could manifest in such a subtle, yet perfectly timed manner. Why are you still dawdling? Lu Yu chuckled lightly, bemused by her stillness. He approached her, placing the bowl on her desk, and then naturally extended his hand, gently ruffling her slightly stiff head with his warm, dry, and powerful hand. The gesture was imbued with the tender affection of an older brother for his younger sister. Eat up, finish, and get some rest. Your health is your most valuable asset. If you wear yourself out, who will assist me in studying these treasures I've caught? His voice carried a hint of playful teasing. Yet Xiao Wanqing discerned an unfamiliar warmth woven within his teasing tone. Her face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of the most beautiful hues of the evening sky. And in that moment, her heart surrendered entirely. She felt as if the hard, cold exterior of her heart, fortified by countless scientific formulas and rational logic, melted away under the overwhelming presence of this man's unreasonable charm and the sudden, gentle blow of his kindness. Lowering her gaze to avoid meeting Lu Yu's eyes, she resembled a startled little rabbit, responding with a faint, almost inaudible sound. Then, she picked up her chopsticks and carefully lifted a strand of noodles to her lips. The noodles, simple with scallions, eggs, and greens, tasted to her like the most exquisite delicacy she had ever experienced. Each strand brimmed with the essence of sunshine, and each sip of the broth warmed both her stomach and heart. As she ate, tears began to fall unbidden, splashing into the warm broth and creating ripples of happiness. Observing her tear-streaked face, Lu Yu felt a gentle tug at his heartstrings. He sighed and then retrieved a pristine tissue from his pocket, extending it towards her. What are you crying about? Is my dish truly that unpalatable? Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wanqing abruptly lifted her head. She gazed at Lu Yu, whose warm smile was laced with playful teasing, and could no longer suppress the tumultuous and complex emotions surging within her. Summoning all the courage she had ever possessed, she posed a question to Lu Yu, one that left him momentarily speechless, a question potent enough to alter the destinies of both their futures. Lu Yu. Her voice quivered slightly, tinged with nervousness and shyness. May I explore your future? Chapter 81, The Arrival of the Japanese Zaibatsu. May I inquire about your future? The words of Xiao Wanqing, imbued with a girl's shy yet audacious confession, left Lu Yu, a seasoned veteran known for his flirtatious banter, momentarily speechless. He gazed at the brilliant young scientist before him, her face flushed and her eyes cast downward, unable to meet his gaze, and within him stirred an inexplicable warmth that he struggled to articulate. It was a feeling both comforting and delightful. He wished to utter something, yet as he opened his mouth, he found his throat parched, rendering him unable to speak. It was the first time he encountered a situation that rendered him somewhat flustered. In the midst of this charged and awkward atmosphere, the highest-level communication alarm, specially designed by the Dragon Shield Bureau, abruptly blared, shattering the enchanting stillness of the room. Lin Wei, the ever-dedicated assistant, rushed in, her expression grave. Director Liu, the command center has just received an urgent notification from the higher-ups. A special delegation from Japan has arrived at our perimeter. They specifically request to see you. A Japanese delegation? Lu Yu furrowed his brow, reining in his scattered thoughts as his demeanor shifted back to its usual calm and composed state. What do they want? I don't know, Lin Wei replied, shaking her head. Their identity is quite special. They are the heirs of the Black Dragon Zaibatsu, one of Japan's 6 major Zaibatsu. Kuroda Ryuichi. It is said that Kuroda Ryuichi is an ardent enthusiast of mythology and mysticism. After viewing your viral videos overseas, he became utterly captivated. He believes that the prehistoric anomalies you have caught are none other than the 8 million deities from Japanese lore. He has come to negotiate a hefty acquisition deal for these deities on behalf of the Black Dragon Zaibatsu. Lu Yu was rendered speechless. His worldview felt once again upended. Goodness first, there were domestic rich heirs attempting to forcefully buy from him. And now a Japanese youth with delusions of grandeur aiming to purchase gods? When the world was happening. Irritated, he waved his hand dismissively. I shall not meet with them. Tell them to leave. I have no interest in wasting time with a delusional fool. However, Lin Wei hesitated. Director Zhao has conveyed that it would be prudent to meet them. After all, their status is significant. And Director Zhao is also curious about what the so-called Black Dragon Zaibatsu intends. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu fell silent. He understood Zhao Lijun, that cunning old fox. was keen on using this opportunity to probe into the motives and attitudes of these elite foreign zaibatsu, while also observing how he would handle such an external diplomatic affair. Very well, Lu Yu sighed. Since the esteemed director has spoken, I shall reluctantly meet this so-called Japanese prince. I am curious to see what new antics he might conjure. Half an hour later, in the first reception room of the Longmian Reservoir, Lu Yu encountered the distinguished guest from Japan, Kuroda Ryuichi, a young man of approximately 30 years. Donned an exquisitely tailored black kimono, complemented by traditional wooden clogs. At his waist, he bore a samurai sword that appeared to be of considerable value. His features were strikingly handsome, almost otherworldly, with skin as pale as snow and lips as red as blood. His elongated phoenix eyes were slightly upturned, with a small beauty mark at the corner, exuding an alluring yet perilous aesthetic of frailty. Behind him stood two elderly men in traditional priestly garments, their white hair contrasting sharply with their solemn attire. With eyes closed and hands tucked within their sleeves, they remained motionless, resembling lifeless statues. However, Lu Yu sensed an incredibly subtle yet potent energy radiating from them, indicating that these seemingly frail elders were, in truth, formidable masters. "Greetings, Mr. Lu Yu," Kuroda Ryuichi said, slowly rising to his feet and bowing deeply, performing a standard 90-degree bow. His demeanor was exceedingly humble and respectful, typical of Japanese etiquette. "It is an honor to meet the legendary Eastern fishing deity in person. It is indeed a fortune of a lifetime." He spoke in remarkably fluent Mandarin, tinged with a hint of a Kyoto accent, rendering his foreign origins nearly imperceptible. Observing Kuroda's humble and almost subservient demeanor, Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. He found it hard to believe that a young man capable of inheriting a colossal entity like the Kuroda conglomerate could genuinely embody such innocence. A peculiar situation often harbors hidden truths. He smiled and replied in a tone that was equally polite yet tinged with detachment. "Mr. Kuroda, you flatter me. I am merely an ordinary fisherman. To be called a deity is quite beyond my station. I wonder what brings you such a great distance to this remote place." Kuroda Ryuichi chuckled in response, his striking features illuminating with fervor and obsession. "Mr. Lu Yu, you are far too modest. If you're not the deity, then who else could possibly hold that title? The fish you catch are no ordinary creatures. They're the long-lost 8 million deities of our Yamato people, as per legend." The excitement surged within him as he continued, his eyes gleaming with an almost pathological fervor. "Especially that majestic crimson dragon. It is none other than the great destructive deity Yamata no Orochi from our mythology. And that giant turtle bearing the mysterious stone tablet must surely be the steed of the creation deity Izanagi. And you," he gazed at Lu Yu, his eyes ablaze with intensity. "You have the power to liberate these magnificent deities from their endless seals. You must be the messenger sent by our Amaterasu Omikami, destined to lead our Yamato people back to the glory of antiquity, the divine envoy." As Lu Yu gazed upon the Japanese prince, who was utterly ensnared in his own fantastical delusions, he felt his worldview undergo yet another profound transformation. Goodness! Previously, he had encountered a local cult that fancied itself as the divine thief, and now here was a self-proclaimed deity of Japan in the form of a deluded tycoon. What on earth was happening? I had merely spent a few tranquil days fishing, yet somehow I had become the coveted treasure in the eyes of these theatrical individuals. Inspired by the fervent adoration of Kuroda Ryuichi, madness value 3,000. However, given the considerable madness he had contributed, I might as well indulge him in his theatrics for the time being. Clearing his throat, Lu Yu donned an enigmatic smile that conveyed an air of profound mystery. "Oh, is that so? Mr. Kuroda, you possess quite the discerning eye, since you have perceived my true identity. Do you come today prepared to present me with some offerings on behalf of your Amaterasu?" Upon hearing Lu Yu acknowledge his divine persona, Kuroda Ryuichi's face instantly transformed into one of ecstatic disbelief. He bowed deeply before Lu Yu, exclaiming, "Divine Master, you truly are one of us. I have come representing the Kuroda conglomerate and the entire Yamato people to pay our utmost respect and to present you with our most generous tribute." As he spoke, he clapped his hands. The two elderly men behind him, who had remained as statues, gradually opened their eyes, revealing ancient wooden boxes crafted from the finest Paulownia wood. They unveiled the boxes before Lu Yu. Within the left box lay an unrestricted black bank card accompanied by a contract for the most prestigious real estate in Tokyo's Ginza. The right box contained photographs of numerous exceptionally adorable Japanese anime girls, clad in a variety of whimsical cosplay outfits. Divine Master Kuroda Ryuichi fervently pointed at the treasures and the photographs of the enchanting maidens. These are merely small gifts for our first meeting. Should you choose to entrust us with the veneration of those magnificent deities, you shall receive half of the Kuroda conglomerate's assets, along with our meticulously curated selection of Japan's finest. 100 maids, from lolas to mature women, from schoolgirls to wives. We have every style to suit your preference. What do you think? His gaze fixed on Liu Yu, brimming with an unspoken anticipation that only men could understand. Are you satisfied with this offering? Chapter 82. Do you think you can buy a divine beast with money? Such wishful thinking. Are you satisfied with this tribute? The voice of Kuroda Ryuichi brimmed with the unwavering confidence of a top-tier financial heir, radiating an air of superiority regarding his unparalleled monetary prowess. He firmly believed that no man in this world could resist such an opulent and enticing offer. Half of his family fortune. The most elite 100 maidens in all of Japan. This was, without a doubt, the ultimate dream of every man. He gazed at Liu Yu, his face adorned with a beguiling smile that suggested victory was assured. It was as if he could already envision the moment when this Eastern envoy would, like a dog catching sight of a bone, wag his tail in submission, overflowing with gratitude. However, Liu Yu's reaction once again left him disheartened. After hearing Kuroda's sincere proposal, Liu Yu did not exhibit any signs of ecstatic joy. Instead, he regarded him with the bemused expression one might reserve for an irredeemable fool. Then, he smiled, a smile imbued with a profound disdainful pity. Mr. Kuroda, Liu Yu began slowly, his tone calm, yet piercing, akin to an invisible scalpel that mercilessly dissected Kuroda Ryuichi's ridiculous, superiority-laden psyche. I must admit, you are the most Navi individual I have ever encountered. What? The smile on Kuroda Ryuichi's face froze instantly. He could hardly believe his ears. Nave? Did he just call himself Navi? Do you even comprehend what you are saying? His voice turned icy. I certainly do, Liu nodded. He picked up the cup of premium de Hong Pao that Lin Wei had brewed for him and took a delicate sip before continuing in a leisurely manner. Do you truly believe your paltry, putrid coins can procure everything of value in this world? Do you think that gathering 100 superficial maidens can capture the favor of me, this envoy? He regarded Kuroda Ryuichi, shaking his head, his gaze filled with the purest disdain of the divine towards mortals. Mr. Kuroda, your vision is tragically limited. You fail to understand the immense value of those divine beings you speak of. A single scale, a single hair, is worth 1 billion times more than your entire Kuroda conglomerate. The aura released with every breath they take is sufficient to transform this land into a paradise on earth. They are truly priceless treasures, the most cherished legacy of this planet and civilization. And you, he paused, a chillingly sarcastic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dare to think that your filthy, copper-stinking mortal money can desecrate them? To bribe me there, guardian? Do you not find your actions utterly ludicrous, foolish, even revolting? Boom! Liu Yu's words struck like a divine thunderbolt, crashing down upon Kuroda Ryuichi's proud, arrogant heart. His complexion turned ashen in an instant. His enchanting, slanted eyes widened in sheer disbelief. His body trembled uncontrollably with intense agitation. He pointed at Liu Yu, his lips quivering as he attempted to utter words. Yet not a sound escaped his mouth, for he realized that under the gaze of this man, whose eyes radiated an awe-inspiring, divine authority, his identity as the heir of a powerful conglomerate, along with his formidable wealth that could incite madness in countless souls, seemed utterly insignificant, laughable, and trivial. For the first time, he experienced a profound sense of fear and inferiority emanating from the depths of his soul. From Ryuichi Kuroda's collapse of the Tao heart. Madness value 5,000. Behind him, the two elderly men, resembling statues with their white hair, suddenly opened their previously closed eyes upon hearing Liu Yu's words laden with divine gravitas. Their eyes ignited with a brilliant brilliance, a vast, mysterious energy, pulsating with the dual forces of yin and yang, erupted explosively from their beings. Baka, One of the elders bellowed sharply. How dare you show such disrespect to Lord Kuroda? It seems that a lesson is in order to demonstrate the true power of our Yamato Shinto. As he spoke, he rapidly formed an intricate hand seal before his chest. In combat, warriors, all arrayed before us. Shikigami summoning. Tengu, roar. A fierce roar erupted, and a massive black spatial rift tore open before him without warning. From this rift emerged a fearsome creature, towering over 3 meters, with a crimson face and an elongated nose. Adorned with a pair of black wings on its back and wielding a colossal metallic fan. It was the infamous Tengu from Japanese mythology. The other elder, unwilling to be outdone, also formed a complex hand seal, Yin Yang Secret Technique, Night Parade of 100 Demons. Woo woo woo. In an instant, the temperature in the entire reception room plummeted by several degrees. A multitude of grotesque, blue-faced demons with sharp fangs materialized, emitting piercing wails capable of rending human souls. As they lunged fiercely towards Liu Yu, an Onmyoji, moreover, a grand Onmyoji capable of summoning a Tengu, no less. These two seemingly decrepit old men were, in fact, the heads of Japan's most prestigious Onmyoji clans. Their personal involvement in this matter indicated their unwavering determination to seize the divine entities of the Longmian Reservoir. In the command center, Qin Feng and Lin Wei observed the chaotic scene unfolding on the surveillance screen. Reminiscent of a Japanese horror film, their expressions shifted dramatically. "This is bad. It's Onmyoji," Qin Feng exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. "Quick, notify all combat units. Prepare." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Wei grasped his arm. "Team leader, do not rush," she said, her face devoid of any tension, instead revealing an expression of sympathy and anticipation for the unfolding drama. She gazed at the 2 elderly men on the screen, who were fervently casting spells as if victory was already assured, and gently shook her head. Then, with a tone imbued with profound compassion, as if mourning for them, she softly remarked, "They seem to remain oblivious to the nature of the unreasonable existence they have provoked." In the reception room, confronted by the overwhelming tide of malevolent spirits and the formidable Tengu wielding a gigantic fan capable of summoning a tempest, Liu Yu remained utterly unfazed. He did not even rise from his seat. Instead, he sat quietly, gradually raising his right hand, and with a gentle snap of his fingers, he addressed the horrifying spectacle of chaos before him. With a crisp, melodious sound, the world fell into silence. In that moment, the countless, ghastly apparitions, their green faces adorned with sharp fangs, encountered the invisible wave of sound emanating from his snap, an echo laden with the oppressive aura of an ancient fissure. Instantly, they melted away like snow under the blazing sun, dissipating into wisps of green smoke, vanishing without a trace. The formidable Tengu, who had just emerged from a rift in space, froze in place upon hearing that snap. Its massive form stiffened as it cast a gaze filled with terror, greater than that of a child encountering their long-lost father, upon the young man who regarded it with a serene expression. It emitted a mournful, sycophantic wail, "Woof!" Without a moment's hesitation. It transformed into a streak of black light and swiftly retreated into the still open rift. It had been so thoroughly frightened by a mere snap that it fled. The 2 elderly men, their white hair billowing as they frantically cast spells, spewed forth crimson blood, collapsing to the ground like 2 lifeless dogs, their faces etched with disbelief and sheer terror. They looked at Liu Yu as if he were a true demon risen from the depths of hell. Meanwhile, Kuroda Ryuichi, witnessing this scene far beyond the realm of his comprehension, felt his legs weaken and, with a thud, knelt. He trembled uncontrollably, finally grasping the reality that the man before him spoke the truth. His so-called power was but just in the face of true divine strength. Liu Yu observed the 3 Japanese friends, utterly defeated by his display, and a radiant, benevolent smile graced his face. He slowly stood, approached Kuroda Ryuichi, and gently patted his handsome face, now cold and stiffened by fear. Then, in a tone filled with kindness, as if engaging in a friendly negotiation, he softly inquired, "Well then, Mr. Kuroda, may I suggest, shall we now revisit the specific details regarding the transition of the 100 maids?"